Chapter 1 Petite Lin Huaiji, let me get close to you. Even in September, River City remained unbearably hot as I moved my belongings upstairs with the help of a Lalamove driver. Though there was an elevator, after making several trips back and forth, I was thoroughly exhausted. Thanks for the hard work, master. Here's a soda to cool you down. I took 2 cans of cola from the refrigerator and handed them to the 2 middle-aged workers. They had been very patient from moving the items until now, and the conversation had been pleasant too. Now that the job was done, it was only right to let them rest at home with some drinks. I've always had a good temper, and influenced by my upbringing, I maintain basic courtesy and kindness toward others when outside. Of course, if I ever encountered certain scoundrels, that would be a different story. Thank you, young man. The 2 workers didn't stand on ceremony and thanked me as they took the sodas. Uncles, if you're not in a hurry, why not sit and rest a bit before leaving? I also took a sip of soda, the coolness flowing down my throat, instantly dispelling the summer heat and lifting my mood considerably. No need, no need. Our clothes are dirty and dusty, we'll just get your sofa all grimy. Right, we'd better get going. Take your time unpacking, young man. The 2 uncles chatted back and forth for a bit before waving their hands and heading downstairs. I didn't try to stop them after all, I still had to report to school later, and there was a class meeting scheduled for 2 p.m. The messy state of the apartment would have to wait until evening when I returned to slowly tidy everything up. I took a final sip of the soda in my hand, lightly crushed the can, gauged the trash bin 8 meters away, then tossed it. Perfect shot. Bang! Nice! I headed to the bathroom, took a quick 3-minute shower, threw on some clean clothes, grabbed my bag, and dashed out the door. The sun's so intense, if only I had a girlfriend, she could hold an umbrella for me. Seeing all the young girls on the street with sun parasols, I admit I felt tempted, but it just feels a bit too effeminate for a grown man like me to carry one. If I had a girlfriend, I could at least thoughtfully hold the umbrella for her and incidentally shield myself from the sun too. Too bad I've been single for 21 years, and the number of times I've genuinely been smitten can be counted on one hand. Since I had no umbrella, I quickened my pace, making full use of my long legs as I strode briskly toward campus. This year's school opening time is different from usual, with all undergraduates required to report today. Along the way, I could see freshmen carrying large and small bags of luggage everywhere. Wow! I never thought I'd get to relive freshman year again, but this campus is actually quite beautiful. Despite the noisy surroundings, tents from various departments and clubs handing out flyers everywhere, I somehow heard an incredibly clear female voice. I glanced around but couldn't figure out where the voice was coming from. Gotta say, the voice was really sweet. With a voice this pleasant, the girl probably looks good too. Why goo, what are you looking around for? I know, you're checking out legs, aren't you? Zhao Yuanan popped up with a sleazy grin, his tone downright creepy. I punched him in the arm and kept walking toward the academic building. Don't be shy, bro, let me tell you, the quality of this year's freshmen is really high. I've already scouted several pretty girls, their faces are so innocent, but their figures, every single one outdoes the last. Although Zhao Yuna had never been in a relationship, he loved staring at beautiful women. Judging by his excited tone, he must have encountered someone who caught his fancy. Looking doesn't do you any good. No matter how much you look, she won't be yours, I snapped at him irritably, but Zhao Yuna didn't care in the slightest. Bro, you just lack vision. Think about it, if you get into a relationship, wouldn't you only be allowed to look at your own girlfriend? Other girls would be off limits. But if I never get into one, I can look at whoever I want. Just thinking about it gets me pumped. His logic sounded convincing at first glance, but I wasn't buying it. Without hesitation, I called him out. Is it really that you don't want to get into a relationship? It's not like you've got anyone to talk to, right? With the friendship Zhao Yuanan and I have built since childhood, I could tell with my toes that beneath his carefree surface, this guy was actually a hopeless romantic. I'm the same way. Nowadays, many people don't pursue pure relationships anymore. The first line in a chat is always asking to see legs, and no matter how well the online conversation goes, if they see you're not good looking in real life, they'll leave without hesitation, not a shred of nostalgia. To put it bluntly, being poor and unattractive is the original sin. But I won't settle. If I don't meet someone I like, someone who truly resonates with me, I'll wait as long as it takes. This life is mine, and I refuse to compromise. Sigh, I just haven't met the right person yet. But you, bro, you're different, you're quite famous at school after all. Smart, decent looking, why aren't you dating anyone? Zhao Yuanan stared at my face, one he'd seen for over a decade but had to admit was ridiculously handsome, completely baffled. I keep myself pure, I can't bring myself to touch someone I don't like. I have psychological cleanliness OCD, things that don't belong to me hold zero interest. It's not like there haven't been girls showing interest around me, some were even more direct, just wanting physical exchanges. Every time I encounter that type, I'm simply disgusted. Too many people maintain flawless appearances while playing wilder than anyone behind closed doors, acting all innocent and shy in public, yet making no distinctions between what's proper or improper in private. I don't intend to change others' perspectives, nor do I have any interest in meddling in their affairs, but I hold myself to certain standards. That's why I won't lose my rationality due to momentary impulses before meeting someone I truly like. Chatting with Zhao Yuatan along the way, we soon arrived at the classroom. Hurrying to make it on time, I had just taken my seat when the academic advisor walked in. The advisor was a middle-aged woman in her 30s, almost a decade older than us, but she maintained herself well, looking quite youthful. She had a gentle temperament yet possessed considerable competence, making her very popular among students in the college. Everyone's already in your third year now. Although this semester's course load isn't heavy, the specialized subjects have ramped up in difficulty. As I've always said, for us computer science majors, if all you aim for is passing grades, then you're already completely doomed. You'll just be wasted potential out in the real world. In another 2 years, no, after this year ends and you reach senior year, you'll essentially be entering society. If you want your resume to stand out or land a decent job, show me some results. Participate in all kinds of competitions instead of slacking off all day. The advisor, shedding her usual gentle demeanor, went on at length. Some students suddenly felt the urgency, while others remained indifferent. After all, graduation was still 2 years away. I took all of this to heart. I've always loved my major and put in genuine effort from freshman year until now. Luckily, I'm fairly sharp, so my grades have stayed top of the department. Even though I moved out this year for a change of pace, I can't neglect my studies. I still need to put in the work. After nearly an hour of the advisor's rambling, the class meeting finally concluded. I plan to head home and pack my things first, then meet up with Zhao Yunan and the others for dinner later tonight. I'll go pack now. We can meet up again later. Wait, I'm coming with you. I'll help you pack. Perfect chance to check out your place. I want to mooch off my parents too, get them to buy me a place. I rolled my eyes. Back when we dormed together, Zhao Yunan was notoriously lazy. Expecting him to actually help pack? No chance. But I couldn't shake him off, so might as well let him tag along, as long as he doesn't wreck anything. As we reached the school gate, I heard that female voice again. Wow, no wonder he's second male lead, totally my type. Lin Huaiji, you little thing, let me get close to you. I furrowed my brows, my eyes darting around as I tried to locate the source of the voice. At that moment, a girl dressed in a small white floral print dress stood before me, her voice sweet and melodious. Hello, senior. I raised my gaze, seeing a girl with delicate features, fair skin, and playful, expressive eyes that seemed to speak volumes. Looking further down, her chest was full and perky, a white sash tied around her waist accentuating its slender curve, while the bare glimpse of her legs shone with a radiant fairness. Truly top-notch quality. Chapter 2, Cohabitation Approved. I suppressed all the messy thoughts in my head. It must have been those words from Zhao Yuan that made my thoughts impure. As smart as I am, there's only one question on my mind right now. Why am I inexplicably hearing another voice when this girl in front of me clearly isn't speaking? At the same time, Su Yao's inner thoughts were quite lively. Even though he's a short-lived second male lead, he's really handsome. And judging by his figure, he must be pretty capable. Once I move in, my sexy lingerie will finally get to serve its purpose. System, why aren't you saying anything? System, fine, play dead if you must. But Lin Huaiji, I'm definitely clinging to you whether you like it or not. I pressed my lips tightly together, glancing at Zhao Yuan who looked like he was about to drool beside me, my heart filled with confusion. I nudged him with my elbow and asked, didn't you hear something? Zhao Yuan didn't even spare me a glance as he said sarcastically, the junior called you senior nicely. What are you so smug about? I'm a senior too. I asked again, nothing else? Then he immediately turned enthusiastic and said to Su Yao, hello there, junior. I'm a computer science major, third year. If you need any help, just ask. Want to exchange WeChat? This Zhao Yuan stares at pretty girls like a starved dog spotting a slab of meat after 10 days without food. I'm absolutely certain the girl didn't open her mouth. So how come I just heard that voice? Zhao Yuan kept rambling, otherwise what? You actually expected the junior girl to confess her love to you? I'm telling you, don't get your hopes up. Yet before he could finish his sentence the next second, the girl cut him off. Senior, I heard you have an apartment off campus. Could I live with you? Zhao Yuan looked at me, then at the junior female student, his eyes filled with disbelief. This dramatic turn of events, moving in together straight away, was way more shocking than a confession. Unfortunately, I've never been one for romantic cues. Even though the girl was pretty and had a great figure, knowing me as well as he did, Zhao Yuan was probably certain I'd think she was crazy. I stared straight at Su Yao and asked, do you know me? Why do you want to move in with me? Also, how did you know I bought a house? I focused intently, waiting for her answer, only to hear her inner thoughts. The second male lead, Lin Huaiji, of course I know. I have a system and access to the novel script. Finding out you bought a house is like child's play. Though honestly, if I weren't running out of time and needed to stay close to you, I wouldn't be throwing myself at you like this. It turns out this girl knew her behavior was absurd, but with her body's time running short, I was her target for borrowing luck. If she didn't quickly make contact with me, she'd soon perish in this world. Death terrified her, she'd rather risk being seen as a lunatic than not try. Moreover, she could help me change my original fate, though she obviously couldn't say this outright lest she be sent to a psychiatric hospital. Truthfully, though her thoughts were chaotic, I'd heard every word in her mind. Setting aside logic and my established understanding of this world, here's what likely happened. This girl might be from another world where some connection between us determines her lifespan, and in the story she knows, I'm the second male lead. I rubbed my temples, feeling a slight headache. Suyao said tearfully, I can cook and do housework, and I'll pay rent at market rates. Could you please consider it? Without hesitation, I replied, alright. Ha? What? Suyao clearly wasn't expecting this. Her original plan was to rent next door if I refused. Now that I'd agreed, she had even more opportunities. Zhao Yuannan was stunned. Pulling me aside, he said, what were you thinking? You barely know her and just agreed like that? Are you in it for the rent or trying to scam her? Don't come crying when you end up with a missing kidney. I said you were slow on the uptake because I wanted you to find someone you like to date, not for you to bring random girls home. Do you understand? Listen to me, you can't just bring people home like that. What if they're scammers? I know he's concerned about me, but this situation is special. In my 20 years of life, I've never encountered something this bizarre. And judging by my experience with novels, this kind of thing isn't entirely impossible. I simply couldn't find any logical explanation for why I could hear her inner thoughts, nor was I certain whether things were as she described. If it were true, I needed to keep her by my side all the more, so I could gather more information. I patted his shoulder and said, don't worry, that girl's skinny as a twig, what trouble could she possibly cause me? If anything really happens, you'll definitely know about it. That's the kind of friendship we have. Alright, just be careful on your own. Zhao Yuannan knew that once I'd made up my mind, no one could talk me out of it. I said, the house isn't tidied up yet, so you don't need to come over for now. I'll take her back first, then come out to have dinner with you guys later. Zhao Yuannan complained, wow, you're really such a bros before hoes kind of guy. Can't wait to take her home already, afraid I'll ruin your big chance, huh? He suddenly felt abandoned, even worrying it was because he didn't own property, and just like that, his defenses crumbled. I walked up to Suyao and said, I still don't know your name. Shouldn't you introduce yourself? Junior. My name is Suyao, a freshman this year majoring in Chinese language and literature. I can cook, do housework, and I'm also very neat. Living together with me will definitely make you comfortable. Hearing that last line, I raised an eyebrow. The word comfortable carried quite a few meanings. Now, about to live under the same roof, this young girl had a pretty face and a good figure. Because I'd agreed to let her stay, the unfamiliarity in her gaze faded, replaced by a hint of familiarity. If I didn't misinterpret it, that would be abnormal. I cleared my throat and said, we can discuss comfortableness later. Right now it's scorching hot, let's head back first. Hand over your luggage, I'll carry it for you. Suyao gave me a grateful look and handed me one of her suitcases. I took the other one too and said, follow me. Her thoughts started racing again. No wonder he's the male lead's rival, so chivalrous, I'm totally crushing on him. Look at those broad shoulders and narrow waist. I can't even imagine how happy I'd be if my legs were wrapped around him. I stumbled in shock. Why are young girls nowadays so vulgar in their speech? Then I heard her inner voice again. I'm not fantasizing about him, I'm just admiring how good his physique is. And at my age, what's wrong with being a bit lustful? Is there any problem with that? You never speak up when I need you, but pop up when I don't. What kind of system are you? Chapter 3, White Lace. As I was still mulling this over, I heard Suyao comfortingly think to herself, oh relax, I just want to survive, I'll definitely behave properly. I focused intently on listening to Suyao speak, as if she was carrying on a conversation with that so-called system. From the moment I saw her, my mind became unusually active. Reason told me bringing a stranger home was dangerous, but my intuition screamed I must hold onto her tightly. She was like the key to my life. Reflecting on my life experiences, I clearly have emotions, able to feel joy and sorrow, everything that has shaped who I am today. Yet the world is so surreal that I could actually hear the inner voice of a girl from another world, revealing the situation I'm in. Anyone else might have broken down long ago. Just imagine going through so much only to suddenly learn you're merely a fictional character. If I were the male lead thriving in both career and love, I might have reluctantly accepted it. But according to Suyao's thoughts, I'm apparently some disposable second male lead. Heaven above, I refuse to accept this fate. Besides, with Suyao by my side, as long as I gather more information about this world, I can avoid danger. What female lead? Right now, I just want to survive and break free from this short-lived male supporting character's fate. I quickly prepared myself mentally, only to realize I could no longer hear Suyao's inner thoughts. When I stopped and looked back, she had fallen far behind me. I have a bad habit. Whenever I'm deep in thought, I unconsciously quicken my pace. Someone as petite as her would definitely struggle to keep up, especially with slippery footing. Huff, didn't you hear me calling you just now? I'm exhausted. Suyao ran up to me, panting heavily as she bent over with her hands on her knees to catch her breath.
Her face and ears were flushed pink from running, and as I glanced down, I saw the deep neckline of her top, revealing the delicate curves wrapped in white lace utterly breathtaking. I swallowed hard, suddenly feeling parched. Sorry about that, I just walked too fast and forgot about you. My words were apologetic, but my gaze never wavered. Beautiful, I just couldn't look away. It's alright, just don't abandon me again. After resting for a while, Suyao's breathing steadied. She looked down at her wrist, 7 days of life remaining. As expected, Lin Huaiji is my lucky star. We've only been together for barely over 30 minutes, and my lifespan increased by 7 days. Hearing her thoughts, I watched as her eyes sparkled with joy, finding it rather endearing. When she first arrived in this world this morning, she only had 1 day of life left. That countdown to death feeling must have been unbearable. Huaiji, you're so wonderful. Suyao's words swept away all the lewd thoughts in my mind. Helping her is enough. This world is everything to me, but for her, it's a chance to live anew. I'm more than happy to assist. No problem. How are you feeling? Have you rested well? I feel perfectly fine. Just having you here makes everything better. Suyao remained optimistic. Since I agreed to let her move in, her vitality would surely increase. Glad to hear it. That neighborhood up ahead is ours. I'll walk slower, stay close behind me. I continued pulling the suitcase forward while she obediently stayed by my side. I really want bubble tea. I was lying in the hospital for 2 months and didn't get to eat anything tasty. I even died without getting to drink my favorite bubble tea. Hearing her inner thoughts, I suddenly stopped. She wasn't looking where she was going and bumped right into my back. Did your nose hurt badly? Seeing her holding her nose with teary eyes, I asked with concern. It's alright. It was my fault for not paying attention. It's partially my fault too. I stopped abruptly and caused you to bump into me. Let me treat you to bubble tea as an apology. There happens to be a hay tea right here. Suyao's nose stopped hurting the moment she heard I was treating her to bubble tea, happily grabbing my hand and swinging it. FR, are you really treating me? Not minding that she was holding my hand, I asked, what do you want to drink? I placed the suitcase under a tree and took her inside to order. I'll have this watermelon boba, and also mango pomelo sago. She was a bubble tea enthusiast. 1 cup wasn't enough, she needed 2. I nodded. When I took out my phone to pull up the payment code after ordering, she swiftly paid before I could. I thought I was treating you? Suyao smiled brightly, her crescent eyes shining as she sweetly said, I'm already so grateful that you agreed to let me move in. It should be my treat. In the future, if there's anything you need help with, you must come to me. I won't refuse, I mean it. I noticed the 7-day life value on her wrist had changed to 14. Apparently, just holding my hand had such a noticeable effect. I believed her words. She was far too special to me. Half of my destiny was influenced by her. The other half I was confident I could control. I'll remember. You must help me when I'm in need. I replied with absolute seriousness. Fine, I agree. Suyao answered resolutely. Since her survival depended on me, gratitude came naturally. The milk tea was soon ready. The moment she took it, she stabbed the straw in and took a vigorous sip. Ah, this milk tea is so delicious. Whoa, it's been ages since I had milk tea. I almost forgot what this intoxicatingly sweet taste was like. I couldn't help asking, are you really majoring in Chinese language and literature? Really, why would I lie to you? It's pretty obvious for a little artist like me to study Chinese language and literature, isn't it? I nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. Suyao was quite attractive, with delicate and distinctive facial features that stood out. Her bright and cheerful demeanor effortlessly melted defenses, making people instantly inclined to get along with her. Oh, don't praise me too much, I'll get shy. She glanced at the 2-week lifespan left on her wrist, her carefree nature shining through as she joked with me. I reached out to pull the suitcase, while she pretended to casually extend her hand in an attempt to create physical contact. I reacted quickly and dodged it. Seriously? Running away that fast? I'm not some kind of plague, am I? Hearing her internal complaint, I couldn't help but smirk. Teasing her was actually quite fun, like playing with a kitten. At the doorway, I entered the passcode and wheeled the suitcase inside. Suyao remained outside, clutching her remaining bubble tea as she took a big sip, looking visibly nervous. Why aren't you coming in? Suyao flashed an awkward smile and nodded repeatedly. I am. Of course I am. Just, wasn't in any hurry, huh? I watched her with amusement. This girl appeared perfectly normal on the surface, but her inner monologue was quite lively. I haven't even kissed a man before, and suddenly I'm about to live with one. When I think about it, it feels almost surreal. Help, I'm so nervous I could die. What do I do? She seemed so bold earlier, rushing up to ask if we could live together. But after all, she's still young, barely at the doorstep and already panicking. Forget it, by age she should call me Big Brother, and we're from the same university anyway. As her senior, I should set a good example. Let's start by changing your shoes, I said to her. Then you can come in and tidy up your room. I just moved in too. Though I hired a cleaner, things are still a bit messy, we'll need to reorganize properly.
I originally planned to bring Zhao Yuna as free labor to help with the work, but Suyao showed up and ruined the plan. Now, the tasks meant for Zhao Yuna have fallen onto Suyao instead.
Oh, okay, I'll do it right away. Suyao let out a long sigh, no longer dwelling on it. I'll give it my all. Staying alive is what matters. Besides, he's the second male lead, probably going to fall for the female protagonist anyway. He shouldn't be interested in me. Hearing her inner thoughts, I couldn't help but mutter under my breath, what female protagonist? As if I'd be interested. But then she thought again, but if only he could take a fancy to me, just holding hands earlier already doubled my lifespan. If we could kiss or have some intimate contact, I'd live to 100 just like that. And if we went even deeper, wouldn't that? I looked up in shock, meeting her gaze directly as she stared unblinkingly below my waist, still thinking, looks pretty impressive down there. Truly worthy of being the second male lead. Top-tier physical attributes. Cough 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 cough. I coughed twice and quickly turned away, pretending to be busy organizing the things I'd just moved in. Shouldn't literature majors be introverted and shy? How is Suyao acting like some street punk? Daring to think and look at anything, these aren't thoughts a proper young lady should have. Just looking at her appearance, I almost got fooled by her act. Why are you coughing? Are you feeling unwell? Are you sick? Hearing my cough, Suyao came trotting over to me. Seeing my flushed face and ears, she became even more convinced of her speculation. Do you have a fever? Without hesitation, she reached up to touch my forehead, her eyes filled with pure concern. Not a single thought about her own life points, she was genuinely worried about me. This realization formed quickly in my mind, making my heart skip a beat. I am fine, just a bit warm. I stepped back, putting some distance between us. But you feel a bit feverish. Let's check your temperature, falling ill would be awful. Suyao, having experienced it herself, believed all illnesses should be taken seriously, big or small. It's nothing, don't worry. I'm just feeling warm, honestly. If you don't believe me, you can check again later. I didn't even notice how much gentler my voice had become. Alright, if you feel uncomfortable anywhere, you must tell me. Seeing my insistence, Suyao didn't argue further and bent down to help tidy up. A glimpse of spring scenery flashed before me. I averted my eyes instantly, but the lingering agitation in my chest only grew worse from that momentary sight. Better to retreat for now. I turned and headed to the bathroom, shutting the door behind me. Splashing cold water on my face, I caught sight of my reflection in the mirror and couldn't help laughing. When have I ever been this flustered? Is this girl Suyao here to help me or to be my undoing? After just 2 or 3 hours together, I've already lost all rationality. Forget it, any man probably couldn't stay rational in this situation. Gotta admit though, she's really good looking. I took a moment to reminisce, then splashed cold water on my face twice. After dawdling for 7 or 8 minutes, I finally sauntered out. Suyao had just moved my succulent to the balcony. When she returned and saw her wrist, she exclaimed joyfully, "Wow, what's wrong? What has you so happy?" Suyao bit her lip, searching for an excuse. "Oh, nothing really. I just saw the succulent you're growing and felt really happy, that's all. As expected of my lucky charm, just a quick touch earlier, and now I've gained another 7 days. Aw, so happy, but he just said I could touch once more." I shrank back upon hearing this, having barely regained my composure. There was no way I could let her touch me again. Suyao noticed nothing amiss as she trotted over. Just before reaching me, she tripped over a nearby box and tumbled forward. With reflexes sharpened, I caught her. The proximity flooded my senses with the unique fragrance of a young woman, and the soft pressure against my chest triggered an instant physical reaction. Stand straight. Afraid she'd notice my awkwardness, I steadied her before immediately turning back toward the bathroom. Suyao stood frozen in confusion. Why's he going again? Was there something wrong with the milk tea? Or is he constipated? I sighed helplessly. I really must have been too pent up to react like that from just a simple hug. Sigh. Better wear looser pants from now on, or she might get scared and think I'm some horny creep. I've always known I don't have any issues, quite the contrary. I've got desires just like most guys. Watching adult movies or reading ecchi manga late at night is perfectly normal for me. It's been so many years since I last had any contact with a girl, and now suddenly there's this one who ticks all the boxes, her face, her figure, her personality, all of it intriguing. It'd be weird if I didn't react at all. However, according to Suyao, I'll end up falling for the female lead later on. Since she hasn't appeared yet, I'm really curious, just who is this divine being, how stunning must she look, to capture my heart like that? I thought a lot and unknowingly spent more time in the bathroom. Suyao was overjoyed outside because her lifespan had gained another week. Staring at the number 27 days on her wrist, she was absolutely thrilled. I can take care of my own things, you should put your belongings down first. You'll stay in this room, and once you're done settling in, we'll have a proper talk. My place is quite spacious, and I've already moved my things in and made the bed. It doesn't make sense for me to give it up to her, especially since we just met today. Being too generous would seem odd, not to mention that I'm the landlord and she's the tenant. Alright, I'll go ahead and pack up a bit. Just call me if you need anything. Su Yao dragged 2 large suitcases into the room, filled with belongings from her original world, and didn't ask too many questions. She had read similar novels before, like in her original world. She was an orphan here too, not taking over someone else's life. Her field of study remained unchanged, and she still had the 100,000 yuan she had earned from writing novels. She pulled out her laptop and keyboard, placing them on the table by the bed. Her slender fingers glided across the keys, summoning a long unfamiliar sense of familiarity. This was her livelihood and also her passion. Once she got through the next few days, she would dive back into writing her new book to earn more money and secure a better life. The room was sparsely furnished, just the essentials, a 1.8-meter bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. It lacked a lived-in feel, but with the mattress and bedding intact, sleeping wouldn't be an issue. Su Yao understood, since I was sleeping in the master bedroom, there was no need to furnish this room. She planned to buy some small decorative items online in the coming days to make the space look cozier. In the past, I had always lived frugally, staying in dormitories. As a child in the orphanage, I shared sleeping quarters with many other kids. Until the day I left this world, I never truly had a room of my own. I moved all my belongings into the house. Having made several trips beforehand, my possessions, including furniture, were complete. I didn't bring much clothing either, so everything was neatly arranged in the wardrobe within minutes. Suddenly it occurred to me, her room seems completely bare. I should probably get her some essentials these days. After all, she's my tenant now. Most landlords these days probably provide fully furnished places, right? Anyway, I definitely don't have any ulterior motives. I just genuinely believe this falls within my responsibilities. Yeah, that's all there is to it. I quickly convinced myself with this excuse. I wasn't scheming anything, just being kind-hearted, that's all. Strangely, ever since entering the room, I haven't heard Su Yao's inner thoughts anymore. There's just one wall between us, whereas earlier I could hear her from much farther away. Ah well, this is fine too, otherwise I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Given Su Yao's personality, if she started thinking about something at night, the noise in my head would definitely keep me awake. When I think about it this way, the silence isn't so bad. I looked at Su Yao's slightly ajar door, knocked politely, and asked, "May I come in?" "Sure." The words escaped Su Yao's lips before her brain could intervene, completely forgetting she was holding a delicate pink undergarment in her hands. What I least expected was to see her already changed into a square-neck t-shirt and shorts the moment I stepped in, having apparently swapped out her pristine white skirt. The shorts stopped well above her knees, revealing long, perfectly proportioned legs that practically glowed with youthful radiance. Her cropped t-shirt rode up slightly, exposing a tantalizing sliver of slender waist. The underwear in her hand was cute, probably around a B or C cup. Is she trying to seduce me? Wants to engage in some intimate cardio with me? Actually, if she insisted, it wouldn't be impossible. I nervously swallowed, thinking I developed immunity after breaking so many rules today. But my resistance was still pathetically weak. Su Yao was the first to react, quickly crumpling the underwear into a ball and hiding it behind her back, even shifting her body to block my line of sight. "What do you want?" Her face turned red. For all her bold talk, this girl was the first to freeze up when things got real. "Nothing much, just that your room lacks some essentials. I can help you get them set up." I added after saying this, "It won't be counted in your rent, no need to worry." Su Yao looked at me with her head tilted up, though her gaze wandered absent-mindedly, feeling warmth in her heart. "Thank you, Huaiji. You're so kind. Can I call you Huaiji?" She didn't even realize she'd already called me that several times, only now asking for my permission. "Sure, you can call me whatever you like. Then, if anything goes, then I'll just call you hubby. Ha 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 ha." Su Yao's inner thoughts reached my ears, and I couldn't resist her advances. When a woman pursues a man, there's only a thin veil between them. How true those words are. "Huaiji, look, we're not in that kind of simple relationship anymore. Wouldn't it feel too distant if you still called me by my name? I think you can call me Yao Yao, it would make us feel closer." Looking at her fair face, ripples stirred in my heart. Does she not realize how beautiful she is? Otherwise, why would she be so close to me? Or maybe she had this intention all along? Stand properly first. Think about what you might need. If it's urgent, get ready and I'll take you out to buy it. I paused for 2 seconds, then somewhat awkwardly called out, "Yao Yao." Hearing the familiar address, Su Yao's heart leaped with joy, and a genuine smile spread across her face. "I don't really need anything, these are already more than enough, but I'd like to buy some things to decorate my room. Would that be alright?" She has always had a fondness for colorful and flashy things. Having lived frugally before, she now wanted to indulge herself freely in this second chance at life. "Alright, you go ahead and keep packing. We'll talk once you're done." I retreated to my room, flopped onto the bed in a starfish position, and closed my eyes. Images of the girl's pale, smooth legs and slender waist flooding my mind. No wonder Zhao Yuannan loves looking at legs, they really are captivating. Have to admit, the old me was a bit pretentious. Yao Yao. It sounded quite nice. The corners of my mouth lifted involuntarily, but within 2 seconds, I slapped myself hard twice, lust had dulled my wits.
I used this time to roughly draft a rental agreement. I didn't actually intend to charge Su Yao much. Having her move in and pay rent as she suggested would make things more equal between us.
Huaiji, I'm all packed. Let's talk about the rent.
Su Yao knew renting wasn't cheap, but she had money and the ability to support herself, so she wasn't too worried. We sat on the sofa, unexpectedly free of awkwardness, like old friends who shared a comfortable ease with each other. I just checked, and in this area, renting a single room usually costs around 1,500 to 2,000. Your place is bigger, with a kitchen and living room, so it'd be a bit more. So, I was thinking 2,000 a month for rent, with utilities split down the middle. Is that okay? I can do housework and even cook. If you'd like to eat at home, I can prepare meals. She silently calculated the expenses in her heart and couldn't help but feel a pang. Previously, the dorm cost only 1,000 per semester, but now the spending was too high. Even if she wanted to slack off, she wouldn't have the chance. No need for that much. The room was just sitting empty anyway. If you don't move in, I won't make any money from it. No need to pay market rate, just give me 1,000 a month. Utilities are on me. You can handle cleaning and cook enough for me too. That's all. We'll split the cooking expenses 50-50. I knew exactly what she was thinking. She only had 100,000 yuan to her name, alone in this city with no relatives to rely on. If she gave all her money to me, she wouldn't even be able to eat properly. With her already slender arms and delicate frame, skipping proper meals would surely leave her health in tatters. I'm not short of money, so how could I let her suffer like this? Ha, that would be such a loss for you. I can't take advantage of you like this. Su Yao knew I had good character, but she never expected me to be this generous with her. Why can't you take advantage of me? Because you. I heard her inner thoughts, because my intentions aren't pure. I'm only getting close to you to survive. I'm sorry, Huaiji, but I really have no choice. I want to live so badly. In return, I promise I'll help you change the original outcome. We'll both survive this. I stared intently into her eyes. Fortunately, while she couldn't speak these words aloud, I could hear them all. Lucky for us, I understand every word you can't say. Chapter 6, Beautiful Lips. If there are no issues, then we'll settle on this for now. Lin Huaiji interrupted her with an air of casualness. Wasn't he acting with his own motives too? If not for how surreal the situation was, he would never have been so impulsive as to bring home a girl he'd just met that day. Since neither of them had entirely pure intentions, charging her too much would weigh on his conscience. I've drafted a few points. Take a look and see if there's anything to add or anything you're uncomfortable with. Let me know, and we can revise it before printing. Lin Huaiji intended to fully commit to his gentlemanly image by drafting a contract. For Su Yao, this would provide some security. Though he would certainly never do anything untoward to her, it was still necessary to go through the formalities. Su Yao skimmed through the list. The points Lin Huaiji had outlined were all quite reasonable, logically structured and succinctly worded. I have no issues with the terms. It's just that I think 1,000 for rent is too low. You'd be losing out. No problem. Big bro enjoys doing things this way. Lin Huaiji took the tablet since there weren't any issues and prepared to print the documents accordingly. Alright, I'll cook the dishes you like, don't worry. Su Yao patted her chest confidently. She had great faith in her cooking skills. Even with something as simple as noodles, she could whip up a variety of flavors. Having been poor for a long time, she had grown accustomed to experimenting with these things in her free time. Over time, she had learned to make even cheap ingredients taste delicious. You even know what dishes I like? Su Yao nodded. Wasn't this just an open book test? Piece of cake, so she answered without hesitation. You like fish, especially sour cabbage fish, enjoy shrimp and pig's trotters, but hate cilantro and onions to the point of complete intolerance. You usually love drinking yogurt, really enjoy cola in summer, and relish that spicy explosion in your mouth. If you wake up at midnight, you'd immediately crave some late-night snacks. Lin Huaiji listened with great amusement as Su Yao perfectly recited all his preferences without missing a single detail, his legs crossed casually. This silly girl really has no sense of caution, unable to keep even the smallest secret. She'd blurt out anything he asked, never considering how such detailed knowledge might lead him to misunderstand. So, why do you know me so well? Aren't you just starting college? We've never crossed paths before. Lin Huaiji couldn't resist teasing Su Yao, though he already knew the answer. He deliberately made things difficult for her. Couldn't help it, just wanted to see the little cat's guilty expression as she tried to cover her tracks. Facing Lin Huaiji's question, Su Yao's heart tightened. She'd been so focused on showing off how capable she was that she hadn't considered this at all. To Lin Huaiji, her sudden appearance was already puzzling enough, and now she'd blurted out so many personal habits that even people close to him might not know. Any normal person would definitely be suspicious. I'm screwed. Please don't tell me I'm getting kicked out. What should I do? What should I do? How can I explain this without sounding completely insane? Su Yao's palms were sweating nervously as she sat obediently, not daring to meet Lin Huaiji's gaze, her legs even trembling slightly with fear. You wouldn't happen to have a crush on me, would you? Unable to bear seeing her so frightened, Lin Huaiji ultimately threw her a lifeline. Though it was slightly inappropriate, it made perfect sense at the moment. Because liking someone means paying attention to them, inquiring about their preferences, this seemed like a plausible explanation too. Yes, exactly. I've had a crush on you since childhood. No, I mean I've liked you for a long time. That's why I wanted to get into this school in the first place. Yes, that's it. Su Yao nodded emphatically as she spoke, as if convincing herself while also trying to appear sincere enough for Lin Huaiji to believe her. I can tell. Lin Huaiji offered a reassuring smile and chose not to press the topic further. If they continued, the young girl would probably be so embarrassed she'd want to hide under the table. I'm going out to eat with some friends. Do you want to join us? Bringing Su Yao along would mean gathering more information. Besides, she was unfamiliar with this place. Leaving her alone at home didn't seem right. For safety's sake, it'd be better to keep her by his side. Su Yao, unaware of Lin Huaiji's thoughts, was already moved to the verge of tears. In her heart, she couldn't stop praising him endlessly. Whoa, as expected of the man I've set my sights on, so considerate, even helping me come up with an excuse. Love, how I wish he were mine. But snatching a man from the female lead, just the thought of it feels way too wrong. Wait, the female lead? Today's the day Lin Huaiji meets her. It's going to happen at the restaurant. I have to go with him. Even if he doesn't fancy me, I still need to keep him away from the female lead. Su Yao remembered the task at hand and immediately stood up. I want to go too. Take me with you. Got it. Let's pack up and head out. Everyone coming over is my former roommate. They're all great people, so don't worry. Plus, I'll be there to make sure you feel comfortable. The female lead? Lin Huaiji was quite curious. What kind of girl could make him fall so deeply that he'd throw his life away for her? Could she be even prettier than Su Yao? Or have a better figure than her? Since women usually take time to get ready before going out, Lin Huaiji wasn't in a hurry. He sat on the sofa scrolling through his phone, where the dorm group chat was already buzzing. Zhao Yuanan, who couldn't keep anything to himself, had already exaggerated the story of him bringing Su Yao home several times. The group chat was spamming him with tags, asking if he was so desperate that he suddenly had an epiphany and went full throttle, bringing someone home to have some fun. Normally, he would have just cursed a bit and moved on, but this time was different. He was worried they might say something inappropriate and scare Su Yao, so for once, he actually responded in the group chat. I'm bringing her to dinner later. Have some boundaries, don't scare her off. Keep the dirty jokes to yourselves, just say them in private. The girl's easily embarrassed. It's normal for guys to have some lewd tendencies, and we usually talk pretty openly in the dorm, but when there's a girl around, you've got to show respect. Even though Su Yao has some dirty thoughts in her head, at the end of the day, she's still an innocent and shy girl. Since he brought her along, he's got to take responsibility. Oh, so Brother Huai's already being protective? Huh? That can't be right. It's only a 20-minute walk from school to your place, and it's only been 2 hours. Bro, you're slacking. Need some kidney boosting pills? 666666666. 6666666. Lin Huaiji saw how unserious they were being, but couldn't be bothered to repeat himself. After spending so much time together, he knew exactly what they were like. All bold talk in the group chat, but the moment they met Su Yao, they'd all put on their best behavior, competing to seem prim and proper. I'm ready, let's go. Lin Huaiji looked up and stared at Su Yao for a moment, but couldn't detect any real changes in her appearance. She was still wearing the same outfit, the only difference being that she'd tied her hair into a high ponytail, which made her look more energetic and vibrant, like the female lead from a youth campus drama. What kind of look is that? Noticing Lin Huaiji's gaze, Su Yao seized the opportunity immediately. She scampered over to his side in quick little steps, crouched down to look up at him, while her hand stealthily brushed against his trousers. Take a good look. Tell me, what's different about me now compared to before? Su Yao pouted and blinked her eyes, as if deliberately trying to charm him. Lin Huaiji suddenly leaned in close until their noses were nearly touching. The moment their eyes met, both could hear their own hearts suddenly racing. His Adam's apple bobbed as Lin Huaiji lowered his voice. Your lips are a little redder than before. As a straight guy, that was all he could perceive. However, in such an already ambiguous atmosphere, his focus on her lips alone gave the unintended impression as if he wanted to kiss her. Su Yao's mind was a mess from nervousness, unable to think clearly. Unconsciously, she bit her lips to ease her tension. Don't bite. Lin Huaiji blurted out the words as he stared at the girl's rosy lips, only realizing how inappropriate they sounded after speaking. Your hair looks nice tied up too. My friend has already arrived. Let's go join them. The atmosphere had grown far too strange. If this continued, Lin Huaiji couldn't guarantee he wouldn't be tempted to do something impulsive. Thank you. Let's go then. Su Yao had initially regretted being so forward in provoking Lin Huaiji, making the atmosphere so awkward. But when she saw 7 more days added to her lifetimer on her wrist, she suddenly thought awkwardness didn't matter as long as there were rewards. Yet, why had she been this nervous? Her heart had pounded so fast. Was that what falling for someone felt like?
Su Yao couldn't know, because she'd never felt it before. But faced with a guy like Lin Huaiji, wouldn't it be strange not to feel something? Chapter 7, this guy is utterly shameless. I forgot to mention earlier, the place I picked is at the night market near the campus. They have a decent barbecue stall there, though I'm not sure if it suits your taste. If you prefer somewhere else, just say the word. Lin Huaiji didn't have much experience interacting with girls and usually never paid attention to these things. Though Su Yao didn't seem like the fussy type, she was still a young girl who knew if she'd enjoy skewers at a street-side stall, if she didn't feel comfortable, they could always find a slightly better place to make her feel more at ease. As for that so-called female lead, meeting her later would be fine too. No need, I actually like it and was just craving some skewers. Su Yao's words were heartfelt. In her past life, she had barely indulged in enjoyment, always hustling to earn money by writing, leaving no extra time for socializing. As a result, she always ended up alone, without a single friend by her side. If given a second chance, she would never live the same way she did before. Moreover, Lin Huaiji was the only person she was familiar with in this world, and if possible, she really wanted to be friends with him. Alright, this is a good chance to introduce you to my friends. Zhao Yuaning? He's been very kind to you, loyal and full of integrity, a really good friend. In the novel's plot, after Lin Huaiji passed away, Zhao Yuanan took great care of his parents with utmost dedication, truly fulfilling all moral obligations. Someone who may seem unreliable on the surface, but in truth deeply values relationships. I hope I can change this ending. Lin Huaiji now listens to Su Yao's inner thoughts without any guilt whatsoever. As for Zhao Yuanan, that kid, he really hadn't misjudged him. Look, the sky is so beautiful. Su Yao looked up, her lips slightly parted, completely captivated by the scene before her as she halted in her tracks. Lin Huaiji glanced at the sky briefly before lowering his gaze to Su Yao. Her eyelashes were surprisingly long. Alright, let's go. We can see it every day from now on. Su Yao smiled and hadn't walked far when her steps suddenly halted as they passed a milk tea shop. A milk tea shop. I really want some. Lin Huaiji couldn't understand why someone could be so obsessed with this beverage. Just 2 hours earlier, she had already downed 2 full glasses by herself, and in the end, she'd even eyed his cup with greedy intentions. It's not really about being stingy, it's just that drinking so much milk tea every day is really bad for your health. What's wrong? Want another drink? Su Yao nodded, then shook her head. What does nodding and shaking your head mean? It means, though I want a drink, I can't have any more today. I need to restrain myself. Forget whether it's good for her health, just the price alone, with each cup of milk tea averaging around 15 yuan, drinking 3 cups a day was utterly unaffordable. Now that she was relying only on herself, even if she wanted to indulge a little, she couldn't just splurge recklessly without a plan. I'll buy you some tomorrow. Don't drink any more today. Sure, but coming from you, why does it feel strangely doting? Su Yao cracked a joke, though she thought that if someone like Lin Huaiji were to be in a relationship, that girl would surely be very happy. He's handsome, has strong moral values, excels in every aspect, respects women, understands boundaries, knows how to take care of others' feelings, and most importantly, he's very well endowed. Su Yao felt a bit pervy, but she couldn't help it, her mind naturally wandered to that topic. Though Lin Huaiji was shy, he had built up his immunity by now, so he automatically tuned her out. However, now that the sun was no longer scorching and the warm glow of the sunset felt quite pleasant on his skin, Lin Huaiji inexplicably felt a wave of irritation. If he had come out earlier, he would have been able to help her by holding up an umbrella for shade. But why am I so fixated on this matter? Su Yao, why did you choose to study Chinese language and literature? Do you want to become a teacher? Lin Huaiji felt it was somewhat unfair. Su Yao knew quite a bit about his habits, background, and even personality, whereas he knew almost nothing about her. I originally had that intention, but now, more than being a teacher, I prefer writing novels, the kind where you breathe life into the characters. They're not just creations of the author, they become like real people, with their own thoughts and aspirations. Just like you, the moment I saw you, I knew the book's description of you was only a small part. You're a real person, not merely the supporting character Lin Huaiji from the novel. You're the protagonist, the main character of your own life. You shouldn't leave this world early as the author intended. I'll save you, believe me. Su Yao looked at Lin Huaiji. These words she couldn't voice, and Lin Huaiji would never know them, but she would certainly do her utmost. She wanted to live on together with Lin Huaiji. Sure, everyone is the protagonist of their own life. There are no predetermined paths, only choices we make ourselves. Lin Huaiji smiled suddenly and felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He reached out and ruffled Su Yao's little head. To be honest, though he hadn't completely fallen apart, there had still been a knot in his heart. He was afraid he couldn't escape the fate laid out for him and bewildered by the absurd realization that he was merely a character, that everything about him had been shaped by some unseen author. But now, just as Su Yao had said, his destiny was in his own hands. Lin Huaiji and Su Yao walked and chatted, and after about 20 minutes, they reached the skewer joint. Zhao Yunan and the others were already sitting there, eagerly looking around, buzzing with gossip. Coming. Look at that girl, didn't I say she's pretty? But why did she change her outfit? She wasn't wearing this during the day.
As soon as Zhao Yuatan said those words, the group exchanged glances, realizing they'd all arrived at the same conclusion simultaneously, then froze in collective bewilderment. Everyone usually just talks big, and they all know Lin Huaiji's temper. Though some dirty jokes were cracked in the group chat earlier, no one actually took them seriously except now. Changing outfits in just a few hours makes it hard to believe nothing happened during that time. Sit here. Lin Huaiji pulled out a chair for Su Yao to sit, noticing everyone's confused expressions before frowning slightly.
What's with those expressions? I brought someone over and none of you can even say a word?
Normally, these guys would have been all over her like hungry wolves spotting a bone, but their awkward silence now was just plain embarrassing.
We're just a little hungry, that's all. Zhao Yuanman adjusted his attitude first and greeted Su Yao. Hey Junior, we just met before, remember me?
Su Yao nodded with an obedient smile. I remember, Senior Zhao Yuanan.
Junior really has a great memory. Feel free to come to me if you need anything. Brother Huai and I have been friends since childhood. If I can help you, I'll absolutely do my duty. Thank you, Senior. Su Yao really admired Lin Huaiji. The friends around him were all wonderful.
Making friends was about quality rather than quantity, and as luck would have it, each of these friends of his was someone you could truly trust. This is Lin Wen, Lu Xing, both my friends.
Senior Lin Wen, Senior Lu Xing, I'm Su Yao, Huaiji's tenant. They exchanged brief greetings before settling into an awkward silence.
Lin Huaiji had no idea what the others were thinking, but the strange atmosphere was making him sweat bullets.
Did you all already take the skewers? Why isn't it ready yet? It shouldn't be long now.
I went to pick it up right after I knew you'd left, but it's just the first day of school, so there are quite a few people eating today.
Freshman, we don't know what you like to eat. Maybe have Brother Huai go grab some more things you enjoy. Lin Huaiji shot a glare their way. Why should he be the one to fetch food for Su Yao's preferences? Do you have anything special in mind? I'll go get it for you.
The look Lin Huaiji gave just now was seen by Zhao Yuannan and the others, yet in the next second, it was like a slap in the face. The tenderness in his voice was nothing like his usual self. Su Yao smiled and shook her head. She wasn't very picky about food, but she also sensed the awkward atmosphere. So, she thoughtfully went to get the snacks herself, giving Lin Huaiji and the others some space.
As soon as Su Yao left, Zhao Yuannan started chattering away. No way, Huai, you beast. No matter how forward that junior girl is, you can't just ditch your humanity. How long has it been since you met, and you already went and, did that with her?
Yeah, man, even if you're starving, you shouldn't just grab anything. Wait, no, you really shouldn't be this reckless either.
Anyway, you're the one in the wrong here.
I initially suspected this junior might be some sort of green tea *TCH, but now I can see she's just naive.
You can't bully her just because you're stronger.
The group started ganging up on Lin Huaiji, peppering him with criticism one after another.
After listening for a while, Lin Huaiji finally understood what was going on. No, can't you guys think about anything else? Who said I bullied anyone? Chapter 8, Indirect Kiss.
The girl is just staying at my place purely as a tenant, paying rent and doing chores.
We have a completely proper landlord-tenant relationship. What kind of filthy thoughts are you all having?
Though it's true many love stories begin with cohabitation, after all, a young man and woman, no, let's say a handsome lad and a beauty, sharing the same roof every day can easily kindle sparks between them.
Isn't this how a lot of romantic plots unfold in stories? Roommates living together end up becoming a couple.
In a situation like Lin Huaiji and Su Yao's, if they got together, Su Yao wouldn't even have to pay rent anymore.
So, how much is the rent? Lin Wen asked a crucial question.
Everyone turned their eyes toward Lin Huaiji simultaneously. Looking slightly uncomfortable, Lin Huaiji slowly uttered two words, 1,000.
How much? 1,000? You still claim you didn't do anything to her? If there really wasn't anything improper going on, how could the rent be so low? Beast, absolute beast. Lin Huaiji had a headache from their bickering. Quiet down, it's not what you're thinking. I just saw she was struggling, so I only asked for a token amount. It's not as dirty as you imagine. Then why did Su Yao change into a completely different outfit? That's quite the quick change, suspicious timing, don't you think? Lin Huaiji clicked his tongue.
Of course he knew Su Yao's game. She'd outright stated her plan to seduce him with that skimpy little camisole from the start.
But spelling that out would wreck her reputation, wouldn't it?
Her dress got dirty while moving boxes, so she changed.
End of story.
You lot see filth everywhere because your minds are sewers.
Lin Huaiji's explanation made perfect sense. Moving things around today would indeed easily dirty one's clothes.
And according to Zhao Yuanan, Su Yao had originally been wearing a white dress, which would get soiled even more easily.
Oh, I see now. I thought you might have done something untoward to her.
But, Brother Huai, I can tell you treat this junior girl quite differently. When that senior sister was chasing after you before, you were extremely impatient.
Now you're being so nice to this junior, does that mean you've got some other intentions? Other intentions?
Lin Huaiji wasn't entirely sure,
but he definitely felt somewhat attracted. Even if his heart wasn't completely swayed, at least his body responded to Su Yao. She wasn't dressed provocatively nor making any flirtatious gestures, yet he found himself thinking about her. Back when that senior sister dressed so provocatively and practically rubbed her breasts against him, he only felt disgusted and nauseous, completely indifferent. In contrast, his feelings toward Su Yao must surely be different. His hesitation had already made his stance perfectly clear. The others didn't press him further. Su Yao picked up several skewers of chicken wing mid-joints and chicken feet, her absolute favorites. Considering there were quite a few people, she grabbed a bit extra, thinking the others might enjoy them too. Got everything? Yeah, already gave it to the boss. When Su Yao spoke to Lin Huaiji, she instinctively smiled, her voice carrying a sweeter tone. Though she had greeted Zhao Yuanan and the others quite politely earlier, that was merely formal courtesy. With Lin Huaiji, it was different, it felt almost like dependency. Lin Huaiji naturally noticed it as well, feeling secretly smug inside. Junior, if you have any good friends, remember to introduce them to me. I want a taste of love's bitterness. Su Yao looked at Lu Xing. Though his appearance wasn't as stunningly handsome as Lin Huaiji's at first glance, his features were regular and pleasant, giving him a clean and refreshing look. His conditions were quite decent overall. It seems like he met a toxic girl. He doesn't look stupid either, how could he still get scammed? Later, I'll mention it to Lin Huaiji. If he encounters her, he should quickly advise them to break up. Then at least he won't end up getting expelled from school. Su Yao remembered these people, but since the author didn't devote much space to their portrayal, there were no exact timelines. She didn't know how he ended up with that toxic girl in the first place. The only way to help him was to stay vigilant and adapt on the spot. Lin Huaiji noted it silently. After all, he was his sworn brother, and being expelled meant things had escalated badly. Even as he made a mental note, Lin Huaiji couldn't help cursing under his breath. What was wrong with this author, tormenting their tight-knit group like this? Did side characters' lives not matter at all? I'll introduce someone if the opportunity arises, she said. But I just got here and don't have many connections yet, so I can't guarantee anything. Su Yao answered frankly that she was willing but unable, as she didn't know anyone here herself. But she was used to it after all, she had always been alone in the past, so there was no sense of disappointment. The skewers arrived quickly. Everyone was hungry already, and fortunately, with so many people around, the atmosphere was lively. Eating while chatting was quite pleasant. Lin Huaiji and the others opened some beer, which made Su Yao watching beside them a little envious. She had always been a rule follower and had hardly ever tasted alcohol before. Since so many people loved drinking it, it must be pretty good, she figured. Want to try? Lin Huaiji noticed Su Yao staring at his beer can with such eager eyes that he felt she might die of frustration if he didn't let her have a taste. Right, is that okay? Lin Huaiji felt slightly dazed. After all, they'd only just met today, why was she asking for his opinion? It's not like they were in some romantic relationship, why stir up this kind of ambiguity? Sure. As soon as Lin Huaiji finished speaking, Su Yao snatched the beer from his hand and took a fierce swig, leaving not only Lin Huaiji but also Zhao Yuanman and the others utterly stunned. Wait, isn't this basically an indirect kiss? Are girls these days really this bold? Mum, it doesn't taste good, here you have it back. The taste of alcohol was completely different from what she had imagined. If there hadn't been so many people around, she would have spat it out immediately. Lin Huaiji took it, then stood up to fetch her a bottle of juice. He inserted a straw and handed it to Su Yao. Have some juice to wash away the taste. What's so great about alcohol? Did you think it was like milk tea? You're such a dork. Caught off guard and force-fed a full mouth of dog food, Zhao Yuanan and the others silently lowered their heads to eat their skewers. Ah, having a girlfriend really makes a difference, even drinking gets all these special touches. Thanks, but juice tastes much better. Su Yao pouted aggrievely, deciding never to drink alcohol again. Clearly, bubble tea was more her style. Lin Huaiji picked up the beer Su Yao had just sipped from. As his lips touched the exact spot where hers had been, he felt an unusual flutter in his heart. Su Yao abandoned the idea of drinking beer, gnawing on chicken feet while scanning the roadside. According to the storyline, the female lead Shin Shitong should appear by the street soon, just in time to be accosted by drunken hooligans when Lin Huaiji would heroically step forward. Sure enough, before long, a girl appeared on the roadside. Dressed in the campus female lead's standard little white dress with long, straight black hair, she looked heartbreakingly vulnerable, frightened yet holding back tears. Damn, she's really beautiful. No wonder she's the female lead. If it were me, I'd just kick those scoundrels right in the family jewels. Is this why I can't qualify as a female lead? While silently ranting in her mind, Su Yao noticed Lin Huaiji's hands tightening into fists. The moment Shin Shitong appeared, his body instinctively surged forward like a programmed robot executing a mandatory command. But he held himself back. Zhao Yuna, look over there, go help her. As long as he wasn't the first one rushing out, things should change, right? Chapter 9, Not Crushing on Me? Zhao Yuanu glanced over and immediately charged forward. Lin Wen and Lu Xing hesitated for a split second before following suit. What are you doing? Bullying a young girl, have you no shame? Zhao Yuanyu shouted.
Shin Shitan looked at him, a flicker of some indecipherable emotion, perhaps disappointment, passing through her eyes. Little sister, it's alright, don't be afraid. Zhao Yueman lowered his voice as he spoke. Lu Xing and Lin Wen felt physically revolted hearing his bubble-gum voice.
Thank you.
Shen Shitan's eyes were rimmed red.
The girl's fragile demeanor instantly ignited Zhao Yueman's protective instincts.
He spread his arms to shield her behind him, his gaze firm yet tinged with impatience as it locked onto the troublemaking hoodlums.
This is near the University District, police patrol here every night.
If you're craving some jail time, come at us. Lin Huaiji hadn't taken his eyes off the scene. Though he hadn't approached, his observation was razor-focused.
Su Yao's palms grew clammy with anxiety. She couldn't read Lin Huaiji's thoughts, but her instincts screamed that any connection between him and Shin Shitan would spell disastrous consequences. Lin Huaiji, do you want to go over there?
Su Yao mustered her courage to ask directly, her heart filled with uncertainty.
Since she couldn't guess his thoughts anyway, she decided to be straightforward. I'm not going.
The troublemakers had already left, and the impulse that had driven him to act earlier had vanished. This proved he could alter the course of events and acted solely based on his own will. Given that, there was absolutely no reason for him to go over. Moreover, this so-called female lead isn't as pretty as Su Yao, nor does she have a temperament as pleasant as Su Yao's.
TSK, my taste is still pretty good. Ah.
Su Yao finally let out a sigh of relief. She had been nearly scared to death moments ago, terrified that Lin Huaiji might rush out impulsively. Although she was prepared to hold him back, failing to do so or having him form a bad impression of her, resulting in him kicking her out, would have been a true disaster for her. Fortunately, things didn't take a turn for the worse. She's safe now, or rather, both she and Lin Huaiji are safe.
Why do you seem so nervous? Your nose is even sweating.
Lin Huaiji moved closer to Su Yao, noticing the faint sweat on her forehead and the tip of her nose, her hands nervously gripping her clothes.
I'm just, why didn't you go over to help just now? Instead, you sent Zhao Yuanan. Why did you do that?
Unable to explain herself clearly, Su Yao threw out a question to divert attention, though she was genuinely curious herself. She remembered this plot point vividly. It was Lin Huaiji and Shin Shitan's first meeting, where their entanglement began. But Lin Huaiji's reaction just now was something she hadn't anticipated at all. I was just worried you'd get jealous, Lin Huaiji teased nonchalantly, popping a skewer into his mouth as he watched Su Yao's reaction with amused interest.
Ha? What do you mean?
Su Yao felt her brain short-circuit, momentarily unable to process Lin Huaiji's meaning. Why would she be jealous? At most, she might feel a little nervous, but not jealous. Well, alright, maybe just a tiny bit jealous.
Seems like your feelings for me aren't that genuine either, Su.
Lin Huaiji raised the corner of his mouth, admitting reluctantly that Su Yao was truly amusing. At the very least, he found teasing her quite entertaining.
Su Yao's mind raced wildly, her inner thoughts even more frantic. What do you mean? When did I ever say I had a crush on him? Help! Didn't the system say I didn't have an original character in this world? Why do I still have to follow the plotline? I'm going crazy. How am I supposed to answer this?
Lin Huaiji listened as the girl's voice gradually grew frantic and decided to reel her back in.
Didn't you know me well?
You even found out all my favorite foods, and back then, you claimed you had a crush on me.
How could you forget all of that now? Or is it that you don't actually have a crush on me, and you were just saying it casually? Su Yao suddenly understood.
To prevent Lin Huaiji from suspecting anything, she immediately grasped his right hand with both of hers, her eyes wide open, brimming with excitement and delight.
No. I really like you, I truly do. Lin Huaiji sized up Su Yao.
The girl's eyes sparkled. Truth be told, she looked quite convincing. Had he not known the truth, he might have actually believed her.
You'd better genuinely like it, Miss Su.
Lin Huaiji's voice was the kind of meticulously proper young man's tone, and when he said classmate Su Yao felt her ears might just get pregnant. Staring at that devastatingly handsome face, her heart betrayed her again with a traitorous thump.
Yo, brother, why?
While we're over there fighting tooth and nail, you're here flirting with your junior schoolmate. Doesn't seem quite appropriate, does it? Su Yao had just opened her mouth when Zhao Yuanan, the unwanted third wheel, returned. Lin Huaiji was annoyed. He hadn't even heard Su Yao's answer yet. Just as Lin Huaiji was about to snap back, he noticed a girl standing behind Zhao Yuanan. This is Shin Shitong, from our school too. She's also a freshman this year.
Right after driving away those troublemakers, Shin Shitan wanted to thank the group, so she offered to treat them to barbecue.
Zhao Yunan assumed it was just polite talk and casually mentioned they were already eating, never expecting Shin Shitan to immediately suggest joining them. Although slightly surprised, Zhao Yunan and the other two still brought her along. Lin Huaiji remained silent but could sense Shin Shitang's gaze either directed at him or, more precisely, at his hand. At that moment, the oblivious Su Yao was still clinging tightly to his hand.
Judging by Shin Shitan's expression, she seemed slightly shocked. Could it be that she, like me, is influenced by the storyline? Since things didn't go as originally planned just now, has she noticed something?
This thought suddenly surfaced in Lin Huaiji's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. The reason he acted this way was because he could hear Su Yao's inner thoughts and deliberately avoided certain situations.
As for Shin Shitong, the so-called female lead from the original story, external factors likely wouldn't affect her. She must have been overthinking it.
Hello everyone, I'm Shin Shitong, also a freshman at Jiangcheng University, majoring in Chinese language and literature.
Wow, that's the same major as Su Yao. What a coincidence. Yes, what an amazing coincidence.
Su Yao released Lin Huaiji's hand, forcing a smile as she chimed in, I'm Su Yao, also a freshman majoring in Chinese language and literature. For heaven's sake, this was the female lead. Su Yao had no desire to get too involved with her. After all, when reading this novel, she had sensed the female lead was somewhat manipulative, selfish and indifferent to anyone but the male lead. Keeping her distance was clearly the right move. However, as fate would have it, Shin Shitan was naturally sociable. She promptly pulled up a chair beside Su Yao and took her hand.
Yao Yao, what's your relationship with him? Chapter 10, giving you a chance to explain.
Lin Huaiji narrowed his eyes slightly. This Shin Shitang seemed a bit off. Su Yao barely acknowledged her, yet she immediately sat down beside her, calling her Yao Yao so affectionately.
Worst of all, no normal person would be this rude, asking such a question right off the bat, would they?
Obviously, Su Yao hadn't expected Shin Shitang to ask that either.
Ha, well, I get it now, you're his little sister, right? Su Yao was completely baffled.
Lin Huaiji hadn't even gone over to help earlier, so why was Shin Shitang so interested in him, eagerly asking him questions? When Zhao Yuanan had helped her, she hadn't treated Zhao Yuanan like this.
Something's not right.
Nah, she's got a crush on me, Lin Huaiji answered nonchalantly. Shin Shitang and Su Yao turned to look at him simultaneously, but Lin Huaiji remained completely unfazed. Meeting Su Yao's gaze, he raised an eyebrow as if to say, isn't that the case?
That's true anyway.
It's not like I lose out by liking him. Who knows, I might even help shield him from this Shin Shitang, call it a good deed. Otherwise, judging by the way Shin Shitang looks at him, it's like they've already been in bed together.
There's nothing innocent about that gaze. No way.
If anyone's going to make a move, it should be me after all. The early bird catches the worm. After giving it careful thought, Su Yao nodded firmly.
Yes, I've had a crush on him for a long time. I like him and I'm absolutely confident I can win him over. Is there a problem with that?
Zhao Yuanan, Lin Wen, and Lu Xing silently munched on their metaphorical popcorn, fully grasping the situation. Su Yao had probably sensed that Shin Shitang had some special sentiments towards Lin Huaiji, so she confronted it directly. Not one to back down, Su Yao even confessed her feelings right then and there, boldly declaring her love.
This was way more entertaining than any soap opera, absurd, yet utterly captivating.
Shin Shitang never expected this answer. She gave Lin Huaiji a wounded look, as if waiting for him to take it back. But Lin Huaiji didn't even spare her a glance, simply picking up a skewer of lamb and offering it to Su Yao's lips instead. Yao Yao, hurry up and eat, it won't taste as good when it gets cold.
Su Yao didn't understand Lin Huaiji's intentions, but she was happy to play along. Smiling at Shin Shitang, she said, could you let go of my hand? I'd like to eat the skewers my future boyfriend is feeding me.
Her words dripping with ostentation, Shin Shitang felt embarrassed and quickly let go of Su Yao's hand.
I'm sorry, it's my fault. I just wanted to get closer to you because we're in the same major, and we might even be classmates.
It was inconsiderate of me. Shin Shitang lowered her head as she spoke, looking like she was about to cry. Su Yao's jaw dropped in sheer shock. Mom, I met a green TB*TCH. Ha! Lin Huaiji burst out laughing after hearing Su Yao's inner thoughts, drawing everyone's attention, especially Su Yao's. From her perspective, she was the one feeling wronged here, yet Lin Huaiji's sudden mocking laugh felt like he was ridiculing her.
Did I do something wrong? Do you guys not like me?
The atmosphere had grown slightly awkward, but Shin Shitang's words instantly changed that now everyone just found it absurd. Even Su Yao couldn't help but silently criticize the situation in her mind. Seriously, sis, why are you always making everything about yourself? We've known each other for less than 20 minutes since we met, and you're already talking about liking or disliking? What nonsense! Though Zhao Yuanan didn't quite understand Shin Shitang's train of thought, since he was the one who brought her along, he quickly stepped in with a jovial smile to mediate. That's not the case at all, we're all friends here. No need to talk about liking or disliking. Come on, have some skewers. Exactly. To celebrate our brother Huai becoming a homeowner, let's all toast together.
Come on, everyone have one.
If you two ladies can't drink alcohol, just have juice, no need to force yourselves. Everyone had a drink together, cracked a few jokes, and the atmosphere finally improved. Unfortunately, after a few minutes, Shin Shitang continued to cause trouble.
Senior Huaiji, you've already bought a house? That's amazing. Lin Huaiji nodded. I also want to live off campus, it feels more freeing and spacious. Wow, isn't she basically spelling it out? How's this any different from openly declaring love? Absolutely terrifying. Thank goodness I moved in during the daytime first, who knows how many days I'd have survived otherwise. Woo. Luck is on my side. But isn't Shin Shitan behaving a bit oddly? According to the plot, Lin Huaiji was only supposed to be the rebound guy, so how come right now he looks more like the male lead? If things progress like this and Lin Huaiji actually ends up with Shin Shitan, altering the original storyline, then he should be out of danger. Wait, but that would mean I'd have to move out. How long would I even survive then? That familiar terror of death came rushing back, sending Su Yao into a panic. Lin Huaiji listened to Su Yao's inner thoughts, and to be honest, he felt a bit complicated. But undeniably, he was genuinely touched. This fool had prioritized his life over her own before considering herself. How could she be so stupid? Fine, since she's being so well behaved, I might as well give her some reassurance. You could look for a place yourself, there are plenty of agents around. Lin Huaiji offered the suggestion objectively, but Shin Shitang's expression darkened slightly. She complained inwardly, after all, she had grown up being doted on, who around her hadn't indulged her. With so many guys chasing after her, how rare it was for her to take the initiative, only to be rejected like this. Alright, I'll look into it if needed. Su Yao pouted her lips, feeling very happy inside. Lin Huaiji was so wonderful, how could someone like Shin Shitan possibly be worthy of him? At the very least, her personality should be better, right? Someone as cunning and fake sweet as Shin Shitan would never be the right fit. Looks-wise, she'd definitely need to be attractive. After all, Lin Huaiji is so handsome that only a beauty would suit him. Now that I think about it, I actually seem pretty suitable, Su Yao mumbled under her breath. Standing close by, Lin Huaiji naturally heard her words clearly and took the opportunity to study Su Yao carefully for a while. Su Yao's features were all exquisitely refined, her eyes or nose alone would be considered beautiful, but when seen together, the effect was positively breathtaking. Her face seemed capable of pulling off any aesthetic style effortlessly. Even Shin Shitan paled in comparison when standing beside her. It really does fit perfectly. Later, during casual conversation, Shin Shitang asked to add Su Yao on WeChat. Su Yao had no reason to refuse, as they were in the same department and even the same class. In a way, it could be considered fate. Added her just for the sake of adding, hoping there'd be no conflicts or intersections in the future. She's just a passerby NPC with no grand ambitions, only wanting to survive, that's all. After adding Su Yao's contact, Shin Shitan turned to Zhao Yuanan and the others. Seniors, could I add you guys too? I just arrived at school and might have a lot of questions to ask for your advice. Of course, if there's anything I can help you with, I'll definitely lend a hand. Sure, Junior, feel free to ask me anything. I'm usually pretty free. Exactly, don't hesitate at all. Shin Shitang successfully added Zhao Yuanan, Lu Xing, and Lin Wen's contacts, then finally turned her gaze toward Lin Huaiji. Senior, may I add yours too? Lin Huaiji didn't answer but instead nudged Su Yao with his elbow, signaling her to respond. Su Yao was more than willing for Lin Huaiji to refuse, so she immediately stepped forward to play the villain. Tang, I have a crush on him. I'd be upset if he added other girls. Shin Shitang's pupils literally trembled with shock. She desperately wanted to retort, it's you who has a crush on him, not him on you. Just exchanging WeChat contacts, why would that make him unhappy? But she restrained herself nonetheless. She couldn't ruin her carefully crafted persona. It was my oversight. Sorry Yao Yao. If nobody's eating anymore, I'll go settle the bill then. Consider it my thanks for Senior's help. Shin Shitang stood up, maintaining a smile on her face despite the displeasure in her heart. After all, she's still a girl. Any gentleman with manners wouldn't let her pay, right? Looking at all those skewers we ate, this barbecue must cost at least 500 or 600. Junior, there's no need. Then thank you, we appreciate your kindness. Before Zhao Yuna could finish her sentence, Lin Huaiji immediately raised his voice to cut in. Ha! Shin Shitang froze. Pay the bill, Junior. Don't you want to thank my buddy for helping you earlier? Here's your chance. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll feel guilty and have trouble sleeping tonight. Lin Huaiji finished speaking with a smile and added, don't you think so? That's right. If you don't let me express my gratitude, I'll feel really guilty. Chapter 11, Showering Affection. Zhao Yuanan and the others hadn't intended to make Shin Shitang pay the bill, and they weren't sure why Lin Huaiji said that, but as good brothers, they naturally didn't say anything more, so in the end, Shin Shitang went to settle the bill. Su Yao remembered that Shin Shitang's family circumstances were fairly good, though she seemed to place considerable importance on material conditions. While this barbecue meal was a bit pricey, it probably wouldn't affect her much. The most important thing is, Lin Huaiji being so impolite means, from a certain perspective, he must be completely uninterested in Shin Shitang, right? Even feeling a bit resentful about it. As a person with a sense of morality, Su Yao knew she shouldn't be happy, but her moral compass had always been erratic, and right now she was completely shameless. She simply couldn't help her joy. Bro Huaiji, how could you let a young girl pay the bill? This really doesn't seem like something you'd do.
Yeah, even when that senior sister invited you to dinner last time, no matter how much you disliked it, you still paid the bill. Why are you acting so strangely today?
Zhao Yuannan and Lin Wen both didn't understand.
Now that Shin Shitan was gone, they might as well ask directly.
Didn't she want to thank you? I'm kind enough to give her the opportunity.
Lin Huaiji gave the same answer as always, offering no further explanation.
Any normal girl would probably give up on pursuing further interaction with someone who behaved this way.
He simply wanted to make a clean break and sever all ties with Shin Shitang completely.
Nothing is more important than life itself. And even when it comes to love, he felt absolutely no affection for Shin Shitan whatsoever. Who would choose to like a scheming green tea girl who threatens their life over such an interesting and adorable beauty beside them? Anyone with half a brain knows which to pick. Humph. You just tried to make me take the blame earlier. If it weren't for me, you'd be adding her on WeChat.
With Shin Shitang absent, Suyao completely relaxed and quickly scooted over to Lin Huaiji's side to claim credit, shaking her head gleefully, clearly overjoyed.
Do you want me to add her on WeChat? Of course not, Suyao blurted out. Then that settles it.
Lin Huaiji got the answer he wanted, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in the corners of his eyes, while Zhao Yuannan and the others felt like they'd been force-fed a ton of dog food.
Alright, you two, that's enough PDA. We're all stuffed here, can't take any more sweetness. Suyao blushed at Zhao Yuannan's words, feeling slightly embarrassed. After all, she was an inexperienced girl when it came to romance, and this sudden surge of affection made her somewhat bashful. After chatting for a while longer, Lin Huaiji considered that Suyao still had military training the next day and suggested heading back early to tidy up and get some sleep, anticipating a tough day ahead otherwise. The streets were crowded on the way back, filled mostly with local residents out for a stroll and many college students. Lin Huaiji walked slowly, worried Suyao might struggle to keep up. Are the skewers tasty?
They're really good.
They're seriously delicious. And eating with you all feels so relaxed, like a fun, lively gathering with friends. I really love this kind of atmosphere.
Suyao described what was on her mind, her small hands swaying slightly back and forth. Lin Huaiji felt she was somewhat childlike, resembling a little kid. Her thoughts were endless, most of them just internal monologues to herself. She had a habit of instinctively considering others, yet she also knew how to stand her ground for herself. It had to be said, even though they hadn't known each other for long, Suyao could actually tolerate him hovering around her. Not only because he wanted to figure out the truth and ensure his own survival, but also because everything about her drew him in irresistibly. If you'd like, I'll take you with me from now on, and they all seem quite fond of you too.
I like them too. Once I make some new friends, I'll introduce them to potential girlfriends. Suyao remembered what Zhao Yuannan and the others had said.
They were genuinely good people who simply struggled with dating due to their straightforward personalities and shy nature.
If suitable matches came along, she'd be happy to play matchmaker. What about me? Am I your good friend too?
Lin Huaiji stopped in his tracks, looking down at Suyao, somewhat eager to hear her answer.
Mum, my answer is that I can't live without you. Suyao paused to think, then gave a response that sounded rather ambiguous.
Lin Huaiji laughed outright upon hearing this, though she wasn't wrong. Without him, her life force wouldn't continue replenishing, meaning she truly couldn't survive. I'm being greedy, if possible. I wish we could both live well.
If that's truly impossible, then I'll still make sure you live on.
Because you're precious. When Suyao was given this second chance at life, after reading the entire novel, the system bound her to Lin Huaiji as someone who could leech off his luck. This might not be a coincidence, but because Lin Huaiji was her favorite character. After meeting him, she became even more convinced that Lin Huaiji was the kindest person in the world. At least in the time she had lived before, Lin Huaiji had given her so much care and attention. He agreed to her unreasonable cohabitation request without any ill intentions, helped her with her luggage, treated her to milk tea, wanted to furnish the place for her, and even charged her the lowest rent considering her financial situation. Earlier while eating, he took even more care of her, handing her water when the food was too spicy and passing her the skewers she liked.
Suyao, you must live well. Keep living, and everything will come your way.
Lin Huaiji placed both hands on Suyao's shoulders. Every time he heard the whispers of her heart, his emotions became tangled, moved yet aching. What kind of life had she lived before to be so easily touched? Something so trivial moved her to the point of disregarding her life.
Yes, staying alive is what matters most. Huaiji, can you promise me to stay away from that Shin Shitang?
Suyao felt rather wronged, and suddenly had the intense urge to cry. The corners of her eyes and the tip of her nose turned red in an instant, like a little pet kitten that had been bullied. Seeing her like this, Lin Huaiji immediately panicked.
Why are you crying? Please say yes. Suyao's voice trembled slightly with grievance, trailing off with a lilting upward tone that sounded almost like coquetry. This is the first time I'm making a request of someone, couldn't you just agree?
Lin Huaiji looked at the teary-eyed girl, who was still swaying his hand back and forth, feeling his heart melt.
I promise, okay? Please stop crying.
Lin Huaiji grabbed a tissue to wipe her tears, but his movements were noticeably clumsy as it was his first time doing such a thing.
Then pinky swear with me, once we do, you can't go back on your word.
Watching Su Yao extend her pinky finger, under normal circumstances, Lin Huaiji would have found it utterly childish. But now, his mind was in a haze, only wishing to stop her tears, so he scarcely hesitated before reaching out to hook his finger with hers, sealing their promise with a final press.
Is this okay now? You're so nice. Chapter 12, The Sexy Camisole Dress.
Lin Huaiji was quite grateful that when he bought this apartment, he had considered the bathing arrangements. Both bedrooms had their own bathrooms, which made things much more convenient for Su Yao.
Remember to set an earlier alarm for tomorrow's military training.
You need to assemble with your squad on the field first, then the instructors will lead you to the training grounds.
Su Yao nodded.
She used to dread military training, the scorching weather and being baked under the sun all day made her feel like a whole roasted lamb. But now that she's living a second chance, she'd already obtained medical certification beforehand, allowing her to just coast along in the service company this time.
I know, don't worry. Your major has more female students, so the instructor will probably go easy on you.
Don't worry too much, just hang in there, use plenty of sunscreen, and you won't get tanned. Lin Huaiji, speaking from the perspective of an experienced senior, offered Su Yao some advice. I got a medical certificate from the hospital, so I'll be staying in the service platoon.
There probably won't be much to do, so it's fine.
Lin Huaiji knew Su Yao had passed away due to illness before, but he wasn't sure about the specifics.
What kind of certificate?
If you want to go to the service unit, not just any minor illness will qualify, there are many restrictions.
My heart isn't in great shape, I can't do intense exercise, so this condition absolutely qualifies me for the service unit.
Su Yao spoke about it with complete acceptance.
Illness was unavoidable, and as long as her life points didn't hit 0, this condition wouldn't affect her too severely.
Does it hurt a lot? Lin Huaiji didn't fully understand this illness, but he could imagine how hard it must be for Su Yao's petite frame to battle against sickness every day. It used to hurt a lot, but not anymore.
If you pity me, just let me follow you around.
Not pitiful, but you're allowed to follow. After speaking, Lin Huaiji went to his room and lay down, picking up his phone to stare at his chat interface with Su Yao. Apart from their initial greetings, there was only one transaction record left, her rent payment.
Su Yao used a selfie as her profile picture.
In the photo, the girl had her eyes closed, basking in the light with a radiant smile that exuded vitality just by looking at it.
Heart disease. Lin Huaiji opened Baidu to search for information about heart disease.
After reading it, his curiosity about Su Yao grew even more. Su Yao took a camisole dress to shower after returning to her room. She never liked wearing underwear to begin with, so after hesitating for 2 seconds, she decisively chose not to. Anyway, Lin Huaiji was a gentleman and probably wouldn't stare at her, so there was nothing to worry about. After showering, she felt completely refreshed.
Su Yao lay on the bed, doing leg slimming exercises while browsing shopping apps.
The room felt a bit bare, so she wanted to quickly buy some decorative items to liven it up.
The living room also seemed too minimalist.
She figured she could buy some potted plants or small ornaments to make it cozier. Besides that, she wanted to prepare a gift for Lin Huaiji as a thank you. As she browsed, Su Yao started feeling drowsy and thirsty. Half asleep, she stumbled out of bed and headed to the living room looking for some water. Lin Huaiji heard noises outside, so he opened his door to investigate. To his surprise, the moment he stepped out, he was greeted by such an alluring sight. Lin Huaiji felt his mouth go dry. After standing frozen for 2 seconds, Su Yao finished her water and turned around, making his heart leap into his throat.
Would he be considered a pervert?
He didn't mean to stare, it was just that he momentarily forgot to avoid impropriety and ended up looking a little longer.
Yet Su Yao didn't even notice him.
Squinting sleepily, she simply drifted back to her room.
Is this sleepwalking?
After Su Yao went in, she didn't even close the door. Lin Huaiji mentally prepared himself and strode over to check.
Tisk. How could she have absolutely no sense of caution?
Su Yao was already asleep on the bed, not properly covered by the blanket, only her stomach was hidden while her long legs and arms remained exposed. She'd even left the lights on.
How could she be so exhausted? Forget it. As her landlord, it's only right that I look after my tenant.
Lin Huaiji found this reasoning convincing enough. As he entered to pull the blanket over Su Yao, he tried to control his gaze from wandering, yet still ended up catching glimpses he probably shouldn't have. After helping her turn off the lights and close the bedroom door, Lin Huaiji walked to the dining table and poured himself a full glass of water. Gulping it down in one go, he suddenly realized, wasn't this the same cup Su Yao had just used?
Doesn't this count as an indirect kiss?
This thought took root in Lin Huaiji's mind, while simultaneously bringing back the alluring scene he'd glimpsed earlier.
Damn it! Can't you have a little more ambition?
After returning to his room, Lin Huaiji pulled out his favorite adult film, intending to take care of things himself. Yet his eyes and mind weren't in sync. In his imagination, the male and female leads had already transformed into himself and Su Yao.
Midway through, rationality resurfaced.
Lin Huaiji knew this was incredibly disrespectful. She was just a young girl who trusted him so much, yet here he was, fantasizing about her body while doing peculiar things in the dead of night.
Damn, what a beast.
But such thoughts remained just that, thoughts. Lin Huaiji still couldn't stop himself.
Asterisk.
After it was over, Lin Huaiji's ears were burning red. Previously, he had only needed visual stimulation, but this time, he had fully engaged his imagination, and the object of it was none other than the beautiful junior who lived under the same roof as him.
Absolutely sexy.
He switched the air conditioner to ventilation mode and sprawled out on the bed to rest. Thinking again of Suyao's sleepwear, Lin Huaiji couldn't help but sigh. If she really had any intention of seducing him, he'd be more than happy to oblige. That night, Lin Huaiji, who had already relieved himself once, had a long mist-wet dream featuring Suyao, who appeared even more seductive than what he had just seen. The girl's sobs and pleas acted like a catalyst, not eliciting his pity but instead igniting even heavier lust. The next morning, the alarm clock rang, and Lin Huaiji's eyes snapped open as he grabbed his hair in frustration.
What a fucking beast. What a heartless jerk.
Lin Huaiji was so ruthless that he'd even curse himself.
Phew.
Lin Huaiji shook his head, trying to clear those memories from his mind, but the next moment, Suyao knocked on his door.
Huaiji, are you awake?
Lin Huaiji was startled and immediately pulled the blanket over himself.
Awake? What's the matter?
When Suyao opened the door, she saw Lin Huaiji's bare upper body, six-pack abs, broad shoulders narrowing to a slim waist, fair skin that, paired with his face, didn't seem feminine at all but rather exuded masculine energy.
Holy crap. Getting such an eyeful first thing in the morning. I really want to touch.
Let me touch, let me touch, let me touch, let me touch. I can't even imagine how amazing it would feel if I could sleep with him. Suyao had written racy fiction before, so such suggestive remarks rolled off her tongue effortlessly, completely unfiltered.
I just want to measure his waist, sit on his lap and kiss him. No way, I'll base the male lead of my next book on you.
Suyao grew more and more excited just standing at the doorway, staring intently at Lin Huaiji. Lin Huaiji, who heard all of Suyao's inner thoughts, couldn't help but blush with embarrassment. How could this young girl be so shameless? Though he had to admit that measuring her waistline was something he'd already done in his dreams last night. Since she had such thoughts, it only seemed fair that he'd fantasize about her too. After all, he's young and full of vigor. It's perfectly normal to feel a little flutter in the heart when seeing someone of the opposite sex with both beauty and a great figure.
Okay, Lin Huaiji, let it go. Suyao, you're drooling.
Lin Huaiji decided to tease her a little. After all, nothing he did could be known by Suyao, while he could clearly understand every thought in her mind. So, he wasn't the least bit nervous.
Ha!
Suyao hastily raised her hand to wipe, but there was nothing there.
Chapter 13, besides Mom, Suyao was the first one. What nonsense, where's the drool?
Realizing Lin Huaiji was just messing with her, Suyao snorted, but her eyes lingered on him quite honestly.
Haven't gotten your fill yet? Lin Huaiji couldn't help but ask.
Though her ears were already crimson, her eyes still lingered shamelessly on his upper body.
Truth be told, he felt secretly pleased. At least it proved his physique was good enough to hold great appeal for Suyao. What's wrong with looking so stingy? Seeing how defiant Suyao was being, Lin Huaiji tugged at the blanket and teased, want to look lower? I'm not wearing anything.
You pervert. Suyao immediately turned around and slammed the door, her voice tinged with frustration.
If I weren't afraid of being kicked out, I'd definitely take a look right now. You just love teasing me, don't you? You've got me figured out, thinking I wouldn't dare to look. Just wait until the day I actually do. Ah, Suyao, what are you thinking? Stop imagining.
Suyao felt there was too much rated R material swirling in her mind, thoughts that couldn't even be described on a tomato sauce label. Seeing Suyao's flustered side put Lin Huaiji in an exceptionally good mood. He grabbed a fresh set of clothes and dashed out the door, even forgetting to brush his teeth first.
Holy crap, he's so handsome. Calling me up for breakfast?
Lin Huaiji looked at the 2 bowls of noodles on the dining table, somewhat surprised.
Yep, my cooking's decent. Wanted you to try it.
Besides, she gestured at him, you were kind enough to take me in, of course I had to return the favor. Suyao had already mentioned yesterday that she'd be happy to take care of cooking and chores whenever she had time. Since Lin Huaiji had been so considerate towards her, it was only natural for her to reciprocate. You eat first, I'll go brush my teeth and join you. Lin Huaiji nearly said there was no need to go through the trouble, they could just grab something from the breakfast shop downstairs, but this was Suyao's thoughtful gesture. Besides, it smelled really good, and he was quite curious to try it. In all his life, apart from his mother, no other girl had ever cooked specifically for him. Meanwhile, Suyao used this time to change into her military training uniform in her room. Since it was issued by the school for 100 yuan per set, the quality was rather poor, the fabric scratched against her skin uncomfortably when worn. But she wasn't the overly delicate type either, having endured her fair share of hardships, so she didn't complain.
Suyao?
Lin Huaiji finished washing his face quickly and called out when he didn't see her after coming out.
I'm here.
Su Yao opened the bedroom door, and Lin Huaiji once again marveled at her beauty. The girl had fair skin, a great figure, and even looked striking in such ordinary military training clothes.
Does it feel like the quality isn't quite right?
Although it had been 2 years since his own military training, Lin Huaiji still couldn't get over the poor quality of those uniforms. Back then, his pants had split right down the middle while he was doing the goose step parade march. The sudden draft below might have gone unnoticed by anyone outside his dorm mates, but the memory still haunted him.
This is so embarrassing.
Yeah, I feel like you could get the same quality online for half the price, no need to pay $100. Su Yao usually hunts for bargains, and over time has become quite experienced. What she buys always fits well and looks stylish.
Try it quickly, see what's missing, and give me some suggestions. Cooking noodles is simple enough, but everyone's tastes differ.
Su Yao wanted to remember Lin Huaiji's preferences so she could prepare meals better suited to his palate in the future.
Seeing her eager anticipation, Lin Huaiji took a bite. Delicious, really good. Really?
This is really delicious. None of the breakfast places outside can compare to your cooking. Lin Huaiji was quite the charmer. Su Yao's heart blossomed with joy at his words. Then if there's anything you'd like to eat in the future, just tell me directly.
I can make it for you, and if I don't know how, I'll learn. Alright, I'll let you know if I crave anything. But what if I get hungry for a midnight snack? Looking for me? Just wake me up, and I'll make it for you. Su Yao was quick on the uptake. Cooking a meal?
No problem if it came down to it. She'd even be willing to share a bed if that's what was needed.
You're being so obedient.
Lin Huaiji was just asking casually. He wasn't some capitalist boss who exploited employees. Why would he overwork her like that?
Military training is from 8:30 to 11 o'clock, then 2 to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and 7 to 9 o'clock at night, right?
Or has your schedule changed?
Not at all, just this. Is there something wrong? Su Yao took a bite of noodles and said, right, the timing is a bit tight. If I cook after getting back, you'll probably be starving by then.
Su Yao looked troubled. She'd wanted to cook for Lin Huaiji, but with this schedule, it really wasn't practical.
I don't mean it that way, Su Yao. You don't really think I'm treating you like a maid, do you?
Lin Huaiji felt slightly helpless.
Was he really the kind of person who didn't know how to cherish a delicate flower? Besides, he was a grown man.
Though he truly couldn't cook or anything like that, he had money, he could eat anywhere. There was no reason for Su Yao to serve him. I just feel that since I've already made you the promise, it wouldn't sit right if I didn't follow through properly.
You don't have to cook for me every day. I can eat at school or order takeout. If you feel like cooking, you can just make a meal or two occasionally on weekends. There's no need to treat it as an obligation.
Lin Huaiji softened his voice, patiently explaining everything to Su Yao.
Thank you, you're so kind.
From yesterday till now, Su Yao had already said these words many times. Unlike other girls, she freely expressed what was on her mind. When grateful, she said it outright with refreshing directness. If she liked someone, she certainly wouldn't hesitate to express it.
Dating a girl like this would probably be quite interesting, wouldn't it?
Lin Huaiji suddenly had this thought pop into his head.
Are you coming home for lunch? I don't have morning classes, so I can buy breakfast for you first. That way you can rest a bit longer after eating. With so many people at the school, if Yaosu insisted on squeezing into the cafeteria after military training, she'd probably be exhausted to death. Plus, given her medical condition, if anything were to happen, the consequences would be unthinkable. Since he was going to eat anyway, grabbing her a meal while he was at it was no big deal. But wouldn't this be too much trouble for you? You've already helped me so much. No problem.
If you really can't make it on purpose, you'll take care of the chores then. Plus, you can handle all my elective course assignments too. Lin Huaiji, worried that Su Yao might feel burdened, made 2 requests. He assured her he would help with household chores, and as for homework, whether it was writing essays or reports assigned by elective course professors, Su Yao, as a liberal arts student, should find such tasks a piece of cake.
Great, then I'll have to trouble you, she replied. I'll definitely fulfill these requests. Once the military training is over, I'll cook for you too. Tell me which restaurants you like, and I can grab takeout for you as well.
Having reached an agreement, Lin Huaiji asked Su Yao if she had any dietary restrictions to make it easier when she fetched meals. After dinner, Lin Huaiji volunteered to wash the dishes, but Su Yao didn't even give him the chance. She moved swiftly, leaving no room for his assistance.
We just agreed, let me handle these things.
If I recall correctly, he never does these kinds of things.
Lin Huaiji's heart tightened upon hearing it. Could Su Yao possibly think he was incapable of doing anything, that he lacked survival skills? But the next second,
luckily he doesn't, otherwise he wouldn't need me, I'd lose my chance to shine.
Phew, what a relief. Ha ha.
Lin Huaiji knew that Su Yao's way of thinking was different from ordinary people either way. As long as she didn't think poorly of him, it was fine. Su Yao quickly finished washing the dishes, went to her room to find a canvas bag, and packed essentials like a water bottle, sunscreen, an umbrella, and tissues.
Then I'm off to school. Message me on WeChat if you need anything.
By the way, Senior Huaiji, thank you for turning off the lights for me last night. When Suyao woke up in the morning, she noticed the room lights were already off. Though she vaguely remembered browsing online shopping until she got drowsy, drinking some water before dozing off, forgetting to switch off the lights.
Lin Huaiji truly was a gentleman, so thoughtful and attentive. What woman wouldn't adore a guy like that? It's fine, be safe on your way.
After Suyao left, Lin Huaiji sat on the sofa and began examining his feelings towards her.
How to put it?
He was indeed interested in her. First, her appearance and figure, the things people notice at first glance, Suyao had them all. As for her personality, she was a bit flirty, full of energy, and had no ill intentions. Being with her felt incredibly comfortable.
But, having such thoughts after just one day together, doesn't that seem a bit off?
After some contemplation, Lin Huaiji suddenly felt relieved.
Isn't it perfectly normal to have a crush?
He wasn't in a hurry to rush things with Suyao. If they were truly meant to be, feelings would naturally develop as they spent more time together. All these hypothetical scenarios and conjectures were unnecessary now. Time will take care of it.
Chapter 14 The Landlord.
On her way to school, Suyao glanced at the life points on her wrist in high spirits.
After spending so much time with Lin Huaiji yesterday, plus this morning, her remaining lifespan now showed 37 days.
Though not particularly long, just over a month, Suyao was already quite happy, feeling a strong sense of security. At this rate, just spending more time with Lin Huaiji each day would keep extending it, and if she could engineer some more intimate contact, her lifespan might even double outright. How wonderful it is to be alive. Today's military training day, the entire path was filled with freshmen wearing their camouflage uniforms. It's only 8 in the morning, yet the sunlight is already so intense she dares not imagine how dreadful the training will become by noon. Fortunately, she was clever enough to get a medical certificate from the hospital, allowing her to narrowly escape this ordeal. In this unfamiliar world, she knows no one, let alone has any friends. Watching groups of students walking together on the road, she can't help but feel a twinge of envy. In the past, she was always busy with part-time jobs just to survive, never having any close friends to share her true feelings with. Now that she's here, it feels like a fresh start.
Everything will get better soon.
Upon reaching the sports field, Suyao quickly surveyed the scene and noticed everyone was already forming up in square formations. As part of the service company, she spotted a girl holding a service company sign at the far right and hurried over.
Hello, is this the gathering point for the service company?
Suyao was naturally attractive, wearing just sunscreen with no makeup, yet possessing striking beauty that turned heads.
The sign-holding girl instantly blushed and stammered slightly when responding. Why yes, this is the gathering spot for the service company. Alright, then I'll stand behind you.
Getting into the service corps involved many requirements, so out of an entire grade of students, fewer than 30 would qualify. The nearby square formation was packed with people, yet their group stood conspicuously alone.
Nobody's here yet, we can chat a bit. I'm Suyao. What's your name? Suyao decided to take the initiative.
Since arriving here, the first lesson she'd learned was to be proactive. Opportunities came to those who made the first move. Just like with Lin Huaiji, their close relationship now was entirely due to her shameless persistence.
My name is Zhang Nana, we're in the same class. Suyao was slightly taken aback, so Zhang Nana continued to explain, during yesterday's meeting in the lecture hall, I noticed you the moment you walked in because you're good looking.
But before the meeting even ended, you quietly slipped out through the back door.
Ha! Suyao hadn't expected her subtle gesture to be noticed. It was downright mortifying.
Yesterday's meeting had combined students from 3 classes, with their advisor overseeing class 1, 2, and 3 simultaneously. The turnout was large, so after roll call, she had dashed off to intercept Lin Huaiji at the school gate. She thought her escape was flawless, never imagining someone had actually spotted her. I had something to come up yesterday, so I left early.
The teacher didn't notice, right?
No, I just tend to observe things more carefully, that's how I noticed.
I didn't mean to spy on you.
Zhang Nana seemed nervous, her eyes darting away as she avoided looking directly at Suyao, afraid of being misunderstood.
It's fine, I didn't think too much about it, really.
Peeping or anything like that would be way too serious. Suyao never even considered that possibility. Later, Suyao chatted with her about other things, and the atmosphere finally improved. By 8:30, the students had mostly lined up, followed by one speech after another, starting with the principal and then the military leaders, all filled with formalities. After listening for nearly an hour, the instructors finally led their respective squads to the training grounds. The instructor assigned to their company was young, somewhat handsome, likely around 25 or 26, and a bit shy. He wasn't strict at all, especially since the members of this company all had some physical limitations, so he didn't push them to train rigorously. Sure enough, the instructor brought them to the outermost edge of the track field, where there were even trees around, ensuring they wouldn't get much sun exposure even during the day. Suyao secretly rejoiced in her heart, at least she could slack off during this military training. During the break, Suyao took a few photos and sent them to Lin Huaiji.
Look at all these tiny specks. What was your military training like back then? Do you have a photo? I bet Mr. Landlord would look dashing in military training gear too.
Since Lin Huaiji wasn't reaching out to her, she decided to take the initiative and share.
With her sweet talk, surely he wouldn't ignore her, right? Yet, a full 3 minutes passed without any reply from Lin Huaiji. Are you waiting for a message from your boyfriend?
Zhang Nana was snapping photos with great interest, her lips curling up as she typed, only to turn furious when she didn't get a reply. Her emotions changed so quickly, it could only mean she was in love.
Oh, he's not my boyfriend. At least not yet. Su Yao added another sentence. Then it must be a guy you like.
Someone as pretty as you should have no trouble, he must be exceptional if he's caught your eye. No sooner had Zhang Nana spoken than Su Yao received a reply from Lin Huaiji, multiple photos, mostly candid shots taken by others, along with 2 group pictures featuring Zhao Yuanan and the rest.
So handsome, bro. So that's why you took so long to reply, you were looking for photos? So concerned about me.
Su Yao started bantering boldly. Lin Huaiji had braced himself, but he hadn't expected her to be quite this fearless in conversation.
It had only been a moment. Su Yao, why are you in such a hurry?
In just 2 short sentences, Yao Su found herself blushing.
Didn't this imply she was being overly eager, as if even this brief moment seemed too long to wait?
Oof.
She refused to admit defeat.
Picking up her phone, she opened the camera, found a flattering angle, puckered her lips, winked playfully, and took a few photos to send back.
Tit for tat. Check out what a pure college girl looks like during military training. Like what you see. Comment 1. Lin Huaiji opened the photo, watching Su Yao deliberately acting cute and found it actually adorable. What's with the pout, anyway? A kiss for him? She's truly mastered the art of ambiguity.
Lin Huaiji found himself inexplicably staring at it for a long while, even zooming in for a closer look before saving the photo to his album. He'd just spent considerable time searching through his gallery, even asking his dorm group for 2 additional photos, hence the delayed reply.
This incident earned him ridicule from Zhao Yuanan and the others. Still, it wasn't a bad deal. The break ended quickly, and until the instructor called for assembly, Su Yao still hadn't received a reply from Lin Huaiji.
He must have been admiring it repeatedly because it's too pretty.
Yes, that's definitely it. Su Yao was indignant. Why wouldn't Lin Huaiji reply to her? Was pressing 1 really so difficult? Did he only like it when Shin Shitong messaged him? How outrageous. Whatever, if she's not replying then she's not replying. She clearly doesn't care.
Su Yao's inner monologue was so animated that if Lin Huaiji had been nearby, he would have been amused by how quickly her expression shifted. When the next break time came, Su Yao dashed straight to the tree and pulled out her phone from her bag to check.
1. What do you want to eat later?
There's a great small portions place nearby, let's check the menu. Several food pictures followed. Zhang Nana watched Su Yao's utterly smitten smile and felt convinced her intuition was right. Those involved couldn't see what bystanders perceived clear as day.
Su Yao's feelings for that boy were undoubtedly special. You choose, I'm not picky. Cutesy emoji pack.
After just 1 morning, the instructor had only drilled them on the most basic commands, standing at attention and at ease, without even making them hold a proper military stance. The moment the time was up, their service company immediately disbanded.
Zhang Nana lived in the dormitory and needed to hurry to the crowded cafeteria. Su Yao walked part of the way with her before they separated.
On the way back, Su Yao was bouncing with excitement. Though nothing much had happened in the morning, those pictures Lin Huaiji had sent her had completely whetted her appetite. She was positively drooling. Right now I just want to hurry home and eat. True foodies are like this. Lin Huaiji calculated the timing. The takeout had just arrived when Su Yao returned, or rather, before she even stepped through the door, he could already hear her thoughts.
I'm back.
Su Yao stepped inside to change her shoes and watched Lin Huaiji setting the table, suddenly feeling a sense of peaceful contentment. This scene is just like me coming home after a long day's work to a dutiful husband who's prepared dinner for me.
Ah, I'm truly blessed.
Lin Huaiji was a little speechless. Domestic really wasn't the right adjective for him.
Was a manly guy who'd never even washed a dish being praised for being domestic? Hurry up and come eat. What's all that nonsense in your head? I'm not thinking anything in particular. Su Yao was puzzled. Hadn't she just said she was back? How was that nonsense? And even if she were thinking nonsense, how could Lin Huaiji know about it? Chapter 15. We're gonna live to be 100. Why would you ask that?
What did Lin Huaiji mean by that just now?
She does have a lot of inner monologues, but how could he possibly know?
Just got back from military training and you're grinning from ear to ear like that, practically splitting your face in half while changing shoes. There's definitely some mischief brewing in that head of yours. Lin Huaiji's toes curled in tension, cursing himself for being careless. He let his guard down too much around Su Yao, and now the words had just slipped out.
What? I never did anything like that.
Su Yao watched as Lin Huaiji calmly continued unpacking the takeout boxes without a trace of guilt. Knowing full well what kind of person she was, she stopped suspecting him.
Fine, I guess I'm really the way he described me. TSK, how pathetic of me, he's seen right through me.
Obviously, someone like you, everything's written all over your face. Lin Huaiji finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Su Yao's doubts dissipate. He had been nervous the whole time, barely managing to keep up appearances without revealing his true thoughts.
Oh wow, this food smells amazing.
Huaiji, you really know how to pick takeout, such great taste.
Lin Huaiji raised an eyebrow. Su Yao's bootlicking was kind of endearing, though it was impressive in its own way that she could even find something to praise about ordering takeout. Senior, why aren't you saying anything? Have you been waiting too long for me? Are you hungry? It's fine, I usually eat around this time anyway.
Besides, I had the noodles you made this morning, so I'm not very hungry. Lin Huaiji handed her the chopsticks. He was doing alright, but Su Yao, in contrast, looked like she wanted to bury her face in the food.
Oh right, how much was it? I'll transfer you the money.
Su Yao shoveled a bite into her mouth, chewed twice, then suddenly remembered she hadn't paid yet. Lin Huaiji had already been very considerate of her, so she absolutely couldn't take advantage of his kindness any further. She opened WeChat and transferred 1,000 yuan over.
Why so much? Are you treating this meal like an imperial feast? Just take it. Military training lasts several days. If it's not enough, I can always bring you more later. Alright.
Lin Huaiji accepted the payment.
Given Su Yao's personality, she would feel bad about taking advantage. If he hadn't accepted, it would have been more suspicious. Was the morning military training exhausting?
Although he knew Su Yao was in the service company, Lin Huaiji still asked. Hearing her say it herself would give him some peace of mind.
Not tired at all.
The drill instructor's pretty nice, actually kinda good looking, though of course not as handsome as you, senior.
Doesn't hold a candle to half your charm.
Anyway, this morning we just did some basic attention and at-ease drills. I was slacking off the whole time, totally distracted, but the instructor didn't call me out on it.
Probably afraid I might have another episode.
Su Yao was joking around, but she wasn't entirely wrong. The drill instructor was somewhat good looking. Listening to Zhang Nana and Su Yao gossip, she'd heard that some students even dated instructors, though that was strictly forbidden. But then again, some did it just for the thrill. In short, she had never paid much attention to such things before, but now that she understood them, she realized that college life was far more interesting than she had imagined, though, of course, it had its darker side too. For instance, some teachers hardly deserve the title of mentor, while certain peers may put on a dazzling facade yet indulge in scandalous behavior behind the scenes, utterly devoid of moral principles. The university merely filters them by academic qualifications. Their character and ethics, however, leave much to be desired.
Why are you so distracted? Are you feeling unwell? A look of concern surfaced on Lin Huaiji's face. Hadn't she said everything would be fine as long as he was here? Could there be other limitations they hadn't considered? It's all because of you. You didn't reply to me, making me worry about my appearance. It was my first time sending someone a selfie, and I didn't get a reply. That's so discouraging. Good thing I have strong mental resilience. It's just, I'm hungry, so my mind keeps wandering.
Though Su Yao's words said one thing, her thoughts told a completely different story. Lin Huaiji saw through it but chose not to expose her, feeling secretly pleased that she cared so much about his opinion.
He'd known it all along. He wasn't the only one falling hard. When it came to love, what was meant to be would come in time.
As for the rest, he'd strive to change it.
Are you that hungry? Here, eat more.
Lin Huaiji placed a piece of meat into Su Yao's bowl.
You should eat more too. Once we're done with this busy period, I'll make you some sauerkraut fish. Don't you love it? And I happen to make this dish really well. Everything they ate that morning was Su Yao's favorite.
She knew Lin Huaiji was considering her dietary preferences, so naturally, she wanted to return the favor by making his favorite dishes as well.
Don't look for E yet. We'll talk after finishing our tasks.
You go rest after eating. I have class later too. We can go to school together. Lin Huaiji stated it as a matter of fact, knowing full well that Su Yao definitely wanted to spend time with him. Having been through long hours of military training in the morning, her health points surely hadn't recovered.
Okay, let's go a little earlier later. I want to get some bubble tea. The weather is so hot right now, there must be a lot of people buying milk tea. When she wakes up, I'll order it via the app first to make things more convenient. Alright, but don't drink too much. Too much milk tea isn't good for you either.
Lin Huaiji treated her like a child. He couldn't refuse her completely, yet he also worried that drinking too much would harm her health.
I know, whatever you say. Su Yao replied obediently.
After finishing the meal, Su Yao packed the takeout containers into a bag and wiped the dining table clean. Previously, she would have immediately gone to lie down on the bed, but things were different now. She wanted to stay closer to Lin Huaiji.
Senior, didn't you say your class schedule was pretty light this semester? I'd like to take a look at it.
Su Yao had already started on small talk, and though Lin Huaiji knew what she was thinking, he played along and opened the app to show her.
You don't have too many classes this semester, right?
Generally, the first semester after entering university isn't too packed with classes. Starting from the next semester until the end of sophomore year, most majors have jam-packed schedules.
Some unlucky ones even have ridiculously heavy course loads well into their junior year.
As for Lin Huaiji's major, it's not too bad, currently averaging just one class per day.
Not too much, just a little bored. Going back to freshman and sophomore year again is really boring, but I can accept it.
I still remember a lot of what I learned before, so this way I'll have more time to earn money.
So, aside from classes, what else do you usually like to do? Lin Huaiji switched into fishing for information mode. Previously my mind was solely focused on making money, and it's the same now.
Once military training ends, I'll start writing novels to make ends meet.
I'm usually pretty dull, so senior, if you ever have any plans, could you take me along?
Suyao didn't want to miss any chance to be with Lin Huaiji. Since they both had their own busy schedules, she knew she had to take the initiative and stick close to him.
Sure, but do you want to join any clubs? Some of them have pretty active events.
Suing didn't mind these things much, but since Lin Huaiji had asked, she figured she might as well add him.
Senpai, did you join any clubs?
Lin Huaiji shook his head.
No. Did he think his free time was too abundant? How could he possibly consider joining clubs? In that case, I don't think I'm interested in any either.
Suya's expression changed so fast it was downright bizarre, leaving Lin Huaiji completely baffled by her sudden shift.
Suyao, do you act this way with other guys too? Just saying whatever comes to mind? What are you talking about? I didn't.
Suyao quickly defended herself. I don't even have friends.
I don't usually talk to boys, not even casual conversations. How could I possibly say such things to anyone? Then didn't you ever have any boys you liked before? Survival comes first before anything else. Back then, all I cared about was staying alive.
Lin Huaiji generally understood that Suyao had experienced hardship before, but hearing this confession from her lips made his heart ache inexplicably for her.
You'll live a long life, Suyao. Suyao's eyes brightened visibly.
She had been looking slightly aggrieved just moments ago, but upon hearing these words, she seemed instantly energized.
We'll both live long lives.
The two looked at each other and broke into silly grins in perfect unison. Lin Huaiji had never personally experienced the pain of illness before. Though his parents often told him that health came first and everything else was secondary, he merely listened casually without taking it to heart. But now, he knew what Suyao had been through and understood just how fiercely she clung to life.
He felt the same way. An early death? Screw that.
He was determined to live well, with Suyao by his side.
Chapter 16, The Contradictory Lin Huaiji.
Lin Huaiji didn't usually take naps, but since he'd woken up exceptionally early that morning, he decided to lie down for a while. After getting up, he splashed some water on his face and immediately felt refreshed. When he stepped out, Suyao had just woken up too, sitting on the sofa applying sunscreen. Under the scorching sun, it wasn't just Suyao, even he, a grown man, had slathered on a thick layer of sunscreen during military training. The only one in the entire dorm who stubbornly refused was Zhao Yuanan, insisting that sunscreen was for girls. In the end, by the time training was over, he was the only one who turned as dark as charcoal, taking a whole year to slowly regain his original complexion.
Aren't you going to get ready?
Suyao knew Lin Huaiji had classes, but seeing him dawdle about without packing his things, she couldn't help reminding him.
What are you packing? Aren't you bringing books to class?
Mine are in the dorm, Zhao Yuanan and the others will bring them for me.
Suyao nodded. They attend classes with you too. That works out perfectly.
I'll order milk tea for them as well, you can take it to them.
Lin Huaiji furrowed his brow. He could understand buying milk tea for him, but why did they have to buy some for Zhao Yuanan and the others too? Why am I feeling a bit annoyed? Why buy for them? Just get one for me.
Lin Huaiji said it with such nonchalance, as if those people weren't his friends at all.
Aren't they your friends? Take them a portion, consider it my way of saying thanks. There's no other meaning behind it, Suyao explained.
She simply thought that since they were Lin Huaiji's good friends and decent people, they'd likely hang out together in the future, so it wouldn't hurt for them to get familiar with each other. Besides, if she and Lin Huaiji were to ever become something more, preparing early and getting to know his friends wouldn't be a bad idea. So that's what you're after.
If that was the reason, then he could reluctantly accept it.
After all, the root cause lay with him, they were merely benefiting from his influence anyway.
Otherwise, what did you think my intentions were?
I'm not some green tea flirt who'd cozy up to anyone.
Suyao's words clearly hinted at someone specific, nearly mentioning Shin Shitang by name. Are you subtly trying to imply something about me?
I may not understand what Shin Shitang is scheming, but I absolutely won't take the initiative to provoke her.
Even Suyao, who held the script in her hands, couldn't fathom Shin Shitang's intentions, let alone her.
At any rate, no matter how you looked at it, that Shin Shitang was no good person. For him, at least, the closer he got, the quicker he'd lose his life.
That's good. Just remember to keep your distance.
The sun was at its fiercest when they stepped out. Suyao, afraid of getting tanned, pulled out her parasol without hesitation. Despite having applied sunscreen, she still insisted on physical protection.
I'll do it.
Lin Huaiji demonstrated quick-witted consideration by taking the umbrella from her hands. This was a scenario he'd imagined before, now finally coming true. Though they weren't officially a couple yet, this was acceptable. When they arrived at the milk tea shop, Su Yao's order was already ready. She had brought a drink for Zhang Nana too. Noticing the 2 cups in her hand, Lin Huaiji's expression darkened slightly.
Su Yao, isn't drinking 2 cups of milk tea every day a bit too much? You should exercise some restraint.
Even though you're not overweight, consuming too much sugar isn't good for your health.
You're already sick, shouldn't you be taking better care of your health? How can you still indulge like this? Not the least bit reassuring. You really care about me, huh?
Su Yao tilted her head to look at Lin Huaiji. In the past, no one had ever nagged her about drinking bubble tea, yet here he was, lecturing her about how unhealthy it was. Of course she was touched, but mixed with that touch was something else, something not purely gratitude. A gentle breeze swept by, tousling the strands of hair in front of Su Yao's forehead and obscuring her vision. The girl casually brushed them aside with her hand, still staring at him intently. Lin Huaiji's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and his grip on the milk tea tightened almost imperceptibly. You're my tenant, and we've gotten somewhat familiar by now.
Doesn't that make casual concern totally reasonable?
Lin Huaiji was anxious to justify himself, unwilling to directly admit that he cared about her health.
TCH, you do care about me, senior. You're just being tsundere, why can't you admit it? But it's fine, I understand you. Be as contradictory as you want, I get it.
The track field and the teaching building where Lin Huaiji had class were in opposite directions, so the 2 parted ways as soon as they entered the school gate.
Su Yao was craving it badly.
Half her bubble tea had already been gulped down on the way, and now, after 2 more hefty swigs, the cup was nearly empty. She glanced at the other cup, then shook her head to dismiss the thought. No.
This one's for Nana, can't touch it. Yao, I didn't see you during morning drills. Which unit were you in?
As Su Yao walked, she unexpectedly bumped into Shin Shitong, or rather, Shin Shitong had deliberately approached her. When Su Yao first entered the track field, she'd spotted Shin Shitong sitting under a tree and had intended to pretend not to notice her.
Who could have guessed she'd come over on her own? I'm in the service company.
Even if Su Yao disliked Shin Shitong deeply in her heart, she still maintained a smile on her face. This was something she'd learned in her past life. No matter how much you loathe someone, never let your emotions show openly.
Otherwise, you'd be handing others ammunition against you. Doesn't the care service usually take people with serious illnesses?
I just have UV allergy and can't be in the sun. I originally wanted to slack off there too, but I don't meet the requirements. Shin Shitong covered her mouth in shock, then raised her voice 2 notches louder. Students resting under the trees and newcomers enjoying the shade were all drawn by her exclamation, now staring uniformly in their direction.
Su Yao had always disliked making scenes.
Out in public, she preferred fading into the background, avoiding unnecessary attention. This Shin Shitong is truly something, practically craving to be the center of attention everywhere.
So damn annoying. Yao, do you have some special connections or something? How come you only got assigned to the service platoon?
I'm so jealous you can slack off, our training intensity is brutal.
You're really lucky. Shin Shitong's remarks instantly ignited resentment among some nearby classmates.
Su Yao could feel several unfriendly gazes sweeping over her.
Maybe there's some misunderstanding? I came here alone for school without knowing anyone, what connections could I have? Besides, the school has its own rules. How could a new student like me have that much influence?
Though internally cursing up a storm, Su Yao kept her smile perfectly intact. After speaking, she even lowered her head with an exaggerated pout.
Like pretending to be a green tea is hard? Who can't do that? Shin Shitong deliberately took Su Yao's hand with feigned intimacy, her voice still noticeably awkward. Yao, it's not like you're sick or anything. How could you even get into the service company without some connections? Could it be, you know the instructor?
The instructor had specifically emphasized maintaining distance from students during the morning briefing. Shin Shitong's words were clearly meant to push her into the fire. Everyone loves juicy gossip. Once this spreads like wildfire, Su Yao would probably be called in for questioning before the day ended. Shin Shitong was no pure, innocent female lead. This was straight-up villainous behavior.
How could someone be so malicious?
But since she wanted to set me up, there's no need to hold back any kindness. She had always drawn clear lines between love and hate. Those who treated her well would receive her generosity 1,000-fold in return, but for those who sought to harm her, she was certainly no pushover. Su Yao pinched her thigh hard, the pain instantly bringing tears to her eyes. She wept pitifully, her sobs growing more heartbreaking with each cry.
Tang, how could you think of me like that? I truly consider you a friend. When you slander me like this, I'm so hurt.
Shin Shitong's lips twitched. He had initially thought Su Yao would be easy to handle,
but now it seemed she had quite a few tricks up her sleeve. Unfortunately for her, he wasn't someone who could be easily dismissed. Yao, I'm saying this as your friend, that's exactly why I can't stand by and watch you do something foolish. There's still time. Go apologize to your advisor and distance yourself from the instructor. The school will consider it leniently since it's your first offense. I just don't want to see you go down the wrong path. Shin Shitong was convinced that Su Yao must have pulled some strings, otherwise, how could she have joined the service company so easily? Before entering the school, Shin had gone out of her way to inquire and was told that unless one had a serious illness, everyone had to participate in standard intensity military training. This Su Yao, no matter how you look at her, appears to be in perfectly good health. I have health issues and can't participate normally, that's why I joined the service unit. I didn't use any underhanded means, you can't spread rumors like that. I genuinely consider you a friend. Su Yao was weeping inconsolably with pear blossoms washing her face, while Shin Shitong earnestly tried to console her by her side. Both were stunning beauties, and the explosive nature of their conversation had drawn layers upon layers of onlookers from inside and outside the room. It's almost military training time, and spotting some commotion here, the chief instructor immediately came over, his voice carrying a reprimanding tone. What are you doing? Chapter 17, Shin Shitong's schemes. After all, being a soldier meant his imposing aura was naturally more intimidating than ordinary people. With just this single roar, the students crowding around Su Yao immediately scattered, though most merely retreated a short distance away, still lingering nearby to watch the commotion. Can't you tell the time? Instead of properly assembling at your respective formation areas, why are you all gathered here? Su Yao's sobbing hadn't stopped yet. She didn't want to cause trouble, but Shin Shitong simply wouldn't let go of her. If she didn't fight back now, there was no telling how far the rumors might spread. If it came to that, she truly wouldn't be able to explain herself even if she had 100 mouths. Gossip is a fearful thing. If anyone were to spread Shin Shitong's words today, who knows what outrageous rumors might circulate about her and the drill instructor from the service company. Hello, drill instructor. I was simply concerned about my friend. I heard she was in the service company and thought she might be trying to fake her way out of military training, so I tried to talk her out of it. Su Yao wasn't in any hurry to speak. She waited for Shin Shitong to throw the first accusation, knowing that once she cleared things up, Shin Shitong would be left floundering. The bigger the scene, the more advantageous it became for her. Do you have anything to say? The chief instructor naturally wouldn't take just one person's word for it. He turned to Su Yao, wanting to hear her side of the story. I really was sick, that's why I joined the service platoon. The school procedures were all properly completed, I wasn't trying to skip work. Su Yao fought back tears as she clarified the situation, her eyes brimming with grievance. Her demeanor didn't seem deceptive. What's your name? Reporting, instructor. My name is Su Yao. I've brought a medical certificate from the hospital. Su Yao rummaged through her bag and handed the certificate to the head instructor. Fortunately, she hadn't left it at home, it was finally coming in handy now. This Shin Shitong really knew how to stir up trouble. She'd initially thought that since she wasn't a character from the book, she wouldn't have to deal with any complications. But now it seemed that as long as she was connected to the main characters, trouble would find its way to her. As for Shin Shitong, she would avoid her if possible. If she couldn't avoid her, well, she'd just have to brace herself and face it head on. The head instructor took the certificate and glanced at it, the sternness in his eyes fading significantly. Student, if you're feeling unwell in any way, don't push yourself too hard. Let your instructor know if you need anything. Your health comes first. Military training is meant to toughen your willpower and help you develop good habits, but all of that has to be based on good physical health. What's your name? As a friend, not only do you show no concern, but you also spread malicious rumors. After so many years of education, do you still lack the most basic moral standards? The chief instructor's attitude towards Su Yao and Shin Shitong was completely different from start to finish. The onlooking classmates could finally piece it together. This Shin Shitong was deliberately trying to make things difficult for Su Yao. Given the chief instructor's reaction just now, this Su Yao must be seriously ill, right? That's definitely it, otherwise, why else would the instructor suddenly become so gentle when speaking? She's so beautiful, yet she's fallen ill, such a pity. I wonder what's wrong with her. That girl seems easy to get along with, but who knew she'd be so nasty, deliberately framing Su Yao? Exactly. These people are hardly friends, they clearly have a grudge against Su Yao and are deliberately stirring up trouble. Su Yao listened to the gossiping voices of her classmates around her, yet her heart remained calm and unperturbed. If this had happened in the past, she might have felt it was unfair, as if she had become an animal on display in a zoo. But after experiencing death once, she would never think that way again. Whatever others said no longer concerned her, her emotions were reserved only for those truly worthy. Instead of assembling for drills, you're here gossiping about classmates, would you rather stand at attention or run laps? The drill instructor barked an order, and the students immediately scattered. Shen Shitong remained rooted to the spot in bewilderment. She had assumed Su Yao must have pulled some trick, but never expected the girl to genuinely be ill. But does Lin Huaixi not know about Su Yao's condition? Otherwise, why would he let her move in? Shin Shitong, do you have anything else to say?
The head instructor stared at Shin Shitong. This matter could escalate or resolve easily, depending entirely on her attitude.
I'm sorry, instructor. It was my fault. I apologize to Yao Yao.
I didn't think things through. I was just worried about you and didn't expect it to turn out like this.
I'm truly sorry.
Shin Shitong spoke with earnest sincerity, even bowing to Su Yao after finishing. Su Yao watched her with an inward sneer. How clever of her to know when to yield it. Of course, she was the female lead, after all. It'd be more unnatural if she completely lacked intelligence.
It's alright, as long as we clear things up, I'm fine.
Su Yao had been through enough to know that if she didn't accept the apology now, Shin Shitong would just put on an act, play the victim, and sooner or later someone would accuse her of being aggressive again. In that case, it would be better to establish a good image for herself, so that when Shin Shitong comes to trouble her again, she won't be completely defenseless.
In the end, the matter was left unsettled.
The head instructor only made Shin Shitong write a 3,000-word self-criticism and submit it, without imposing any other punishment. Lin Huaixi carried the milk tea into the classroom, where Zhao Yuannan and the others had already saved seats for him.
Bro, why? Did the sun rise from the west today? You actually took the initiative to bring us milk tea?
The trio's eyes lit up when they saw Lin Huaixi holding bubble tea in his hand. After all, Lin rarely drank the stuff himself, let alone volunteered to bring them some.
Did something happen? Do you need our help?
Zhao Yuannan took it and poured a cup for each of them. Lu Xing and Lin Wen.
Let me guess, you want advice on how to woo Su Yao, don't you?
Lu Xing took a sip and voiced his suspicion.
Highly likely. It must be true.
I noticed it yesterday. Brother Huai treats Su Yao differently. Lin Huaixi rolled his eyes and quipped mercilessly, even if I wanted to pursue someone, I wouldn't come to you guys for advice.
Having been single since birth, if I actually followed your suggestions, Su Yao would probably be scared off. Don't say that. Just because we haven't eaten pork doesn't mean we haven't seen pigs run. While we might lack practical experience, our theoretical knowledge is extensive, Zhao Yuanan retorted. No need. Lin Huaixi took a sip from his drink before slowly adding, Su Yao bought these. Originally just for me, but since you're my friends, she got some for you too.
His words were dripping with smugness, making Zhao Yuanan suddenly feel like the milk tea in his mouth had lost all its sweetness.
Fuck. Brother Huai, just behave decently. You're showing off to us, how could you be so cruel?
Lin Huaixi spread his hands and took another lazy sip. Somehow, something he used to think tasted awful now seemed pretty good.
Stop talking and drink up. Free drinks and you're still hesitating? Bro Huai, tell me the truth. Do you have a thing for that freshman Su Yao?
Although Zhao Yuannan found it sour, he couldn't resist the gossip, especially since it was about Lin Huaixi, who used to be utterly indifferent to women, rejecting any advances from senior girls without mercy. Now, with this junior girl, maybe he'd finally developed earthly desires.
Well, kind of. Mostly because I think she's really pretty. Damn, you're such a fucking beast. So it's all about looks for you?
Lu Xing was usually quite composed, but upon hearing Lin Huaixi's answer, he couldn't help but swear under his breath. After all, as a staunch romantic warrior, he firmly believed that any relationship between two people must begin with understanding each other's souls. Lin Huaixi set the milk tea on the table, determined to have a proper discussion with Lu Xing. After all, according to Su Yao, in the not-too-distant future, some woman would swindle him out of everything he owned right down to his underpants, and he might even get expelled from school. This kid's view on love is a bit limited. Thus, the argument went on for 10 minutes, stretching through the class period, their verbal debate eventually devolving into a group chat brawl all the way until the lecture ended, with Lu Xing having absorbed not a single word Lin Huaixi had said. There's no helping it, after all, he hasn't experienced it yet. Right now, warning him to be careful not to get scammed would sound utterly baseless. Anyway, if anyone has a crush on someone, don't you dare keep it to yourself. You'd better ask her out and get to know each other properly. Lin Huai's words ended there. He would keep a closer eye on Lu Xing's movements and immediately snuff out any hint of deception the moment he spotted it.
Chapter 18, A Proposal for Universities to Distribute Boyfriends and Girlfriends. Zhang Nana invited Su Yao to lunch in the afternoon.
From their interactions earlier that day, Su Yao had taken quite a liking to the girl and readily agreed. If nothing unexpected happens, Zhang Nana would probably become her first good friend here. No, Lin Huaixi would count as the first, but then again, maybe not.
Aren't you going to tell your future boyfriend? Zhang Nana teased Su Yao.
I already told him. I just did, Su Yao replied slowly, then paused.
Wait, what future boyfriend? Stop teasing me like that.
Although Su Yao entertained this thought, for now it was merely a passing notion, she wouldn't dare act on it. If by chance she did something to disgust Lin Huaixi and got herself kicked out, everything would be ruined. Your first instinct wasn't to deny it, which means you actually have those thoughts. Zhang Nana cut straight to the heart of the matter.
No, have you ever been in a relationship? How do you know so much? Did you learn all this from books? The reason Suyao understood romantic matters so well was entirely due to the sheer volume of novels she'd read in her own writing experience. But how could Zhang Nana be this perceptive? The girl seemed shy at first glance, hardly the type who'd be well-versed in flirtation techniques. Who says I haven't? Actually, I have a boyfriend right now, Zhang Nana said while opening her phone's photo album, scrolling through to show Suyao a picture of her and her boyfriend together. What? You're serious about this? Wait, so you're telling me you've been with your boyfriend since high school? Looking at the photo of Zhang Nana and her boyfriend, Suyao felt utterly defeated. She hadn't even held a guy's hand yet, and here was someone already in a relationship. At the very least, couldn't the university just assign us boyfriends or something? As a forever single girl, Suyao also dreamed of getting intimate with the guy she liked. All those steamy scenes she had written before were purely products of her imagination. If she ever got a chance to put them into practice, she was sure it would do wonders for her writing skills. With enough experience, she could even switch careers to writing certain types of literature. The steamier, the better. Isn't your landlord the perfect candidate? A single man and woman living under the same roof. It'd be a crime against nature if no sparks flew. Besides, it takes just a thin veil to separate a woman's pursuit from a man's heart. If you make the first move, it's bound to succeed. Suyao propped her chin in her hand, staring at Zhang Nana. Nana, you were too shy to even talk to me this morning. How come you're so bold now, giving me advice and all? I'm just socially awkward at first. Once I warm up, I can talk non-stop. My current boyfriend was actually my high school desk mate. He seemed so aloof in the beginning, but I still won him over. So trust me, if you're sweet-talking and take the initiative, you've definitely got a shot. Zhang Nana shared her dating experiences with Suyao, along with some clever tricks for pursuing boys. Suyao felt this was practically source material for a novel, so she noted it all down, something to include in her writing later. A shy yet passionate, stuttering desk mate vs a cold and aloof top student. What an intriguing character pairing. As for Lin Huaiji, that would require a more gradual approach, no rushing this matter. The midday training session remained lax as usual. At one point, the head instructor came over to speak with their young drill sergeant, his gaze lingering on Suyao several times. After that, their session became even more relaxed, with over half the time spent resting. However, thanks to Shin Shitan's antics, Suyao became somewhat famous. During dinner that afternoon, many people were talking about her. Suyao had a good mindset and couldn't be bothered to care. While eating, she even treated herself to a big chicken drumstick as a reward. After all, outwitting a white lotus really drained her energy. Only food could mend her broken heart. The afternoon passed quickly. After leisurely finishing her meal, most of the break time was already gone. Since going home wasn't necessary, Suyao decided to stroll around campus with Zhang Nana to familiarize herself with the school environment. The evening's main activity was chorus competitions. Each formation belted out songs at the top of their lungs, while some students gifted in singing and dancing stood out to perform, earning cheers and applause from everyone. Suyao sat on the grass watching this scene, feeling completely different from before. Now seeing all this, she could only think how wonderful it is to be young, how youth itself is dazzlingly radiant. To dare to love and hate, to cheer loudly when you like something, that's the true essence of youth. Since the service company had relatively few people, it would have been unfair to have them compete in group singing against those 100-member formations. The outcome was already decided. So the instructor gathered them to sit on the grass, sharing stories about life in the military and answering their questions. Soldier. These two words carry tremendous weight. When the instructor described the harsh living conditions they endured at the border, her admiration for the instructors grew even deeper. Especially upon learning that the drill instructor had also been admitted to a top-tier university yet chose to enlist without hesitation, Suyao asked him the reason. To her surprise, the usually shy instructor answered with unwavering determination, "Some things must be done by someone. If everyone only seeks comfort, how can a nation prosper? How can people's lives keep improving? Contributing my small part toward this goal, no matter how insignificant it may be, is still worth it." The instructor's voice wasn't loud, yet it was deafening. After 2 seconds of silence, Suyao and the others all began to applaud enthusiastically. This was no virtual world at all. Everyone here was alive, each with their own beliefs and goals, their own dreams and perseverance. Stop, don't look at me like that. The instructor returned to his shy demeanor. Evening hours were meant for relaxation, and Suyao thoroughly enjoyed the process. Later, the instructor even took them to visit other platoons to join in the fun, playing wildly into the night. After finishing his daytime classes, Lin Huaiji returned home. During the holiday, he had taken on several mini-program orders, with some still incomplete. Finding the solitude peaceful, he focused solely on this task. When concentrating on a task, it's easy to lose track of time. Such was the case now. By the time Lin Huaiji thought to take a break, night had already fallen. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already past 8. How did time pass so quickly? Lin Huaiji twisted his stiff neck, his entire body rigid from sitting at the computer for so long. Things have been unsettled near campus lately. I wonder if that scatterbrain Su Yao has any sense of caution.
During dinner with Zhao Yuanan and the others today, Zhao, who always has the freshest campus gossip, mentioned recent reports of a flasher lurking near the university. The pervert would wear just a coat at night, completely naked underneath, exposing himself to passing girls. If no one was around, he'd even chase them. Many girls encountering this sudden situation freeze from shock, only remembering to scream for help when the flasher is practically upon them. Several female students have already had such frightening encounters recently. The school security guards are only responsible for patrols within the campus. The area outside the school is so vast that it's impossible to monitor effectively, making it quite dangerous. Lin Huaiji grew increasingly uneasy the more he thought about it, feeling he ought to go meet Su Yao.
Wait, it's just a 10-minute walk. Wouldn't it be a little too intimate if I went specifically to get her? Just as he stood up, the thought made him sit back down again. That's right, I haven't eaten yet. I just happened to be going down to buy some food, so I might as well pass by the school and pick her up on the way. That's right, just like this. Lin Huaiji found himself a reasonable excuse and immediately grabbed his phone to leave. Seeing there was still time, Lin Huaiji found a spot to eat a plate of fried noodles. Glancing at his WeChat, Su Yao hadn't sent him a single message. Oof. Women. Just this morning she was chasing after him asking if she looked pretty, wanting to share everything with him. Yet after just one afternoon apart, she could become this indifferent. If she weren't his tenant, and if he, as the landlord, wasn't responsible for her safety, he wouldn't bother making this trip at all. Is it almost over? I'm at the school gate, we'll head back together later. Lin Huaiji sent a message to Su Yao, who actually replied instantly. Why did you come to school? Do you have evening classes? Instant reply, Su Yao, you're something else. A swift reply meant she was on her phone. Since she was already scrolling, she must be free, and if she was this idle, why hadn't she reached out to him first? Lin Huaiji felt inexplicably uncomfortable. No class, just taking a random walk. If you want to come back alone you can. I'll go ahead first. Lin Huaiji stared at the message typing on his screen, thinking to himself that if Su Yao dared to tell him to leave first, he'd never come pick her up again. Now that you're already here, just wait for me a little longer. I want to go on a city walk with you. It's been hours since I last saw you. Let me look at your handsome face, needed to recharge my energy. Pretty please. Su Yao's sweet words quickly cheered up Lin Huaiji with just a few sentences. Fine then. I'll reluctantly give you a chance. Lin Huaiji's little arrogance was instantly cured. Seeing that it was about time, he stood under the big tree at the school entrance as students were already starting to come out in small groups. After texting Su Yao his location, Lin Huaiji leaned against a tree and played a mobile game while waiting. Hello, big brother. Chapter 19, Flirting with Trouble. Lin Huaiji looked up to see a girl in military training uniform standing before him. She had short hair, a petite face, and an innocent look about her. Is there something you need? The girl clenched her clothes nervously, pausing for 2 or 3 seconds before gathering the courage to meet Lin Huaiji's eyes. I saw you the moment I stepped out, she said. Could I add your WeChat to get to know you better? Lin Huaiji pondered how to reject her without hurting the young girl's feelings. In the past, he had always refused coldly, especially with those senior sisters who only wanted to sleep with him. His words were even harsher and more vulgar. The girl before him looked quite adorable, spoke politely, and seemed well-mannered. He couldn't bring himself to bully her. She deserved respect. Huaiji. Su Yao trotted over. The moment the instructor announced dismissal, she had promptly packed her things and dashed out, partly because she didn't want to keep Lin Huaiji waiting too long, and partly because she just wanted to see him. But who would have thought, the moment he stepped out, he saw Lin Huaiji already hooking up with the junior girl. Oof. Flirting around. Flirtatious and alluring. Have you been waiting long? Though Su Yao was quite unhappy deep down, she could still put on a sweet tone when speaking, sounding unbearably gentle. According to drama tropes, I should be linking arms with Lin Huaiji to declare my claim, but given his temper, what if he shakes me off? Wouldn't that be utterly humiliating? This way is better anyway. Let this little sister here know when to back off. They always say the nearer the moon, the sooner grasped, by any order of priority, I should come first. Little sister, there are so many handsome guys at school, you could pick anyone else, but I can't survive without him. Lin Huaiji couldn't help but turn his head to stifle a laugh. What a silly girl Su Yao was, always overthinking things. But if she really were to take his arm, he probably wouldn't shake her off. At the very least, he'd play along to help her see the act through. You too. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you had a girlfriend. Wait, no, that was my mistake for not asking clearly earlier. My apologies, miss. The short-haired girl hurried to explain, afraid Su Yao might misunderstand. While she did have a thing for good-looking guys, she had no intention of being a homewrecker. It's fine, really. I don't mind. Su Yao actually felt a bit guilty seeing how agreeable she was. It's all that Shin Shitan's fault, acting so two-faced. She's got me seeing rivals everywhere now. I get anxious whenever any girl appears near Lin Huaiji. After silently cursing twice in her heart, Su Yao watched as the apologetic girl hurried away,
leaving just her and Lin Huaiji standing there.
You probably don't like this type, right? Don't you prefer girls with long hair?
Su Yao, afraid that Lin Huaiji might question her first, took the initiative to ask him preemptively.
Why would you think I like girls with long hair?
Lin Huaiji had completely grasped Su Yao's little thoughts and deliberately teased her. It's just a feeling like you'd probably prefer girls with long hair, fair skin, big eyes, a slim waist and long legs, the kind with both good looks and a great figure.
Su Yao thought back to the novel's descriptions and repeated Lin Huaiji's ideal type from memory. Su Yao.
Lin Huaiji leaned down, bringing his face close to the girl's. The girl's face was delicately petite, with flawless skin, bright eyes, and gleaming white teeth, so tender and luscious she seemed like Manhwa's masterpiece.
What's wrong?
Su Yao nervously clenched her fists and swallowed hard.
Is he trying to kiss me? Should I close my eyes?
Su Yao thought, then closed her eyes, her lips puckering slightly as she did.
How can you be so silly?
Lin Huaiji reached out and pinched Su Yao's cheek. The touch was unexpectedly nice, soft, and pleasant to the touch.
Su Yao opened one eye.
The thing she'd anticipated hadn't happened, and to her surprise, she felt a tiny pang of disappointment.
I'm not stupid at all. I'm actually really smart.
Oof.
Why are you standing so close to me? Don't you know men and women should keep proper distance?
I'm just a young girl, you shouldn't tease me like this. Su Yao was a bit flustered, her little mouth rattling on non-stop, one sentence after another. I just feel that the ideal type you just described sounds a bit like you.
Slender waist, long legs, ample bosom, it perfectly matched Su Yao's figure.
Not to mention she also had long hair, and her looks went without saying.
Then you. Do you have even a little bit of liking for me?
Su Yao wanted to ask directly, but after glancing at the life value on her wrist, she decided not to push her luck. Things were going well between them now, and if she made things awkward, they would just feel uncomfortable seeing each other every day.
Why are you eating so late?
Su Yao changed the subject abruptly. I was working on a small program and lost track of time, so it's this late now.
What kind of program? Su Yao didn't recall this being mentioned in the plot.
Indeed, that was just a fragmentary part. The author couldn't possibly document every detail of Lin Huaiji's life. She had thought she understood him well, but in reality, she had barely scratched the surface.
In my field, if you're skilled enough, it's fairly easy to earn some pocket money.
I usually take on gigs like explaining code or developing small software and applications, so I make a little extra doing that.
Su Yao didn't fully understand, but she knew this was impressive. Wow, you're so professional. So how much money can you make from developing mini-programs?
This current project pays about 10,000 yuan.
How much?
Su Yao had thought it would be quite lucrative, but she never expected such an amount.
With all that clattering away at the keyboard every day, how many words would she need to type to earn that much? Why get so excited?
Lin Huaiji waved his hand dismissively, explaining this was actually on the lower side. Their industry was booming in the internet era, plenty of opportunities for those willing to learn and work hard. He'd paid for half this apartment himself, with his parents covering the other half, allowing them to buy it outright. Right now he's tight on cash, which is why he's taken on several gigs to earn some living expenses. It just suddenly hit me that I chose the wrong major. I should have gone for computer science. Wait, no, computer science majors probably go bald. Plus sitting in front of computers all day makes people fat. All the programmers in TV dramas wear plaid shirts, have thinning hair and big bellies.
Maybe not then. Su Yao pictured that work environment and knew she couldn't handle it.
As someone who cares about her appearance, her figure, her skin, the prospect of going bald or gaining weight would absolutely depress her.
Su Yao, you're being a bit too sweeping with your generalizations. Look at me, do I fit any of those traits you mentioned?
Besides, there are plenty of handsome guys in our major.
Don't stereotype like that.
Lin Huaiji defended his major, convinced that he would never become the kind of person Su Yao had described in the future.
I didn't mean you. Someone as handsome as you is rare. You'd stand out no matter where you go. Senior Huaiji, if you ever make it big in the future, don't forget about me, alright? Take me under your wing.
Su Yao was certain that if Lin Huaiji hadn't met with that accident while saving Shinshitong, his future would have been limitless. He would have gone far. It made perfect sense for her to latch onto his coattails in advance. You flatter me, esteemed writer Su. If you ever hold a book signing, I'll definitely be there to show my support.
I'll humbly ask for an autograph then. When did I ever tell you I write? How did you know?
Lin Huaiji's heart skipped a beat.
Damn it. I let it slip again.
It's all my fault for being too relaxed around Su Yao. Chatting idly ended up pushing myself into a pit of fire.
Didn't you have a keyboard on your desk? It's a triple mode, non-mechanical one, and some letters are already worn out. That means you use it often. Since you don't game, you must be writing something.
You're only a freshman, so naturally, you wouldn't be writing academic papers or anything like that.
So I guessed it must be fiction.
Though Lin Huaiji panicked momentarily, his mind worked quickly, and he smoothly covered his tracks.
Wow. Slap slap slap. Su Yao couldn't help but applaud. as expected of the protagonist. Such a sharp mind, not just emotionally perceptive but intellectually brilliant too. Must a man who doesn't belong to me be this outstanding? You're amazing. Your guess was completely right. Though I'm just a nobody now, if I ever really make it big, I'll definitely sign one for you. Su Yao's eyes sparkled as she imagined the day she could publish her own work. Though it might be far off, who could say for certain what the future held? As long as she was alive, anything was possible. Chapter 20, face planted against his abdomen. Upon returning home, Su Yao immediately went to her room for a relaxing bath. She washed her undergarments and was about to hang them on the balcony to dry. Lin Huaiji was sitting on the sofa playing games with Zhao Yuanan and a few others, the microphone on as occasional shouts from Lu Xing's group came through. When Su Yao came out holding her white lace underwear, Lin Huaiji glanced at her, his mind flashing back to the alluring silhouette he'd seen the day before. Distracted, he stood frozen in place and promptly got killed in the game. Bro Huaiji, what are you doing? This round was all on you. Why deliberately stand there feeding the enemy kills? Lin Huaiji took a sip of water from the coffee table. It was an accident, I just zoned out. Su Yao really didn't guard against him at all. Though she wasn't wearing that exaggeratedly sheer camisole today, she only had on a long t-shirt. Phew, better go back to my room to play. Out here I can't focus at all. By the time Su Yao finished hanging the laundry, Lin Huaiji had already returned to his room. To save electricity, Su Yao turned off the living room light and went back to her room to write. Military training wasn't exhausting at all. Upon hearing how high Lin Huaiji's income was, she grew even more anxious and decided to start her old trade today, writing and signing a book contract to earn some living expenses. Perhaps because for Su Yao, military training was no different from slacking off as usual. Time flew by for her, and soon it was the final day. Their service platoon wasn't assigned any tasks, they only needed to sit quietly and cheer. When the instructors left at the end, many students felt a bit reluctant. Despite the hardships they endured, they had developed some affection for the experience. Such is human nature. During the journey, all we feel is the hardship and the urge to complain, but once it's over, looking back, we only see the good memories. Thus, we begin to reminisce, wasting the present by longing for the past, a cycle that repeats endlessly. During all these days of military training, it was Lin Huaiji who brought meals to Su Yao. Now that they finally had some free time, Su Yao decided to buy groceries and prepare a proper meal at home to properly thank Lin Huaiji. Originally, Lin Huaiji had planned to take Su Yao out to eat to celebrate the end of her military training. Of course, this suggestion came from Zhao Yuanan. Lin Huaiji himself hadn't even considered it at all. But since Su Yao wanted to cook for him, he shamelessly turned down Zhao Yuanan right away. After informing the group chat that they'd have to reschedule, he set off to meet Su Yao at the supermarket she mentioned. By coincidence, the snacks at home were running low, so since he was heading to the supermarket anyway, he might as well stock up. Given Su Yao's slender frame, she probably wouldn't be able to carry much, so out of the goodness of his heart, he figured he'd help out. The street was crowded with people, but Lin Huaiji spotted Su Yao from afar. She was squatting under a tree, checking her phone while glancing around occasionally, probably wondering if he had arrived yet. Why squat? Doesn't your legs ache? Lin Huaiji looked down at Su Yao. From this angle, she appeared even smaller, curled up in a way that seemed rather endearing. Not at all. Su Yao brightened up immediately upon seeing Lin Huaiji, rising eagerly from her crouched position. However, having stayed squatting for too long, her legs had gone numb, sending her lurching forward uncontrollably. Lin Huaiji reached out to steady her. Caught in a half-squat mid-rise, Su Yao's face collided directly with his abdomen. Ouch! Lin Huaiji winced in pain, sensing impending disaster if she slipped any lower. Clearly aware of the awkwardness, Su Yao steadied herself using his supporting hands and straightened up. Sorry about that, she apologized hastily, my legs just fell asleep. How can you be so clueless? Lin Huaiji said with disdain. Though his words were harsh, he never once let go of Su Yao's arm as he supported her. Stop calling me that, she pouted. What if I really do become stupid from hearing it? Su Yao mumbled her complaint pitifully, making Lin Huaiji relent. He had her move around a little first, waiting until she fully recovered before they entered the supermarket. What would you like to eat? I'll satisfy all your cravings today. Lin Huaiji glanced at Su Yao's ample chest and casually replied, anything. Truth be told, he wasn't picky, anything would do. Besides, Su Yao was a skilled cook, so her dishes were bound to suit his taste. In that case, I'll just wing it then. Though she said so, Su Yao still went ahead to buy fish and pork trotters, all of Lin Huaiji's favorites. Lin Huaiji noticed it and felt secretly pleased. Lin Huaiji used to accompany his mother to the supermarket, but he never learned how to pick groceries, merely acting as the pack mule who carried the bags. Watching Su Yao expertly select items, he figured she must have done this often by herself in the past. Let's grab some snacks while we're here. There aren't any at home anyway, Lin Huaiji suggested once Su Yao had finished picking out the groceries. Sure, pick whatever you want, it's on me. Su Yao was very generous, to be precise, she was particularly generous toward Lin Huaiji. Nunugulai, a taste of childhood. Feel like having some?
Lin Huaiji took a box upon seeing it, but Su Yao hesitated without saying a word.
I used to see other kids eating it, then after growing up, even though I could afford to buy it, I never bought one for myself. If I said I'd never had it, would Lin Huaiji think I'm lying? I'd love to try it. I never got to have these before. With anyone else, Su Yao would have only said the first half of that sentence, but because it was Lin Huaiji standing before her, she desperately wanted to show him her completely genuine self. Then let's get 2 boxes, double the childhood happiness for you, little Su. When I was a kid, my mom only ever let me have 1 box per supermarket trip. Lin Huaiji took 2 boxes and put them in the cart, then patted her head. Then let's get 4 boxes. I'll buy some for you too, so you can have double the childhood joy. How can he be so nice? Treating me this well, I might really fall for him.
Su Yao thought silently to herself, while Lin Huaiji, pushing the cart behind her, heard every word of her inner monologue clearly. Actually, he wasn't entirely innocent either. Bringing her home was mostly because he wanted to figure out what was going on.
At its core, it was still exploitation.
If he couldn't hear her inner thoughts, he definitely wouldn't have had any interaction with her, let alone treat her so well.
Oops, why don't you watch where you're going? Ha, Yao Yao, what a coincidence. Su Yao was distracted and, in a moment of inattention at the corner, bumped into Shin Shitong, who was rounding the same turn. Though inexplicably knocked into, Shin Shitong didn't lose his temper. Recognizing it was Su Yao, his tone grew even gentler. Su Yao looked up at Shin Shitong. I'm sorry, I was just lost in thought and didn't notice. Are you okay? Appearances still had to be maintained. Even if Su Yao disliked Shin Shitong, she wouldn't openly clash with her. After all, she lived by the principle of not provoking others unless provoked. And besides, this woman was the protagonist of this novel's world. No harm done. So you're here shopping too?
Just picking up a few things the house was missing.
Senior Huaiji is here too. What a coincidence.
Shin Shitong's eyes noticeably changed when she saw Lin Huaiji.
Su Yao looked at the boy beside Shin Shitong, who had a teardrop mole at the corner of his eye. This must be the male lead. Trope-filled stories are so convenient. A teardrop mole at the eye corner, standard male lead feature. This must be Zhou Ying. Lin Huaiji didn't respond to Shin Shitong's greeting.
After hearing Su Yao's inner thoughts, he just stared at the boy before him, who looked young, full of youthful spirit, and probably slightly younger than himself. His looks were passable, but frankly, he couldn't see how he fell short in any way.
No matter how you looked at it, he was clearly the more handsome one.
Shin Shitong found it strange that both Su Yao and Lin Huaiji were staring at Zhou Ying. Su Yao's gaze was understandable, but why was Lin Huaiji looking too?
Shin Shitong's eyes lit up.
Lin Huaiji must like her after all. His coldness during their barbecue outing had surely been Su Yao's doing. Now that he saw another guy by her side, he couldn't stay indifferent. Yes, just like this. Her confidence soared. Indeed, she was the protagonist, no boy could resist her.
Let me introduce. This is Zhou Ying, my high school classmate. We attended the same school.
Senior Huaiji, speaking of which, Zhou Ying is actually in your major too.
Zhou Ying, this is Su Yao, and this is Senior Huaiji. Zhou Ying nodded, his gaze towards Su Yao and Lin Huaiji notably unfriendly.
Only when looking at Shin Shitong did his expression soften slightly. This Zhou Ying truly matches the novel's description to a T. Still hung up on Shin Shitong. Can't even bother glancing our way more than necessary.
The author must be out of their mind. Couldn't they write the male lead more normally?
And this Shin Shitong, I can't even bother to roast her. Aside from their looks fitting the main couple trope, these two have absolutely nothing in common in every other aspect.
Su Yao couldn't stop mentally ranting to herself. Chapter 21. Where can I touch?
From any angle, Lin Huaiji is clearly the better choice. The author really has no taste, crafting such a messy character. These days, any old riffraff can become the male lead apparently. Because of Lin Huaiji, Su Yao simply couldn't bring herself to like this Zhou Ying.
Besides, this Zhou Ying has such strong possessive tendencies. Later he'll even get into a physical fight with Lin Huaiji over Shin Shitong.
Su Yao glanced at Lin Huaiji and Zhou Ying. There was quite a difference in their physiques. Zhou Ying was on the leaner side, with pale, fair skin, clearly a scrawny weakling, compared to Lin Huaiji's broad shoulders and narrow waist, which radiated reliability and strength. Zhou Ying picking a fight with Lin Huaiji showed a complete lack of self-awareness. I remember Lin Huaiji won the fight, but when Shin Shitong saw Zhou Ying injured, she got so angry she outright slapped Lin Huaiji. Lin even lost his scholarship because of it, and all future awards and honors were out of the question. Back then, the dean summoned both of them for a talk. Since Lin Huaiji threw the first punch, he was the only one disciplined. That Zhou Ying really pisses me off just looking at him, and Shin Shitong too. If she dares lay a hand on him, I'll help Lin Huaiji hit back. Lin Huaiji listened quietly as Su Yao ranted. Being someone who worked out regularly and excelled in sports, dealing with a weakling like Zhou Ying wasn't an issue. He could take on 3 at once.
But getting slapped by Shin Shitong? And having his award nominations revoked?
This is utterly ridiculous.
What's so great about Shin Shitong anyway? He just wants to stay far away. He wants no part in the romantic drama between Shin Shitong and Zhou Ying.
The only thing worth being happy about was that Su Yao knew to retaliate for him, which was quite commendable. He never hit girls, no matter how annoying Shin Shitong was, he would absolutely never lay a hand on her.
Aren't you the one who wanted yogurt? Let's go over there,
Lin Huaiji said as he pulled Su Yao toward the nearby shelf. Shin Shitong stared at their intertwined hands, momentarily stunned, but quickly snapped out of it. Lin Huaiji must have seen her shopping with Zhou and gotten jealous, probably holding Su Yao's hand on purpose just to put on a show for her and express his displeasure.
TSK, in the end, it's all because they like me.
Though the approach was wrong, she was magnanimous enough to let it slide. However, Su Yao was truly an eyesore. During military training, she made her lose face and even had to write a self-criticism. This was a grudge she was determined to settle.
Tang Tang, don't be too trusting of others.
People always have ulterior motives when approaching you. You need to learn how to discern. Zhou Ying reached out to touch Shin Shitong's face, but she flinched back in fear. Seeing Zhou Ying's expression darken, she quickly nodded obediently and echoed his words. I know, brother Zhou Ying, you're the one who treats me best.
I've always known that. They're just classmates.
There's no harm in getting to know them, so I thought I'd make friends. Seeing the girl's docile obedience, Zhou Ying's earlier irritation faded somewhat, but he continued to indoctrinate Su Yao with his thoughts. They're just irrelevant people.
You don't need to go out of your way to interact with them. Having me is enough.
This time, when Zhou Ying approached and pulled Shin Shitong into his embrace, she buried her face against his chest. A closer look would reveal her trembling hands and eyes filled with dread and the desperate desire to escape. Su Yao looked at the lifespan on her wrist, which had suddenly increased by 10 days, now totaling 67 days. These past few days, she had been following Lin Huaiji whenever possible. Unfortunately, if she did nothing, the gained lifespan could only offset what was naturally lost, leaving no surplus. But now, Lin Huaiji had taken the initiative to hold her hand, and surprisingly, that alone added 10 days.
As expected, intimacy is the key. I really want to kiss him, to touch him.
I have so many parts on my body, beyond just my hands, so many places he could touch.
If Lin Huaiji explored them all, wouldn't I hit the jackpot? If we could discuss biology a bit more, I can't even imagine, would my life points just explode?
Lin Huaiji initially found Su Yao cute and thought holding her hand would be fine, it could boost his life points for several days. But as Su Yao's thoughts grew increasingly outrageous, he suddenly let go.
What's wrong? Su Yao looked thoroughly confused. They'd been holding hands just fine, why had he abruptly let go?
You little.
Lin Huaiji trailed off, then sighed. Never mind, what's the point talking to you about this? Yellow spots are fine with me, actually.
It works out since he's quite lustful.
What's bothering you, little girl? I get it. You're upset because you saw me staring at Zhou Ying earlier, aren't you?
Su Yao flashed a knowing look that said big sis understands.
Oh, don't worry, I don't fancy someone like Zhou Ying. My type is actually you. Su Yao paused, then finished, someone like you.
God knows, when he first heard Su Yao say she liked him, his immediate reaction wasn't rejection. Instead, he thought this wouldn't do even if they were to confess, it should be him taking the initiative.
He was beyond saving. Lin Huaiji.
Su Yao reached out to tug at Lin Huaiji's sleeve, her round eyes pleading. Could you also not like Shin Shitong, please?
I can do everything she can, and I'm willing to learn what I can't. Can you just stop looking at her?
She's not that great. I don't like it, not one bit of that kind of feeling. Lin Huaiji smiled. He hadn't noticed before, but was Sujin really willing to change and learn it for him? Alright, it's settled. You're not allowed to like her, not now, not ever.
Pinky promise.
Receiving Lin Huaiji's positive reply, Su Yao smiled sweetly and extended her pinky finger. How childish, Lin Huaiji grumbled, but still extended his finger to intertwine with Su Yao's in a reluctant pinky promise. The two strolled through the snack aisle, gathering quite a haul. When it came time to check out, Su Yao insisted on paying. Lin Huaiji knew she was alone here and didn't have much money to spare, which made him feel somewhat guilty. He also worried that this might strain Su Yao's finances. Why are you rushing to pay? You'd previously transferred me meal money and more than half of it is still left. During military training, Lin Huaiji often bought meals for Su Yao, sometimes affordable ones from campus, which meant that nearly half of the 1,000 yuan remained unspent. This time, they'd bought so much at the supermarket, with Su Yao covering all the expenses, making it seem as if he were freeloading off her.
What's wrong? Feeling guilty? If you really can't bear it, you can always pet me more. Where are you touching?
Lin Huaiji answered swiftly, catching Su Yao off guard. She hadn't expected him to actually respond in alignment with her words, leaving her momentarily stunned. Why so quiet? Where can I touch? Lin Huaiji rarely got to see Su Yao shy and speechless. Normally, her little mouth chattered nonstop, more talkative than anyone, but now the slightest teasing from him made her blush fiercely.
I don't know. Su Yao lowered her head, biting her lip.
Her fair skin was now tinged with a blush, looking utterly delectable.
Want to touch? Want to bite? I want to kiss you. Lin Huaiji envisioned multiple graphic yet blurred scenes in his mind, his mouth suddenly going dry. I won't tease you anymore. Let's go home.
Lin Huaiji was carrying bags in both hands while Suyao walked empty-handed, not holding anything.
Go home.
The phrase alone sounded warm, and when interacting with Lin Huaiji, Suyao could clearly feel that she was the one being taken care of. In the past, being alone, she had no choice but to get used to facing everything by herself, carrying luggage, lifting water bottles, all done alone. Now, with Lin Huaiji around, all the heavy tasks fell to him, making her feel cherished, something incredibly heartwarming.
Wouldn't it be wonderful if things could always remain this way?
After returning home, Suyao first soaked the rice before moving on to prepare the vegetables while Lin Huaiji organized the snacks into the cupboard. Each performed their part effortlessly, resembling a couple long accustomed to sharing a life together.
Need any help?
Although Lin Huaiji didn't enter the kitchen often, he wanted to help out a bit. Besides, it felt awkward to just sit around waiting to be served.
No need, I've pretty much got everything ready. You can just relax.
Suyao worked efficiently in the kitchen, her timing impeccable.
Lin Huaiji stood by the refrigerator, watching her back.
Her legs were long and straight, they looked great even in simple shorts. Though her back appeared slim and not particularly strong, he knew Suyao had a resilient side. When she wanted something, she pursued it with everything she had. Actually, with her looks and figure, she had many options if she wanted. People often say beauty is a kind of capability. Being good-looking does bring many privileges, and that's undeniable.
However, Suyao was far more outstanding than he had imagined.
She could write articles, had strong professional skills, learned how to interact with people through side jobs, knew how to brew coffee, could do latte art, and was good at cooking. All these were her strengths. From the day they met until now, Suyao had a certain charm that subtly drew him closer, step by step. At the same time, he also knew that for Suyao, he was the same.
Chapter 22 Suyao's Cooking. Alright, mission accomplished.
Suyao plated the last dish while Lin Huaiji went over to help serve the food. Braised pork knuckle, fish with pickled cabbage, shredded potatoes with green peppers, stir-fried eggplant in sauce, and green vegetable soup packed with nutritional value and bursting with rich aromas. Lin Huaiji once again marveled at Suyao's full marks in life skills.
How could her cooking be so delicious? This level definitely surpassed even his mother's culinary skills.
Although I haven't tasted it yet, I'm sure it's a perfect feast for the eyes, nose, and palate.
You're truly impressive, Su.
Without waiting for Suyao to ask, Lin Huaiji proactively offered his praise. Though he hadn't been much help in the kitchen, he knew emotional support was essential. He used to think girls were hard to read, but now it was different. He knew exactly what was going through Suyao's mind.
Meeting someone with such a sweet mouth like you makes me even more willing to cook.
From now on, just name what you'd like to eat, and I'll definitely make it for you.
Suyao loved cooking, finding the process of preparing food quite enjoyable.
If she could cook for someone she liked, it would become even more interesting. Lin Huaiji looked at these dishes and, for the first time ever, took out his phone to snap a photo, then shared it in the dorm group chat.
Eating now.
That doesn't seem to be emphatic enough, so he added another sentence.
Suyao made this.
Zhao Yunnan and the others were completely stunned, collectively condemning Lin Huaiji's behavior. Notification sounds kept chiming until Lin Huaiji said time to eat and turned on Do Not Disturb mode, beginning to savor the meal. The fish is very tender, the sourness is perfectly balanced, it's delicious. The pig's feet are wonderfully tender, and the spiciness is just to my liking. Even something as simple as shredded potatoes, yours tastes so much better than what they serve at school. This eggplant looks a bit oily, but the flavor is perfect when you bite into it.
The soup is just right too, light and healthy.
Lin Huaiji concluded with high praise.
Wonderful.
Lin Huaiji wasn't naturally articulate nor skilled at describing flavors. His verbal toolbox was far too limited. These were genuinely all the compliments he could muster.
Thank you. Suyao smiled brilliantly.
Lin Huaiji was meticulous in his thoughts, and no matter what he said, it was enough for her. Eat more, you're still growing, Suyao said as she placed food in Lin Huaiji's bowl.
Wait, I'm perfectly healthy.
If anything, you're the one who needs to nourish yourself. Lin Huaiji naturally thought of other implications.
Just what kind of physical condition did Suyao think he was in?
It wasn't like she hadn't seen it before, yet she still told him to strengthen his body.
Did she really think he was the type of guy who was strong on the outside but weak within? I don't need it either.
Suyao honestly glanced down at her chest. It had a nice shape, not particularly large but still plenty presentable.
Do you like them, really big? Are you trying to ask something? Suyao ventured cautiously. Miss Shin is quite small too. Could it be that Lin Huaiji doesn't like this type? Does he prefer those too big to handle? Is that why he wants me to grow bigger? No, we're having a meal here. What kind of strange thoughts are these?
No, yours are perfectly fine. Lin Huaiji wanted to break the awkward atmosphere, but after speaking, he realized he'd only made it worse. The air became deadly silent, as if time itself had frozen. Lin Huaiji lowered his head and shoveled rice into his mouth. If he'd known this would happen, he wouldn't have answered at all. What kind of nonsense had he just uttered?
Su Yao wasn't faring much better either. This was her first time discussing such matters with a boy, especially when the topic involved comments about her chest. If it had been anyone else, she would have found them creepy and disrespectful. But this was Lin Huaiji. Does he like this kind? I wonder if he wants to touch me. Holding my hand at the supermarket added 10 days to my lifespan. If he actually touches me, maybe I'll gain 1 or 2 months. This is way more intimate than just holding hands. A touch would definitely double the effect. Should I wear a low-cut top and casually walk past him tonight? Create some opportunities. No, Su Yao. That's not who you are. Snap out of it. How could you even think of doing such a thing? Lin Huaiji is a gentleman. If he got angry and kicked me out, I'd be done for. Su Yao pictured that scene in her mind, then quickly shook her head and lightly patted her cheeks twice before finally calming down. She just didn't realize how much Lin Huaiji was looking forward to hearing Su Yao say she wanted to try clothes with a different style. Who says you have to be a gentleman all the time? It's fine to be a beast occasionally. Besides, would it really be so bad to just touch it? This way I can experience it too, and Su Yao can also increase her health points. No, that's not right. This won't do. While I wouldn't be at a disadvantage, Su Yao is ultimately still a young girl. In these matters, the girl always loses out a bit more. He wanted to touch, kiss and nibble, but none of that was acceptable before their relationship was clearly defined. Reason prevailed over instinct as Lin Huaiji's heart gradually calmed. Hurry up and eat. It'll get cold soon. Lin Huaiji served Su Yao some food, and the two of them tacitly avoided bringing up the earlier topic again. Because Su Yao's cooking was so delicious, Lin Huaiji ate more rice than usual. The vegetable dishes were completely wiped out, leaving only the pickled fish and pork trotters. These 2 dishes were a bit troublesome to prepare, so Su Yao had made enough for 2 meals. Wrapped in plastic wrap and stored in the fridge, they could be reheated for another meal the next day. I'll clean up, you can take a rest. Su Yao was quite diligent. Knowing that Lin Huaiji had never handled such chores, she didn't want his help. Moreover, when she first moved in, they had agreed that she would take care of all the cooking and housework. Since she had promised, she would do her absolute best without a single complaint. I'll do the dishes. Lin Huaiji didn't want to leave everything to Su Yao. If I let you do everything, I'd have to pay you wages. After all, hiring a housekeeper these days costs several thousand a month. Just because he'd never done it before didn't mean he couldn't. Besides, what he didn't know could be learned. Cooking was far more time-consuming and laborious than washing dishes. Since Su Yao had already taken care of most things, helping out was the least he could do. How can you calculate it like that? Really, there's no need. Su Yao still tried to refuse, but Lin Huaiji simply rolled up his sleeves and got ready to pitch in. Just be careful, you'll need to wash both the knife and cutting board, and watch your fingers. Su Yao stood nearby, occasionally offering gentle suggestions. Her tone was pleasant, not at all commanding, simply sharing her experience in a way that Lin Huaiji never found annoying. Hold on a second. Lin Huaiji's sleeves had slipped loose while washing, and Su Yao immediately stepped over to roll them back up for him. Su Yao was deeply focused, and as Lin Huaiji looked down at her, he could see her long, thick eyelashes fluttering. All done. When Su Yao finished and looked up, their gazes met, with nothing but each other reflected in their eyes. I'll go get some water. You can wash up first. Su Yao made an excuse to go pour herself some water, but seeing their matching cups only made the atmosphere feel even more peculiar. She bought a lot of trinkets online, like water cups, potted plants, and pendants, all in pairs. Thinking back now, they all seemed to be couple sets. Ah! Su Yao slapped her forehead. If only she hadn't bought them so recklessly. Now, seeing them only made her more annoyed. Facing such a handsome guy every day and indulging in her own fantasies, she felt like a total pervert. Hardly like the innocent college girl she was supposed to be. Lin Huaiji finished cleaning and then wiped down the tiles. There were water stains, splatters of oil from cooking, he got rid of them all. Only then did he wash his hands again, grabbing a tissue to dry them. Su Yao walked over and stopped in surprise. So clean? Some people just wash dishes without noticing all the invisible chores, but Lin Huaiji handled them perfectly, which surprised Su Yao. It's not hard at all. Pretty simple, isn't it? Was Su Yao reacting this way because she thought he'd never lifted a finger in his life, some spoiled young master without any life skills? I'm just not used to doing these things, but I can manage them well. I don't mind doing them either, so chores and such, we can share the responsibility. After all, this home is meant for both of us, so there's no need to be so formal with me from now on. If you need my help, just say it outright. Lin Huaiji straightforwardly shared his stance and thoughts with Su Yao, thinking this way there would be no misunderstandings between them. Would you really help me with anything? Lin Huaiji nodded, unaware that something was amiss. I do need your help with something. I'll come find you tonight after my shower, it's settled. Su Yao didn't even give Lin Huaiji a chance to respond before turning and darting back to her room, leaving him standing dumbfounded at the door. Tonight? Or after a shower? Chapter 23, he likes it this way. After returning to his room, Lin Huaiji began brainstorming. What matter absolutely had to be discussed at night, and only after taking a shower. It wasn't that his mind was in the gutter, but no matter how he thought about it, leaning towards matters between men and women seemed to be the correct assumption. During dinner, Suyao had been harboring this thought, and now that she was being so direct about it, she must have made up her mind. What should I do? If Suyao really wants to do something, would outright rejecting her be too cruel? She's a girl, if she gets rejected, she'll probably be devastated, right? Lost in these thoughts, Lin Huaiji grabbed his pajamas and headed for a shower. Today, though, his shower dragged on unusually long, he even reapplied shower gel twice. What usually took just minutes stretched to nearly half an hour. Glancing at the clock, he saw it was almost 8 p.m. and the sky had already darkened. Why hadn't Suyao come over yet? Lin Huaiji got out of bed and paced around the room, then gulped down several mouthfuls of water. Picking up his phone, he mindlessly scrolled through videos for a while without really registering any of them. He went to check his outfit in the wardrobe mirror, scrutinizing whether there was anything inappropriate about his appearance. Finally noticing his slightly overgrown stubble, he went to shave. At nearly 9 o'clock, Suyao finally knocked on his door. "Senior, may I come in?" "Sure." Lin Huaiji sat ramrod straight, the phone in his hand still playing a video. Though he wasn't paying attention to the content at all, he kept his eyes fixed on the screen, feigning complete composure. To his surprise, Suyao was dressed more conservatively than he'd imagined. He'd expected her to wear that sheer, flimsy camisole dress, but instead she appeared in a pink sundress. Though it was still quite nice, she had clearly worn undergarments beneath it. As Suyao approached, she saw the girl in the video dressed in a nurse's outfit with stockings, swaying slightly to the rhythm of the music. While it didn't appear overtly suggestive, it was undeniably alluring when done right. So this is what he likes, she thought. Suyao took silent note of it. Ha! Only after hearing Suyao's inner thoughts did Lin Huaiju snap back to reality and glance at the video, realizing she had misunderstood. "No, Suyao, I'm not into this kind of stuff. It's just the algorithm pushing random content." "Oh come on, we all know what's up. It's fine, this is completely normal. Who doesn't enjoy watching this kind of thing sometimes? I totally get it. If I ever need to in the future, I'll buy a set like this too." Catering to someone's tastes is always a safe bet. Suyao glanced at it once more, silently committing the style to memory. Lin Huaiji, who had originally planned to explain himself, immediately discarded the idea upon learning Suyao's thoughts. He truly didn't like that type of video, it left him completely unmoved. But if Suyao were to wear it, she'd probably look stunning. "What do you want from me? What help do you need?" Lin Huaiji noticed Suyao's fair skin tinged with rosy hues. Her hair, freshly washed, still dripped water at the ends, dampening a small section of her dress. A red mosquito bite on her collarbone looked oddly alluring. She used the same brand of shower gel as him, carrying a similar scent, yet hers seemed more pleasant, infused with the unique fragrance of youth. Suyao took a step forward, instantly closing the distance between them. Lin Huaiji could even feel the warmth of her breath. "I want you to touch me." Suyao's hand slid onto Lin Huaiji's arm as she gazed at him with dewy eyes, her expression utterly alluring. This was crossing the line. Lin Huaiji swallowed hard. With Suyao standing this close, a mere glance downward revealed the white bandeau she was wearing. "Touch where? Just touch directly like this? Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" "Oh, actually I'm a bit stuck with my writing. When describing the intimate moments between the male and female leads, I'm never satisfied with what I write. So I thought I'd ask for your help to gather some material, give me a real sense of the experience, so I can write it better. I also want to create some intimate contact, so my life points can increase. Otherwise, looking at this timer really gives me no sense of security. Once the weekend passes, both he and I will be busy with classes. If I don't take some measures, what will I do when the holidays come? He definitely has to go home for the new year. But I have nowhere to go, I can't just follow him, right?" "Yes, that's exactly it. So what I'm doing now is absolutely necessary." Suyao gave herself a strong psychological pep talk. Having just crammed through multiple chapters of steamy romance novels in her room, she felt confident she could pull this off. Recalling the seductive techniques described in those stories, Suyao steeled herself mentally. "Senior, can you help me?" Suyao pitched her voice higher and gave a little wiggle. "Sure." Lin Huaiju stopped holding back. Just as Suyao had said, since she'd gone through all this trouble to make excuses, it would seem rather cold of him not to play along. Besides, he'd wanted to touch her anyway. At this thought, Lin Huaiji pulled Suyao into his embrace. Such a slender waist? Lin Huaiji's hand caressed Suyao's delicate waist twice, and her face immediately flushed crimson. Seeing Suyao frozen in shock, Lin Huaiji's hand trailed upwards along her waist, over her back. When his fingers grazed her completely bare skin, Suyao's body trembled violently. Lin Huaiji seemed to have fully immersed himself in some role, his restless hand wandering upward without restraint, lingering at Suyao's delicate collarbones before finally settling on that crimson mole. "I really want to leave a hickey on her, mark her as mine." Fortunately, he still had a shred of reason left, and so between moving above the collarbone or below, he chose to go upward. His finger traced along her collarbone,
gliding up the slender curve of her neck before finally brushing against the girl's earlobe. Yet the moment he touched it, Suyao instinctively tilted her head, attempting to trap Lin Huaiji's hand between her shoulder and cheek, a silent warning against further boldness. Her ears are very sensitive. Compared to other areas, she never lets anyone touch her ears. Even when going to the hairdresser before, she would wash her hair clean in advance to avoid contact. Suyao stepped back, only to find her legs had gone weak. Her hand instinctively grabbed Lin Huaiji's arm. Ready. She hadn't actually done anything particularly outrageous, yet Suyao was already somewhat breathless, her voice faint when she spoke. Dislike it? Quite the opposite, she liked it very much. She liked Lin Huaiji touching her like this, liked the scent of him, his fingers tracing over her body, arousing in her a secret thrill. I want to be completely touched by him, to do more with him. But this is too absurd, what right does she have? It's utterly unfair to Lin Huaiji, irresponsible to herself and downright insulting to him. If Lin Huaiji knew her motives, knew she schemed to get closer to him, willingly stooped to please him just to survive longer, he'd surely despise her, wouldn't he? Without even thinking, it's certain he'd be utterly disgusted. Are you alright? Lin Huaiji felt a bit guilty, worried that he might have gone too far and made Suyao angry, but it seemed that wasn't the case now. It's really nice, I'll remember this feeling, thank you. Suyao pulled herself together, straightened up, released Lin Huaiji, and put some distance between them. Although there was still a suspicious blush on her face, the ambiguous atmosphere from earlier had completely dissipated. Go ahead and rest, I won't disturb you. Suyao finished speaking and quickly walked away. Lin Huaiji watched her retreating figure, feeling somewhat vexed. Did he go too far? Was Suyao frightened? Why did she react like that? It's all his fault, he should have shown more restraint. At the very least, he should have asked Suyao's opinion first, gauged her level of acceptance before acting. Phew. Lin Huaiji collapsed onto the bed and closed his eyes. The scent of Suyao still seemed to linger around him, her suppressed moans, the trembles of her shy body, her most candid reactions, each one acting like an aphrodisiac, driving him wild. That night, Lin Huaiji dreamed of Suyao again. Only this time, the content was even more explosive than before. As the dominant one, he could freely admire and indulge in the girl's body. The fierce embraces, the passionate kisses, everything he hadn't fulfilled earlier, Lin Huaiji did it all in his dream. Chapter 24 What Should Not Be Seen. At 8 in the morning, Suyao's alarm went off. She reached across the bed, groping around to turn off the annoying alarm, intending to go back to sleep. But remembering her agreement with Lin Huaiji, she struggled to sit up. So sleepy, woo-woo. After returning to her room last night, her heart had pounded non-stop, making it impossible to fall asleep. Every time she closed her eyes, Lin Huaiji filled her thoughts. She hadn't fallen asleep until past 3 o'clock, and only managed to close her eyes for a while when dawn was approaching. Despite the awkwardness, her health points had increased significantly. Originally just over 60 days, after those few minutes of touching last night, her lifespan had directly doubled, now standing at 130 days. Nearly 4 months, quite an impressive result. Thinking this, Suyao forcibly pried her eyelids open with her hands, finally waking up a little. I never knew Lin Huaiji could be so charming. With that deep voice of his, just listening to it was enough to make half my soul float away. And on top of that, he had such a striking face. Suyao thought any girl would fall for him, so honestly, it was no surprise she couldn't resist him last night. All she got were benefits, her life could be prolonged, she could experience intimate moments with a guy, and she even got material for her novel. For these reasons alone, she had to take good care of Lin Huaiji. Suyao immediately got out of bed, but after just 2 steps, she felt dizzy, weak throughout her body, and slightly nauseous. Ugh, maybe I should order takeout. I can't eat noodles again, there's nothing else at home. Right, having some porridge or something would probably be healthier. Suyao found an excuse for herself and settled on the sofa to order takeout. After submitting the order, she sat waiting for the delivery guy to bring it to her doorstep. Lin Huaiji recalled last night's dream and sighed inwardly at how audacious he had become each time. The content grew bolder than the last. But, have I been dreaming about Suyao a bit too often lately? Lin Huaiji opened Baidu and searched the question. What does it mean to always dream about a girl? From a psychological perspective, dreams reflect our daytime thoughts and feelings. If you frequently dream about the same girl, it may indicate that her image represents certain emotions or experiences you're going through. For example, she might symbolize care, creativity, or something you truly desire deep down. Desire? Suyao does have a great figure. Lin Huaiji didn't bother hiding it. Compared to those outrageously hot types, he genuinely preferred Suyao's just right charm. Though he'd met similar girls before, none had ever appeared in his dreams like this. In that case, the answer was quite clear. Not only did he desire Suyao physically, but he also had developed feelings for her. He wanted both her body and her heart. Forget it, dreaming about it now is just building up experience. When the time comes for real practice, I should be more skilled. The sensations in the dream felt far more real than watching short videos. It was as if he had actually done it. There would be plenty of opportunities to practice later. No need to rush, and Suyao wasn't in any hurry either. Slow and steady would do just fine. Feelings aren't something you can rush. When the timing's right, being together will come naturally. After washing his face, Lin Huaiji planned to get up and exercise a bit to burn off some energy and divert his attention from the matter. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw Suyao sleeping on the sofa. The girl curled up on the sofa, still wearing yesterday's pink sundress though she had removed her bra. Since Suyao was lying on her side, Lin Huaiji easily caught sight of her snowy white curves. So white, so soft. Lin Huaiji gulped, then shook his head frantically and slapped himself twice across the face. No, I'm a human, not an animal. I'm a human, not an animal. See no evil, hear no evil. I'm human, not a beast, not a beast. Lin Huaiji let out a long exhale as he walked over to Suyao, his eyes still involuntarily glancing at her twice. Why are the dark circles under your eyes so bad? Didn't sleep last night? By now, the sky had brightened, and sunlight would soon spill onto the balcony. While pulling the curtains could block the light, the space here was so cramped that sleeping comfortably would still be a challenge. At this thought, Lin Huaiji bent down, threading his left arm beneath Suyao's calves while cradling her head with his right hand, effortlessly lifting her up. Suyao, completely caught off guard, even nuzzled against his chest like a kitten. She's so thin, needs to be fed more. Lin Huaiji carried Suyao steadily back to her bed. She was sound asleep and immediately rolled over as soon as she touched the mattress, apparently finding her dress uncomfortable against her skin, so she instinctively tugged the hem up until it rested at her waist. Lin Huaiji froze on the spot. Before he could react, Suyao's long legs were fully exposed before his eyes along with her adorably pink underwear. His nose felt warm, and when Lin Huaiji touched it, he discovered he was having a nosebleed. What an absolute enchantress! That's cheating! Lin Huaiji closed the door behind him and went to grab tissues to wipe his nosebleed. Ding dong! The doorbell rang. Hello, your food delivery is here. Lin Huaiji opened the door and took the delivery, glancing at it. It was indeed ordered by Suyao. This made perfect sense. Suyao must have gotten up to prepare breakfast for him but, feeling too sleepy, decided to order delivery instead. However, she hadn't even waited for the food to arrive before falling back asleep. How can someone be this silly? It was just breakfast. He could handle it himself. There was no need for her to fuss over every little detail like this. The girl really had no sense of vigilance, so afraid of taking advantage that she threw herself into doing chores and cooking, even bringing him a share whenever she bought something. Yet in reality, he had already seen right through her. Lin Huaiji placed breakfast on the coffee table. After washing up, he changed into fresh clothes. His pajamas had just gotten bloodstained, and since he had laundry to do anyway, he tossed them straight into the washing machine. Suyao had ordered fried dough sticks, soybean milk, and congee, all in small portions, enough for one person to finish. It seemed she hadn't planned to eat breakfast at all and had ordered everything just for him. Thinking of how exhausted she looked, Lin Huaiji couldn't help but smile. Just one sleepless night had left such obvious dark circles beneath her eyes, making her look like a little panda. Her thoughts were wildly imaginative. She'd dare to entertain anything, yet when it came to action, she'd fold faster than anyone. Quite amusing indeed. In a nutshell, she's all bark and no bite yet can't help craving the thrill. After finishing the laundry, Lin Huaiji went to the balcony to hang the clothes and noticed Suyao's bras and panties still dangling there, all in very girly styles and soft, pastel colors. Recalling the glimpse of spring scenery he had just seen, combined with what he had witnessed before, Suyao might as well have been completely exposed to him by now. But the young girl was utterly guileless, completely oblivious to it all. No, I still have to teach her. What if she gets bullied at school and doesn't even realize it? There are so many scumbags out there now. She has no relationship experience, she'd probably get tricked and end up helping them count the money. Lin Huaiji felt that as both Suyao's senior and landlord, it was his responsibility to educate her about these things, just in case Suyao wouldn't wake up anytime soon. After returning to his room, Lin Huaiji found a notebook to organize the information he'd gathered from her so far. Zhouing and Shen Shitong were clearly the main source of conflict. If he got involved with these two, he'd definitely be the one suffering. And based on his intuition, that Zhouing was absolutely not as harmless as he looked. Yesterday, the way he looked at Shen Shitong made it seem like he regarded her as his possession. The possessiveness was overpowering. People like that are prone to madness, and when they snap, there's no telling what they might do. As for the fight Suyao mentioned yesterday, he's been deliberately avoiding contact with Shen Shitong now. Plus, he doesn't have those kinds of feelings for her anymore, so it shouldn't escalate into a physical altercation. When it comes to Shen Shitong, she's cunning and has a deeper mind. It always feels like she knows something. Even if he tries to avoid her, somehow they always end up crossing paths and getting entangled. And Lu Xing? According to Suyao, the book didn't mention him much, just as a brother. But he still felt obliged to step in and manage the situation.
Things weren't as simple as he had imagined.
Originally thinking that after being able to hear Su Yao's inner thoughts, he would be able to grasp the direction, but reality proved otherwise.
Even with a script, it couldn't possibly document everything about them.
Their experiences and emotions far exceeded what was written in the book, so the script could only serve as a reference, not a definitive answer. Only he himself could dictate his own fate.
Chapter 25. Are you feeling unwell?
After figuring things out, Lin Huaiji closed the notebook and placed it beside his computer. After a moment's thought, feeling it wasn't quite right, he tucked it into the drawer instead. He still had unfinished commissions from earlier, with the weekend offering plenty of free time. He could buckle down and finish them. Once done, he could show the clients and get paid sooner. Over the past 2 years in college, his earnings had gradually climbed from 1 or 200 yuan to upwards of 1,000 or 2. As he honed his skills and tackled increasingly complex projects, making money had become almost effortless for Lin Huaiji so long as he was willing to put in the time. Moreover, his diligence and politeness had earned him repeat clients, many of whom referred others to him. In just 2 years, he'd built up quite a network of potential customers.
I've only finished half of this mini-program. If I crunch through it today and tomorrow, I can deliver results by tomorrow night. Once I get paid, I can treat Su Yao to a nice meal. Wait a minute, why is my first thought after earning money to treat Su Yao?
Recalling the feeling when I held her earlier, she's really too thin, probably around 90 pounds, though she's got curves in all the right places.
Maybe I'll buy her a new keyboard too, some letters on hers are completely worn out.
Lin Huaiji had an idea in mind, and perhaps because he felt motivated, he worked on the program with such vigor that he didn't feel the slightest bit tired. He stayed seated for nearly 4 hours until he heard some noise outside, reminding him to take a break. Having sat for too long, he now realized how sore and stiff his back felt.
Luckily, the room had a massage chair where he could relax.
It just so happened that Su Yao, who often sat at her desk writing, could also make good use of it. Lin Huaiji pushed open the door and was about to ask Su Yao if she was hungry when he saw her stuffing potato chips into her mouth. She must have been starving, no surprise, considering she had slept for so long without breakfast. By now, it was almost dinner time, of course she was hungry.
Did you sleep well? Su Yao nodded. She had just taken a short nap and finally felt alive again.
God knows how awful she felt when she woke up this morning, nauseous and barely able to keep her eyes open.
Have you eaten?
Not yet, I was just working on something. Perhaps because he had been so focused, he hadn't felt hungry at all while working. But now that Su Yao asked, he suddenly felt ravenous, hungry enough to eat a whole cow. Hearing that Lin Huaiji hadn't eaten yet, Su Yao scampered over to him with quick little steps and handed him the potato chips.
Have some of these to tide you over.
I'll start cooking right away, just give me 40 minutes, and I guarantee you'll have a meal. Su Yao was utterly consumed by guilt. She'd promised to cook for him, yet here it was already afternoon, and Lin Huaiji still hadn't had lunch. Though he had a gentle temper and didn't complain, this only made her feel worse. Fortunately, the hearty dishes she made yesterday just needed reheating, and all that remained was stir-frying 2 simple side dishes. Otherwise, she truly might have dropped dead on the spot. I'll be quick, just wait a little while longer. Lin Huaiji watched Su Yao's frantic movements, feeling a pang of guilt when she herself hadn't even eaten breakfast, yet was now rushing to cook for him.
Su Yao, have something to eat first. I had breakfast earlier and I'm not that hungry.
There's no need to hurry. Lin Huaiji stepped closer and, seeing her hands still working busily, directly grasped her wrist.
Be good. Su Yao stopped moving.
Lin Huaiji had beautiful hands, his fingers were slender, his knuckles well-defined, an absolute blessing for hand enthusiasts.
Why are you so nice to me? Su Yao really wanted to ask that.
Ever since she was born, she had always been alone, and she had grown accustomed to such a life. Occasionally, she would encounter kindness in the world, making her feel that life still held beauty. But never had anyone treated her like Lin Huaiji did, speaking to her so gently, standing by her side, believing that writing novels wasn't a waste of time but instead praising her for her talent, and now even caring about whether she ate or not.
He's too good. So good that it makes her entertain unfounded fantasies she shouldn't have.
Wanting Lin Huaiji to like her, wanting Lin Huaiji to belong only to her.
Yet she can't bring herself to ask.
Normally when joking around casually, she'd have the courage to inquire, but now with her mind in such chaos, she unexpectedly doesn't dare.
Lin Huaiji is good to you because he's inherently a kind and outstanding person, not because you're Su Yao. Su Yao, wake up.
Lin Huaiji wanted to argue that he wasn't like this with just anyone. If he had to recall any romantic stirrings, it would be the fleeting fondness he felt for his high school deskmate, but that was just adolescent restlessness, which eventually faded away like mist. Since starting university, there'd been girls around him, but he never spared them a thought. He didn't care to buy them milk tea, notice their preferences, or particularly wish for their happiness. For Su Yao, he found himself doing things he never would before, even becoming childish at times. When Su Yao cooked for him, he wanted to show off. When she took the initiative to get close, he looked forward to it.
Does this count as love? It certainly does. But it's still too soon, they need time to slowly understand each other and integrate into each other's lives. He wasn't in a hurry, but he needed Su Yao to know this. He wasn't some universal warm-hearted guy who treated everyone kindly. Su Yao, I don't have any women around me normally, and this is my first time living and eating together with a girl. I might not have done everything right, and I'm not very good at taking care of others, but I'll learn. You don't always need to be the one looking after me. For example, right now, it's just one meal. Going hungry for a bit won't hurt. I want you to think about yourself too. When you're with me, you don't need to be so careful and guarded, do you understand? I put it so bluntly, surely Su Yao understood? How can someone be this thoughtful and considerate? Sobs, I wanna cry. He's got the looks, the physique, the personality, witty, considerate, and knows how to respect others. Oh heavens, if I could have a guy like Lin Huaiji, I'd gladly trade mansions and luxury cars for him. And you can tell at a glance he's got strong reproductive capabilities, definitely the gentle type who'd be worried about my comfort and meticulously attentive to my feelings. My next steamy novel draft, I'm using him as the prototype. Full throttle spice every day. By the end of these thoughts, Su Yao couldn't even control the grin spreading across her face. Meanwhile, Lin Huaiji, listening to her mental trajectory veering wildly off course into that territory, had to suppress the urge to flick her forehead if not for maintaining his cover. He desperately wanted to ask what kind of nonsense filled her head all day. Is it because she writes novels that her thoughts are so erratic? How else could her mood shift so fast? One moment she's emotional, the next she's racing ahead like a speeding car. I'd really love to see her writing. Does it have the same style? Su Yao, were you even listening to what I said? Yes, I heard everything and remembered it all. Su Yao stopped overthinking and reverted to her usual carefree demeanor. If you've taken it to heart, then what are you doing? Didn't we agree to grab a bite to eat first? Although Su Yao claimed she'd taken the advice to heart, her hands never stopped moving, methodically rinsing the rice without pause. I'll be quick, don't worry. I've already eaten earlier, no need to fuss over me. Lin Huaiji, seeing she was still trying to argue, directly fed her a potato chip. Su Yao didn't resist either, nibbling while she worked, while Lin Huaiji stood nearby continuously feeding her. While washing the vegetables, Su Yao suddenly had a bold idea. If Lin Huaiji feeds me, and I brush my lips against his hand or give it a little lick, would that count as intimate contact too? Does this mean I'll live so much longer? Su Yao considered herself quite the clever little imp, but then it occurred to her, wasn't this approach a bit underhanded? What if Lin Huaiji found it disgusting and ended up dislocating her jaw? That would spell doom for her. Asterisk sigh, kissing and licking is indeed crossing the line. I'd better behave myself, asterisk. Su Yao suppressed this mischievous thought, only to turn and see Lin Huaiji's face and ears burning crimson. Huaiji, why is your face so red? Su Yao grabbed a tissue to wipe her hands, then stood on tiptoe to touch Lin Huaiji's forehead. You feel a bit warm, do you have a fever? Lean down, let me check properly. Without hesitation, Su Yao hooked her arms around Lin Huaiji's neck and pulled him down, pressing her forehead against his to gauge his temperature. You are a little feverish. You might be coming down with something. Do you have a thermometer at home? Go sit down first. Su Yao wanted to help Lin Huaiji over, but he quickly shook his head. I'm fine, just feeling a bit hot. You go ahead and cook first. Goddamn fever. It's just that he heard what Su Yao was thinking in her mind, stuff like kissing and licking, which inevitably made his imagination run wild. Once his thoughts started wandering, his body heated up. The worst part was Su Yao, completely unaware, staying so close and snuggling up to him. Who could possibly handle that? Is everything really alright? Really, I'm fine, don't worry. Seeing that Lin Huaiji didn't seem to be lying, Su Yao stopped pressing the matter. After all, if he were truly unwell, she was confident she could take good care of him. Chapter 26, Unsuited for Cohabitation. Lin Huaiji walked around the room, washed his face, and waited until the flush of heat had faded before emerging. Fortunately, he usually wore loose-fitting pants, so even if there was some reaction, it wouldn't be too noticeable. Let me check if you're still feverish. Su Yao was still concerned. She immediately went over to Lin Huaiji after he came out and didn't relax until she confirmed the temperature wasn't too hot. Good thing it's not a fever. Sit and wait a bit, the food will be ready soon. After about half an hour, Lin Huaiji helped bring the dishes to the table, and the two finally had their lunch. Today was an exception. This absolutely won't happen again, Su Yao promised, placing a piece of fish in Lin Huaiji's bowl. Su, let me say this again, don't dwell on it too much. I'll share the cooking and chores. If you keep bringing it up or insist on drawing rigid boundaries, then perhaps living together isn't the right arrangement for us. Lin Huaiji looked at Su Yao and spoke each word deliberately. After spending more time together, Lin Huaiji realized that Su Yao wasn't always as cheerful as she seemed. Sometimes, she could be stubbornly fixated on certain things, fearing she might inconvenience others. She would even question herself when receiving their kindness. Take him for example, Su Yao always assumed his kindness was merely gentlemanly courtesy,
never realizing it was because she herself was special that he treated her differently. Lin Huaiji didn't want to give Su Yao the cold shoulder, but since she remained unchanged after their conversation, he decided he ought to be more assertive, apply some pressure to make her consciously reconsider her stubborn mindset.
I'm sorry, I really understand now.
We're compatible, very compatible. Su Yao immediately panicked upon hearing Lin Huaiji say they wouldn't live together. If she really moved out, she would be completely doomed.
Su Yao, it's just one meal. Eating later won't matter.
I'm not targeting you, I just think since we're living together, we should both relax more.
That way it'll be easier for both of us. What do you think?
Lin Huaiji started tough but softened his approach. Though he'd been a bit harsh earlier, his tone now was much gentler than before. I just want to take better care of you because you've helped me so much. I want to do well in these aspects. Su Yao felt grateful for Lin Huaiji's generosity and wanted to do her best as a form of repayment, but now it seemed that even this was becoming a burden for him.
I understand. I'll try to relax a bit more. So, can we consider ourselves friends now?
Lin Huaiji nodded. Of course. We're friends now, but we won't be later. After dinner, Lin Huaiji still took charge of washing the dishes.
He wanted to be more equal with Su Yao. In Su Yao's eyes, she was deliberately getting close to him just to survive, but didn't he have his own motives too?
Since neither of them had pure intentions from the start, it didn't matter who was deceiving whom.
Relaxing a little would do them both good. While Lin Huaiji was washing the dishes, Su Yao wasn't idle either, watering the plants on the balcony and even folding his laundry for him.
At a glance, the two of them looked like a young couple cohabiting.
Thank you for carrying me back to the room last night. I don't know how I fell asleep this morning. Lin Huaiji had assumed Su Yao might be too disoriented to remember the incident. If you can't get up, just sleep more. I don't eat breakfast daily either, no need to force yourself. I can manage on my own.
After all, this is college, unhealthy lifestyles are practically the norm.
Who'd bother eating breakfast early if there weren't 8 a.m. classes? That's not acceptable. Breakfast is essential, skipping it harms your health. You must develop healthy habits, Su Yao immediately countered.
Health is the cornerstone of everything. Only with good health can one find time and energy for other pursuits. Lin Huaiji stared at Su Yao.
If you know health is important, why do you drink so much milk tea every day? And stay up late writing? Don't tell me you think just eating breakfast daily keeps you healthy? Student Su Yao.
Su Yao felt guilty, avoiding eye contact as her gaze darted around.
I'll cut back, I promise.
Lin Huaiji reached out and patted Su Yao's head.
Go finish your draft. You two keep it up.
Wait, I have a massage chair in my room.
If you're tired, you can come relax for a while.
Sitting for too long isn't good, so take care of yourself. Lin Huaiji often sat for long periods himself, so he knew exactly how exhausting it could be. Though Su Yao talked about taking care of her health, she didn't actually understand how to truly look after herself. Back in his room, Lin Huaiji opened a shopping app and browsed, planning to pick out a keyboard for Su Yao. Young girls usually cared about aesthetics, something stylish was just as important as functionality. Since she typed a lot, he'd need to choose a switch that wouldn't strain her hands. Lin Huaiji browsed for a while before finally settling on an order. Then he continued working on the mini program to earn some extra cash. It wasn't until nearly 9 o'clock that he started feeling tired. After such prolonged mental exertion, it was definitely time for a break.
Besides, I'm a bit hungry now, perfect for a late night snack. Su Yao's probably still typing away, not even checking the time. Su Yao, still writing?
Lin Huaiji knocked on her door and immediately heard the patter of Su Yao's hurried footsteps. Come on in, no need to stand on ceremony. Lin Huaiji had originally just intended to ask Su Yao to take a break and then discuss what they wanted to eat, whether to dine out or order takeout. But since Su Yao had invited him in, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Su Yao had decorated her room to be very cozy, with a pot of succulents on the desk, a far cry from how it looked when she had first moved in. Have a seat, Su Yao said, noticing Lin Huaiji standing awkwardly. She gestured toward the bed. The only chair in the room had been occupied by her for so long that it was probably still warm, and the bed was softer, making it more comfortable to sit on. Lin Huaiji sat down. For some reason, he couldn't help but notice a faint fragrance lingering in Su Yao's room. The bedsheets and furnishings were soft and pink, brimming with a youthful, girlish vibe. As a burly man sitting there, he felt slightly out of place. Are you hungry? Is there anything you'd like to eat? He asked. I want spicy hot pot, fried chicken, grilled cold noodles, and bubble tea. When it comes to food, Su Yao could list countless cravings. No bubble tea, it's too late for caffeine, you won't sleep later. Lin Huaiji vetoed immediately. Seeing Su Yao's crestfallen expression, he swiftly added, but the rest are fine. Do you want to dine out or order delivery? Su Yao pouted her lips. I don't really feel like moving. I want to stay home. Going out would mean walking, changing clothes and shoes, sounds exhausting. Then let's order takeout and not go out. Lin Huaiji saw right through Su Yao's little thoughts. He didn't mind either way, it all depended on Su Yao's preference. Now that he knew, he opened the food delivery app to browse options. Over the past 2 years at school, he'd basically tried every takeout place around. Back in the dorm, he used to have late-night snacks every day with Xiaoyueman and the others. During the first month of freshman year alone, he'd gained 20 pounds. In the end, he couldn't stand it anymore and got a gym membership, working out whenever he had time. My weight is under control now, and with regular exercise, my figure looks much better than before.
I'll order. Do you know which place serves good food? Suyao shook her head. No idea, I just got here. So I came, I know the situation better, and isn't it normal to take turns? Suyao, have you forgotten what I told you? Lin Huaiji knew that Suyao didn't want to owe him anything, but he had money. Compared to Suyao, his own circumstances were much better, and besides, it was just a meal, there was no need to be so particular about it. I remember. You go ahead and order, I'll just mooch off you. Hearing the word mooch, Lin Huaiji recalled the day they first met. It seemed Suyao had said something similar back then. He'll probably do things like snuggling and such in the future. Chapter 27, Xin Shitang is acting very strange. Because it was the first semester, Suyao didn't have too many classes, averaging just 2 per day. But based on her experience, she knew that by sophomore year, her schedule would be completely packed from morning till night. The freshman year courses weren't particularly difficult, especially since she'd already studied them thoroughly once before. So now they presented absolutely no challenge. Suyao planned to slack off during class and work on outlining her new book instead. After a fulfilling weekend, waking up with renewed energy, Suyao picked out a simple shirt and jeans to wear, tying her hair into a high ponytail, exuding youthful vibes and looking full of vitality. As she left the house, Suyao stuck a note on the fridge, reminding Lin Huaiji not to drink anything icy on an empty stomach in the morning, as it's bad for the stomach. Suyao bought a wrap at the cafeteria and leisurely ate it on her way to the classroom. Zhang Nana had already saved her a seat. Suyao sat down and pulled out 2 bottles of yogurt from her bag. Here, have some yogurt. Thank you. I brought some cookies too, try one. Bringing each other's favorite snacks, this simple act had always seemed so blissful to Suyao. Now that it was truly happening to her, the joy in her heart was even greater than she had imagined. Lin Huaiji seemed like her lucky charm ever since meeting him. She felt as if she carried a luck buff, brimming with joy every day. Their seats were in the second to last row. Suyao disliked drawing attention and didn't want the teacher to notice her. In this regard, Zhang Nana shared the same sentiment. However, Suyao remembered that Xin Shitang also disliked sitting at the front. Although she loved showing off, according to the book's description, she wasn't particularly studious, so her grades were average. When reading this novel, she had scoffed at the idea, green tea attitude with zero competence. Making such a girl the female lead was downright unsightly. But this meant Xin Shitang would most likely end up sitting near her. Just the thought of it annoyed her. Having a love rival sitting beside her completely ruined her good mood. When Xin Shitang entered the classroom, her eyes immediately landed on Suyao. The moment their gazes met, Suyao clearly sensed Xin Shitang's displeasure. Of course, displeasure aside, Xin Shitang could switch from a cold expression 1 second to laughing and chatting with friends the next. Truly impressive. No wonder she's the female lead. Suyao had also considered this. Perhaps Xin Shitang simply disliked her at first glance. Or maybe it was her presence by Lin Huaiji's side that rubbed Xin Shitang the wrong way. No, why should she feel upset? Could it be that she likes Lin Huaiji too? But she already has Zhou Ying by her side. As described in the novel, they'd had feelings for each other since high school. Even though they broke up and got back together multiple times, they ended up together in the end. Ah well, Lin Huaiji is so outstanding that it's no surprise Xin Shitang noticed him. She just needs to be more cautious and ensure their paths don't cross too often. But what if Lin Huaiji still ends up falling for Xin Shitang? She can't exactly tell him outright that he'll die in a car accident on his way to find her, can she? Even if she dared to say it, Lin Huaiji wouldn't believe her. Such an absurd statement would make anyone who heard it think she was insane. Sigh, at least the situation is optimistic now. As long as nothing goes terribly wrong, Lin Huaiji will surely be safe. Suyao cheered herself up. She must protect Lin Huaiji, and protect herself too. Why is she sitting in front now? Suyao was lost in thought for a while. When she snapped out of it, she saw Xin Shitang sitting in the front row. Wait, that couldn't be right. Her memory shouldn't be faulty. Why would Xin Shitang be sitting so close to the front? Yao, why are you staring at Xin Shitang? Zhang Nana noticed Suyao's unusual behavior. She was also aware of the incident during military training, which had spread widely on the school forum. However, the matter was quickly swept under the rug. It was unclear what kind of charm Xin Shitang possessed. Those around her would soften at her tears and feigned vulnerability. Suyao, who was actually the one being bullied, ended up being labeled as aggressive. Some even claimed that Suyao was selfish just because she had health issues. She supposedly didn't care about others' feelings and expected everyone to accommodate her. These were relatively mild compared to the outright personal attacks. Being well-versed in online culture, Zhang Nana went on an impassioned rant, cursing out the keyboard warrior's ancestors for 18 generations. Nothing much, just looking around casually. Suyao smiled, giving herself positive mental encouragement. Shin Shitong's change might very well be because of her, after all. The system had said her arrival would alter the course of many events. Maybe she simply didn't want to get too close to me, so she chose to sit in the front row. Yao Yao, have you checked the school forum? Shin Shitong's popularity is soaring right now, and that Zhouing from the computer science department is also really popular. But looking around, I still think you're the prettiest. It's just that there are too few photos of you uploaded, they're all candid shots from military training. Whereas those of Shin Shitong, hers are all professionally retouched. Zhang Nana had always loved browsing gossip on various social media platforms. Now that she had more free time in college, she practically lived on these apps. College was far more exciting than she'd imagined, seniors dating multiple people simultaneously, seemingly innocent freshmen secretly getting intimate with their boyfriends in the Grove, or people constantly complaining about stolen takeout deliveries. The school's confession wall barely had any love confessions left, just all kinds of juicy gossip. Yao, I just looked it up and realized your boyfriend is actually a true prodigy, top of his class in major courses, won first prize in last year's intercollegiate robotics competition representing our school. He's basically the face of his entire department. And you know what? Many people say he's unapproachable, went through 2 years of university without dating anyone, but as soon as you made your move, you conquered this unattainable flower, that's my girl for you. Zhang Nana chattered on excitedly, leaving Su Yao unsure which comment to respond to first. Nana, Lin Huaiji, and I, we're not in that kind of relationship, really. Please don't spread rumors. If others overhear, it could cause trouble for him. Su Yao also wished Zhang Nana was right, but such things aren't just about wishful thinking. Lin Huaiji being nice to her doesn't necessarily mean he wants to be in a relationship. Besides, she didn't even know how much longer she'd live. Thinking about this was way too premature. Yao, did you forget what I told you last time? Create opportunities to get close, dress more seductively. You're so beautiful, this strategy would definitely work. Both men and women are visual creatures. Who doesn't like someone good looking? Just be gentler with your words, sweeter with your voice. What senior could possibly stand a chance against that? At this, Su Yao's face turned beet red instantaneously. She had already done it, sauntering around in a spaghetti strap dress before Lin Huaiji, who had even gripped her waist and touched her collarbone that day. Zhang Nana, as an experienced veteran of romance novels, immediately spotted Su Yao's odd behavior. Yao, is there something going on with you? Confession eases punishment. Tell me everything now. No, class is starting. Pay attention to the lecture. Su Yao didn't know how to explain things to Zhang Nana, but fortunately the class bell rang. The professional courses teacher was a senior professor who started the class by showing everyone an article, asking them to interpret it and share their opinions within 20 minutes. Su Yao remembered having read this passage before, and coupled with her solid foundation, she wanted to give answering a try. However, while she was still preparing, Shin Shitong raised her hand. Does this student already have some thoughts to share? The old professor noticed Shin Shitong raising her hand, his smile widening. Since you have thoughts to share, let's hear them. Shin Shitong stood up and spoke methodically, analyzing both the original author's intended meaning and her own insights. Even though Su Yao didn't like her, she had to admit this interpretation was exceptionally good. Student, what's your name? I'm pleasantly surprised by how many points you've managed to analyze. The old professor couldn't stop grinning after hearing her response, already regarding Shin Shitong as his star pupil. Teacher, my name is Shin Shitong. Shin Shitong smiled faintly, and the classmates immediately applauded. Su Yao also clapped along, though she felt something was off, unable to pinpoint exactly what was strange. In the end, Shin Shitong became the class representative for this course. After class, the professor even spoke with her, asking about her future plans, whether she intended to pursue graduate studies, and advising her to start preparing now if she did. Su Yao couldn't understand why Shin Shitong had changed so drastically. Moreover, what she said bore a 70 to 80% resemblance to the professor's explanation, as if she already knew the answers in advance. Chapter 28 Repaying You with My Life. Lin Huaiji woke up in the morning and as soon as he opened his phone, he received a payment from his client. Seeing money first thing in the morning truly lifted his mood. All the hard work from the past 2 days had been worth it. He transferred half of the payment to his savings account, keeping the other half for daily expenses. Since last year, he had stopped taking money from his parents. The bonuses he earned and the money from his freelance work had all been saved to purchase his current residence. Although he didn't pay the full amount himself, he had contributed half, with the other half being supported by his parents. Having no money makes him feel insecure, so he took on a lot of orders at once. Once they're all completed, he should have a decent chunk of change left over. Lin Huaiji was grateful he had chosen a major he was both skilled at and interested in. Occasionally, his thoughts would stray, making him feel like a mere paper cutout, but he quickly snapped back to reality.
He was flesh and blood, with his own thoughts and emotions. He had family and friends, and he remembered every single experience from childhood to adulthood. He was a completely normal person. No matter what happened, he should never doubt that fact. After getting up and washing his face, Lin Huaiji planned to grab something to eat. Just as he was about to open the fridge, he spotted a sticky note on it, Su Yao's personal reminder, complete with a fiercely drawn angry face at the end. Not bad at all, he remarked. Fine, if you won't drink, you won't drink. But he wasn't some henpecked husband or anything, he just didn't feel like drinking today, that's all. At noon, Su Yao called him to ask which cafeteria at the school was good. After eating, she even brought him back a meal, but as he ate, she sat right beside him, watching intently, trying to squeeze out a little more life points from his company. I don't have classes this afternoon, but you have to go to school. Our schedules really don't line up well. Su Yao voiced her complaint. From Monday to Friday, she had classes, and on weekends, she was busy with her own affairs. She had to maintain a sense of vigilance in times of peace and seize every opportunity to stick close to Lin Huaiji, otherwise, her life points seemed dangerously low. What? Want to be with me all the time? Lin Huaiji teased. He had just said it offhandedly to poke fun at Su Yao, but to his surprise, she didn't show any shyness at all and immediately replied, Can I go to class with you? Really? Su Yao grew increasingly excited as she spoke. She had nothing much to do at home alone, and if she could stay with Lin Huaiji, she absolutely wouldn't pass up the opportunity. Lin Huaiji looked at Su Yao's arm that had actively hooked onto his. She really did want to stick close to him at every possible moment. The afternoon class is a major course, probably not a good idea. There are only so few people in the class, the teacher knows everyone. If you go, it'll be too obvious. Moreover, in their department, there were only a handful of female students. Bringing someone as fresh and lovely as Su Yao to class would inevitably draw a lot of attention. What if some clueless guys came asking for her WeChat? That would just be asking for trouble. Fine, forget it then. Su Yao pouted, feeling a little disheartened. I only have one class this afternoon. Want me to bring you bubble tea on my way back? Any preferences? Lin Huaiji knew exactly what Su Yao liked. Just as expected, hearing this made her eyes instantly light up. Her energy restored, the earlier disappointment completely vanishing. Zhao Yuannan mentioned that dessert shop nearby seems pretty good. Anything in particular you fancy? I'll grab some for you when I'm back. Lin Huaiji had researched how to cheer up girls. The internet said it was simple, just follow their interests. Handbags, shoes, cosmetics, or snacks. Get those right, and it never fails. Su Yao has a sweet tooth and is interested in food, so bringing her snacks would be a good idea. However, it seems she doesn't have many clothes. Most young girls love dressing up, so maybe I could buy her some cute dresses later. Ha, that's not right. Lin Huaiji suddenly realized something was off. Was he overthinking things? Su Yao was just feeling a little down because she couldn't attend class with him. Why was he already thinking about buying her milk tea and dresses? Wasn't that something a boyfriend would do? No need, I'll just have the milk tea, 70% sugar is fine. I'm on a diet. I've been indulging a bit too much these past few days, bubble tea, barbecue, you name it. Su Yao could swear her waist had thickened by a whole size. Maybe I should buy a scale for the apartment? If this keeps up, will I have to start ordering my bubble tea with half sugar? Su Yao glanced at Lin Huaiji and felt this was profoundly unfair. Why is it just me gaining weight? How come he hasn't gotten fat at all? Listening to Su Yao's complaints, Lin Huaiji found her utterly adorable. She thought she was getting chubby, so she'd order less sugary milk tea, but no matter what, she could never bring herself to quit it entirely. Is this stuff really that good? Su Yao, if you had to choose between me and milk tea, what would you pick? Lin Huaiji regretted his words as soon as they left his mouth. What kind of strange question was that? How was it any different from those girls asking, if your mom and I both fell into the water, who would you save? Spending too much time with Su Yao had really made him irrational. How could he blurt out such a nonsensical question? You. Lin Huaiji was about to say he was only joking, that she shouldn't take it seriously. But in the very next second, Su Yao gave him a direct answer. Not even a second thought? Su Yao spread her hands, there was simply no comparison. Lin Huaiji was so wonderful that if it meant he could live a long and healthy life, what did giving up milk tea forever matter to her? Forget milk tea, even if you asked me to repay you with my life, I'd be willing. From the bottom of her heart, Su Yao believed Lin Huaiji was an incredibly good person, so good it felt unreal. Thanks to him, she was now living a life she'd never dared dream of before. In the past, Su Yao had no friends, no one to rely on, and not even her own room. She endured severe internal struggles every day until now. Getting a second chance, she finally learned how to cherish herself. Su Yao, put yourself first. Listening to Su Yao's words, Lin Huaiji wasn't happy. If it had been the day he first took her in, he would have thought that no matter what, he had to survive. But now, he hoped both he and Su Yao could live a long, healthy life. Wasn't it said that as long as she stayed by his side, his health wouldn't falter? He was. Just living together will suffice. I know. You should also put yourself first when it comes to love. While romance is beautiful, you need to be discerning, don't trust others so easily, and learn to recognize green tea behavior. Suyao might as well have outright told Lin Huaiji that Shin Shitong was no good and that he should keep his distance. But when it came down to it, hadn't she herself acted a bit like a green tea girl, always clinging to Lin Huaiji and even entertaining the thought of seduction?
You mean Shin Shitong is the green tea you're talking about?
Lin Huaiji wasn't without female company around him. He could spot green tea types, those fake innocent girls, from a mile away.
Truth be told, these schoolgirl antics were nothing impressive. Forget Shin Shitong, even Suyao's inner thoughts were completely transparent to him. She's really not good. I'm not trying to deliberately badmouth her, I just feel, it's just, ugh. Anyway, I simply don't like her and think she's no good.
I don't want you getting so close to her. Suyao decided to throw caution to the wind and dump all pretenses. She didn't want to speak ill of others, but she genuinely disliked Shin Shitong. She just didn't want Lin Huaiji getting entangled with her in any way.
Are you suggesting I should stay away from Shin Shitong? Or should I keep my distance from all girls?
Lin Huaiji asked directly. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to force Suyao to confront the nature of their relationship. There was no need to rush into commitment, but neither should she drift along thoughtlessly without a single idea in her head.
Then obviously I'd hope that besides me, you'd stay away from everyone else. But how could I possibly say that out loud? How awful, if I really voiced it, what would that make me? I understand. You should go rest.
Lin Huaiji chuckled softly, his heart softening a little as he actively gave Suyao an out. After all, he already knew the answer, there was no need for her to say it out loud.
Alright then, I'll go rest.
Though Suyao still hadn't fully grasped the situation, she immediately got up and headed to the room.
What does he know? I haven't even answered yet, and he's saying he understands. What if what he thinks is wrong? Why is he so confident?
Lin Huaiji increasingly felt that Suyao was somewhat foolish, outwardly shrewd, yet absurdly soft-hearted. Show her the slightest kindness, and she'd nearly tear out her own heart to show you.
That kind of temperament makes one easily taken advantage of. And if a guy who treats her well appears by her side, then Suyao. No, absolutely not. He would nip any possibility in the bud at the slightest sign.
Chapter 29, None of Your Concern. After finishing his meal, Lin Huaiji rested for a while, scrolling through his phone on the sofa. Suyao was probably asleep since there was no movement from her room, so he didn't inform her when he went out, only sending her a WeChat message. It was now the peak of the afternoon sun. Thankfully, he had applied sunscreen, otherwise, he would undoubtedly have gotten tanned. He hadn't used this stuff much since the military training, but now seeing Suyao applying it daily, he followed suit. After all, if Suyao with her fair skin still insisted on daily use, he'd look even worse standing next to her if he got any tanner. Come to think of it, Suyao's skin was so fair that even a mosquito bite left such visible red marks. If he were to bite her, would it leave marks too? With just a bit more pressure, could he leave fingerprints? And if they played some bondage games? No, wrong train of thought, emergency brake, pull back. After arriving at the school gate, Lin Huaiji began scrolling through his phone as he walked along the path. Since there were no cars and few people around, most avoiding the scorching heat unless for classes, the place was relatively empty.
Senior.
Shin Shitong jogged over, slightly out of breath when she reached Lin Huaiji's side. I called you several times just now, but you didn't hear me.
What are you looking at so intently?
With natural casualness, Shin Shitong leaned in to look. Lin Huaiji's phone screen was still open on Taobao, displaying an array of little skirts.
A skirt? Shin Shitong had an inkling, it must be Suyao.
Suyao was now living with Lin Huaiji, who knew what trick she'd used to make Lin Huaiji so cold toward her. Wasn't it just because of that face of hers that she could seduce Lin Huaiji? She wasn't any worse than Suyao. If not for Suyao getting in the way, Lin Huaiji would surely have fallen for her by now. Now that Suyao and Lin Huaiji lived together, they saw each other day in and day out.
No, if this continues, Suyao will really replace me. Is there something you need?
Lin Huaiji turned off his phone screen and took a step back, distancing himself from Shin Shitong. He didn't like Shin Shitong, but without Suyao around, he might actually have fallen for her charms. After all, she was quite the actress. Senior, I know you're really kind, so handsome, and incredibly skilled in your field. Your personality and values are both wonderful.
Though I'm just a freshman, I've already heard so much about you.
Shin Shitong smiled faintly, her makeup leaning towards a sweet, girlish style. Combined with her demure outfit and soft-spoken manner, it easily made people let their guard down around her. Not to mention how pleasant her words were, praising others with such sincerity that you couldn't help but believe her, giving your vanity a proper stroke. But Lin Huaiji was different. As he looked at Shin Shitong now, all he felt was that she was being annoyingly long-winded. If she had something to say, why beat around the bush? It was incredibly vexing. And it was obvious at first glance that Shin Shitong had ulterior motives. Clearly having a boyfriend, yet still seeking attention in front of him, wasn't this textbook toxic behavior? What exactly do you want? Lin Huaiji studied Shin Shitong. Though displeased, she showed no trace of irritation, maintaining a perfectly pleasant expression. Senior, I just feel that someone as kind as you shouldn't be taken advantage of. It would be truly unforgivable. I know gossiping isn't proper, but for your sake, Senior, I've thought it over and believe you really ought to know about this matter. Shin Shitong wore an expression of intense inner conflict. If Lin Huaiji hadn't known her true character, he might have actually been fooled by her. What request? Actually, Senior, Su Yao has been keeping something from you. Forget it, I'm going all out. For your sake, Senior, I feel compelled to tell you the truth. Tugging at Lin Huaiji's sleeve, Shin Shitong's eyes nearly overflowed with admiration and concern. Senior, Su Yao has a heart condition, a very serious one. While it's kind of you to take her in, if something were to happen to her, you'd be held responsible. I only found out later, and ever since knowing, I've been wrestling with it every day. I can't even eat properly, just thinking about whether this might affect you. If something really happened, I'd be terribly worried. Shin Shitong was certain that Lin Huaiji had no idea about Su Yao's heart condition. After all, he was destined to fall for her. Or rather, what exceptional young man wouldn't? Zhouing was proof, and Lin Huaiji should be no different. Now that she'd exposed this, Lin Huaiji would realize Su Yao had been deceiving him all along. The only one who truly had his best interests at heart was Shin Shitong herself. But, why was Lin Huaiji's reaction so calm? Could it be that he's just shocked and needs a moment to process it? Senior, please don't be sad. I know Su Yao definitely didn't mean to deceive you on purpose. I'm just really worried about you and afraid you might be deceived. Su Yao is indeed pitiable, and I'll take extra care of her too. Senior, don't be sad, I'm here for you. If you find it difficult to talk to Su Yao about this, I can help you. For your sake, Senior, I'm willing to do these things. Shin Shitong reached out to take Lin Huaiji's hand, but he dodged her touch. Shin Shitong, I know she's not in good health, but nothing will happen to her. This is between us, there's no need for you to worry. Besides, Su Yao doesn't need your care either. If you have time to spare, you'd better focus on your own affairs. Shin Shitong's face instantly paled. How could things have turned out this way? Lin Huaiji knew Su Yao had a heart condition. How could he still agree to live with her? After all she'd said, hadn't he been moved at all? How is this possible? This wasn't how it was supposed to be. If Lin Huaiji liked Su Yao, then what about her? What does that make her? Shin Shitong couldn't figure it out, didn't know where things had gone wrong. Senior, please listen to me. Shin Shitong still wanted to play the victim, but Lin Huaiji wouldn't have any of it. Junior, you'd better explain yourself to your boyfriend. I think he looks pretty upset. From the moment Shin Shitong reached out to pull him, Zhouing had been standing behind her. Though slightly distant, it would have been effortless for him to clearly see Shin Shitong's movements. Seeing Zhou Ying's face darken by the second, Lin Huaiji knew an argument was brewing between the two. Meanwhile, Shin Shitong, after hearing his words, shrank back in fright, nervously clutching at her skirt. This reaction, it wasn't just nervousness anymore, it was downright fear. But why is Shin Shitong afraid? Lin Huaiji sorted out his thoughts as he walked. It was clear that Shin Shitong had come to him under the assumption that he didn't know Su Yao had a heart condition. She was just trying to assert herself in front of him and undermine his relationship with Su Yao. After all, most people wouldn't live with someone they just met who had a heart condition. If anything were to happen, they'd be held accountable. Unfortunately, Shin Shitong's scheme failed. Although Su Yao hadn't told him at the beginning, as long as he was around, Su Yao would be fine. So when he learned about Su Yao's heart condition, he didn't think it was a big issue. Besides, Su Yao was such a fool, show her a little care, and she'd eagerly pile all the good things in front of him. With a simpleton like that, what threat could she possibly pose? Judging from Shin Shitong's words, gaze, and demeanor just now, every part of her screamed one thing: she was no simple woman. She wasn't just your average green tea girl. She had superb acting skills and knew how to play the sympathy card. Logically, Zhouing should have been wrapped around her finger. Even if Zhouing was possessive, a little coquetry from her should have smoothed things over. But judging by her reaction earlier, things were clearly far more complicated. What a headache. Lin Huaiji couldn't be bothered to care. As long as this Shin Shitong didn't stir up trouble, both he and Su Yao would remain safe and sound. Shin Shitong watched as Lin Huaiji walked away just like that. Standing rooted to the spot, her emotions were in turmoil, and to make matters worse, Zhouing had witnessed it all. How was she supposed to explain this? Tang, what were you talking to him about just now? Zhou Ying's face was dark, his tone carrying a sinister softness that alone was enough to make anyone uneasy. Shin Shitong was no exception. Fear and nervousness churned inside her, but she struggled to compose herself, forcing her facial expression to appear as normal as possible. I was just reminding him that Su Yao has a heart condition, so he should pay extra attention. If anything happens, she needs to get medical help immediately. Shin Shitong flashed an ingratiating smile and took the initiative to grab Zhou Ying's hand. It's so hot today. I knew you had classes, so I came to bring you milk tea. I just happened to see him and thought I'd give him a reminder.
After hearing Shin Shitan's explanation, Zhou Ying's expression softened considerably, no longer as dark and threatening as before. Chapter 30, Selling Out with Charm. Tang Tang, I've told you before, stay away from other boys. You have no idea what they're really thinking, they only approach you with ulterior motives. Except for me. Only I truly care about you. Those guys only approach you because they think you're pretty and want to sleep with you. You're so naive, if I didn't tell you this, you'd end up getting tricked. Tian, please listen to me, okay? I would never harm you. I'll always be good to you. Don't look at others, don't interact with other guys. Zhou Ying grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, his hands gripping Shin Shitan's arms with mounting force. Yet he seemed utterly oblivious, stubbornly shaking her as if demanding an answer. Tang, I like you, I've always liked you. When will you finally agree to date me? When will you stop getting involved with other guys? Is this one request too much to ask? Tang, why aren't you saying anything? Zhou Ying's eyes were wide open, looking like a crazed monster, his mental state clearly unhinged. Shin Shitang's face was full of terror. She could feel how tightly Zhou Ying was gripping her. Though she couldn't see it, she could tell her arms were already bruised purple from his grasp. The pain was so intense, like her bones were about to shatter, that tears involuntarily welled up in her eyes. The overwhelming fear surged through her again, threatening to consume her. Zhou Ying, you're hurting me. Shen Shitan was on the verge of exploding. Seeing Zhou Ying's bloodshot eyes, she finally mustered her strength. After shaking off Zhou Ying's grip, Shen Shitan stumbled backward repeatedly, her arms hanging limply. Her bag dropped to the ground, and the milk tea inside splattered everywhere. This was the bag Shen Shitan had saved up for months to buy. Now stained by the spilled milk tea, she had no time to grieve over it, her only thought was to escape immediately. Without even stopping to pick up the bag, she turned and ran. Zhou Ying realized belatedly he had accompanied Shin Shitan all these years. Since childhood, wherever she went, he had followed. But what about her? When introducing him to others, she simply called him a high school classmate. If that was the case, then what did all those years he devoted even mean? Shin Shitan had always been so obedient, usually listening to whatever he said, but just now, she had actually raised her voice at him and run off without another word. If only she had always been obedient, then he surely wouldn't have been so harsh with her. The way he was now, it was entirely Shin Shitan's fault. If only she would just listen to him, everything would be fine. The school bell rang, yet Zhou Ying remained unhurried as he crouched down, as though he didn't care about class at all. Slowly, he extended his index finger to dip into the completely shattered milk teacup. A tiny remnant still remained at the bottom, but the strong wind had already coated it with a visible layer of dust. He didn't mind at all, dipping it before putting it in his mouth, savoring it carefully, then suddenly burst out laughing, sweet just like Tang. Then he picked up the bag from the ground and hugged it to his chest, not caring in the slightest that the stains would soil his white shirt. Instead, he held onto it with an almost pathological tightness. This was carried by Tang, it has Tongtong's scent. Shen Shitan was unaware of Zhou Ying's twisted behavior. She had been too terrified earlier, cold sweat had broken out all over her body as she ran frantically forward, not daring to look back. It wasn't until she reached the dormitory that she finally felt safe. Why would Zhou Ying act like this? No, he's always been this way. He'll never change. Shin Shitan crouched on the ground, hugging her knees tightly. This position helped calm her down and ease her fear. She pulled up her sleeve, just as she thought. The spots where Zhou Ying had grabbed her were completely reddened. The crimson marks looked like they'd been left by rope bindings. Shin Shitan's eyes went vacant, as if trapped in some terrifying memory she couldn't escape. Shitan, why are you squatting here? Shenya had just returned with milk tea when she saw Shin Shitan crouched there. Since they shared a dorm and Shitan had always been kind to her, Shenya took the initiative to show concern. What happened to your hand? How did you get hurt so badly? Was someone bullying you? Shenya was startled when she saw the injuries on Shin Shitang's hand. Shin Shitan quickly pulled down her sleeve and shook her head. I'm fine, it was just an accident. Aren't you supposed to deliver milk tea to Zhou Ying? Does he just ignore it when someone bullies you? Zhou Ying came from a well-off family, was good-looking, and excelled academically, so rumors about him spread quickly after the semester started. Everyone also knew that Shin Shitang and Zhou Ying shared a special relationship, though they hadn't made it official yet. Everyone considered them destined to be together. The two were admired as the perfect couple of their grade, talented, attractive, and with great personalities. Many eagerly awaited their public displays of affection, including Shinya, who firmly believed a girl like Shin Shitan was meant to be with Zhou Ying. Seeing the bruises on Shin Shitang's hands, Shenya would never suspect Zhou Ying was responsible, just as Shin Shitan had anticipated. To everyone, Zhou Ying was the flawless partner. Even if she claimed he caused the injuries, no one would believe her. Worse, they might even criticize her instead. I've already delivered them to him. Yeah, I've been crouching too long, can you help me up? My legs are numb. Shin Shitang didn't want to talk about these things with others. Even if she did, it wouldn't be of any help, nor would it bring her any benefit. Here, let me help you up. Thanks, Yaya. By the way, you look so pretty today, that dress really suits you.
It makes your legs look super long. Shin Shitang switched back to her usual warm and considerate self, the kind who always seemed sincere. Chunya, being naturally straightforward and not one to overthink things, was easily swayed by such compliments. Sure enough, the moment she mentioned her new dress, she seemed to forget what had just happened, lowering her head in slight embarrassment.
Well, you were the one who helped me pick it. It's all thanks to your good taste. Just now, a guy even asked for my number when I wore it out. This is all because of you. You're the best, Tang Tang. Girls like you, who are both beautiful and kind, and excel in studies, are so rare there are hardly any to be found in the whole school.
Shin Shitong sneered inwardly.
She was one of a kind, how could anyone else even compare to her? But that Su Yao is pretty popular too. I noticed a lot of people talking about her. She's genuinely gorgeous, so she's definitely got the charm to get people talking.
Chunya spoke bluntly, saying whatever came to mind without noticing the dark look on Shin Shitong's face.
In fact, she only grew more enthusiastic.
I saw her up close this morning, and she wasn't even wearing makeup. Her skin was so tender it looked like you could squeeze water out of it. Flawless. Pretty face, great figure. She looked stunning no matter what she wore.
Ting Ting, what do you think? Do you think Su Yao is pretty? Shin Ziting couldn't care less. Who did Su Yao think she was?
Just a useless variable causing her trouble.
So what if she was attractive?
She had her ways to make sure Su Yao wouldn't last. But thoughts were one thing, maintaining appearances another. So Shin Ziting flashed a perfect smile and chimed in with Shenya. She's pretty. I love making friends with beautiful girls, which is why I like you so much too.
Yeah, the moment I saw you, I wanted to get to know you.
Shenya's face was a picture of disbelief.
Really? You really wanted to know me the moment you saw me?
Of course it's fake, you idiot.
Did you really think you're something special just because I flattered you a couple of times?
Take a look at that disgusting blob of fat on you. No amount of makeup can cover up those pimples on your face. Shin Shitong was cursing viciously in her heart, but wouldn't show even a hint of it on her face.
Of course, yeah, I really like you. If you're willing, could we be good friends?
Of course. I never even dared imagine becoming friends with a gorgeous girl like you. Shen Yashi was all smiles, eager to share everything she knew with Shin Shitong and exchange views, while Shin Shitong merely responded with a few perfunctory words, not really listening. Her thoughts were entirely focused on Lin Huaiji. Lin Huaiji knew that bitch Su Yao had a heart condition yet was still willing to live with her. No matter how he thought about it, it had to be Su Yao's scheme.
Su Yao wasn't some rich kid. He'd seen her academic records and family background, which were as ordinary as could be. She was even an orphan without a home to call her own. During military training, she had applied for financial aid, and the family background section made it crystal clear she was an orphan with no parents. As a class officer, he had even voted in her favor when recommending her for the aid. Yet who would have thought she'd end up being such a nuisance everywhere? The only way such a person could catch Lin Huaiji's attention would be by seducing him. But Lin Huaiji wasn't that kind of man. From what she knew of him, he was always upright and sunny. How could he possibly be fooled by Su Yao? It must be Su Yao's scheming ways. Even during military training last time, you could see how manipulative she was. Lin Huaiji was so naive and had never interacted with girls before. That's why he was being led around by the nose by Su Yao. No, Su Yao absolutely couldn't stay by Lin Huaiji's side. Shin Shitong had a new plan brewing in her mind. No matter what, she had to drive Su Yao away. Chapter 31. Some things are better left unsaid. During class, Lin Huaiji was still thinking about what had just happened. The look in Shin Shitong's eyes when she realized Zhou was present had been truly unsettling. No matter how he thought about it, it didn't add up. Childhood sweethearts who liked each other, even if Shin Shitong wanted to seduce him, couldn't she just come up with an excuse? With her silver tongue and keen insight into people's hearts, wouldn't it be a breeze to sweet-talk Zhou? Why would she be afraid? Lin Huaiji considered several possibilities, planning to observe carefully if the opportunity arose later. Of course, it would be best if they never crossed paths again. No contact meant no danger. With about 10 minutes left before class ended, Lin Huaiji opened an app to order milk tea. Doing the math, it should arrive just as class let out. Zhao Yuannan found it utterly baffling. During class earlier, Lin Huaiji had been lost in thought, clearly troubled by something. Now that he wasn't brooding anymore, he was suddenly ordering milk tea. How incredibly out of character. Bro Huaiji, since when do you like milk tea? Didn't you always say it made you feel sick? Back when they lived in the dorm, they often ordered takeout together, but Lin Huaiji always refused milk tea, opting for fruit tea at most whenever he did drink something. Yet now, just a few days into the new semester, they'd already seen him buy it several times. Wait, is he getting it for that junior Su Yao? Zhao Yunan belatedly realized what was happening. No wonder someone could change so quickly. Turns out, it was the iron tree blooming at last. Of course, definitely yes. I told you it's easy for sparks to fly when a man and woman live alone together. Look how fast things are progressing. It hasn't even been that long.
Lu Xing and Lin Wen chimed in agreement as well, while Lin Huaijian usually offered no objections. He ordered one of the new drinks, intending to let Su Yao try it. Yet fearing she might not like it, he went ahead and selected another one. That way, if there happened to be something she didn't enjoy, he could take care of it himself.
Bro, don't just stay silent. Give us the lowdown. How far have things progressed between you and Junior Su Yao?
All three leaned in with gossipy expressions.
Lin Huaiji looked at their eager faces like dogs spotting a bone.
They'd never shown this much enthusiasm for studying, yet one whiff of romance and they were all ears.
Bro, don't judge us. We're counting on your future missus to set us up with girls.
Zhao Yuanan had calculated this clearly. Relying on himself to find a girlfriend would be harder than climbing to heaven.
Far better to pin his hopes on Su Yao.
When it comes to majors with the highest female-to-male ratio, Chinese language and literature definitely ranks among the top. It's practically a kingdom of women. Unlike their computer science counterparts, where you can count the number of female students in the entire department on one hand, and even those few are already taken long before others get a chance.
Don't worry, if anything develops between us, I'll definitely let you know.
It's still early days, she's young and shy, so we should take things slow. To be honest, Lin Huaiji also wanted to hurry, that way they could kiss and touch, and he wouldn't have to keep dreaming, stuck with just looking and not tasting.
But now wasn't the time.
When it came to relationships, it couldn't just be about satisfying lust. His views on love were quite similar to Su Yao's. Both believed in slowly adjusting to each other through mutual understanding, as that was the only way to make it last.
That's true, we're in our junior year now, so Su Yao should be 2 years younger than us. By the way, when is her birthday?
If it's coming up, why, you could prepare something. Perfect timing for a confession. Even if you don't confess, you should at least prepare a small gift or surprise to improve her impression of you. Everyone chimed in with suggestions, but Lin Huaiji wasn't so sure. After all, they weren't from the same world, so their ages might differ somewhat, though birthdays wouldn't change. No one had celebrated her birthday before, but from now on, he would. He had never thought of this point before, but now reflecting on it, it actually made sense.
Who would have thought these seemingly unreliable people could still be somewhat useful? Are you free tonight? My treat. Let's hang out. Just happened to have some money on hand.
Last time they went out to eat, he had Shin Shitong foot the bill, so this meal would be his treat, a way to repay them for their advice.
Gather. Absolutely down for that. Charge straight in. What to eat? What to eat?
All three answered simultaneously, but only Zhao Yuannan shouted the loudest. Students sitting in front and even the professor on the podium stared straight at him.
This student, where exactly are you charging off to? What? It's only 3 o'clock and you're already thinking about food.
Being so enthusiastic about eating, I suppose you must have studied very diligently just now in class, otherwise you wouldn't have gotten hungry this quickly. Lin Huaiji and the others kept their heads down, pretending to read. Zhao Yuannan glanced at his brothers sitting on either side, his heart chilling halfway. So it's true, when disaster strikes, everyone flees on their own. It wasn't just him talking, yet he was the only one getting scolded. Teacher, I skipped breakfast, so I was a bit hungry.
I promise, I'll never make noise again in class and won't disrupt our class's great learning atmosphere.
With his smooth tongue and proactive attitude in admitting his mistake, Zhao Yuannan successfully convinced the old professor to let him off the hook. The moment the class ended, Zhao Yuannan immediately wrapped his arms around Lu Xing and Lin Wen's necks in a headlock.
You two, it's always me taking the fall while you watch the show, huh?
Lu Xing reached out to pat Zhao Yuannan's hand, defending himself. Obviously, it's because you were shouting like firecrackers, your voice was so loud. No wonder the teacher noticed you. Zhao Yuannan refused to admit it and kept insisting, if my voice hadn't been loud enough to drown yours out, you two would have been the ones getting scolded. Lin Huaiji shook his head.
Zhao Yuannan's logic had left him speechless.
These three idiots always ended up like this, carefree and happy despite the chaos.
I'll go ask Su Yao what she wants to eat and let you know once we decide. I'm heading off first.
Lin Huaiji hurried to grab the milk tea. Su Yao, that little princess, seemed to be timing him. The moment class ended, she messaged him, reminding him not to forget. She always talks about losing weight but can never resist food. Though with her petite frame, she wouldn't look fat even if she gained 10 pounds, there's nothing wrong with her eating a little more. Lin Huaiji ignored them and left first after gathering his things. Within minutes of his departure, students for the next class began trickling into the classroom, and only then did Zhao Yuannan and his group finally quiet down.
Wanna head back to the dorm and play a few rounds of games?
We'll go grab dinner when Huai calls us, Zhao Yuannan suggested.
Say G not BA, do you get it or not? Oh, putting on an act now? I know exactly what you're like. Keep pretending, huh? You don't want me to say it?
Well, I'll say it, it's just a damn game. What's the big deal? Lin Wen quietly pulled Lu Xing further away from Zhao Yuannan, refusing to admit they knew him, let alone that they were close friends.
Zhao Yuannan shook his head with a triumphant smile. Think you can take him on? As expected, he's the king of the dorm.
However, just as he was basking in his glory, he noticed the girls who entered were all staring at him. Some would glance at him twice, sizing him up before whispering to each other, "We're done for." He hadn't noticed any girls earlier, too busy cracking inappropriate jokes only to be overheard at the worst possible moment. His dating prospects instantly plummeted to zero.
Ha ha. I didn't mean it like that. Actually, I don't usually talk this way.
Zhao Yuanan flashed a grin, revealing his bright white teeth. A few girls glanced at him before lowering their heads again, whispering among themselves, completely ignoring him. In the end, Zhao Yuanan chased after her, while Lu Xing and Lin Wen, utterly shameless, simply stood by and watched their buddy make a fool of himself.
No sense of loyalty at all. Where's Lu Xing?
I stepped out ready for a decisive battle, only to find Wen Lin standing alone. He said something came up at home and had to rush back, she explained hurriedly.
Family emergency? Did he say what happened? Seems serious if he's in such a hurry. Do they need our help?
Zhao Yuanam, ever the loyal friend, immediately forgot their petty squabble upon hearing Lu Xing had family troubles.
He said it's fine, he's just going back for a while, but probably won't join us for dinner tonight.
I was worried at first, but I asked him twice and he kept saying everything's alright, so it should be nothing serious. In the entire dormitory, Lu Xing was the quietest. At the beginning of the semester, she barely spoke. Thankfully, Zhao Yuanan was naturally outgoing and quickly improved the dorm's atmosphere. Just from their usual interactions, it was obvious Lu Xing was the type who would swallow his pride rather than seek retribution, and certainly never make a fuss. That's why Zhao Yuanan had felt a flicker of anxiety earlier, afraid he might be hiding some family troubles too ashamed to voice.
Did he seem off just now? Not anxious or flustered or anything like that?
Lin Wen shook his head. No, it seemed pretty normal. He just glanced at his phone, and I thought he seemed quite happy, maybe even a little nervous.
It's hard to describe. That's good then. If you're happy, nothing else really matters.
Zhao Yuanan felt relieved. After all, these were personal family matters. As good friends, they ought to maintain some boundaries.
If someone didn't want to talk about it, there was no need to push for every last detail. Chapter 32. Want to sleep with you.
Lin Huaiji was carrying 2 cups of milk tea on his way home when he knew Su Yao was already waiting by the door without even opening it, simply because he could hear her mentally calling out for the milk tea.
Here it comes, my milk tea. Was that all she cared about?
After being gone for so long, it seemed Su Yao hadn't missed him one bit.
My lifeline. If only I could touch it.
Lin Huaiji's lips curled upwards.
Exactly, this was more like it. How could he have forgotten something so important? I'm back.
Standing at the doorway ready to change shoes, Lin Huaiji found Su Yao unusually eager, even fetching his slippers and placing them by his feet before taking the milk tea and backpack from his hands.
Wash your hands before drinking.
Lin Huaiji saw Su Yao being so eager and quickly reminded her, how could she immediately eat something after just touching her shoes? No matter how urgent, it wasn't acceptable.
Got it.
Su Yao pouted and went to wash her hands, but her thoughts weren't as obedient as they seemed.
If your cleanliness obsession is this bad, does that mean when kissing, you can only touch lips? No tongue allowed? That can be arranged.
Su Yao turned to look at Lin Huaiji with confusion on her face. What can be?
Had she accidentally voiced her inner thoughts just now?
Not only was Su Yao flustered, but Lin Huaiji was equally panicked. What Su Yao had been thinking about moments ago was precisely what he secretly wished to do. Temporarily blinded by desire, he'd let the words slip out. This milk tea shop just released a new product.
Reviews say it's decent, so I wanted you to try it.
Lin Huaiji's heart was pounding with panic, but his mind raced at top speed, swiftly finding the perfect excuse. Sure enough, Su Yao stopped doubting him, and her attention returned to the milk tea.
Let me taste it. The color looks really nice, so the flavor probably won't be bad either. Young girls are so easy to fool. Just spin a random lie, and they instantly believe it. So naive, who knows if they even know how to deceive. Though in their faculty, it's mostly girls anyway, with hardly any guys. Probably no real competition there. This is actually quite tasty. You should try it quickly.
Su Yao took a sip and was instantly amazed, then raised it to Lin Huaiji's lips, wanting him to try it. Although Lin Huaiji didn't particularly like it, he was still willing to taste it since it was already offered to his lips. Holding Su Yao's hand, he bent slightly to take a sip. Whether it was because the milk tea itself was delicious or because Su Yao had just drunk from it, he unexpectedly found it quite good. Very sweet. Lin Huaiji stared at Su Yao's lips as he gave his review. Su Yao looked up at him, and after locking eyes for a moment, the atmosphere suddenly fell off.
What's so sweet about it? Is he flirting with me? Still staring at my lips, does he really mean what I think he does?
Su Yao had already scripted a sweet, tender bedroom scene for herself and Lin Huaiji in her mind when she suddenly realized she was fantasizing about the very person standing before her. I'm just a simple and introverted girl, how could I have thoughts like this?
Calm down, Su Yao. Wait, what? Have I really reached that age?
I've never been like this before. Why is Lin Huaiji's naked body all I can think about now?
Or is it because I never got to experience it in my past life, So now that I have a second chance, I really want to try?
Suyao nodded, finding the perfect excuse for the changes in her body and thoughts.
This had to be why.
Lin Huaiji had never realized how rich a girl's inner thoughts could be. Watching Suyao desperately making excuses for herself was downright adorable.
Suyao, what are you thinking about? Why is your face so red?
The more he saw Suyao's embarrassment, the more he wanted to tease her.
Something about it just seemed irresistibly amusing.
Though this particular hobby was slightly perverse and built upon Suyao's suffering, he simply couldn't control himself.
Thinking about sleeping with you, Suyao swallowed hard. Damn it, how did she end up voicing her inner thoughts out loud?
Lin Huaiji tilted his head slightly, pretending not to understand.
Sleep with me? What do you mean by that? Suyao panicked completely.
She shoved the milk tea into Lin Huaiji's hands and dashed back to her room in a few quick steps. To be honest, Lin Huaiji had never seen Suyao run so fast before.
Never mind, she was just embarrassed. Understandable.
He decided not to tease her anymore for now and let her calm down. Suyao threw herself onto the bed, rolled over twice, then buried her face in a pillow. She wanted to scream out loud, but was afraid Lin Huaiji might hear her.
Whoa, am I an idiot? How could I answer like that? It's over.
Lin Huaiji will definitely misunderstand that I'm lusting after him.
Wait, actually, it's not really a misunderstanding. That's even worse. How could I say such treasonous words? Whoa, I might as well just die. I was talking nonsense. I want to live. I want to live a long life with Lin Huaiji. Suyao instinctively blurted out the words, then immediately realized how inauspicious they sounded and hurriedly corrected herself. Wait, no, if I just rushed in like this, wouldn't Lin Huaiji get the wrong idea? I should explain.
Thinking this, Suyao quickly scrambled up, haphazardly smoothing the messy hair she'd just tousled, and put on her most ladylike smile.
Senior, what I just said was, I wanted to talk to you about something. It's just that, well, I wanted to treat you to a meal this weekend. Are you free?
Seeing Suyao's smile that seemed on the verge of tears, Lin Huaiji instantly softened.
Definitely.
There's a big amusement park near the university district up north, with a food street too.
Want to go have some fun?
Suyao was so touched she was almost in tears. Lin Huaiji truly was wonderful. He didn't press her with questions, was considerate of her feelings, and now even wanted to take her out for fun.
I've never been to Happy World before, sobs. Why are you so good to me?
As she dwelled on it, Suyao's tears began to flow uncontrollably, falling in big drops. Hearing this, Lin Huaiji's heart ached unbearably, and he quickly grabbed 2 tissues to gently wipe away her tears. He moved gently, afraid of hurting Suyao, but she only cried harder, her words coming in ragged breaths between sobs.
Whoa, I've never been there before. Lin Huaiji simply pulled her into his embrace.
Her head fit perfectly against his chest, making her seem even smaller and more fragile in his arms.
Don't cry, he murmured. I'll take you there. I'll take you anywhere you want to go. Be good now.
Lin Huaiji wasn't skilled at comforting others, yet he still reached out to stroke her hair. Though his movements were clumsy, there was a warmth to them that couldn't be denied.
Chapter 33 Overwhelmed Emotions. Suyao didn't understand how she could be so weak-willed now.
She had endured much harder times alone before, yet facing Lin Huaiji, everything felt unreal. He was too perfect, like a gift specially prepared by fate, allowing her to experience things she'd never dared dream of before.
Hug me, woo-woo.
Suyao was sobbing uncontrollably, her body trembling with each gasp. Lin Huaiji held her tightly in his arms. Often, actions speak louder than words, and this was one of those moments. Since she was too distraught to listen to anything else, he wanted Suyao to feel his warmth, to sense his sincerity. He had never imagined becoming this intimate with a girl before, sharing daily life and emotions. Yet Suyao's presence planted this very thought in Lin Huaiji's mind.
So warm. I wish I could hold you forever.
Suyao's voice was soft and sweet, with a hint of coquettishness from crying, making whoever heard it feel their heart melt. Lin Huaiji hugged her even tighter, as if wanting to melt Suyao entirely into his own body.
Cough, wait a second.
Suyao gasped for breath from being squeezed too tightly, raising her hands to push against Lin Huaiji, trying to get him to loosen his grip a little.
What's wrong? Did I hold you too tight?
Lin Huaiji realized he hadn't controlled his strength and quickly released Suyao, patting her back to help her catch her breath. Suyao's eyes were red and swollen from crying, like a little rabbit, her lips glistening with moisture. She looked heartbreakingly pitiful. Normally, seeing her like this should have made Lin Huaiji's heart ache, but instead he found himself entertaining some rather unscrupulous thoughts.
Crying like this, if I bully her harder, will she cry even more?
I want to make her cry. I want her to sob. No. Senior, you're so good, you're the best, the very best person I've ever met. Suyao's voice still held a trace of grievance, tears still lingered at the corners of her eyes, but her emotions had stabilized considerably compared to before. Lin Huaiji looked at her like this and couldn't help but swallow hard. Why did hearing her call him senior flood his mind with even more censored images? Hey,
what do you want for dinner? My treat. Zhao Yuna and the others are coming too.
We originally planned to celebrate after your military training ended, but they had some things come up. We just talked about it again in class today, so we scheduled it for tonight. Lin Huaiji lied without batting an eye. He would never admit that the reason they didn't have the gathering after the military training was simply because he wanted to eat Su Yao's cooking.
I want meat. When I'm in a bad mood, I crave meat. Alright, let's go for barbecue then.
I'll book a table. Lin Huaiji picked a place with good reviews that he'd been to before.
Though a bit pricey, the meat quality was excellent and the ambience was nice. Is 6 p.m. okay? Sure. Whatever you arrange is fine. I'll be good.
Su Yao smiled faintly, now somewhat accustomed to relying on Lin Huaiji, though depending on others gave her a sense of crisis, making her imagine what she'd do if they vanished. But if the person was Lin Huaiji, she wanted to try it. Lin Huaiji finalized the time and location while Su Yao just stood dumbly before him, staring blankly with a not-so-bright expression.
Aren't you going to drink your milk tea?
When feeling down, drink something sweet, it livens up your body and eases the sorrow a little.
I want a drink.
Lin Huaiji was like teasing a cat. Su Yao easily followed his train of thought. At the mere mention of milk tea, Su Yao scurried back to the couch, took 2 big sips from her cup, and all traces of her earlier displeasure vanished in an instant. After hugging Lin Huaiji for so long, her lifespan increased by nearly 20 days. Su Yao was initially thrilled, but then regret set in. If she had known it would add that much time, she would have held on a little longer. Just by watching Su Yao's expression and the look in her eyes, Lin Huaiji didn't even need to hear her thoughts to know exactly what schemes she was plotting. Around 5 p.m., Lin Huaiji and Su Yao didn't have much to pack. They tidied up briefly before heading out, only to find Zhao Yunan and Lin Wen waiting alone when they arrived at the restaurant.
Where's Lu Xing?
Lin Huaiji didn't think much of it, assuming he was delayed by something.
He said there was something at home and he had to go back. Didn't seem urgent or anything, probably nothing serious.
Lin Wen relayed Lu Xing's message word for word.
Home. The timeline in the novel's plot isn't very clear.
Lu Xing was expelled at the end of this semester, but there's no mention of when it all started.
Could it be happening right now? Lu Xing is gentle-natured and rather naive.
That girl must have put effort into manipulating him, not only scamming him out of money but also falsely accusing him of rape. The scandal blew up, which ultimately led to his expulsion. No, I still need to make sure Lin Huaiji and the others stay vigilant.
It's only Monday today. If Senior Lu Xing went home, does that mean his place is nearby?
If there's nothing urgent, maybe I could ask him. He might already have finished his tasks by now. Su Yao forced a casual tone as she spoke, fearing that Lin Huaiji and the others might misunderstand her. After all, her excessive concern for Lu Xing seemed undeniably unusual no matter how you looked at it.
Right, I'll call and ask.
If he's free, I'll have him come over. Lin Huaiji had been waiting for this very suggestion. Even if Su Yao hadn't brought it up, he would have volunteered to make the call.
Zhao Yuanan and Lin Wen exchanged a glance, sensing something amiss.
Su Yao was acting strangely. She barely interacted with Lu Xing, so why this sudden keen interest? Her behavior was puzzling enough, but even more baffling was Huaiji's unquestioning compliance.
It made no sense. Absolutely no sense at all.
Getting along with Su Yao, I found her personality quite pleasant, and she seemed genuinely simple-hearted.
She probably wouldn't be the type to keep one eye on the bowl and the other on the pot, right? Zhao Yuna's gaze lingered between the two of them, trying to discern something.
Lin Huaiji acted swiftly, already dialing Lu Xing's number. He even put it on speakerphone. The line rang several times before being answered.
Lu Xing, have you finished dealing with the matters at home? Oh, it's already done.
Lu Xing stammered a bit, his voice sounding somewhat unnatural, noticeably different from usual.
His reaction is off.
Su Yao thought silently to herself. Lin Huaiji had the same thought.
If there really was something going on at home, why would he react so slowly when it was mentioned?
Unless it was just an excuse, and he had actually gone to do something else or meet someone.
If you're done, come over and eat. Where are you right now?
I'm quite far from you guys, so don't wait for me, go ahead and eat first. It was just a guess before, but now it's completely clear Lu Xing is lying.
He didn't even mention which restaurant they were eating at before making excuses. Senior Lu Xing, why do I hear a girl's voice next to you? Is she your girlfriend? If so, bring her along for dinner.
Senior Huaiji booked this place today, and it's seriously pricey, perfect for giving him a good fleece.
Since the girl obviously wanted money, hearing this should tempt her.
Even if it doesn't, Lu Xing would surely panic if she hit the mark with her words. Su Yao was anxious in her heart. After all, this was Lin Huaiji's friend. If anything really happened, Lin Huaiji would undoubtedly feel guilty and upset. Since she knew about this matter, she wanted to help. If things could be changed, then Lin Huaiji's car accident could surely be avoided as well.
Okay, let's go, big brother. I'm kind of hungry anyway.
A woman's voice came through the receiver, and Zhao Yuannan and Lin Wen simultaneously uttered a national expletive.
Damn, he's actually sneaking off to pick up girls behind our backs?
Holy shit, there really is a girl?
Lu Xing, you little bastard, Get your ass over here right now. Damn, now you've even learned to lie, saying something came up at home when you're actually going on a date, huh?
Zhao Yuannan and Lin Wen were going back and forth like a comedy duo, so impassioned they seemed ready to flip the table. But honestly, it was understandable. It's like agreeing to slack off together, skipping lectures and studies, only for Lu Xing to secretly ace the exam with a perfect score.
Naturally, Zhao Yuannan and Lin Wen couldn't handle the betrayal.
In the end, Lu Xing relented and said he'd be right over, telling them to start eating without him. That bastard Lu Xing, making up excuses about a family matter, turns out he was sneaking off on a date while keeping us in the dark. Zhao Yuannan had already drunk half the pot of chrysanthemum tea in frustration, stewing over the injustice. Xingyi never talks much. How did he pull off such a big move the moment he arrived? He even has a girlfriend? Someone who gets shy just talking to girls actually landed a relationship before me. Chapter 34, Chronic Liar. Lu Xing wasn't too far away, just half an hour's drive. Lin Huaizhi asked the waiter to bring the meat and start grilling, not planning to wait for Lu Xing. When Lu Xing arrived with that girl later, Lin Huaizhi would have to probe carefully. By then, they'd be too busy with mind games to enjoy the meat properly. Taking advantage of the current peace, Lin Huaizhi grilled several pieces of meat for Su Yao. Eat up, this one's perfectly charred just how you like it. Lin Huaizhi placed the grilled meat in Su Yao's bowl, while Zhao Yuanan and Lin Wen were still too emotionally overwhelmed to focus on eating. Su Yao felt uneasy. She'd abruptly interrupted earlier and wondered if Lin Huaizhi might get the wrong idea. She absolutely had no ulterior motives regarding Lu Xing. What if he misunderstood? Never mind, she'd better explain. Huaizhi, I just asked because I heard a girl's voice. You're not angry, are you? Su Yao worriedly didn't even touch her chopsticks. The deliciously grilled meat lay right in front of her, but she didn't even glance at it. I was a little concerned earlier, but that's only because Senior Lu Xing is your friend, really. Su Yao swallowed nervously, afraid Lin Huaizhi might not believe her. I know, Su Yao, I understand everything. Lin Huaizhi met Su Yao's crystal clear eyes. No one understood Su Yao better than he did. He knew exactly what she was thinking and would never misunderstand her. On the contrary, he was grateful that Su Yao would go this far, not only wanting to save him but also refusing to stand idly by when it came to his friends. Truly the kind of girl he liked. The corners of Su Yao's lips curved upward, her smile blooming as Lin Huaizhi's words dispelled her earlier worry, instantly restoring her appetite. Sure, now you know. No wonder it's the guy she likes. She sees him so clearly without any overthinking. The perfectly charred meat paired with the shop's signature dipping sauce brought overwhelming happiness with every bite. Su Yao swayed her head in delight while feeding Lin Huaizhi several pieces. Watching their affectionate interaction only intensified Zhao Yuannan and Lin Wen's discomfort. Later, Lu Xing would arrive with his girlfriend too. Perfect, now it's officially a world where only those two get hurt. Let me take over the grilling. I actually worked part-time at a barbecue place before. My skills are decent. This is your chance to try my cooking. Lin Huaizhi kept grilling meat for her, making Su Yao feel a little embarrassed. She had once worked part-time at a barbecue restaurant, and while grilling meat for customers, she had imagined this very scene, wishing someone would grill meat for her too. Now she had accomplished something that seemed simple to others, and Su Yao felt both satisfied and elated, her smile broadening even more. Working part-time in high school? Zhao Yuanman blurted out before Lin Huaizhi could even respond. Regretting his words the moment they left his mouth, sensing they might hit a sore spot, he quickly shifted gears. You're really impressive, Junior. Managing to learn grilling, earn money, and still get into Jiangcheng University, you're amazing. Besides eating and drinking all day, I don't know how to do anything else. Zhao Yuanan had high emotional intelligence. By rephrasing his words, he turned it into a compliment. Su Yao knew he was being considerate of her self-esteem, and felt nothing but gratitude, no inferiority or anything else. Senior, you're the impressive one. You guys can earn money with the professional knowledge you've learned on your own. That's really cool. Su Yao reached for the tongs, but Lin Huaizhi beat her to it. Just wait to eat. With a few big guys like us here, all in good health, how could we let a young lady like you serve us? Yeah, Junior, just sit back and wait for the food. Leave the grilling to us. Since Zhao Yuanan had said so, Lin Huaizhi directly handed the clip to him. Here's your chance to shine. Zhao Yuanan was forced to take the clip but still managed to mention Lu Xing. Why isn't he here yet? I'm still waiting to see what kind of girl our Xiao Xing landed. Around 7 o'clock, Lu Xing finally arrived at the dining table with the girl, and they all stared straight at her. She had shoulder-length short hair, looked quite young, with fair skin and a small face. Dressed in a short t-shirt and skirt, she stood beside Lu Xing, clinging to his arm timidly, too shy to make eye contact and visibly nervous. This is Miao Miao. Lu Xing was nervous and guilty, wanting to say she was his girlfriend but fearing it might be too presumptuous, so he didn't directly say it. Wow, you're really a beast. Although Zhao Yuanan felt a bit envious, he was genuinely happy that his good friend had finally found a girl he liked. Miao Miao, hello. Would you like to come sit beside me? As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory. Getting close to her always yields some useful information. Miao Miao didn't speak, just shook Lu Xing's hand, the meaning quite clear.
Junior, Miao Miao's a bit shy, she'll sit beside me. Thanks. Lu Xing knew Miao Miao was easily embarrassed, so he pulled her to sit next to him.
She was nervous, clinging to his hand. Though they'd held hands many times before, having his buddies see them like this still made Lu Xing slightly uncomfortable.
Xinger, come on, tell us how you met? We don't bite, why keep it a secret? If it weren't for Junior Su Yao's sharp ears finding out, were you planning to never tell us at all? At this point, Lu Xing decided not to hide anything anymore and briefly explained his situation with Miao Miao. Lin Huiji listened intently. It turned out that when he happened to encounter Miao Miao being bullied off campus, he proactively stepped in to help. Wanting to thank him, Miao Miao exchanged contact information with him. Their frequent chats gradually blossomed into something more, and their relationship naturally grew closer. Gotcha. No wonder you sometimes stare at your phone grinning like an idiot, and when I asked, you had the nerve to say you were just reading novels? And I actually believed you.
Zhao Yuanan let out a piercing screech. Indeed, if one wanted to fall in love, they either had to be like Lin Huiji, owning an apartment where they could cohabitate with a girl and spark romance, or like Lu Xing, who roamed around often enough to stumble upon a damsel in distress, kick-starting their story. For someone like him, who never left the dorm except to attend classes, spending all day gaming indoors, the only way to escape singlehood was to wait for love to burst in like a home invasion.
Sadly, the odds of that happening were practically zero. How old is Miao Miao this year?
She looks so young. Su Yao leaned closer, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed at Miao Miao. They all don't realize this Miao Miao is a fraud. I need to coax information out of her first, to make them sense something's off.
Only then can I persuade this Miao Miao.
I've read the novel over 10 times and remember the main plot clearly, but the author barely gave any description of this Miao Miao, just that she hung out with those petty hoodlums, and their so-called hero saves beauty scenario was all staged together. No matter how skilled at acting, she's bound to slip up eventually. I'll need to make her reveal her own flaws first. Miao Miao is 19 this year, also a freshman in university. Lu Xing directly answered for Miao Miao, who sat there quietly, occasionally nodding and smiling with an utterly well-behaved girl demeanor, flawless to a fault.
Why isn't anyone talking? How am I supposed to fish for information like this? This Lu Xing, who usually seems so quiet, why is he answering so quickly now? Su Yao was getting anxious.
Gatherings like this didn't happen often, and if she couldn't find anything amiss to warn Lu Xing about, he would surely sink deeper into trouble until it was too late to fix.
Xinger, let her speak too. We're not here to give her a hard time.
Lin Huiji casually remarked, to which Lu Xing quickly explained, Miao Miao is quite introverted and usually afraid of strangers, so she doesn't talk much. She'll warm up once you get to know her better. Oh, hearing her voice on the phone earlier, I thought she was as lively as Su Yao. Didn't expect her to be so reserved.
During the phone call, Miao Miao had been eager to come and join them for dinner.
But now that she's here, she's acting like a different person, not even saying a word.
It's hard not to find it strange.
Lu Xing was at a loss for how to respond, because in private, Miao Miao was always very affectionate toward him, sometimes even a little too much. Just on the way here, Miao Miao had told him that she becomes too nervous to speak when she's tense, and since she was meeting his friends, she was afraid they might not like her, so she asked him to answer for her.
Chapter 35, Calling Everyone Big Brother.
I don't usually interact much with boys, so seeing so many brothers at once made me a bit nervous. After quite a while, Miao Miao finally started speaking, but right from her first words, the tea was strong. Su Yao internally rolled her eyes while observing everyone's reactions. Zhao Yuanan and Lin Wen seemed completely oblivious, just grinning foolishly. Lin Huiji's face remained expressionless, but from the looks of it, he probably didn't quite buy this Miao Miao act. It all depends on Lin Huiji. Zhao Yunan and the others are unreliable.
Miao Miao, we're all easy to get along with.
Don't be nervous, you'll get used to us soon enough. Su Yao placed some meat in Miao Miao's bowl, trying to bridge the distance between them.
Try this place is expensive.
If it weren't for Senior Huiji treating us, I wouldn't usually have the money to eat here.
Su Yao deliberately steered the conversation toward Lin Huiji. Miao Miao had only one goal, to scam money.
By subtly painting Lin Huiji as a rich second-generation heir, she was sure Miao Miao wouldn't be able to resist taking the bait.
Miao Miao indeed took a few extra glances at Lin Huiji.
Although she had been pretending to be shy since the moment she entered, her gaze lingered on him the longest. Now, after hearing Su Yao's words, she was already somewhat smitten.
And why not?
Handsome and wealthy, if things worked out, she could even make a hefty profit. In the eyes of someone like Miao Miao, Lin Huiji was practically a prime cut of meat. A little skim off the top would bring in a tidy sum. Speaking of which, Senior Huiji just bought a new place, and we haven't properly celebrated yet. Why not take advantage of the crowd and raise a toast?
Su Yao continued to feed Miao Miao information about Lin Huiji's property.
Everyone raised their glasses, some with wine, others with juice, and chimed in, "Congrats, Brother Hui, for paying off your own place at such a young age."
Follow Brother Hui's lead. I'll stick with Brother Hui from now on. Su Yao observed Miao Miao discreetly.
Upon hearing that Lin Huaiji had bought a house outright, her eyes lit up instantly. The initial restraint vanished as she even proactively poured some wine after the group's toast, raising her glass to Lin Huaiji.
Congratulations, Brother Huaiji, cough. I am not much of a drinker. Sorry, cough.
Miao Miao started coughing right after she spoke, her face a picture of pitiful spiciness-induced agony with reddened eyes. Lu Xing, utterly distressed beside her, poured her juice, patted her back, and fussed over her with endless murmurs of concern.
How did you become so concerned after knowing her for such a short time? Being so fake, do guys actually like this type? Just love hearing Big Brother this and Big Brother that? Could it be that Lin Huaiji also likes it?
Su Yao tilted her head to look at Lin Huaiji, only to see the corners of his lips curling up.
He really does like it.
Lin Huaiji was smiling entirely because of Su Yao's muttering. He didn't actually like this kind of thing, he had only laughed earlier because he found Su Yao adorable, imagining her clingingly calling him brother. And, he had to admit, he was somewhat looking forward to it. We've got to give him a strong dose of reality, or else Lu Xing might get scammed down to his last pair of underpants.
Not just Lu Xing, but Lin Huaiji too. Laughing like that, if we don't teach him a lesson to see reality clearly, he might end up bewitched by Shin Shitang someday too. Su Yao puffed up her cheeks, inexplicably feeling a bit angry.
Lin Huaiji knew what Su Yao was thinking. No matter how you looked at it, Miao Miao was definitely trouble. Yet Lu Xing was already head over heels for her. If they didn't resort to some drastic measures soon, Lu Xing was probably doomed.
Miao Miao, I need to go to the bathroom. Can you come with me?
Su Yao suddenly clutched her stomach, looking visibly uncomfortable as she gazed pitifully at Miao Miao.
Come on, you know how it is. Just come with me for a bit. Miao Miao, still trying to uphold her image as a kind and considerate person, didn't hesitate much. Pretending to be concerned, she helped Su Yao to the bathroom. Sister Yao Yao, are you still feeling unwell? Do you need me to buy medicine for you? Or should I ask Huaiji to get it for you?
Su Yao lowered her head while clutching her stomach, curling her lips slightly. The bait had been taken, they were testing the waters about her relationship with Lin Huaiji now.
There's nothing between us. How could I possibly ask him to buy medicine for me? Don't worry, I'm feeling much better now, Miao Miao. You're so kind. Hearing Su Yao's response, Miao Miao began plotting inside.
The reason she had targeted Lu Xing was precisely because he was gullible and easy to manipulate, no effort required. As for someone like Lin Huaiji, as long as she could awaken his protective instincts and employ some tactics, she was confident she could win him over. After all, what man would refuse a sweet, docile treat willingly offered with no strings attached?
Sister Yao Yao, you're so beautiful. The moment I saw you, I really wanted to talk to you, but I was too shy, afraid you might dislike me.
Su Yao kept up the polite front while seeing right through it all. Her eyes were practically glued to Lin Huaiji,
and yet she said she wanted to talk to him?
A fake sweetheart is still a fake sweetheart. She's truly mastered the art of words.
I like you too. You're so cute, and such a kind person. But, Su Yao hesitated, stopping mid-sentence. But what?
Miao Miao, I don't mean to gossip, but since I see you and Senior Lu Xing are so close, I feel I should warn you, Senior Lu Xing and Senior Huaiji actually don't get along. On the surface, they're polite to each other, but deep down, well, you understand. Just try not to mention him around Lu Xing too much from now on.
Su Yao patted Miao Miao's hand and told her to wait by the door while she entered the private room alone.
Su Yao wasn't sure if Lin Huaiji would believe her, but she still wanted to try. His attitude had been somewhat cold earlier, which likely meant he'd also sensed something off about that girl. After drafting her message, Su Yao sent it to Lin Huaiji, essentially asking him to cooperate with her in testing Miao Miao. Lin Huaiji replied with an OK emoji after seeing the text, then set his phone down and continued fishing for information.
Lu Xing, are you two officially together now? I'm not sure if we count. I just feel Miao Miao is too good.
Rushing into a relationship would feel disrespectful to her, so I want to take it slow. Lu Xing scratched his head, clearly smitten for real.
So how does she act? Has she said she likes you? Zhao Yuna couldn't help but gossip too.
Yes, Miao Miao really likes me, she said it many times. As Lu Xing spoke, his ears turned red, pretending to be busy to hide his shyness.
Wow, so how far have you guys gone? I just saw you being really intimate. Don't tell me you've already. Nothing like that. Absolutely not. That's not why I'm with her, I respect her. Lu Xing waved his hands repeatedly.
In private, it was always Miao Miao who took the initiative to get close to him. He remembered during their first date when she kissed him first, he was so stunned he just froze on the spot, not knowing how to react. Later, Miao Miao also mentioned wanting to take things to the most intimate level, but he declined. She was still too young and didn't fully understand these things yet. He couldn't just do it for his own pleasure. When the time was right and he could take responsibility for Miao Miao properly, he definitely wouldn't refuse.
That's more like it. We can't be beasts, we mustn't take advantage of an innocent girl.
Lin Huaiji knew Lu Xing never lied.
If he said nothing happened, then it was true. At least things weren't too bad yet. If anything had actually occurred,
Given the minor's age, Lu Xing would have been utterly finished.
How much do you really know about her? Where's her hometown? Which school does she attend? Do you know any of this?
Lu Xing shook his head. He understood Lin Huaiji was asking out of concern. Miao Miao had a difficult past, so she doesn't share much about herself. When she trusts me more, she'll tell me these things voluntarily.
You said she was very warm to you, so why wouldn't she tell you any of this?
Lin Huaiji showed no mercy, while Lu Xing was too soft-hearted, constantly making excuses for that Miao Miao. It hadn't been long, yet it seemed like his soul had already been completely bewitched.
She might not be entirely ready yet. Why?
I genuinely like Miao Miao, you two are my closest friends, and I hope you can respect her too. Lu Xing didn't look as usual, his gaze was resolute, clearly serious about this.
Lin Huaiji nodded slightly and fell silent.
In that case, all I can do is play along with Su Yao's plan, sacrifice the guy a little for the sake of brotherhood, expose this fraudster's true colors, and let Lu Xing see clearly what kind of person she's fallen for.
Chapter 36, Lin Huaiji is a big fish.
When Su Yao came out of the bathroom, my Aomio immediately took her hand. Though she'd been ignoring her earlier, now she was being all affectionate. You'd think they were best friends if you didn't know better.
Talk about a fake friendship. Sister, is brother Huaiji's family well off?
He's so young and already has his own place, that's really impressive. Miao Miao's attention was indeed drawn to Lin Huaiji, and she immediately began inquiring about him. The fish had taken the bait, now it just depended on what she and Lin Huaiji would do next. Su Yao curved her lips slightly and familiarly took Miao Miao's hand. His family is quite well off, and on top of that, he earns well himself, so buying a house wasn't too difficult for him. He's treating us to dinner today because he just finished a big job and made tens of thousands.
Su Yao exaggerated the truth just to make sure Miao Miao couldn't resist the temptation.
After all, she was still young and amount like tens of thousands would surely be a huge lure.
Miao Miao's eyes lit up when she heard about a single deal worth tens of thousands.
She'd been by Lu Xing's side for almost a month and had only managed to scrape together 2 or 3 thousand in total. If the target was Lin Huaiji, she could definitely pocket a lot more.
That's amazing, sis. Do you know what kind of girls he likes?
I've got lots of great friends, I could help introduce them.
There are plenty of handsome guys around too. Someone as gorgeous as you would definitely have them begging me for your contact info.
This Miao Miao knew how to secure herself some benefits.
Su Yao sneered inwardly. She herself was just a scammer. What kind of decent people could she possibly have around?
Besides, if Su Yao actually wanted to date anyone, why would she pass up a prime candidate like Lin Huaiji and go searching farther afield? Still, if she wanted to reel Miao Miao in, she'd have to play along.
So Su Yao put on an eager expression. Really? I like sunny, tall guys. Do you know anyone like that? Could you introduce us? Miao Miao, if you can help make the connection, I'll treat you to dinner. Miao Miao nodded. Of course. Anything for you, sister. I'll definitely keep an eye out for you. But sister, you haven't told me what Huaiji likes yet?
About that.
Su Yao released her hand, pretending to ponder, then looked her up and down with even more excitement in her voice.
Come to think of it, I believe he'd like someone just like you. Pure and cute, with such a great figure. Miao Miao didn't doubt this at all. After all, every seemingly upright man she'd met before had taken the bait as soon as she flirted with them a little. Men are easy prey when women make the first move. No one would refuse her.
Even those with girlfriends couldn't resist a little excitement on the side.
She'd learned that lesson long ago.
Is that so?
Tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, Miao Miao flashed an innocent smile. Though phrased as a question, her expression made it clear she already considered victory certain. Su Yao found her confidence amusing and thought, since that's the case, she might as well add fuel to the fire and give her a little push. When Su Yao and Miao Miao returned to the dining table, Lu Xing eagerly served Miao Miao some meat. Watching from the side, Su Yao was glad she had already eaten, otherwise, seeing her eat would surely make her crave it.
It's still early. How about we book a karaoke room and sing? Su Yao took the initiative to suggest, and Zhao Yuannan immediately agreed. Alright, haven't been there in ages.
Now's a great chance with such a lively crowd, let's just go for it.
Miao Miao doesn't really like overly noisy places. How about you guys go ahead?
I'll take her home early. Lu Xing, worried about Miao Miao's comfort, took it upon himself to be the killjoy without even consulting her opinion.
Su Yao watched Miao Miao's performance with keen interest. How could she let such a golden opportunity slip by?
Rare chances like today's dinner gathering came few and far between.
If she didn't make any progress today, that big fish Lin Huaiji might just swim further away. Brother, I want to go too. I'm not afraid of the noise.
I've never been to such places even though I'm this old now. Please take me with you.
Pretty please, big brother? I'm begging you. Miao Miao tugged at Lu Xing's hand coquettishly. How could he withstand such an attack?
He immediately agreed. Alright, but if you feel uncomfortable or can't adjust, you must tell me.
Absolutely no toughing it out.
Zhao Yuna and Lin Wen watched with goosebumps, never imagining that Lu Xing, usually the quietest and most reserved among them, would show such a side. Witnessing it firsthand was rather unsettling. They say people change drastically when in love. Now I truly understand what that means. Lu Xing and Lin Huaiji were no different. Once they found someone they liked, they'd do without hesitation things they'd never have dreamed of doing before.
The air's practically thick with love's cloying stench. TSK, I've lost my appetite.
In the end, they had to hurry to the next stop, so Lin Huaiji didn't stay long before going to pay the bill. When he returned after settling the tab, Zhao Yuanan shamelessly threw him a heart gesture and teased, "Thanks, brother Huai.
Every time you treat us, I feel like I've died and gone to heaven."
Lin Huaiji frowned sharply and spat out the word scram. Miao Miao seized the key point. Lin Huaiji was always the one footing the bill. Truly a big catch indeed. And just as Su Yao had said, if Lin Huaiji and Lu Xing didn't get along, this was precisely her opportunity. All men carry some degree of competitive spirit.
Even if it doesn't show on the surface, when it comes to someone they dislike, they'll inevitably want to beat them in every possible way.
As long as she took the initiative, even if Lin Huaiji only allowed her to get close simply to spite Lu Xing, she could stay by his side until she drained him dry. She believed she had the ability. After all, she had never failed before. The distance wasn't far, so we all walked together to the KTV in just over 10 minutes. After learning Su Yao's plan, Lin Huaiji directly booked the most expensive private room. As she passed by other private rooms, Su Yao could hear the howls and wails inside, with some even singing the national anthem. She was utterly stunned when she heard it.
She's just pretending she hasn't been here before. Only me, I'm the real clown. This is my first time at a place like this.
Wah, I used to live too rigidly, always just saving money to survive, never enjoying anything. Thank goodness I still have a chance to experience life now. Later in the private room, I'll also sing a couple of songs to get into the mood.
Listening to Su Yao's endless chatter, Lin Huaiji resolved to take her traveling everywhere in the future.
Since he'd never experienced these things before, it worked out perfectly. All these first moments would be reserved for her.
As for singing, he also wanted to do a duet with Su Yao, but judging by today's circumstances, that probably wouldn't be happening.
For his first time being bait, Lin Huaiji felt a bit queasy inside, but for the sake of that blockhead Lu Xing, he had no choice but to endure it. Once inside the private room, Zhao Yuanan immediately grabbed the microphone and started howling into a song he'd selected, while Su Yao deliberately pulled Miao Miao aside to chat and drink with her. Lu Xing wasn't much of a drinker, so Lin Huaiji deliberately kept him company, plying him with 3 bottles of beer until he seemed a bit tipsy, squinting his eyes as he leaned back on the sofa.
See how they are? Always competing under the surface when they don't get along. Lu Xing's practically drunk already.
Miao Miao nodded, not the least bit concerned, downing the can of beer in front of her in one gulp. Drunkenness was fine by her, at least he wouldn't be bothering her then. Lin Huaiji flushed easily when drinking, his face now glowing red, but his mind remained perfectly clear. Lu Xing got drunk quickly, yet she sobered up just as fast. He had to seize this window to give her the opportunity. At that thought, Lin Huaiji grabbed his phone and headed outside, saying he needed some fresh air.
Sweetie, I'm going to the restroom. Why don't you go sing now? You've been chatting with me the whole time and haven't sung anything yet.
Miao Miao watched Lin Huaiji leave and barely waited a minute before growing impatient to go outside too.
Su Yao noticed this and pretended to be concerned, asking, would you like me to come with you? Aren't you scared going alone? No need, no need. I'll be back soon, sister. You go ahead and sing. With that, Miao Miao hastily got up and rushed out impatiently. Su Yao felt a bit agitated. Though she knew Lin Huaiji would never be interested in Miao Miao, what if this girl used some trick or even kissed him when he wasn't paying attention? That possibility couldn't be ruled out either. So irritating. Su Yao could already picture the scene. This Miao Miao was definitely going to cling like sticky candy, and Lin Huaiji would surely be taken advantage of. The thought made Su Yao crack open a high-proof drink and gulp down half the can in one go. Chapter 37, Wanna touch me? After stepping out, Lin Huaiji stood by the door checking his phone. Within minutes, Miao Miao emerged.
Seeing him still at the entrance, she looked startled for a moment but quickly composed herself, flashing a bright smile.
Brother Huaiji, are you feeling unwell?
Lin Huaiji nodded. I had a bit too much to drink just now.
There's a convenience store right next to us. How about I buy some yogurt for you, brother? It might help you feel better.
Miao Miao deliberately played the considerate role. In her opinion, this was exactly what guys liked. Someone pretty, sweet, and obedient on the surface, but secretly wild underneath. Coincidentally, she was just like that. Relying on this trait, she'd never failed before. From the initial nervousness of her first deception to later feeling no guilt at all, weren't those guys just being nice to her because they wanted to sleep with her?
Since she was offering her body, taking some money in return wasn't really a problem, right? The Lin Huaiji before her was different from the men she'd encountered before. Not only was he exceptionally good-looking, but his financial situation was excellent too.
If she could latch onto him, he'd undoubtedly be far better than that Lu Xing. Besides, to be honest, the fact that he was handsome made her more eager to put in extra effort.
You said it's your first time here? How did you know there's a convenience store nearby?
Lin Huaiji grasped the key point and asked directly. Because I was worried you gentlemen might feel unwell after drinking, so I took note of the surroundings when I arrived.
Observing things is a habit of mine, I do it all the time.
Besides, although I don't like such places and find them unsafe, I'm not afraid with you here.
After all, I know you'll definitely protect me.
Meow Meow smiled, not flustered at all after being exposed. Her crafted excuses managed to score her more goodwill points. Wait here, brother, I'll go buy it for you. Lin Huaiji narrowed his eyes, took a long stride to catch up, and Meow Meow chuckled, feeling even more confident in her heart.
Are you coming down with me, big brother? Yeah, it's not safe for you to be alone.
Lin Huaiji maintained his expressionless face. He genuinely couldn't feign interest in the girl before him, so he simply kept his demeanor cold. This way, he could at least preserve his aloof persona. By offering just slight gestures of concern through his actions, Meow Meow would naturally fill in the gaps with her own imagination. He didn't even need to worry about it. Sure enough, even when he stayed silent, Meow Meow would still find topics to bring up.
Brother, the moment I saw you, I thought you were really handsome. Your nose is so high and straight, and your lips look so kissable, exactly the type that makes me want to lean in for a kiss. Meow Meow suddenly stopped, staring intently at Lin Huaiji's face before finally settling on his lips. She even stuck out her tongue slightly, the implication was unmistakable.
Lin Huaiji suppressed the discomfort in his heart, clenching his fists tightly.
Yet to Meow Meow, his demeanor only indicated interest being forcibly restrained.
In the end, he must definitely still want to go through with it.
Brother, what do you think of Sister Yao Yao?
As they were about to reach the bottom, Meow Meow suddenly asked this question. Lin Huaiji thought of Su Yao, and his mood instantly lifted.
But before he could answer, Meow Meow pulled him aside into a nearby alley.
The lighting here isn't good, and hardly anyone comes around.
Meow Meow was still holding Lin Huaiji's hand, behaving completely differently from before.
Meow Meow then pulled Lin Huaiji's hand toward her plush bear.
Lin Huaiji didn't immediately withdraw his hand, leaving it suspended mid-air. Can't hold back already?
After all, she's still young, too inexperienced to truly discern others' intentions. Having deceived people a few times successfully, she now thinks she can manipulate people at will. But revealing herself in such a hurried manner, what a thoughtless move. But just as well, if she's lacking in brains, this matter can be wrapped up sooner.
Aren't you into Lu Xing? So why are you hitting on me now?
Meow Meow smiled slightly, releasing Lin Huaiji's hand and touching his chest instead.
The moment I saw my brother, my heart was completely captivated by him.
I simply took pity on him and decided to indulge him out of kindness. Of course, I liked him, someone exactly like my brother. Meow Meow's hand made little circles, but Lin Huaiji not only didn't respond, he actually felt disgusted.
So, you don't actually like Lu Xing at all?
Of course I don't like it, big brother. Lin Huaiji had heard everything he wanted to hear and saw no need to waste time playing along with her act. After all, he couldn't actually risk compromising his own chastity, could he? The losses would be too severe. These were matters he wished to reserve for discussion with Su Yao alone.
You disgust me.
Lin Huaiji laid his cards on the table. I've recorded everything you just said.
Don't ever harass Lu Xing again. And honestly, with working hands and feet, can't you make an honest living? Do you really have to earn your keep this way? Have you no sense of shame?
Meow Meow didn't realize it at first, but being far from stupid, she quickly understood Lin Huaiji had been toying with her all along.
Were you doing this on purpose?
Lin Huaiji spread his hands, obviously.
Did you think everyone was that stupid?
Lu Xing is just kind-hearted and trusting, so he fell for your scam.
And you just took advantage of that to swindle money, didn't you? Don't show your face around Lu Xing again, and we'll let this matter drop. If there's a next time, we'll call the police directly.
At this point, Lin Huaiji had lost all patience to continue the conversation and couldn't be bothered with her any longer. He turned around and walked straight inside, only to unexpectedly find Su Yao standing there, puffed up with anger like a little squirrel.
Waiting for me here? What, were you worried I'd be tempted?
Lin Huaiji pinched her cheek, but Su Yao angrily dodged.
Didn't this hand just touch her? Is this jealousy?
Lin Huaiji secretly gloated. You're the one who told me to seduce her, and now you're the one disgusted with me.
Su Yao, you're quite the tyrant.
Su Yao shot him a glare and headed upstairs on her own. Humph, I was just worried you'd be upset. But now, someone else got to touch it before I even had the chance.
That Meow Meow girl clearly took the initiative. It was pitch black outside, and they stayed out so long. Who knows what they were up to? If you don't come back soon, I might have to go check out some hotels.
Su Yao was inwardly venting her frustration.
Back in the private room, she'd been utterly irritated after Meow Meow left, and in the end, she couldn't resist sneaking out after her.
Spotting them over there yet unable to approach without interrupting, she felt like she'd explode from the pent-up irritation. Every second felt like an eternity, and I was utterly frantic inside, yet Lin Huaiji dawdled along at a snail's pace, taking forever to finally resolve things. Now that it's all over, I wonder if I should tell her what really happened. Lin Huaiji thought Su Yao was just like a child, wearing her heart on her sleeve. Everything she thought was written plainly on her face.
Though, what Meow Meow said earlier wasn't quite right.
As someone who had seen the full picture, he could confidently say Su Yao wasn't small at all, she was just the right size, exactly his type. If it had been Su Yao tempting him like that earlier, there's no way he could have resisted. Maybe the moment she complimented how sexy his lips were, he would have already reacted.
I recorded it. Do you want to hear it first?
Su Yao shook her head. No need.
Did she kiss you?
Lin Huaiji almost laughed in exasperation. He wasn't an idiot even if Miao Miao had such intentions, it wasn't like he was some lifeless object.
Wouldn't he have dodged it? Why aren't you saying anything? She really did kiss you.
Su Yao was completely shattered, she hadn't even gotten her first kiss yet, and some scammer had beaten her to it?
Of course not.
Su Yao, what on earth is going through your head?
Lin Huaiji flicked Su Yao's forehead with his finger.
Fine, if you say so.
Do you even feel sorry about it?
Lin Huaiji's mouth hung open in shock. Was a girl's imagination really this wild when she got jealous? If he didn't explain himself, would Su Yao really think he wanted to sleep with Miao Miao?
Chapter 38, I know she's lying to me.
Lin Huaiji and Su Yao returned to the private room one after the other, where Zhao Yuanan and Lin Wen had already stopped singing. The usually playful pair had shed their usual demeanor and were now sitting beside Lu Xing, engaged in a serious conversation. Noticing their entrance, Lu Xing looked up, his eyes rimmed red. Is she gone? He asked. The current situation was beyond Lin Huaiji and Su Yao's expectations.
How did Lu Xing know?
Lin Huaiji approached Lu Xing and asked, so, you've known all along that she was lying to you? Lu Xing nodded without denying it. I knew something was off about her long ago. I checked her phone and realized it was all an act that day, she wasn't really in danger, and I wasn't really saving her.
Then why do you still keep interacting with her?
Su Yao couldn't understand why, even after realizing Miao Miao was a liar. She kept sinking deeper and deeper. She told me about her experiences, and even though I knew she was lying, I felt that her story was true, that she really had been abandoned by her parents. So I wanted to be kind to her. I think she became like this just because she's never experienced warmth. Maybe if I treat her better, she won't be this way anymore. Lin Huaiji knew Lu Xing had a soft heart, but he never expected him to learn the truth and still choose to act that way. How should I put it? He didn't think Lu Xing was foolish, nor did he want to scold him for being muddle-headed or the like. It's just that things had already reached this point, it was time to wake up.
So have you completely given up now? Do you still want to listen to the recording I have?
Lin Huaiji shook his phone. If Lu Xing said she didn't want to hear it, he would delete it immediately.
Go ahead, I want to know what she was really like.
Lin Huaiji's recording started as soon as they left the private room. Everyone listened attentively, including Su Yao. From the very beginning, Su Yao had been pouting, but when she heard Miao Miao prompting Lin Huaiji to touch her chest, she was utterly shocked. Not just her, Zhao Yuanan and the other two also looked up at him simultaneously. Lin Huaiji hurriedly explained, no, I didn't touch anything.
What are you all thinking? Ready. Lu Xing couldn't take it anymore.
He'd entertained the delusion that Miao Miao might be different toward him, that despite her meanness, she wouldn't actually do anything to harm him. But now he realized he'd been overthinking it. She was always that kind of person, no matter who the other person was, no matter how genuine their feelings, she'd never feel guilty.
Lin Huaiji paused the recording, wanting to comfort Lu Xing,
but the words caught in his throat, and he couldn't bring himself to speak. None of us had ever experienced something like this before, nor had any romantic experience, and being straight guys, we were all at a loss for words. Her upbringing definitely affects her.
Considering she had a tough past, it's natural to feel bad for her. You're not wrong about that at all.
Su Yao glanced at Lin Huaiji, understanding what was on his mind. Since she had a clear stance on this matter, she decided to share her thoughts, hoping it might offer Lu Xing some guidance. Senior, Miao Miao actually had many paths she could have taken, but she chose this one. She's deceived many people before you, and by any measure, she doesn't deserve you going to such lengths for her.
Have you ever thought about what she might do to you if something really happened between you? Constantly blackmailing you for money, and if you can't pay, pushing her to desperation, do you think she'd care about her reputation? If you can't cough up the money, she'll make you borrow it, demand it from your parents, cause as seen at your school, at your home, there's nothing these kinds of people won't do.
Senior, being kind-hearted is a good thing, but sometimes we also need to guard ourselves.
We can't let our own kindness become self-destructive.
Su Yao, who usually spoke little, seemed like a different person today. Now, after rambling on for so long, she even felt her mouth had gone dry. Lu Xing lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally spoke up. I figured it out, Junior, and Brother Huai.
Thank you both for today.
Lu Xing wasn't stupid. No matter how slow his reactions might be, he could tell that their strange behavior today was all because of him. Zhao Yuanan and Lin Wen stared at each other, realizing they'd been acting like complete fools, too busy eating meat and singing to notice anything else. Things had escalated to this point today, making it impossible to continue singing. Besides, coming to the KTV was just a way to test Miao Miao's true colors. Now that the matter was resolved, it was only natural for everyone to head home. Lin Huaizhu instructed Zhao Yuanan and Lin Wen to pay more attention to Lu Xing's emotional state, though judging by his earlier reaction, Lu Xing was far more resilient than they had imagined. One should be able to let go what one can take up. When they stepped out, Miao was still squatting there. The moment she saw Lu Xing emerge, she immediately stood up, though it seemed her legs had gone numb from crouching so long. She gazed pitifully at Lu Xing, who remained motionless. Zhao Yuanan and Lin Wen thought this was their chance to prove themselves and stepped forward to shoo her away, but Lin Huaizhu stopped them. Let him deal with it himself. Since she'd come to this realization, then he should be the one to explain himself. Brother, please listen to me, I genuinely like you. Miao was a superb actress, able to cry on command. Under normal circumstances, Lu Xing would have been utterly heartbroken to see her like this, but right now, he just felt irritated. I've finished listening to the recordings. Why would you think I'd still believe anything you say? I used to assume you lied because circumstances forced you to, but now I see you truly have no sense of shame. Chapter 39 Only You Can Touch Me Now. That's not how it was. It was that bitch Su Yao, she set me up. She told me Lin Huaizhi had great prospects and lured me into doing those things. Brother, can you trust me one more time? Miao cried pitifully. Pear blossoms bathed in rain, a Chinese idiom describing a beautiful woman crying, clinging tightly to Lu Xing's hand. Meanwhile, Su Yao, who'd been called a slut, no longer wanted to speak. Why is she always the one getting hurt? The recording was done by Lin Huaizhi, and the rejection came from Lin Huaizhi as well. But in the end, she was the only one branded as a slut. Where is justice in this world? She just wanted to do a good deed. Is that too much to ask for? Lin Huaizhi, noticing Su Yao's mood, reached over and ruffled her hair. Hush now, don't listen to her nonsense, you did brilliantly. Zhao Yuanan and Lin Wen couldn't quite decide where to look. While one couple was being all lovey-dovey, even the normally ruthless Lin Huaizhi was offering comfort, which was practically a miracle to behold. Meanwhile, the usually most reserved brother was over there having a full-blown argument with the female scammer, cranking the drama up to the max. I already know all those things you said. You begged others to touch you, was that forced upon you too? Lu Xing stared coldly at her. Only now had he fully realized how foolish he'd been. The girl before him was a pathological liar, cared only about money, and lacked even the most basic morality. He actually dared to hope that she would like him, that she would change for his sake. How laughable the thought was now. If it weren't for the recording just now and what Su Yao had said, he truly wouldn't have had the heart to say these things. Miao gazed at Lu Xing, not a trace of affection remained in his eyes. The loving look he used to give her had completely vanished. Ha! Miao sneered coldly, completely different from the fragile, weeping girl she had appeared to be moments before. She wiped away her tears with a flick of her wrist, her eyes brimming with disdain. What do you think you are? What right do you have to judge me here? Do you really see yourself as some kind of savior? Do you honestly believe that with your scrawny physique, you could have saved me from that whole gang? Lu Xing, that was just a performance I arranged. You coward. Trash. Miao pointed at Lu Xing's chest, determined to return the humiliation she had just suffered. Since she was going down this time, she wouldn't let anyone off easily. She hadn't waited at the door for half an hour just to be scolded. I do. Lu Xing stared fixedly at the girl before him. Though it was clearly the same person, he had to admit her acting skills were truly impressive. What did you say? A certain thought flashed through her mind, but she quickly dismissed it until Lu Xing spoke. I knew it was all a scam. I realized it the first time we went on a date. Lu Xing finished speaking, as if he had exhausted all his energy, turned and left without even sparing her another glance. Su Yao looked at Miao, certain that in that brief moment, the girl before her had been moved, remorseful, and questioning herself. But while it's easy to change rivers and mountains, one's nature is hard to alter. If it were really that easy to change, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Sure enough, after a while she began to curse wildly, but no one paid her any attention now. Just now, her heart truly ached for a moment. She had deceived so many people, and every one of them ended up calling her a whore, a bitch. Yet they were the ones who begged to sleep with her, the ones who kept professing their love. So why did they get upset when she took a little of their money? The more success she achieved, the more disillusioned she became with human nature, until moments ago, when Lu Xing said he knew she had lied to him, yet he remained kind to her. No, that's not how it is. If he truly loved her, how could he walk away now without a second thought? She was right. Lu Xing and those people were no different at all. Should we take a taxi or walk back? Zhao Yuanan and the others had left, leaving only Lin Huaizhi and Su Yao behind. It was about 2 kilometers to their home, and Lin Huaizhi didn't mind either way, so he left the decision to Su Yao. Let's walk back. I want to talk with you. All right. Lin Huaizhi let Su Yao walk on the inside. Seeing that she remained silent, he quietly waited. I thought Lu Xing liked Miao because he didn't know her true nature, but I never expected that even knowing what Miao was like, he was still willing to accept her. Su Yao didn't quite understand. Perhaps due to her own experiences, she always put herself first. Since no one loved her, at the very least, she had to treat herself well and place herself above others.
Lu Xing's personality is just like that, he's willing to consider others and doesn't see setbacks as unacceptable. So this makes sense too, Lin Huaiji remarked impassively. So I think he's really amazing, I couldn't do it myself. Su Yao's heart was heavy with mixed emotions. She began questioning whether what she was doing was truly right. Even if she tried her best to help Lin Huaiji escape his original fate, what if she failed? She felt like a thief, greedily leeching life force from Lin Huaiji. The kinder he was to her, the guiltier she grew. This sense of guilt grew stronger over time. After seeing Lu Xing's complicated feelings for Miao Miao, she felt somewhat lost. Su Yao, you're a good person, just like Lu Xing. Both of you have tender hearts. There's no need to be so harsh on yourself. Lin Huaiji stopped under the street lamp, speaking with sincere conviction. Human emotions are inherently complex. Putting yourself first is what matters most. If you ever meet someone you'd willingly sacrifice everything for, I believe they'd do the same for you. So, follow your heart in all things, do your best, live in the moment, and focus on the present. The outcome surely won't be disappointing. See, what happened with Lu Xing today is a perfect example, isn't it? The evening wind howled past, carrying grains of sand that stung Su Yao's eyes, making them water involuntarily. Yes, just do your best. If Lu Xing's outcome could be changed, then Lin Huaiji's certainly can be too. So you really didn't touch her? Su Yao changed topics too quickly. 1 second she was in her feelings, the next she abruptly jumped to this matter. Lin Huaiji couldn't even keep up. Wait, Su Yao, do you write novels this disjointedly too? After spending so much time together, Lin Huaiji still couldn't understand Su Yao's thought process. Having strong emotional resilience was a good thing, but was hers taking it a bit too far? Exactly, the same goes for my writing. So, have you actually done it or not? Are hers really bigger than mine? Do men like them that big without saying so? And Miao Miao, she's so confident, do guys really like it when girls take the initiative like that? But I can't learn this either, I can't just grab Lin Huaiji's hand and press it to my chest, can I? Ever since the last time he touched me, I keep replaying that scene in my head every time I close my eyes. So annoying. Lin Huaiji was amused by her reaction but didn't respond, continuing to walk forward instead. Why are you walking so fast? You still haven't answered me. Lin Huaiji, did you actually touch it? Su Yao jogged to catch up and went straight to grab Lin Huaiji's arm. Do you want me to touch you too? Lin Huaiji wanted to tease her. Looking at his arm that she had grabbed, he laughed and said, Alright, if you touch me, you can't touch anyone else. Su Yao accidentally blurted out her innermost thoughts, and unfortunately, she had shouted it quite loudly. The young couple strolling nearby were drawn to her voice. Seeing the young couple passing by laughing at her, she suddenly realized, I must be crazy. What am I saying? Su Yao's mind was spinning, especially when confronted with Lin Huaiji's teasing gaze. Her face flushed crimson. Forget it, of all 36 stratagems, retreat is the best. Watching Su Yao scamper away with rapid footsteps, Lin Huaiji promptly gave chase. Watch where you're going. Don't run so fast. Stop chasing me. I'm so embarrassed right now. Su Yao answered loudly, then ran away even faster. Chapter 40, Seek Lin Huaiji when in need. Lin Huaiji found Su Yao utterly adorable, especially now that he could hear her inner thoughts. It only made her seem even more endearing. They say girls have all sorts of intricate little thoughts in their minds. Lin Huaiji didn't know about other girls, but Su Yao, no matter how you looked at her, she just seemed foolish. Though she hadn't experienced much kindness in life, she still lived like a little sun, bright and warm. The moment someone showed her the slightest bit of kindness, she immediately wanted to repay them with everything she had. Having also endured an unhappy childhood, Su Yao grew up remarkably well, resilient, hardworking. How could such a girl not captivate him? Su Yao, watch out for the car. Don't run so fast. Lin Huaiji watched her running faster and faster, occasionally turning back to check if he was following, completely oblivious to any obstacles in her path. He genuinely feared she might trip and fall. After returning home, Su Yao went straight into her room. Lin Huaiji went to open the door, only to find she had already locked it from the inside. Just a moment ago, you said you could only touch her, and now you're shutting him out? She's really something. At the same time, a WeChat notification chimed on his phone. Lin Huaiji opened it to see a message from Su Yao. I'm so sleepy today, going to bed first. Don't try to talk to me. I didn't say anything just now. At the end, she even added a line. I'm already asleep, do not disturb. Fine, you win. Lin Huaiji scoffed. She's telling him not to disturb her now, but won't she come crawling back shamelessly when she sees her life points decreasing in a couple of days? She'd probably come up with some lame excuse to get close to him again by then. At this thought, Lin Huaiji's mood improved slightly. Back in his room, Lin Huaiji sent a message to Zhao Yuanan to ask about Lu Xing's condition. Fortunately, the guy was still sober and hadn't done anything stupid, he just said he wanted to drink some more. Drinking was perfectly normal, what really mattered was not letting things bottle up inside. Anyway, there were no classes tomorrow morning, so out of guilt, Zhao Yuanan and Lin Wen kept him company as they drank. Lin Huaiji gave a couple of instructions but didn't say anything more. Today's incident could be considered smoothly resolved. Lu Xing wouldn't be expelled. Pulling a notebook from the drawer, Lin Huaiji put a checkmark beside the matter, marking it as fully settled. Still, there was something undeniably off about Shin Shitong. He needed to keep a closer eye on him. And then there was Zhou Ying, clearly not in his right state. Whatever was going on between those two seemed far from simple. The next morning, Su Yao got up early, moving almost soundlessly to avoid disturbing Lin Huaiji. She had spouted nonsense yesterday and spent the entire night regretting it. Starting today, she'd be more cautious with her words. If she ever truly angered Lin Huaiji and got kicked out, she'd be finished. The class at 10 a.m. gave her enough time to write another chapter. Today's content was purely about intimate scenes, which would have made her struggle before. But with her previous experience, recalling those moments while typing made the writing flow effortlessly. In less than an hour, she had finished the chapter. After checking it over, Su Yao nodded in satisfaction. See, experience really makes the writing come alive instead of feeling so stiff. If I need more inspiration, I'll just go find Lin Huaiji again. Su Yao admired her own work, but as she looked at it, she suddenly felt very hot. No, I can't keep thinking like this. I'm innocent, introverted, and shy. I definitely wasn't thinking about those indecent things. Su Yao gave herself a pep talk, but still went to the bathroom to wash her face before grabbing today's textbooks and heading out. She bought a stuffed pancake with egg at the school gate, eating it as she walked, feeling utterly content. As soon as she reached the building, Su Yao noticed a crowd gathered outside the second-floor classroom. Driven by curiosity, she approached and saw Shin Shitong and Zhou Ying at the center. As expected, only the male and female leads could command such an impressive scene. Adhering to the principle of knowing both friend and foe, Su Yao moved closer to take a look. Zhou Ying was holding a large bouquet of roses in one hand and a branded bag in the other, likely an expensive designer piece worth over 100,000. That bag must cost more than 100 grand. Zhou Ying treats Shin Shitong so well. I'm so jealous. They're such a perfect match, talented guy, beautiful girl, and both from such wealthy families. They're literally the protagonists straight out of a novel. Su Yao nodded in agreement as she listened to her classmates' discussions. Those two truly were like main characters from a novel, while she was probably just one of those background NPCs in the crowd watching the drama unfold. Staring at the bag in Zhou Ying's hand, Su Yao simply couldn't comprehend how such a tiny purse could cost over 100,000 yuan. How many tens of thousands of words would she need to write to earn enough for that bag? Was this what they meant by the vast inequality between people? She'd agonized for ages over replacing her keyboard, and sometimes even felt guilty about buying 10 yuan milk tea, yet they could casually spend 100,000 yuan like it was nothing more than drinking water. Sigh. If I get the chance, I hope to play a rich heiress next time to experience how it feels to be wealthy. Thinking this, Su Yao took a big bite of her jianbing and turned back towards the classroom. This jianbing is so delicious. Next time, I'll buy one for Lin Huaiji too. There weren't many people left in the classroom. Most had gone outside to watch the commotion, but Nana had already taken her seat at the back. Upon seeing Yao Yao enter, she immediately waved at her. Yao Yao, I missed you. Zhang Nana leaned affectionately against Yao Yao's shoulder, and Yao Yao's mood lifted. We literally just saw each other yesterday. How could you possibly miss me already? Oh my, I just missed you so much. Alright, I missed you too. Su Yao spoke with tender affection. She genuinely liked Zhang Nana. Though Zhang Nana had never mentioned what illness she had since they met, Su Yao didn't mind. Everyone has their own little secrets, and it's perfectly understandable if they choose not to share them. Why aren't you outside watching the commotion? Zhang Nana pouted and snorted. I won't watch it. That Shin Shitong bullied you last time. I don't like her. Besides, giving gifts is just giving gifts, doing it so ostentatiously, as if afraid no one would notice. Fine, giving gifts is normal. I just don't like them, so I'm biased. Zhang Nana was brutally honest, not hiding her feelings at all. Her disdain was written all over her face. Su Yao nodded. I don't like them either. These two have too much going on in their minds, especially Shin Shitong. In the novel, Lin Huaiji died because of her, yet she felt no guilt whatsoever, completely absorbed in her sweet romance with Zhou Ying. Absolutely heartless. Chapter 41, She Holds the Power of Choice. Shin Shitong was wearing long sleeves today because her injuries hadn't faded yet. When she woke up this morning, the bruises actually looked worse. It would definitely take many more days to fully heal. She had firmly resolved to keep her distance from Zhou Ying, but when she saw him holding a bouquet of flowers in one hand and carrying an even more expensive bag than the one she'd stained in the other, she regretted her decision. Zhou Ying was handsome, his family owned a company, and in every aspect he was better than Lin Huaiji. Although Lin Huai is a good guy, his family background is completely incomparable to Zhou Ying's. If I chose Lin Huaiji, my quality of life definitely wouldn't be great. But if I went with Zhou Ying, given his personality, I'd end up as nothing more than his caged canary. Never mind, let's take one step at a time. It's only the beginning now, she still has choices. Maybe things will take a turn for the better.
Shin Shitong took the flowers from Zhou Ying's hands, her eyes crinkling with genuine happiness. Though she was dying to see the new bag, she pretended not to care.
I'm already so happy that you bought me flowers. You don't need to give me such expensive gifts. With deep affection, Zhou Ying placed the bag in Shin Shitong's hands. Tang, you deserve all the best things in the world. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you.
Shin Shitong was very pleased. Listening to the envious whispers around her, the pain from her hand injury seemed to fade away.
She truly deserved all the finest things. What boy wouldn't adore her?
She was the center of this world, whether it was Zhou Ying or Lin Huaiji, they should all revolve around her. Just before class began, Shin Shitong entered the classroom holding her bouquet of flowers. The moment she stepped in, she saw Su Yao laughing and chatting with the girls beside her.
Was the commotion outside really not audible to her? Or did she think that simply moving into Lin Huaiji's home would earn her his affection?
What a ridiculous thought. If I don't teach her a lesson, she won't even know what role she's playing. Today in class, Shin Shitong was once again very proactive in interacting with the teacher, quickly succeeding in making the teacher remember her name. Towards the end of class, Su Yao and Nana packed up their things, planning to dash straight to the cafeteria. After all, it was mealtime now. If they didn't move fast, they'd definitely face long queues. As the saying goes, those who aren't enthusiastic about eating must have something wrong with their heads. Su Yao and Nana were born foodies by divine mandate. The moment the teacher dismissed class, they immediately sprinted out. As they passed by the first row, Su Yao felt Shin Shitong grab her arm. Su Yao looked at Shin Shitong in confusion, not understanding what she was up to now.
Yao, do you have a moment? There's something I want to talk to you about. Su Yao immediately broke free. If it's something important, you don't need to tell me. We're not close. If it's not important, then you really don't need to tell me. I don't want to get involved. Goodbye. With that, Su Yao ran off, leaving Shin Shitong utterly bewildered.
Shenya, noticing Shin Shitong's displeased expression, quickly reassured her. Su Yao usually doesn't talk much with others. Tang, don't overthink it. Shin Shitong feigned sadness. I just wanted to ask about her relationship with Senior Huaiji. After all, she's not in good health. When I chatted with Senior Huaiji last time, he seemed unaware that she had heart disease. Senior has such a kind personality, he probably couldn't refuse Su Yao, which is why he agreed to let her live with him. I'm just worried that if Su Yao's health worsens, wouldn't that cause trouble for him? Since Senior meant well, I thought I'd talk to Su Yao and suggest she come clean with him. If Senior has any reservations, she should move out immediately. That would be the right thing to do. Shin Shitong was always an eye-catching presence, and with Zhou Ying's earlier commotion, everyone instinctively turned their attention to her. After hearing her words, many crowded around to ask for details. Tang, that Huaiji Senior you mentioned, could it be Lin Huaiji from the School of Computer Science? I've seen posts about him. He and Zhou Ying tie for first place on the popularity rankings. He's incredibly handsome, practically the face of our university. Yeah, I heard the university originally wanted him to film the promotional video for the official website, but he turned it down when he found out there'd be a female co-star. No, you're missing the point. The real issue is that Su Yao and Lin Huaiji are living together, and the senior still doesn't know she's mentally ill. That's true. If anything happens to Su Yao, wouldn't the senior be held responsible? Honestly, that Su Yao never seemed easy to get along with anyway. It's not surprising she'd pull something like this. Plus, everyone on the forum says Huaiji Senior is really aloof. Who knows how she even managed to move in with him? If you ask me, the senior was definitely tricked by Su Yao. Tang, you're so kind, not exposing her outright and even giving her a chance to confess herself. I could tell during last semester's military training that Su Yao isn't a good person at all. Just because of her weak constitution, she expects everyone to accommodate her. Exactly. Last time she even got Tang to write a self-criticism report. How could someone be so mean? Only someone as kind-hearted as you, Tang, would still consider her feelings after what she did to you. If it were me, I'd tell our senior directly without sparing her any dignity. The girls circled around, chattering non-stop, growing more and more worked up. Based solely on Shin Shitong's careless remarks, they hastily condemned Su Yao without hesitation. They lavished praise on Shin Shitong for her considerate nature, while simultaneously tearing Su Yao down to nothing, casually slapping her with the label of a seductress. These people seem to lack any ability for independent thought. With just one remark from Shin Shitong, their imaginations run wild, completely disregarding the actual truth of the matter. They simply take the moral high ground to judge Su Yao. Shin Shitong was in a rather good mood. Su Yao was indeed an unpredictable variable, but no matter what she did, he had everything under control. Someone like Yao Su, with no background, no abilities, appearing out of nowhere, how dare she think she could stand against her? This time, let her experience what it feels like to be stared at by everyone with the same disdain, to be torn apart mercilessly online. Chapter 42 The Carefree Su Yao.
Yao Yao, why do I get the feeling Shin Shitang is always targeting you? Is it because of what happened last time? Does she secretly hold a grudge against you? As a bystander, Zhang Nana could clearly see that Shin Shitang wasn't as simple as she appeared on the surface, calculating, profound, and eager to steal the spotlight.
After being humiliated by Su Yao last time, she couldn't possibly let it go without a thought. When she suddenly pulled Su Yao aside just now, she was definitely brewing some mischief in her heart. Of course Su Yao knew when it came to Shin Shitang's true nature, no one understood her better. But she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Compared to the original storyline of the novel, Shin Shitang has clearly become smarter. She is now more adept at winning people over, and even without the protagonist's halo, she has managed to make many friends by her side. Even in class, Shin Shitang is striving to improve herself and paying close attention to the lectures. Moreover, as an NPC, he logically shouldn't have drawn Shin Shitang's attention like this. Could it be because he's obstructing Lin Huaiji's pursuit of her? But Shin Shitang liked Zhou Ying, and it wasn't like she was short of suitors besides him. There was no reason for her to cling to Lin Huaiji.
Forget it, I can't figure it out.
At least Lin Huaiji has no interest in her right now, that's all that matters. As for the rest, let her make whatever fuss she wants.
Probably, but it doesn't matter. I haven't done anything wrong, so I'm not scared of her.
Zhang Nana thought about Su Yao's personality. She definitely wouldn't let others bully her, and even if something really happened, she'd stand by her side.
Yao Yao, how are things going with your landlord now? Have you made any further progress? Did you put any of those tips I taught you to use? As someone with experience, Zhang Nana could see at a glance that Su Yao's feelings for Lin Huaiji weren't purely platonic. As a good friend, she naturally wanted to give things a little push. Mentioning this was a mistake. The moment he brought it up, Su Yao's cheeks burned red. Zhang Nana might seem introverted, but her mind was practically a den of indecent thoughts. She had no idea what came over her last night, telling Lin Huaiji to touch her instead of others. Where did she find the boldness to say something so blunt? Thankfully Lin Huaiji was a gentleman. Anyone else would have taken advantage of her. But, if even after she'd said that much, Lin Huaiji remained unmoved, did it mean she held zero appeal for him? Nana, tell me, if I'm being super proactive but he responds mildly, does that mean I've got no chance? Zhang Nana caught the scent of gossip and instantly got excited. What's this about? Give me specifics. What exactly did you do, and how did he react? Don't leave out a single detail. I'll analyze it for you. Su Yao was about to explain, but upon reflection, she realized she hadn't even given Lin Huaiji a chance to respond. She'd run off immediately after speaking and hadn't exchanged a word with him since last night. Nana, you look so innocent, yet you seem to know everything. Su Yao quickly changed the subject. She'd already figured things out for herself and didn't need Zhang Nana's tactical advice for now. She'd consult her properly later when she really needed guidance. Zhang Nana had such a temperament, docile and well-behaved around strangers, but the moment she became familiar with someone, she would completely let loose, often spouting outrageous remarks that shocked people. I know a lot of things. Would you like to learn some positions or something? I won't charge you, I'll teach you for free. Guaranteed to make him unable to leave you, completely awed by your skills. Let me tell you something, no matter how proper a guy may seem on the surface, they're all lustful at heart. The bolder you are, the more they like it, so don't be shy, go all out. Haven't you heard the saying? The more shameless, the harder to break up, the more lustful, the more harmonious. As long as you find the right track, you'll definitely be able to win over landlord. Zhang Nana's words were getting more and more outrageous, so Su Yao quickly covered her mouth to prevent her from saying anything else. She and Lin Huaiji hadn't even kissed yet, why think about positions? Though, if they really could do it, she wondered how much her life points would multiply. She felt slightly tempted. No, absolutely not. How did I get led astray by her? She doesn't have such thoughts. Even if we were to do it, it should be mutual affection, reaching that depth of emotion, letting it happen naturally. Su Yao bought a chicken cutlet rice bowl. The shop was one Lin Huaiji liked, which was why she wanted to try it. Thinking of Lin Huaiji, it had already been so long since last night, yet she hadn't spoken to him at all. After some thought, Su Yao still sent Lin Huaiji a message. At this very moment, Lin Huaiji was still at home working on his assignments. Hearing his phone ring, he ignored it at first, but after 2 seconds couldn't resist picking it up. What if it was a message from Su Yao this time? That careless girl had locked herself in her room last night. She'd moved so quietly when getting up in the morning that he hadn't heard a thing. By the time he woke up, Su Yao had long since left. Was she really that afraid of him? He hadn't responded to what she said last night either. Upon careful consideration, he was actually quite willing to accept this proposal. Lin Huaiji looked at the message sent by Su Yao, finally cracking a slight smile. At least she remembered to ask if he'd eaten. Considering her decent attitude, he'd reluctantly let her off the hook this time. Not yet. Although he'd forgiven her in his heart, Lin Huaiji still replied with an icy demeanor, curious to see if Su Yao would try to coax him back. Watching the typing indicator appear above the message box, Lin Huaiji felt a flicker of anticipation. It's already mealtime. Not eating is bad for your stomach. What would you like to eat? I'll order takeout for you.
Lin Huaiji secretly felt pleased Su Yao still cared about him, but even so, he had to keep up his aloof act.
No need. No way, meal should be eaten on time.
I'll order you that stone pot bibimbap you said was delicious last time.
Su Yao immediately switched to the food delivery app and placed an order for Lin Huaiji. It's already ordered, eat it as soon as it arrives.
Lin Huaiji was now completely appeased, all the unhappiness from last night had completely dissipated. After all, the young girl was shy and easily embarrassed when speaking, it was perfectly normal. At worst, once they were together, he could just take the initiative more.
It wasn't really a big issue.
Zhang Nana glanced at Su Yao, who had barely touched her food while playing with her phone, and tapped the table to get her attention.
Put down your phone and look at the people around you more.
Oh, I was just casually looking.
Su Yao put down her phone.
To be honest, she was starting to miss Lin Huaiji a little.
Coincidentally, like her, he only had one class in the afternoon. After finishing class later, they could head home together.
On the way back, they could grab some bubble tea, stop by the fruit shop to buy some fruit, then find a movie to watch at home.
She'd sneakily hold his hand when he wasn't paying attention, creating some intimate moments. TCH. Just thinking about it made her happy. I'm already looking forward to it. Chapter 43, 10 is her lucky number. After getting his meal, Lin Huaiji took a photo to send to Su Yao. He considered posting it in the dorm group chat too, but remembering Lu Xing was probably going through his heartbreak phase right now, he decided against it. To be exact, it wasn't even heartbreak, he had been completely fooled one-sidedly. As a good friend, it's better not to poke at his wounds. Lin Huaiji ate quickly, finishing his meal in just over 10 minutes. For some reason, the food Su Yao bought always seemed more delicious to him.
Having woken up late that morning, Lin Huaiji decided against taking an afternoon nap.
After working on some orders for a while, he packed his things and headed to school. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but today he seemed to be getting more second glances than usual as he walked down the street. Normally people would occasionally look his way, but never this many. And what's more, it wasn't just girls looking at him, they were whispering among themselves too. Lin Huaiji looked down at his outfit for the day, nothing seemed off. He'd worn this before, and it certainly wasn't so strikingly handsome that it would spark gossip, right? When he arrived at the classroom, he immediately spotted Zhao Yuannan and the other two slumped over their desks, fast asleep. They must have been drinking late last night to be this exhausted. Still, their attitude was commendable, showing up to class despite being in such a state.
Lin Huaiji set down his bag and sat there scrolling through his phone.
The class had nearly ended before Zhao Yuannan finally lifted his head. Has class started yet? Lin Huaiji rolled his eyes, failing to understand the point of their attendance. Not yet, go back to sleep.
After hearing Zhao Yunan's words, Lin Huaiji didn't doubt their authenticity in the slightest and immediately lay back down to continue sleeping. Lin Huaiji listened with rare attentiveness, even taking notes, which he shared in the dorm group chat after class. Since it was a specialized course with some level of difficulty, as long as they reviewed the notes later, they should be able to manage even if they missed the lecture. Wake up, go back to the dorm to sleep. When the bell rang signaling the end of class, Lin Huaiji called the others to their feet, their faces etched with confusion. They couldn't believe the period was already over. Class over? Zhao Yuanan's voice was hoarse, while Lin Wen and Lu Xing were equally bleary-eyed and in no better shape. In your condition, you might as well have stayed comfortably asleep in your dorm. What's the point of dragging yourselves to class? At the start of the lecture, Lin Huaiji had considered waking them to pay attention, but seeing their state, he knew they'd probably slump back down within 2 minutes, so he simply gave up. Might as well keep sleeping since getting up won't make any difference anyway. Can you go back by yourselves? Do you need me to escort you back? Lin Huaiji glanced at his phone. He'd already made plans with Su Yao to head back together after this class. No need, hurry up and go on your date with that junior girl. Zhao Yuanan understood Lin Huaiji well, just one glance told him exactly what was on the man's mind. Besides, they were just tired, not seriously ill. Alright, I've posted the notes in the group chat. Make sure to check them once you're sober. Seeing that they were now sober and didn't really need him, Lin Huaiji slung his backpack over his shoulder and left. Arriving at the spot where he'd agreed to meet Su Yao, Lin Huaiji waited under a tree. But after quite a while, Su Yao still hadn't shown up. She hadn't even replied to his messages. Why isn't she here yet? Lin Huaiji suddenly had a bad premonition and decided to go directly to the College of Liberal Arts to find her. Meanwhile, Su Yao looked at the girls surrounding her and nearly rolled her eyes out of exasperation. The leader was called Qinya, that little sidekick always trailing after Shin Shitang. When Su Yao used to read novels, she could understand why the villainess always had minions around. It's understandable that those lackeys would follow the villainess to cause trouble for the female lead. After all, money talks. But what do all these people standing before us want from Shin Shitang? Do they really believe everything Shin Shitang casually says just like that? What's even more ridiculous is that she's not even holding the female lead script. How is she still getting targeted like this? That Shinshitan, while I always knew she was plotting something vile, I hadn't expected her execution to be this efficient. In such a short time, she's already rallied so many people to come after me.
But how could someone who got into university have such an empty head? With this level of intelligence, what can they even do in the future? Su Yao, you still haven't answered my question. Did you seduce Senior Huaiji? That's right, how shameless can you be? If you're sick, you should just stay put. Instead, you go around causing trouble for others? No wonder you're the only one who's sick. Seems like bad people get what they deserve. Serves you right. Other things Su Yao could tolerate to some extent, but falling ill was something she couldn't endure. Who wouldn't want a healthy body? Just because fate dealt her a bad hand and made her different, did that mean she deserved to be blamed? Su Yao lifted her gaze, her eyes no longer as mild as before. Though facing so many people, she wasn't the least bit afraid. She'd already died once. What was left to fear from any of them? Who told you that? That I was hitting on Lin Huaiji? Where's your proof? Did you record a video or audio? Or are you just flapping your gums and making noise? And did you forget to brush after your toilet feast? The shit spewing from your mouth makes me think you're the one who's seriously ill. Su Yao's looks had never been threatening, and since she usually kept to herself, everyone thought she was an easy target. Now that Su Yao was lashing out so fiercely, even Shenya was stunned. But there's strength in numbers. Once one person caught on, the others quickly jumped in to pile on. Su Yao, if you claim you didn't seduce our senior, then how come you're living with him? You're utterly shameless. First you got Tang Tang to write a self-criticism, and now you're corrupting our senior. You're bringing disgrace to our entire faculty. A worthless pretty face like you doesn't deserve to attend our university. The cacophony of voices made Su Yao's head throb. Why did they all have to speak at once, making it impossible to distinguish any single accusation? Seeing Su Yao remain silent, Shenya directly reached out to push her. Su Yao, shoved unexpectedly, flared up instantly and pushed Shenya back with all her strength, watching with slight satisfaction as she tumbled to the ground. If others treated her well, she would naturally repay them tenfold. But if bullied, Su Yao would never endure it quietly. However, those nearby saw Shenya fall and immediately reached out to grab and shove Su Yao. Pushed repeatedly, she staggered backward until she finally fell to the ground. Looking up at the girls around her, all about her age, glaring and hurling the foulest insults, Su Yao felt a strange sense of relief. Luckily, I already sent Nana to find the teacher, otherwise, she'd have to deal with this mess too. Su Yao closed her eyes, counting the seconds in her mind. When she reached 10, the noise ceased. She opened her eyes, and there stood Lin Huaiji. Yao Yao. Lin Huaiji picked up Su Yao just as Zhang Nana arrived with the teacher. Su Yao had a sudden inspiration and pretended to faint. The moment she closed her eyes, she thought to herself. So her lucky number was 10 after all. When she counted to 10, she saw the person she most wanted to meet. Chapter 44, My chest hurts, touch me. The moment Lin Huaiji saw Su Yao being bullied, his temples throbbed violently, his eyelashes fluttered, and a ringing filled his ears. His entire body tensed up. In that instant, he realized with startling clarity that although Su Yao hadn't been in his life for long, he already held her in the highest regard. Fortunately, Su Yao was unharmed, otherwise, he didn't know what he might have done. He had always prided himself on being a gentleman, treating women with basic respect, but even that had its limits. Facing mindless bullies like these, even if you really hit them, they wouldn't feel ashamed. Wickedness knows no gender. The teacher's here. Even though Lin Huaiji arrived just in time, which I'm genuinely moved by, I'll still pretend to faint for good measure. If things don't escalate, the teacher won't take it seriously. Otherwise, if it's just swept under the rug, wouldn't I have suffered in vain? At critical moments, playing the fragile victim to win sympathy is the way to go. Nobody does it better than me. Lin Huaiji could read Su Yao's thoughts, and coincidentally, he also found these girls in front of him utterly annoying. It was indeed time to teach them a lesson. The situation wasn't critical for Su Yao now, but without the vitality boost protecting her, such bullying could have led to serious consequences. Her illness might even have relapsed. Just because she's unscathed doesn't mean they deserve forgiveness so easily. Committing misdeeds shouldn't be judged by their outcomes alone. Harboring harmful intentions and acting upon them means one must take responsibility for their actions. Lin Huaiji pulled out his phone to call 120. The group of girls before them finally showed fear now, glancing nervously at each other without daring to step forward, instead retreating several paces. What should we do? You don't think she's actually hurt, do you? This has nothing to do with me. I didn't lay a finger on her. Right, I didn't lay a finger on her either. I only said a few words, that's all. It wasn't me who hurt her. It's her own poor health. Even if something really happens, it's not our fault, right? Yeah, and she's the one with questionable behavior to begin with. We were just trying to give her a friendly heads up. Even if someone should be held accountable, we weren't the ones who started it first. Lin Huaiji raised his eyes, watching coldly as they turned on each other. These women who had unanimously condemned Su Yao moments ago were now scrambling to shirk responsibility when trouble arose. The whole spectacle was utterly ridiculous. The most outrageous part is that they actually think they did nothing wrong. Lin Huaiji had encountered foolish people before, but this was his first time seeing anyone this stupid. Shenya was also stunned. She had originally just wanted to vent Shin Shitang's anger and teach Su Yao a lesson. She never intended for things to escalate this far. Especially now, with the other girls around staring at her, saying she was the one who started it. I only pushed her at first, you all joined in too. Shenya shrieked hysterically, her face twisted in panic. What are you all doing? The dean shouted with full vigor upon seeing the densely packed crowd. Zhang Nana knew the counselor had a closer relationship with Shin Shitang, so she bypassed the counselor and went straight to the dean's office to find him. Fortunately, the dean happened to be in. On the way over, Zhang Nana had already briefed the dean on the general situation, so he was mentally prepared. But now, seeing it firsthand, the situation was even worse than he had imagined. The group of girls led by Chinya quickly stepped aside, their fear intensifying at the sight of the dean. Each of them harbored their own schemes, solely focused on deflecting blame. Yao Yao. Seeing Su Yao collapse into Lin Huaiji's arms, Zhang Nana burst into tears in sheer panic. Yao Yao, did you call an ambulance? Will Yao Yao be alright? It's all my fault. I should have stayed with you, shouldn't have gone alone to find the teacher. If I'd been there, I could have protected you. Zhang Nana was crying uncontrollably, sobbing between breaths, and the dean was also extremely anxious. If Su Yao were to come to any harm, the academy simply couldn't shoulder that responsibility. Do you have any medicine on hand? Have you called an ambulance? How long has she been unconscious? The dean walked over, crouched down beside her, and reached out to check Su Yao's breathing. He then let out a sigh of relief. She didn't have her medication on her. I've already called an ambulance. Her condition had been stable before this, the doctor said she just needed proper rest and to keep her emotions in check, and there wouldn't be any major issues. But when I got here, a group of them were yelling and hitting her, and that's when Su Yao passed out. If anything truly went wrong, they'd all be murderers, and we could directly report them to the police. Lin Huaiji wasn't actually planning to call the police, because Su Yao hadn't suffered any real harm. Moreover, the academy would never let things escalate to the police station, not when they'd worked so hard to maintain their hard-earned reputation. He said it solely to pressure the dean, to make him understand the gravity of the situation and ensure stricter punishments rather than a slapdash resolution. Su Yao had fainted, no one else was speaking up for her, so he'd do it himself. Sure enough, hearing the threat of calling the police instantly fired up the dean even more. The college will handle this matter properly and will definitely give Su Yao a satisfactory resolution. The top priority now is to get Miss Su examined by a doctor first. Why is this dean's voice trembling like this? As expected of the guy I like, just 2 sentences and he's already got the dean wrapped around his finger. I should probably wake up now, pretend to be a bit weak, give the dean some reassurance, wouldn't want her fainting from shock if I seem perfectly fine. Listening to Su Yao's inner monologue, Lin Huaiji thought, still cracking jokes at a time like this, clearly there's nothing wrong with her. Ah. After gathering herself for a moment, Su Yao slowly opened her eyes and called out weakly. Su Yao, how are you feeling now? Asked the dean. Yao Yao. Ha? Why is it the dean who's most concerned about me? Nana's crying like that, yet this blockhead doesn't show any expression at all? Su Yao remained silent, staring intently at Lin Huaiji, trying to find something different in his eyes. This doesn't make sense. He was clearly so worried about me just now, so why isn't he the slightest bit surprised to see me wake up? Did he figure it out? Does he know I'm pretending? Lin Huaiji was so exasperated by Su Yao that he nearly laughed. If she wanted to act, she should commit to the performance. Why was she still thinking about him at a time like this? Was she truly this infatuated? How are you feeling now? Lin Huaiji, fearing Su Yao might give herself away, quickly asked a question. My heart hurts, it hurts so much. Su Yao squeezed out tears and pitifully pulled Lin Huaiji's hand toward her chest. Feel me here, it hurts so much. This is the perfect opportunity. Something as innocent as checking her condition. Doctor, it hurts here, you need to examine it properly. Su Yao appeared to be crying as if she were in unbearable pain, but her mind was filled with nothing but dirty fantasies, completely immersed in her own solo roleplay. Afraid that Su Yao might slip up, Lin Huaiji didn't resist. Besides, despite feeling slightly embarrassed under the gaze of so many people, deep down, he still wanted to touch her. Why did he feel this inexplicable thrill of having a secret affair in public? And that doctor brother instantly triggered Lin Huaiji's memories of certain cliched plotlines, doctor and patient and nurse scenarios. Though thoroughly tropey, if Su Yao was willing to play along, he found himself surprisingly interested. To everyone but Su Yao and Lin Huaiji, her heartache appeared genuine. Only the 2 involved parties harbored their own hidden agendas. Chapter 45 I like you. Ah, he's touching me. My HP must have doubled. His hands are so beautiful, seeing them on my chest is a feast for the eyes. If it weren't for the inappropriate timing, I'd totally grope both sides. So she does recognize the inappropriateness of the situation? You've got some nerve, huh?
While Lin Huaiji registered the softness pressing against him, all he could think about was that tantalizing glimpse he'd caught earlier.
Though he had to admit, the actual sensation was far more supple than he'd imagined. No! If he kept touching like this, things would get dangerous.
Suyao was still nestled in his arms. If his body betrayed him now, she'd definitely feel it and be frightened. Professor, I'll take her to wait by the entrance. The sooner we get her examined, the sooner we can all rest easy. Seeing Suyao crying like that, the dean quickly rose, wanting to accompany them. Lin Huaiji, afraid of being exposed, hurriedly declined.
I'll go with her. Teacher, you should focus on how to handle this matter.
Lin Huaiji effortlessly picked up Suyao in his arms. Seeing Suyao wake up, Shenya immediately resumed her slander.
Teacher, Suyao leads a promiscuous lifestyle. We merely wanted to remind her, but who knew she'd faint?
You just saw it yourself. She grabbed someone's hand and pressed it against her chest.
How is that proper student behavior?
You really ought to discipline her. If she weren't putting on an act right now, Suyao would have rolled her eyes spectacularly. This person truly had no brains. No wonder Shin Shitan could manipulate her into being a pawn with just a few words. Those brains of hers wouldn't even sell if you paid people to take them.
At a time like this, she's still trying to smear dirt on her reputation? With such an attitude, even if the dean wanted to show leniency, it would be impossible. The dean also despised stupidity, unable to believe how their college could admit such a student. What on earth goes through a young girl's mind? With thoughts like these, how can you even study literature? When couples live together, you have to make a fuss about it.
Instead of concentrating on your studies, you focus on such matters all day. It seemed the dean was encountering this kind of situation for the first time, directly angered to the point of losing balance.
Teacher, it must have been Suyao who seduced him.
Lin Huaiji couldn't be bothered to watch the drama unfold. After casually dropping one remark, he simply walked away.
I'm Suyao's boyfriend.
If anyone dares to spread malicious rumors about my girlfriend again, I won't let it slide. Lin Huaiji said these words with such seriousness that even Suyao herself was momentarily stunned.
He probably just said that to protect me, right? That must be it. He's so kind, maybe he just couldn't stand seeing me get bullied. But even knowing that, why is my heart still racing like this?
Lin Huaiji looked down at her, wanting to explain.
Yet the moment Suyao met his gaze, she immediately lowered her head, refusing to look at him. Suyao, aren't you curious why I said those words just now?
Since she didn't ask, he decided to take the initiative to speak.
Why didn't you care about me just now? Weren't you the least bit surprised when I woke up? Could you tell I was faking it all along?
Suyao nervously bit her lip, her eyes darting away, too afraid to look at Lin Huaiji.
She wouldn't dare to ask. If she remained unaware, she could keep pretending to be clueless. But if she received a definitive answer she didn't like, then she truly couldn't continue shamelessly clinging to him any longer. Rather than that, she'd prefer not to know Lin Huaiji's thoughts at all. You still haven't answered my question, Suyao. I know you only said that because you wanted to help me.
Suyao stammered, hastily making excuses for Lin Huaiji in advance.
Yes, I did want to help you.
Though she had mentally prepared herself, when these words actually came from Lin Huaiji's mouth, the desolation in her eyes couldn't be concealed fast enough. Her heart ached as if pricked by a needle.
I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up. You're kind to me simply because you're inherently kind, not because you have any special feelings for me. But still, even knowing this, why does my heart still ache?
Suyao struggled to hold back her tears, daring not to even look up to respond to Lin Huaiji.
Suyao, I think I might have feelings for you.
I know we haven't known each other for long, but I genuinely care about you. When I saw you being bullied just now, I was worried, terrified something might really happen to you. I regretted not being by your side so I could have protected you. I truly wanted to help, but it's because it was you, Suyao.
I wouldn't have said those things to anyone else. Do you understand?
Lin Huaiji's gaze was as tender as water, staring intently at Suyao. With just one look, Suyao immediately sank into it, sensing his affection and fondness.
Are you serious? You're not just saying sweet words to comfort me because you think I'm pitiful or seriously ill, are you? Suyao felt even more upset than before.
The thought that Lin Huaiji might just be trying to console her with such words made her heart ache unbearably. This feeling of being pitted was 10,000 times more humiliating than being bullied. Lin Huaiji now felt immensely grateful that he could hear Suyao's inner thoughts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to comfort her in time. While Suyao usually appeared optimistic, deep down her personality still had its tangled complexities.
Suyao, I mean every word I say. In your eyes, is my affection nothing but pity? Am I the kind of person who says I like you just out of pity for someone?
Lin Huaiji genuinely wanted to pry open Suyao's brain to see what exactly was inside. She was usually so bold with her words, but now that he was sincerely confessing his feelings, she was hesitating and doubting him.
Women really are complicated creatures. That's not what I meant, I'm just scared, okay? Suyao mustered the courage to explain that no matter how boldly she might joke around, those thoughts only stayed in her mind. When it came to expressing her true feelings face to face, she was still a coward. But now, since Lin Huaiji had taken the first step, she ought to be brave too. I like you too. As she uttered those words, Suyao's face flushed entirely red. So what? Lin Huaiji pressed on with his questions. So let's start dating. Even though we haven't known each other for long, we'll gradually adjust to each other, and I'm sure we'll come to like each other more and more. There was no denying Lin Huaiji felt a spark of joy upon hearing those words, yet it somehow seemed a bit irresponsible. Both he and Suyao were experiencing their first love, who would rush into commitment so recklessly. Besides, he quite enjoyed the current ambiguous relationship with Suyao. It felt no different from being in love, just missing that final step. Yet this feeling was also strangely wonderful, like a mutual tug-of-war. Chapter 46, Big Brother, you're so hard. You like me, I like you, shouldn't we be together then? Or do you think it's too fast? Suyao replied quickly. Although she really wanted to get close to Lin Huaiji, honestly speaking, from his perspective, it did seem a bit rushed. She had just moved in and was already tempting him, and now she wanted to date after just a few days. If she didn't look so innocent, Lin Huaiji would definitely have thought she was some high-level green tea girl. Both being novices in love, although she lacked experience, she was after all a romance novelist. She knew being together required time. Taking things slowly is also a form of sincerity. Lin Huaiji nodded in agreement. This was precisely his thought, taking time to get to know each other, waiting for the right moment to naturally come together. This approach felt responsible toward both her and his own feelings. I just think there's no need to rush. That's fine too, taking it slow is good. To be honest, I'm not fully prepared yet. If we were to go straight into it, I really wouldn't be able to handle it. Anyway, since we've already talked about it openly, it should be normal if I occasionally get touchy-feely with you, right? Lin Huaiji listened to Suyao's outrageous words. How could such a young girl know so much about these matters? They weren't even officially together yet, and she was already thinking about that? Not to mention she wasn't ready, even he wasn't properly prepared if asked to do it on the spot. Well, truth be told, he could actually do it any time if the other person was Suyao. No problem at all. Sometimes just watching her sway in front of him would stir a reaction, let alone when Suyao actively tempted him. Suyao, you don't act like this with other guys too, do you? Ha? Which one? Suyao was puzzled. She clearly hadn't said anything out loud, she'd only indulged in some mental fantasizing. She hadn't actually done anything. I mean, if someone else hugged you like that, would you also grab their hand and make them touch your chest? And would you casually wear that spaghetti strap dress for just anyone to see? Although Lin Huaiji already knew the answer, he still wanted Suyao to say it herself. Of course not. I would never do that. I only behave like this with you. I'm not that kind of casual person. Even though I can be a bit naughty sometimes, I still have principles. I only show off for people I like. Suyao quickly defended her innocence, her voice rising 2 notches. She felt utterly wronged. In her past life, she hadn't even done anything before dying, and now that she was here, she only had eyes for him. During those military training days, it wasn't as if no one had asked for her contact information. She had sternly refused them all because her heart was completely his. Although initially she had approached him just to survive, after spending time together, her feelings had genuinely changed. She was absolutely certain about her feelings, she truly liked him. My heart is so small, it can only hold you. Don't you dare misunderstand me, I'm usually very shy. Suyao looked at Lin Huaiji with puppy dog eyes, as if accusing him of misjudging her. Alright. Yao Yao is the sweetest. The first half of Suyao's statement thoroughly delighted Lin Huaiji, though he remained skeptical about the latter part. I suppose she's behaving well enough. Aya. Calling me Yao Yao and saying I'm being good. Whoa, my heart's racing. I can't take this. If it weren't for being in Lin Huaiji's arms, Suyao would have squirmed like a worm from excitement. Lin Huaiji smiled dotingly. Suyao's emotions changed so quickly. When angry, she could be soothed with just a few comforting words. As long as things were explained clearly, she never held grudges in her mind. Has the ambulance not arrived yet? The hospital isn't that far from our school, is it? Lin Huaiji carried her the entire way, attracting many glances along the road. Though slightly embarrassed, Suyao felt deeply content in her heart. This way, it would be equivalent to Lin Huaiji publicly legitimizing her stay. She hadn't moved in through any seductive means. Although such dynamics might exist after moving in, that would be a private matter between her and Lin Huaiji, not something for others to gossip about. I didn't actually call 120. I was just scaring them. Ha! I could tell at a glance you were faking it, so I figured there was no need to waste medical resources. After all this commotion, your dean definitely won't let this slide. Lin Huaiji knew Suyao wasn't actually ill, so he didn't want an ambulance making a pointless trip. Besides, calculating the distance, if it arrived too quickly and subjected Suyao to a full medical examination, she wouldn't be able to keep up the act. She couldn't pretend forever. Wow, you're so amazing, how can you understand me so well?
Su Yao started to gloat, tracing circles on Lin Huaiji's chest with her finger.
Big brother is so hard. Su Yao's boldness came and went in waves. Now that Lin Huaiji was holding her and couldn't fight back anyway, she deliberately acted mischievous, not just moving her hands, but also purposely speaking in a coquettish voice. Lin Huaiji didn't expect Su Yao to be this mischievous. His arms trembled slightly as he held her.
Wanna see who can be more flirtatious?
Su Yao, there's something even more fitting. Want to touch it?
Lin Huaiji said this with complete seriousness, seemingly not joking at all.
No way. Did I mess up? I actually got it right away. I glanced at the outline earlier, definitely impressive. But I don't dare touch it. Forget it. I should just admit I was wrong. Let me go do some homework first, and then we'll go straight into it when I'm ready. It'll even boost our HP. Ha 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 ha.
In just 10 short seconds, Su Yao could conjure up 800 different thoughts, and Lin Huaiji still hadn't gotten used to it.
I was wrong. I'll behave myself. Don't be mad, big brother.
Lin Huaiji pinched Su Yao's waist as a lesson.
You can't call anyone else big brother, not even senior. Do you understand? Though they hadn't even begun dating yet, Lin Huaiji's possessiveness was already surfacing.
Su Yao was so irresistibly charming, with such a sweet voice, her tender call of big brother just moments ago had utterly enthralled him.
Why? Why can't I call someone else? Is it because you'd get jealous? Su Yao asked knowingly, her tone deliberately teasing. What do you think?
Lin Huaiji threw her a glance, and Su Yao immediately settled down.
I'd only ever call you that way to begin with, but since you said you like me, you can't look at other girls, especially Shin Shitong. Don't have any contact with her, stay as far away as possible, okay? Su Yao tugged at Lin Huaiji's sleeve, softening her voice to coax him. Alright, I promise you. Even if Su Yao hadn't mentioned it, he would have kept his distance. It was obvious today's incident was orchestrated by Shin Shitong.
Su Yao, today's situation was clearly engineered by Shin Shitong, he said. Earlier she came to me mentioning your heart condition, her intentions were transparent.
She wants you to move out.
Today she incited others to harass you and pressure you. Her goal remains unchanged.
Regarding Shin Shitong, Lin Huaiji had his suspicions, but couldn't be certain.
I can only pray that she and that Zhouing remain tightly bound together and stop causing trouble for others. But if she insists on making life difficult, I can't just sit back and take it. Sometimes, the best way to protect yourself is to fight back.
What? Did Shin Shitong come to see you? Why didn't you tell me?
Su Yao's tone was harsh with worry, sounding as if she was blaming Lin Huaiji.
Chapter 47, Can't Live Without You.
Upon hearing this, Su Yao grew extremely anxious, breaking free from Lin Huaiji's embrace.
When did she contact you? Did she say anything else?
Shin Shitong was always a peculiar character in the original novel. She never cared whether Lin Huaiji lived or died. Just as before, she's vain and selfish. There's no way she genuinely likes him. Seeking him out must be just another attempt to use him.
What if she has ill intentions? Wouldn't that put Lin Huaiji in danger? Seeing Lin Huaiji's silence, Su Yao realized she had spoken too loudly earlier.
Quickly adjusting her emotions, she explained, I didn't mean to snap at you, nor am I trying to meddle in your affairs.
I'm just worried about you.
I'm sorry, I got a little too worked up just now. Su Yao, afraid that Lin Huaiji might be angry, quickly softened her voice to apologize.
It's fine, you weren't really that harsh.
It's just the first time I've seen you so worked up, so I was a bit surprised. Even when Su Yao got upset, she'd never been like just now. Lin Huaiji wasn't startled, nor did he find her harsh. He actually quite liked seeing this different side of Su Yao that he didn't usually get to see. Besides, the reason Su Yao got so worked up was out of worry for him. At the end of the day, she just liked him. Having realized this, Lin Huaiji couldn't possibly stay angry.
Are you mad?
I'm sorry, please don't be upset, she pleaded. Su Yao blinked pitifully, her voice laced with a fragile sweetness, like a kitten who'd knocked over a vase by accident and now sought forgiveness with pleading guilt. Faced with this look of hers, Lin Huaiji found it impossible to stay cross.
Even if he had been genuinely angry, it would have melted away instantly.
Feeling like he was about to be wrapped around her finger, just looking at her like this, how could Lin Huaiji bear to lose his temper with her? If she kept apologizing so sweetly every time they argued in the future, he definitely wouldn't be able to resist.
I'm not angry, Su Yao. You don't need to be so cautious.
Lin Huaiji pinched Su Yao's cheek lightly. He had wanted to do it before, but the chance never came until now, when the timing was just right. The sensation was pretty much as he'd imagined, soft, much like when he touched her chest earlier, but that had been because of the bra she was wearing. If he were to touch directly, it would surely be as soft as cotton. Shin Shitong sought me out just to sow discord between us. She thought I didn't know about your heart condition, which is why she pushed for us to live together.
Lin Huaiji didn't want Su Yao to misunderstand.
He hadn't told her earlier because nothing had happened. They'd only spoken for a few minutes, and there had been no further interaction. But when connected to what just occurred, it became quite obvious.
Su Yao recalled Shinya's earlier words, thinly veiled accusations of impropriety, implying she'd concealed her illness to seduce Lin Huaiji. So, Shin Shitong orchestrated all this just to make me move out? But why? Why does she care so much about you? Isn't she supposed to like Zhou? Su Yao couldn't make sense of it. Though the original plot was melodramatic and Shin Shitong was admittedly manipulative, her focus had always been on Zhou. If anything, it was Lin Huaiji who pursued her. Why is it that now that Lin Huaiji likes her, she's suddenly clinging to him? Could it be that she only likes those who don't like her back? That doesn't add up either. Zhou went out of his way to send her gifts so conspicuously. There's definitely something going on between them. Arg, my brain's about to explode. Why did she change so quickly? Could it be because I interfered with the development between Lin Huaiji and her, which made her act so strangely? Lin Huaiji finally realized Su Yao really wasn't the brightest. He'd have to remind her himself. The relationship between Shin Shitong and Zhou isn't that simple. Shin Shitong seems a little afraid of Zhou. Lin Huaiji was certain of this, though he didn't know exactly what had happened between them. He saw clearly that Zhou possessed an overwhelming desire for control and Shin Shitong feared him for it. But Zhou showers her with flowers and bags, and she's so happy about it. It all looks perfectly normal, like that ambiguous tension during the early stages of a relationship, Su Yao remarked. She didn't know though Shin Shitong was acting strangely, the system had already warned that her very presence was a variable, and the plot would skew based on her actions, which was only natural. Lin Huaiji leaned in close to Su Yao, noses nearly touching, searching her eyes for anything else. What's wrong? Su Yao grew nervous. Weren't we just analyzing things? How did the atmosphere suddenly become like this? Why did you suddenly move closer? Coming this close, could it be you want to kiss me? But without officially being together yet, wouldn't kissing be too fast? Never mind, it's not like I'm losing out. Eyes closed first. Su Yao closed her eyes, her nervous eyelashes fluttering wildly, fists clenched, her face full of anticipation. Lin Huaiji found Su Yao so adorable that he couldn't help laughing out loud. Su Yao opened her eyes in confusion, and seeing how amused Lin Huaiji was, she realized she'd been tricked. He never intended to kiss her at all. If you won't kiss me, then don't. I didn't want to kiss you anyway. But why did I have to close my eyes? Whoa, this is so embarrassing. Su Yao, I just wanted to ask, do you also like flowers and handbags? What were you expecting? Close your eyes? Were you hoping I'd kiss you? He simply happened to overhear Shin Shitong liking flowers and bags, and given that they were currently in that ambiguous phase, it made sense to gift her something. But all he had prepared was a keyboard, he hadn't bought anything else. They hadn't spent much time together yet, and he didn't have much experience in these matters. Fortunately, he could hear Su Yao's inner thoughts, eliminating the need for guesswork. He got the answers straight from the source. I don't like that. I like you. Having you is enough. Su Yao was incredibly bold, and Lin Huaiji knew that if what she thought in her heart didn't match her words, he would hear her true thoughts, so he waited very seriously for her answer. Yet several seconds passed, and Su Yao's heart remained silent. Does she love him that much? He felt like he was being flirted with. Even though Su Yao hadn't done anything, his heart was already racing uncontrollably. Ahem, don't all girls like those things? Lin Huaiji forced himself to stay composed. Though his heart was racing wildly, he still needed to maintain appearances. Then I must be special, because I only like you, the kind of like that means I can't live without you. Su Yao said these truthful words with feigned lightness, though inwardly, she was utterly flustered. At first, I just wanted to cling to you for health points, but now it's different. At first, my intentions weren't pure, that's my fault. I'll definitely do better in the future and protect you properly. Lin Huaiji nodded, enunciating each word clearly. His voice was clean and gentle, yet carried an unusual solemnity. If you can't survive without me, then stay by my side from now on, don't go anywhere else. Chapter 48, Scamming Money to Buy Lin Huaiji a Gift. After leaving school, Su Yao thought since the ambulance hadn't arrived, they might as well stick to the original plan, take a walk with Lin Huaiji, browse the supermarket, then head home. But Lin Huaiji felt this wasn't enough. Since we've already started acting, we should see this play through to the end, and make it even more perfect. Lin Huaiji smiled to himself. Su Yao was naive, too lenient towards those who bullied her. But it didn't matter, he could be the bad guy when needed. He was perfectly suited for that role. If you don't go to the hospital, how will you explain it to the teacher when asked? Besides, haven't you been working really hard on your writing lately? Why not take this opportunity to get a full body checkup? The medical fees won't come out of your pocket, and you'll even receive compensation for emotional distress. What do you think? Lin Huaiji never considered himself a particularly nice person. Now that someone under his care had been wronged, what good would a mere disciplinary record do to the perpetrators? Material compensation should definitely be part of the deal. But Su Yao was so pure-hearted, would she think he was being unreasonable by pushing things too far? Su Yao stared blankly at Lin Huaiji, her mind seemingly empty. For some reason, Lin Huaiji felt a pang of unease. In Su Yao's eyes,
Was he perhaps like those foolish protagonists in novels, the kind who would sacrifice their lives for love, men of such upright character that they shouldn't even entertain thoughts of harming others? Or perhaps she would think herself tacky? Wow, you're so clever. I never thought of that. Su Yao, for some inexplicable reason, got overly excited and swung Lin Huaiji's hand playfully. We absolutely must fleece them properly. After all, they're the ones who bullied me. Nothing's more practical than cold hard cash. This way I'll have even more money saved up. Then I can buy things for you. What should I buy? A better computer setup? Or maybe a mouse? Watches seem expensive though. I'm not sure how much money there is. I'll make a proper plan once I actually get the payment. With this thought, Su Yao buzzed with excitement. She grabbed Lin Huaiji's hand and flagged down a taxi by the roadside, heading straight for the hospital. The summer breeze from the open car window tousled the loose strands of hair on the girl's forehead and equally unsettled his heart. All his worries seemed unnecessary. Su Yao understood him completely. She was exactly like him, only purer and a bit more foolish. So foolish that her first thought had been of him, not herself. She believed she had deceived him, so guilt weighed on her heart, driving her to do better. Little did she know, he had also let her move in with ulterior motives from the very beginning. If you looked at it that way, didn't that make things even? Su Yao, don't you think my proposal is a bit unfair? No way. They were the ones who bullied me first. I think your idea is brilliant, and I really like it. Su Yao stared directly at Lin Huaiji without reservation, her eyes sparkling with stars. Besides, we won't start trouble with others, but when we're treated unfairly, being a little fiercer is the best way to protect ourselves. Su Yao had gone through many experiences, witnessed the fickleness of human nature, and understood that evil exists intrinsically in some people. She had suffered from bullying and endured cold indifference from others. The only reason she managed to stay true to herself was because the warmth she found in life fascinated her just as much. She maintained kindness toward others, but at the very least, shouldn't she be allowed to be a little wicked when faced with unfair treatment? Yao Yao is amazing. How could he not be enchanted by such a Su Yao? At the hospital, Lin Huaiji accompanied Su Yao through a full-body checkup. She wore a smile the entire time, as if experiencing something delightful. Why are you so happy just getting a checkup? Lin Huaiji instinctively patted her head, like smoothing a kitten's fur. Because this is the first time someone has come with me to the hospital. I always came alone before, and although I got used to it, it still made me a little sad. Now that you're with me, I just feel so happy. Besides, the thought of not having to pay makes me even happier. Su Yao kept chattering away, wanting to share her joy with Lin Huaiji, but the doctor called her name, forcing her to stop. The doctor's calling me. I'll go in first, could you wait here for me? Lin Huaiji's eyes grew slightly moist as he smiled and waved his hand, urging her to hurry inside. The wind seems particularly strong today. Why do my eyes keep feeling uncomfortable? Love is heartache. Love is a constant sense of indebtedness. Lin Huaiju suddenly understood the meaning behind those words. Lin Huaiju waited by the examination room door, rushing forward as soon as Su Yao emerged. How was it? Any discomfort? Su Yao shook her head and glanced at the vitality readings on her wrist, visibly cheerful. Not at all. I'm perfectly healthy. Having someone waiting for me feels like this, so blissful. I wish it could always be like this. Lin Huaiji took Su Yao's hand and silently vowed in his heart that he would always stay by her side. Whenever she needed him, he would be there without fail, never leaving her alone again. What would you like for dinner? I'll cook. I'll buy it for you. Lin Huaiji had already blurted out the words before remembering he knew nothing about cooking, so he hastily corrected himself. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Just say the word, and I'll make it for you. Even if I don't know how, I can learn. My cooking skills are pretty good. For more complicated dishes, I just need to try 2 or 3 times before they turn out delicious. Su Yao was quite confident in this regard. She knew Lin Huaiji disliked cooking, while she herself loved experimenting with food. It seemed they were a match made in heaven, with interests that complemented each other perfectly. Lin Huaiji thought about it and realized he genuinely didn't have any particular cravings. Finally, his gaze lingered on Su Yao's chest for 2 seconds. I've already touched them earlier, wonder when I'll get to kiss them. Ahem. No need, cooking is too much trouble. Let's eat out instead, whatever you want, my treat. Su Yao shook her head. That won't do. I think we should go home to eat. There might be students from our school around here. What if someone takes photos and posts them? As Lin Huaiji said, since they'd already started acting, they might as well commit to the performance thoroughly. Then let's order takeout at home. Didn't you want to watch horror movies? Today would be perfect for that. Lin Huaiji didn't want Su Yao to lift a finger. After everything that happened today, no matter how strong she was, her mood must have been affected. His responsibility was simply to accompany her and do things she enjoyed. The mention of horror movies immediately sparked Su Yao's interest. I never dared to watch horror movies before because they scared me. Back in school, when my classmates watched them together, my poor nerves couldn't handle it, so I avoided them too. After finding out I was sick, I became even more afraid to try. But now I can finally give it a shot. With you by my side,
I know nothing bad will happen. Plus, that kind of atmosphere really helps deepen connections. A dark atmosphere is the easiest way for sparks to fly. Wait, no, that phrasing sounds a bit weird. Lin Huaiji smiled indulgently. Since she wanted to watch, he would accompany her. Chapter 49, Pinching Her Lips. By the time they left the hospital, it was already evening. Su Yao had set her phone to silent mode and had been too busy being affectionate with Lin Huaiji to notice Zhang Nana's barrage of text messages. Just as Lin Huaiji had anticipated, the academy director was truly furious this time. That entire group of students were all freshmen, some from Su Yao's class, others from different classes. The counselors responsible for each class were called into the office. The dean decided to impose strict penalties. Not only would disciplinary actions be taken, but the students would also be suspended for half a month and sent home to reflect. Once the disciplinary notice was issued, parents would be immediately summoned to school to collect their children. Upon hearing about the punishment and the prospect of involving parents, Shenya immediately panicked. She claimed she only wanted to stand up for Shin Shitong and never intended to harm anyone. Meanwhile, Zhang Nana, serving as the perfect accomplice, chimed in sarcastically with a few remarks. So, by your logic, Shin Shitong was the mastermind who egged you on from the start, right? If I recall correctly, during military training, Shin Shitong already caused trouble for our Yao Yao when she was sick and even had to write a self-criticism. Seems like Shin Shitong took this chance to gang up on Yao Yao with helpers, just to vent her anger. That's the logic here, isn't it? Su Yao nearly laughed herself to death listening to this voice message. Zhang Nana had been watching palace intrigue dramas recently, and seizing the perfect opportunity, she immediately started performing. But the effect was instant. Shin Shitong was immediately called in for a talk. The girls who had been flocking around her now began shifting the blame onto her and Shenya, creating absolute chaos. If it could have been recorded, Zhang Nana would have definitely sent the video to Su Yao. I'd also love to see them tear into each other. Though Nana's description was vivid enough, seeing it live would be even better. Su Yao was unbearably smug, even wiggling her body a little, not bothering to hide her emotions. Didn't Zhang Nana say it? They're all coming to apologize to you. If you're still angry, you can make things difficult for them later and squeeze more compensation out of them. Lin Huaiji decided to stick close to Su Yao these next few days. Since the words were already out there and those gossipy women loved to spread rumors, the news was bound to travel fast. As her boyfriend, it was only right that he protect her. Great! This time I'm definitely going to demand more money. And Shin Shitong, doesn't she love playing the innocent victim? Well, I'll cry too. It's not like she's the only one who can act. The way to defeat a green tea *TCH is to walk her path until she's left with nowhere to go. Lin Huaiji had encountered many green tea *cheese, but he hadn't yet discovered this potential in Su Yao. Clever as Su Yao was, she quickly noticed the doubt in Lin Huaiji's eyes and angrily put her hands on her hips to confront him. What kind of look is that? Do you think I'm not as beautiful as Shin Shitong? Or do you think my personality isn't soft enough to play the green tea role well? The girl puffed up like an angry hamster. Even when furious, her voice remained soft and sweet. Though her words carried a questioning tone, combined with that face of hers, no one could take her anger seriously. Upon closer look, Su Yao truly had this talent. Lin Huaiji suppressed the urge to plant a kiss on her, instead rubbing his chin thoughtfully as he deliberately looked Su Yao up and down with an unbearably teasing tone. Let me think. The boy before me deliberately drew out his tone, as if genuinely pondering with great seriousness, visibly tangled over the answer. Su Yao barely restrained her grievance, still maintaining an outwardly indignant expression, though inwardly she had long teetered on the edge of collapse, utterly heartbroken. Why do you need to think for so long? Am I really not as pretty as Shin Shitong? He probably prefers someone like Shin Shitong. Woo. I really want to cry, but I have to hold it in, can't embarrass myself. Woo. Su Yao's emotions were written all over her face as her thoughts raced. Her lips trembled downward, on the verge of bursting into tears the next second. However, Lin Huaiji had already anticipated her reaction. Just before she could let out a loud wail, he reached out and pinched her lips shut. That's right, he literally pinched her lips closed. Su Yao looked stunned and utterly disbelieving, her eyes wide as saucers. Though her mouth was sealed shut and she couldn't speak, her expression said it all. Are you out of your mind? Stop pinching my mouth. Look around you, is this really the appropriate occasion? This was simply Lin Huai's impulsive reaction. He'd never done something like this before. While surprised by his own actions, he had to admit Su Yao looked rather adorable like this. Giving in to mischievous impulse, he gave another pinch before slowly delivering his opening line. Su Yao, you kind of resemble a platypus right now. Su Yao? Wow. Manual intervention was futile now. Su Yao burst into loud sobs, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably with overwhelming grievance. You think I'm not as pretty as her? Fine, but comparing me to a platypus? Why? It was near the university district, so couples quarreling was nothing unusual. But seeing Su Yao cry so loudly, so heart-wrenchingly, that was truly rare. Passers-by stopped in their tracks to watch the spectacle. If only someone had a handful of sunflower seeds, a whole crowd would surely squat by the roadside, cracking shells and enjoying the drama. Watching random people argue might not be particularly interesting, but resisting the temptation to watch an attractive couple quarrel is simply impossible. Lin Huaiji naturally noticed the stares from passers-by, and with Su Yao weeping so loudly, he grew flustered too. He'd never had any experience comforting girls, this was the first time a woman had cried so desperately in front of him, and what's worse, he was the very reason for her tears. Yao Yao, sweetheart, that's not what I meant. For the first time, Lin Huaiji felt completely at a loss. Even when faced with the most stubborn program bugs that kept him up past midnight without a solution, none of that frustration compared to what he was feeling now. Good girl, Yao Yao, I never thought you weren't as pretty as her. You're beautiful in every way, it's exactly you that I like. Lin Huaiji experienced mental blankness for the first time. Though he desperately wanted to say something sweet to comfort Su Yao, when he opened his mouth, words simply failed him. He reached out to wipe Su Yao's tears, but they kept flowing. Flustered, he fumbled in his pocket for tissues to help dry her cheeks. Women are truly made of water, how else could they cry so much? Unable to do otherwise, Lin Huaiji gathered Su Yao into his embrace, gently patting her shoulders while softening his voice to comfort her. Be good now, Yao Yao. You're the most beautiful. No one compares to you, and you're the only one I like. You see, I'm already a junior. I haven't been interested in anyone for 2 years at school. Yet you show up and almost have me wrapped around your finger in just a few days. Isn't that obvious enough? Under normal circumstances, Lin Huaiji would never have dreamed he could say something like this, that his own voice could sound so gentle, painfully earnest to the point of being cringy. Really? Su Yao sniffled twice, raising her teary eyes to look at Lin Huaiji. This was practically cheating. So beautiful even when crying. Would look even prettier crying in bed. Lin Huaiji slammed on the brakes to stop his dangerous train of thought, gently patting Su Yao's head with sincere admiration. Really, you're the most beautiful. No one compares to you. Oomph, that's more like it. My mood instantly brightened. As long as you like me, I don't mind even if you compare me to a platypus. Lin Huaiji found Su Yao unbearably adorable and couldn't resist pinching her cheek, but the very next moment, Su Yao started stirring up trouble. Then, if you really like me, why don't you kiss me? Kiss me, kiss me. I do. We didn't even get to kiss properly just now. Lin Huaiji glanced around, this wasn't the right setting. Besides, they had just agreed to take things slow. Kissing now, what would that even mean afterward? Friendship with benefits? Friends and family? Chapter 50, The Right Way to Watch a Horror Movie. Lin Huaiji sensed that Su Yao was no longer angry, so he extended his slender index finger and lightly tapped her lips again. The sensation was unexpectedly soft, like touching jelly. Next time I'll kiss you properly, let's go home now. Expectations dashed, Su Yao should have felt a flicker of disappointment, but gazing into Lin Huaiji's profound eyes brimming with tenderness, and he had just said going home, after all. My mood suddenly lifted. Su Yao skipped along following Lin Huaiji's steps. Only now that her mood had lifted did she realize she might have become the spectacle in others' eyes, glancing around at the passers-by. Were they watching me when I was crying? She ventured cautiously, never intending to draw attention or become the center of others' focus. Lin Huaiji shrugged nonchalantly, his tone light. What else? Su Yao's face instantly darkened, not wanting to be seen, so she seized the opportunity to take Lin Huaiji's arm and walked with her head lowered. What are you doing? Trying to take advantage of me? Although he had no objection whatsoever, he still couldn't resist teasing Su Yao. Oh, what's the big deal if I hold your arm? You're going to be my boyfriend anyway. Su Yao said it as if it were the most natural thing in the world, without a hint of hesitation, like stating that tomorrow would surely be a fine day. Pretty confident, huh? Alright then, I'll reluctantly give you a pull. Lin Huaiji's mouth said no, but his body was honest. Had Su Yao looked up at him, she would surely have seen him grinning from ear to ear. After returning home, Su Yao had a chat with Zhang Nana. She mentioned she'd go to school tomorrow, where Shin Shitan, Shinya, and the others would apologize to her and face punishment. The dean and the academic advisor called multiple times, but Su Yao only answered the dean's call. To the advisor, she simply replied with a message. After all, this advisor had a soft spot for Shin Shitan. Calling her would only lead to downplaying the incident and urging Su Yao to let it go. But she refused to let it go. She was the one who had been bullied. Those who preached about being generous and letting things slide were only saying so because it hadn't happened to them. If they were truly in her shoes, they wouldn't be spouting nonsense about forgiveness and tolerance. After finishing her call with the dean, Su Yao muted her phone and tossed it aside. Lin Huaiji arranged the fried skewers, milk tea, grilled cold noodles, and other snacks he'd bought outside, then drew the curtains, leaving only a warm lamp to light the room. Ah, it's starting! It's starting! Su Yao was excited from the very beginning. This was her first time watching a horror movie. Lin Huaiji, worried she might get scared, deliberately picked one he had seen before so that during any intense scenes, he could cover her eyes for her. Yet, with several horror scenes flashing by, Su Yao was savoring her skewers while watching, utterly engrossed. There wasn't a hint of fear in her at all. No, This wasn't what he had imagined. Shouldn't Su Yao be terrified? Shouldn't she be sobbing and throwing herself into his arms, pitifully begging for comfort only for him to pretend annoyance on the surface while gently holding and soothing her? Telling her not to be afraid, that it was all fake, and besides, he was right by her side, so there was no reason to fear? He was all prepared for this, and this is Su Yao's attitude? Why isn't she afraid at all? Su Yao, who was busy stuffing food into her mouth, suddenly felt a chill down her spine. When she slowly turned around, she saw Lin Huaiji staring straight at her with eyes more terrifying than the horror scenes from earlier. Ah, you scared me. Why are you looking at me like that? Aren't you going to watch the movie? Lin Huaiji turned his head away proudly. This isn't scary at all. Feels boring. Su Yao was puzzled. He had picked this film himself and even said earlier that it was one of his favorite horror movies. So, if he wasn't happy, it must be because of her, right? After 3 seconds of deliberation, Su Yao finally figured out the right answer. She hastily wiped her hands and took the opportunity to snuggle into Lin Huaiji's arms, putting on a sweet, pleading voice. Senior, I'm scared. Are you scared now? Weren't you enjoying your meal just fine? Su Yao shook her head vigorously. That was because I was so terrified earlier that I could only numb myself with food. Now that I'm full, the fear is coming back. Alright then, since you're this terrified, I'll reluctantly let you hug me for a bit. Lin Huaiji held Su Yao in his arms, finally feeling content. This was the optimal way to watch a movie. Holding her like this made even the ghosts on screen seem handsome and charming. After the movie ended, Su Yao rated the experience 10 out of 10. She roughhoused with Lin Huaiji on the couch for a while until, noticing how late it had gotten, she finally went to her room to wash up. Yet Su Yao, who hadn't felt the slightest bit scared earlier, was now overcome with terror the moment she closed the bathroom door. The ghost from the movie had come out of the mirror. Aha! What should I do? I'm scared to take a shower. Is the after effect of horror movies really this strong? She didn't feel scared while watching, but now that it's over, seeing scenes similar to those in the film makes Su Yao terrified. But no matter how scared she is, she can't just not shower, right? Senior. Lin Huaiji was just about to go freshen up when Su Yao peeked her little head out, looking at him with pitiful eyes. Calling him so sweetly, she definitely needed something. Go on, what do you want me to do? Seeing Lin Huaiji's reaction, Su Yao knew she had a chance. I'm a bit scared and don't dare shower alone. Would you? Lin Huaiji crossed his arms resolutely as he observed Su Yao's hesitant expression. Su Yao, he said bluntly, we haven't even kissed yet, and you already want me to bathe you? Let me tell you straight, absolutely not. Even if my body were willing, my reason tells me it's out of the question. Now it was Su Yao's turn to be shocked. When had she ever asked him to help her bathe? Sure, she might be a bit of a pervert, but it's not like we've reached that stage yet. What are you thinking? I just wanted you to come to my room. I get scared when I'm showering alone. You could wait outside and chat with me. That would make me feel safe. Who said anything about you helping me bathe? Su Yao was both angry and embarrassed. In Lin Huaiji's mind, did she really come across as such a carefree, open-minded girl? When clearly, even in her private thoughts, she'd only ever dared to imagine such things, she'd never acted on them. Was it really that obvious? Lin Huaiji saw Su Yao bristling and realized he had misunderstood. Alright then, let's go. To your room. Lin Huaiji swaggered along without a trace of awkwardness from the misunderstanding, which instead made Su Yao lose confidence in herself. Just sit on my bed. When I get scared, I'll call out to you, and you answer me so I know you're there, okay? Su Yao stood at the bathroom door holding her nightgown, giving Lin Huaiji instructions. You go ahead and shower first. I'll be right outside, call me if you're scared. For once, Lin Huaiji acted like a decent human being, obediently waiting on Su Yao's bed. Perhaps due to gender differences, Su Yao's room smelled faintly fragrant, her bedspreads were adorably pink with matching pillowcases, and potted plants decorated her desk. Compared to his own room, hers was undoubtedly much cozier. Chapter 51, Stay While I Shower. The room was so quiet that only the sound of splashing water from the bathroom could be heard, punctuated by Su Yao's soft voice occasionally drifting out. Senior Huaiji, I'm here. Senior, are you still there? I'm here. Senior, what are you doing? I was sitting here waiting for you. Trembling with fear, Su Yao didn't even realize the heavy note of reliance in her own voice. The bathroom was thick with steam, and every time she closed her eyes, images from the horror scene she had just witnessed flashed unbidden in her mind. Each time this happened, she couldn't help but let out a little gasp. Fortunately, there was always a response. She didn't seem quite so afraid anymore. Su Yao relaxed as she lathered herself with the same shower gel Lin Huaiji used, soaking herself in his identical scent. Lin Huaiji sat with his legs pressed together, hands braced on either side, his emotions in turmoil. The mere thought of Su Yao standing naked in the shower right now, separated from him by just a bathroom door, sent waves of heat coursing through his body. He longed to step out for a drink of water, yet dreaded she might call for him at that very moment. Left without options, he could only rely on his steely willpower to endure.
20 minutes later, Lin Huaiji checked his phone, unable to comprehend why a shower could take this long. He could wash his hair and shower in just 10 minutes.
Even accounting for women having longer hair, surely it shouldn't take this much time?
After another 10 plus minutes, the sound of running water finally ceased. Lin Huaiji let out a long breath.
This job was truly torturous, just listening, left entirely to his own imagination.
The more he thought about it, the more excruciating it became.
I'm done showering.
Su Yao emerged wearing a nightgown that revealed just a glimpse of creamy calves, looking both innocent and alluring. Her cheeks were flushed pink, her eyes glistening like a fawn's from the steam-filled bathroom. She didn't even realize how alluring her gaze had become. Lin Huaiji gulped, feeling what he had barely managed to suppress earlier now rising again with bold determination. Just clean up properly, and remember to dry your hair before sleeping.
I'm going to shower too.
When Lin Huaiji stood up, he even hunched slightly, afraid Su Yao might see something she shouldn't and get frightened. He left in such a hurry that his long strides carried him out in just a few steps, before Su Yao could even respond, closing her door behind him.
Phew! Imagination is such a wonderful thing. Even without seeing anything, you can still have such a strong reaction? Back in the room, I finally relaxed.
Lin Huaiji gasped for breath, rinsed himself once more with cold water, and finally grabbed a towel to dry off. However, the moment he opened the bathroom door, Lin Huaiji saw Su Yao sitting on his bed. Their eyes widened simultaneously, staring at each other for 2 full seconds before either could react. Su Yao! Su Yao acted completely unabashed, not bothering to cover her eyes or look away, just staring straight at him with unblinking intensity.
Is this what a female delinquent looks like? Since when did she become so bold? I knew you were well endowed, but never imagined this spectacular. Feeling a little shy, Eep. Your figure is so good, I really want to touch, want to kiss, want to lick.
Lin Huaiji was utterly baffled and nearly pissed off. He retreated to the bathroom to grab a towel and wrap around himself.
Kissing and touching he could understand, but what the hell was this licking business?
His body's reaction was brutally honest, conjuring vivid images in his mind. Lin Huaiji's face instantly burned crimson all the way to the back of his ears. But now wasn't the time to think about these things. He had to maintain his gentlemanly image.
Even if it was an act, he'd see it through to the end. Why did you come running over? I'm just wrapped in this towel, aren't you embarrassed?
As a responsible landlord and her senior from the same university, Lin Huaiji felt it was his duty to teach Su Yao a lesson. Yet Su Yao shook her head, her eyes continuing to roam up and down his body with shameless honesty. No, I'm not. I like looking. You have such a great figure, even better than I imagined. Especially here. Su Yao let her gaze linger slightly lower. Though she didn't continue speaking, her narrowed eyes and thumbs-up gesture made her meaning perfectly clear. Lin Huaiji had lived many years, but this was the first time he encountered such a situation. It completely threw him off balance. Continuing this discussion with Su Yao was impossible. She simply had no sense of shame.
What are you doing in my room?
I was worried you might be scared.
You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Since you accompanied me to bathe, I'll accompany you too.
In truth, Su Yao had come to Lin Huaiji's room because she was frightened in her own room. She instinctively felt safer being closer to him, but she never expected to be greeted by such a scandalous sight upon arriving. Had she known Lin Huaiji was this uninhibited, she might have worn less earlier.
When did I ever say I was scared? I'm not like you, so easily frightened.
Seems to me you're just looking for an excuse to come into my room and take advantage of me, huh?
Su Yao, look at you, all innocent-faced but secretly wild, aren't you? So desperate you just barge into someone else's room and listen to them shower?
Su Yao glared at Lin Huaiji, pouting with anger. I did no such thing. It's not my fault you decided to dress like that. I didn't tell you to wear so little.
Humph, and it's not like I peeked either. You're the one who came out dressed like that. How is that my fault? Fine, I'll show you too.
Su Yao pulled down one shoulder of her nightgown as she spoke, revealing a smooth, rounded shoulder.
Why isn't he stopping me? Does he actually want me to strip down to my underwear? Stop me, quick!
The girl appeared fearless on the surface, acting like she wouldn't care even if stripped naked, yet in reality, she was trembling with fear inside.
Why you really want to see?
Seeing Lin Huaiji remain unmoved, Su Yao stammered out her question.
Otherwise, you've already seen me, shouldn't I get to see you back?
Lin Huaiji grinned mischievously, eyes glinting with playful cunning. He even made an inviting gesture, urging Su Yao to hurry up.
Why do you seriously want me to strip? This isn't how I imagined things would go, woo-woo.
I suddenly feel a bit sleepy, and my hair's still wet. I'm going to go dry it first.
Good night, senior. Sweet dreams. Su Yao blurted out before scurrying away like a slippery eel. Yeah, right.
Lin Huaiji chuckled to himself.
With that timid nature of hers, all bark and no bite, did she really think she could challenge him? To be honest, he really wanted to see it. Chapter 52, so interested in his body?
Early the next morning, Su Yao appeared before Lin Huaiji with dark circles under her eyes like a panda's, startling him.
Su Yao, what were you doing in your room last night? Such dark circles under your eyes? The girl, already sleep-deprived and freshly woken, was utterly drowsy with her mind still in standby mode. Hearing Lin Huaiji's pointed remarks, she just tilted her head blankly and asked, "Huh? What do you mean?"
Lin Huaiji took a long stride forward, leaning down to hover before Su Yao's face.
"Could it be, you were so excited after seeing me naked that you couldn't sleep all night? Listen, what kind of outrageous nonsense was this? Last night he looked so reluctant, but now he's shamelessly finding all sorts of ways to praise his own unrestrained charm?" Su Yao was so shocked by this remark that her mind cleared instantly. She hurriedly denied it, her tone carrying a trace of exasperation. "What nonsense are you talking about? That's not the reason at all." She admitted that to write the intimate parts of the plot well, she had indeed skimmed through a few novels packed with steamy scenes to learn a thing or two. That's why bold ideas kept popping into her head. But she absolutely did not stay up all night fantasizing about Lin Huaiji's naked body and doing strange things in her mind. She still had her dignity to uphold. Oh, then why is that? Lin Huaiji's mischievous streak wasn't satisfied. Even though he already knew the answer, he couldn't resist provoking Su Yao with another question. "Because I'm scared. That horror movie I watched last night terrified me." Terrified is one thing, but your brain completely split into polar opposites. One moment I'm picturing bloody Ghostface from horror films, the next second I'm remembering your figure, the kind that makes pulses race. My mind keeps flipping between these images, making sleep impossible. Do you know how hard this is for me? I swear I'll never watch horror movies again. Lin Huaiji silently listened to Su Yao's complaints, quickly zeroing in on the key point. If she swore off horror movies, didn't that just mean she still wanted to see him shirtless? TSK. What a contradictory woman. Since she loved looking so much, before officially getting together, he reluctantly gave her some privileges by not always dressing properly at home. "Humph, it's all your fault. You knew I was scared but still didn't offer to stay with me." Seeing Lin Huaiji remain silent, Su Yao thought he had a guilty conscience and pressed her advantage, pinning the blame squarely on him. She expected him to refute it, but to her surprise, he obediently accepted responsibility. "All right, my mistake. Then shall I keep you company tonight?" Lin Huaiji's eyes clearly held a different kind of sparkle. Su Yao nervously took a step back, then shyly lowered her head, not daring to respond. "If we really sleep together, what if I can't control myself? I definitely wouldn't be able to resist taking advantage." No, I still need to maintain my image. Lin Huaiji must prefer the more innocent type. I should keep pretending. As dense as Su Yao was, she was still lost in her own world, relying on her limited intellect to analyze what kind of person Lin Huaiji liked. Little did she know, every thought in her mind was already crystal clear to him. He had long since seen right through her. "I think we'd better just sleep in our own beds. So, Su Yao, if you still can't sleep well tonight and wake up tomorrow, are you going to angrily demand to know why I didn't take the initiative to sleep with you?" Cunning and sharp, Lin Huaiji refused to ever be at a disadvantage. He delighted in teasing Su Yao until she was tongue-tied, forcing her to retract her earlier statements, leaving her silently aggrieved but too afraid to voice her anger. After their morning escapade, Lin Huaiji accompanied Su Yao as they leisurely enjoyed breakfast together, then walked her to the academy. Although Su Yao repeatedly said it wasn't necessary, Lin Huaiji knew deep down she longed for someone to stay by her side. Sure enough, along the way to the institute, Su Yao kept stealing glances at him, her joy clearly written across her face. When they arrived at the classroom, the dean, vice dean, all the counselors, and some other teachers Su Yao didn't recognize were already seated. Judging by the arrangement, they had just concluded a meeting. Indeed, with how severe this incident was, were her physical constitution slightly weaker, it could have cost someone their life. "Miss Su Yao, please have a seat, and this gentleman as well." Although the dean didn't usually pay much attention to student gossip, to get a clear understanding of the situation, Zhang Nana had shown him numerous discussions circulating around the college yesterday. He had since pieced together the whole story. This included Lin Huaiji's basic information. Even though he wasn't from the School of Liberal Arts, the dean had looked into it regardless. "Dean, this young man isn't related to Ms. Su Yao nor is he a student in our school. Could his presence here potentially create an unfavorable impression?" The speaker was Su Yao's academic advisor, who taught her 2 major courses this semester. However, since she particularly favored Shin Shitong, she was very likely to take Shin Shitong's side. As expected, even before anything substantial was discussed, her partiality was already this evident. "Professor, he's my boyfriend and like family to me. Moreover, since my boyfriend was present during yesterday's incident, there shouldn't be any inconvenience, right?" Su Yao instinctively defended Lin Huaiji, and since she was in the right, her words were entirely reasonable. If the teacher had just been talking about her, she might have tolerated it somewhat. But the moment he dragged Lin Huaiji into it, all bets were off. Her temper was unpredictable, rising to match any challenge. "Su Yao, the teacher is speaking. Why are you interrupting? Besides, you just started college. Forget about dating, but living together? As a girl, shouldn't you learn to take better care of yourself?" Su Yao let out a cold laugh. Were they ganging up on her again? Anyone listening would think she'd committed some unforgivable crime. Wasn't she the victim here? How dare they turn around and lecture her now? Teacher, as an adult, Su Yao has the right to choose her own relationships. Besides, this is a school, not a monastery. Which school rule states that couples can't live together? You're overstepping your authority by meddling in something even national law doesn't regulate. Lin Huaiji took Su Yao's hand, signaling with his eyes that she needn't be afraid. With him there, no one could bully her. The counselor hadn't expected to be rebuked by a student, especially in front of so many colleagues. His face turned alternately pale and flushed with humiliation. Enough. Lin Huaiji shouldn't be present for this discussion either. The dean had the final say, leaving the counselor no choice but to swallow their words. Su Yao silently praised Lin Huaiji in her heart. It felt so wonderful to be protected by someone. Before long, the same group of girls who had bullied Su Yao yesterday came in together in a small cluster. Shin Shitang was among them. Chapter 53, Playing the Innocent Dame? Who can't do that? Su Yao sat there with a look of annoyance. She had been in such a good mood at home, but now, at the sight of these people, her spirits plummeted straight to the bottom, utterly infuriating. The dean relayed the outcome of the meeting. They were to be suspended for half a month, sent home to reflect, and given a disciplinary demerit. If they behaved well for the remainder of their university years, there was hope to have it removed. As for what behaving well entailed, there wasn't a very clear standard. Su Yao had seen plenty of cases like this and knew that so-called good behavior often boiled down to nothing more than a few words from the academic advisor. Get on the advisor's good side, and your conduct would naturally be deemed exemplary. But if, like her, you unfortunately became the rival of the advisor's favorite student, well, you'd be in for a world of trouble. As for Shin Shitang, since he wasn't directly involved, he only received a disciplinary record and had to submit a self-criticism, without being suspended from school. Su Yao also submitted yesterday's medical bill to the dean. The final ruling required compensation amounting to 5 times the bill, totaling just over 30,000 yuan, which worked out to about 3 or 4,000 per person when divided equally. When the dean proposed making this group of girls apologize to her, Su Yao didn't refuse, though she knew they would never truly reflect on their actions, let alone offer a sincere apology willingly. She simply enjoyed watching their reluctant yet forced submission. Pure spiteful amusement. As the saying goes, one takes on the color of their company. She'd undoubtedly been corrupted by Lin Huaiji's influence. Watching them apologize one by one, Su Yao was absolutely thrilled, though she still managed to squeeze out a few crocodile tears to play the victim. Lin Huaiji watched with amusement from the side. He was seriously tempted to take back his earlier remark about Su Yao lacking the knack for being a manipulative green tea bitch. Honestly, terms like fox spirit or green tea bitch suited her just fine. We're all classmates here, Su Yao sniffled delicately. I believe none of you truly meant to bully me. After all, you were just influenced by someone else's words. With that, she cast a pointed glance at Shin Shitang, so blatant it couldn't be missed. In an instant, the already resentful group of girls redirected their hostility squarely at Shin Shitang. I hope we can all get along well in the future. I won't dwell on what happened today, though my heart genuinely can't take such shocks. But if you all still want to play rough with me next time, I'll try to be stronger, doing my best not to cause any trouble or burden anyone. Though unspoken, the underlying message was clear. If anyone still intended to bully her for fun, they'd better think twice. After all, her heart wasn't exactly obedient. Su Yao clutched her chest, flashing a benevolent smile at Chenya. Getting into the act, she even reached out to pat Chenya's shoulder soothingly. Judging by those shifting glances, internal conflict must be brewing, huh? From the moment she stepped in, Su Yao had been observing the expressions of the group. Everything seemed relatively normal, except for one thing. They appeared to have pinned the blame for this whole incident squarely on her. Given Shin Shitang's personality, she must have gone to great lengths yesterday to clear her own name and then skillfully shifted the blame onto me. If that's the case, then I might as well play the innocent victim too and make these mindless people see the truth. Who exactly started this whole affair? Also, Huaiji really is my boyfriend. I don't know who started the rumor that I was seducing him, and I don't want to pursue this matter for now. I just hope everyone can stop misunderstanding the situation. I might as well have called out Shin Shitang by name. With any bit of intelligence, they should know who to go after now, right? After leaving the office, Lin Huaiji took Su Yao's hand in his own. Then, with an utterly unconvincing explanation, he added, after all the talk yesterday, we definitely need to keep up appearances. Oomph. I don't believe you. You clearly just wanted to hold my hand. Su Yao was in quite a good mood, suddenly feeling that fate was on her side. Although she had been wrong yesterday, her relationship with Lin Huaiji had taken a huge leap forward. Otherwise, given her usual temperament, she would never have mustered the courage to confess her feelings to him. Not only that, but the unexpected windfall also meant her little savings would grow even more comfortably padded. As for Shin Shitang and that clique of mean girls, they were surely turning on each other like dogs fighting over scraps. Just beyond the academy gates,
They had already clustered into a huddled mass, frantically shifting blame onto one another.
Shin Shi-tong, this is all your fault.
If you hadn't spouted nonsense without understanding the situation, we'd never have blindly gone after Suya like that.
That's right, now everything's ruined.
Not only do we have disciplinary records, but we've also lost any chance for awards or honors. We even have to suspend our studies and go home. I got scolded by my parents yesterday, they even cut off my allowance. The two girls started crying as they spoke, overwhelmed by their predicament. They had just started college when this major incident occurred. If these disciplinary records can't be removed, it will greatly impact their future job prospects. They were both from ordinary families, with their parents counting on them to succeed. Shin Shi-tong was different though, she had Zhou. Even with a disciplinary record, it wouldn't affect her at all.
Don't panic yet, everyone.
I had no idea Suyao could be so malicious, she must have deliberately misled me, which led to this misunderstanding. Shin Shi-tong calmly reassured them, appearing considerate and gentle without a trace of anger. Yet beneath the surface, her nails dug so deeply into her palms that she seemed impervious to pain, until soon enough, blood began to seep from her clenched fists. Shenya couldn't contain her anger when she saw Shin Shi-tong acting like this. She might be foolish, but she wasn't foolish enough to keep believing Shin Shi-tong's lies.
Hadn't Su Yao made it perfectly clear inside just now? Wasn't Shin Shi-tong the one spreading those rumors all along?
Now when things have come to this, she still puts on that innocent face to comfort them, they're the ones bearing the responsibility, while she remains completely unscathed.
Why? Shin Shi-tong, stop pretending. Shenya's face turned cold. Normally carefree, she now seemed like a completely different person. She pointed her index finger at Shin Shi-tong's chest and gave a hard shove. Caught off guard, Shin Shi-tong fell backward onto the ground. The area was paved with small pebbles. When Shin Shi-tong's hands hit the ground, the wounds from Chenya's earlier nail marks came into direct contact with the sharp stones. The stinging pain made her grimace involuntarily. Ah, Shenya, how dare you push me? Shin Shi-tong had always been pampered and accustomed to everyone yielding to her. When had she ever suffered such bullying? In a burst of temper, she forgot her facade. From childhood till now, no one had ever dared to hit her except. What's wrong? Done pretending? Why aren't you acting pitiful and comforting us now?
Shenya crossed her arms, looking down at Shin Shi-tong with disdain. Only then did Shin Shi-tong realize she had strayed from the carefully constructed persona she had worked so hard to maintain.
Yeah, that's not what I meant.
Shin Shi-tong anxiously explained, still wearing an expression of being wronged.
Yeah, I truly consider you all as friends. How could you think that of me? I don't believe you did anything wrong. If anyone's to blame, it's Su Yao.
Turning the tables and shifting blame, that was where Shin Shi-tong excelled. Pretty, adept at playing the victim, and always positioning herself as the wronged party regardless of the truth. People often sided with her.
She knew this principle well and wielded it masterfully. What a pity, Shinya wasn't falling for her tricks anymore. Chapter 54 Switching Lanes. Blame Su Yao? Shin Shi-tong, do you really think I'm that stupid? Shenya looked down at Shin Shi-tong with undisguised contempt and resentment, all traces of their former sisterly affection gone.
If not for saving face, she would have slapped her twice already.
Back when I was naive, I'd believe everything Shin Shi-tong said without question. But now that things have gone wrong, I've finally woken up to the truth. As I carefully pieced together my thoughts, all those details I'd purposely ignored before now formed a complete chain of evidence. The bad things Shin Shi-tong said about Su Yao when she was with me, deliberately egging me on to cause trouble for Su Yao. Looking back now, I was unbelievably stupid and totally deserved to be manipulated like a fool by Shin Shi-tong. Yaha, I didn't mean it like that. Please listen to my explanation. I truly never imagined things would turn out this way. Just calm down and hear me out first, okay? Let's work something out together. Shin Shi-tong's heart froze halfway. This shouldn't be happening. Shenya and the others had always liked her, so how could things turn out like this? It's all Su Yao's fault. If not for Su Yao, how could Lin Huaiji have treated her so coldly? If not for Su Yao, how could she have gotten that demerit? Now even Shenya and the others were starting to change their attitudes. If you want to resolve this, it's simple, Shin Shi-tong. No matter how you look at it, shouldn't you be the one to pay Su Yao's compensation? After all, you were the instigator. We're innocent too, in the end. We just trusted you too much, which led to this whole chain of events. Anyway, your family's rich, and you've got Zhou by your side. Just act spoiled a little, and he'll give you money, right? Shenya's mind was unusually clear now. She realized Shin Shi-tong was cunning and had never truly considered her a friend. She was just a tool for Shin to take revenge on Su Yao. Shenya decided it was time to make her pay a price. The other girls nearby, already stressed about money since their families were only moderately well off with monthly allowances under 2,000 yuan, immediately agreed with Chenya's suggestion that Shin Shi-tong foot the bill. It solved their immediate problem, so they all chimed in, chattering non-stop. Exactly. Just because you're close with the advisor, you got off without being suspended, while we got the harshest punishments. If you really feel sorry for us, you shouldn't just pay lip service, take some real action. This amount of money means nothing to you, but it's different for us. The bag you casually carry costs tens of thousands. You wouldn't refuse us, would you? Shen Shitong's face turned ashen. The very tactics she used to employ were now being mindlessly turned against her by these fools before her. She didn't lay a finger on Su Yao, so why should she be the one to pay? All her living expenses were spent on luxury goods. Where would she get that kind of money for Su Yao? These people before her were nothing but fair-weather friends, seeing only profit, without a shred of genuine feeling. Fortunately, she'd never considered them friends to begin with. Any anger she felt now merely stemmed from disgust. What right did they have? How dare they treat her this way? Asterisk. Unaware of this farce, Su Yao had just put on a convincing display of weakness, convincing enough that the teacher permitted her to recuperate at home. Having already repeated her freshman year once, she now had a legitimate excuse to skip class. Naturally, she intended to make the most of it. I don't have much stockpile of drafts lately, so I should take this time to write more, just in case of unforeseen emergencies that might delay updates, otherwise her perfect attendance bonus would be completely gone. So in the following days, Su Yao holed up at home, shutting herself in her room to bury herself in manuscript writing. Were it not for Lin Huaiji reminding her of the time and telling her to rest, she could have written 15,000 words a day. Lin Huaiji had recently taken on a project, a startup studio founded by a few freshly graduated graduate students, burning with ambition to develop a game beloved by the nation. This was their dream, but with so few people and certain gaps in their knowledge, they frequently ran into problems. But a righteous young man, with a heart full of passion, can overcome all difficulties. As fate would have it, after several indirect introductions from acquaintances, she eventually found her way to Lin Huaiji. Lin Huaiji had been writing code for 3 hours. He stretched lazily in his gaming chair, his neck ached from staring at the screen for so long, stiff and sore. Su Yao must be worse off than me, right? Such a young age and already a workaholic, glued to the computer screen typing furiously all day long. That kind of lifestyle will wear anyone down before long. You never exercise normally, panting after just a few steps in class, and still don't take care of your health. You're really hopeless. Thinking this, Lin Huaiji stood up and knocked on Su Yao's door. Come in. Su Yao's voice sounded muffled. It wasn't until Lin Huaiji entered that she belatedly closed her laptop and asked, "What's wrong?" Phew. Thank goodness I reacted quickly. If anyone found out I was writing posts with him as the male lead, I wouldn't even know how I'd die. This must never come to his notice. Su Yao forced herself to remain composed, squeezing out a smile while her fingers absent-mindedly tapped randomly on the keyboard. This silly girl, does she really think she can keep anything hidden? Su Yao, did you write something pornographic? Is that why you're afraid to show me? He had always known that the novels Su Yao wrote were relatively decent, at least appropriate for minors to read. But judging by her reaction now, her writing was becoming increasingly uninhibited, reaching the point of explicit content. The racy novels he usually read were downright vulgar, with 9 out of 10 chapters filled with moans and groans. I didn't write anything like that. My work aligns with the core socialist values, there's nothing pornographic about it. Su Yao's voice grew smaller, clearly lacking confidence. What's wrong with erotic novels? Erotic novels have value too. I'm not ashamed. I just don't talk about it because I'm bashful. Besides, even porn has plotlines, it's just that there's more sex than story. What I write is pure romance anyway, completely aligned with socialist core values. Su Yao was feverishly justifying this to herself. She hadn't originally planned to go down this path, but after reading a few, she suddenly wanted to try it herself. And conveniently, she had a first-rate model right beside her in every aspect. If her relationship with Lin Huaiji progressed further, she'd naturally gather even more material. Actually, Lin Huaiji didn't dislike it at all, nor did he find anything problematic about Su Yao writing such content. It's the 21st century after all, where there's demand, there's a market. Making a living with one's own hands is perfectly normal. As for the male lead being him, that could also be overlooked. Anyway, it'd give him more justification to try new activities with her later. Taking her to practice some scenes would probably help with her creative process, right? If you need any help from me, feel free to ask. I'd be happy to assist. As soon as Lin Huaiji finished speaking, Su Yao recalled her own audacity the last time she approached him. Under the pretext of not knowing how to write intimate scenes, she had boldly asked for his help and most astonishingly, he had actually agreed. Currently writing a forced love storyline for the male lead. Maybe I should give it a try? Test the waters? Su Yao was torn inside, unsure whether to speak her mind. Chapter 55 Su Yao's fondness. Lin Huaiji had merely said it offhand. Although he harbored strong desires for Su Yao, he wasn't about to cross that line so quickly. Besides, he understood her temperament well. She might talk a big game with her shameless banter and racing car level innuendos, but when it came to actual action, she'd chicken out faster than anyone. Take that time she tried to seduce him as proof. She'd specifically changed into a spaghetti strap dress that accentuated her curves, the full breasts, slender waist, and long legs. After showering,
She'd even applied a light lip gloss that made her lips look irresistibly kissable.
And the result? Before he could even lay a finger on her, Su Yao had scampered away panting in panic. What a coward.
Su Yao remained unaffected, but it was different for him. He couldn't sleep no matter how hard he tried, and holding it in too often might lead to some unpredictable issues. So before Su Yao could speak, Lin Huaiji quickly cut her off preemptively. I was just saying it casually, don't take it seriously.
Su Yao's expression instantly shifted from hopeful to exasperated.
Just as she had started to get interested, her dream shattered before it even began.
Poof, you seduced me and won't take responsibility.
Su Yao pouted her little face and immediately started tattling to the person in charge. Somehow getting accused of seduction, Lin Huaiji's lips curved slightly in helpless amusement. In all his grown years, he genuinely never imagined the word seduction could possibly be applied to him, a full-grown man. Besides, if anyone was doing the seducing, it was clearly Su Yao, parading around daily in what amounted to scraps of fabric right before his eyes. Here he was, the victim, keeping quiet about it, and now she'd mastered the art of the thief crying stop thief. Lin Huaiji took a long stride forward, fingers resting on the chair back. With one slight pull, Su Yao, chair and all, slid right up to him. Towering over her at his full height, he now gazed down at Su Yao with undisguised dominance. She was clearly startled by her own reaction, her legs involuntarily lifting before she calmed down after a couple of seconds. Su Yao tilted her head up to look at Lin Huaiji. From this angle, he seemed different from usual. More defined were the clean, sharp lines of his face and those thick, long eyelashes.
Aw, isn't this cheating? Help!
I love this looking at trash gaze so much.
Brother, look at me. Look at me and kiss me. Brother, let's sleep.
I want to slide down brother's tall, straight nose bridge.
I want to discuss anatomy with brother while not wearing any clothes. Brother looks like the gentle, skilled, and strong type.
I can't even imagine how happy I'll be when the time comes. Su Yao grew more excited and more twisted the more she thought about it. Lin Huaiji's ears tinged with a faint blush as he swallowed uncomfortably.
She's quite bold with her imagination, isn't she? But originally, didn't he mean to tease her a little? How did things turn out so differently from what he expected? Now he was the one being played with?
Lin Huaiji was secretly annoyed, but to his surprise, Su Yao grew even more excited.
Ah, his Adam's apple is so sexy too. I want to kiss it. I want to lick it. Isn't this the kind of thought a proper young lady should have in her heart?
She looked so demure, who would have guessed such bold ideas lurked beneath? Truly like an August persimmon, yellow with ripeness yet puckeringly tart.
Su Yao, you. Damn it, can't even lecture her properly since Su Yao didn't say anything out loud, it was all in her thoughts.
Su Yao stared at Lin Huaiji with her large, watery eyes. Just by looking at her expression alone, Lin Huaiji couldn't tell she had such bold thoughts. She just seemed obedient and clueless, like an innocent little girl who knew nothing about the world. Under her gaze, Lin Huaiji felt a prickling heat. After all, he was genuinely attracted to girls who looked pure-faced but had knockout figures. And as luck would have it, Su Yao was exactly that type, not to mention, from his angle, the two prominent curves on her chest were impossible to miss.
Ahem.
Lin Huaiji guiltily averted his eyes for half a second, masking it with a cough, then continued staring.
Why not look when it's free? She'd be his girlfriend eventually anyway, so what harm was there in looking?
The two of them locked eyes for a while until Su Yao, seemingly feeling a bit shy, slowly lowered her head, though not entirely, until her gaze eventually settled on her own crotch.
Ha! This stance. Su Yao stopped mid-thought, leaving Lin Huaiji utterly confused. Though his instincts told him it was nothing proper, he genuinely couldn't piece it together. What stance? What's wrong with the stance?
Just as Lin Huaiji cycled through a dozen guesses in his mind, Su Yao finally spoke.
This posture, is that legendary position they talk about? Ah, so embarrassing. Mealtime positioning?
Lin Huaiji instantly understood, then stared at Su Yao with disbelief. What on earth was going through her mind?
How could she say something like that?
Though he'd fleetingly imagined such a scene before, he'd always dismissed it as too presumptuous towards Su Yao and somewhat disrespectful, never daring to fantasize about it even in private.
And yet here she was.
After all, it was misplaced affection. Lin Huaiji took 2 steps back, unable to hold back any longer. Today, he simply had to teach her a lesson. She couldn't keep filling her head with such indecent thoughts.
What's the matter? Why are you being so harsh? Su Yao looked at Lin Huaiji with a pitiful expression.
Though she had indeed been a bit lustful, she hadn't actually done anything wrong.
I've only been like this with you, and I haven't even said anything or acted on it.
Yet you're being so harsh with me. Just as I thought all guys prefer those innocent little white flowers, not someone like me. Su Yao seemed genuinely wronged, her eyes reddening at the corners and her nose sniffling, looking as if she might burst into tears any second.
Seeing her like this, Lin Huaiji couldn't stay indifferent.
He had indeed been a bit too harsh earlier, raising his voice more than necessary.
It was perfectly understandable that Su Yao found him intimidating. I just lost control of my emotions earlier. I didn't mean to snap at you, Su Yao.
Lin Huaiji knelt down in front of Su Yao, took her hand, and lowered his voice to apologize.
Then why did you snap at me? Was my gaze really that creepy earlier? Enough to make you genuinely uncomfortable? Su Yao used to be extremely proper, suppressing her true nature. While she wasn't being outright unrestrained now, she wasn't holding back much either. The thoughts running through her mind earlier were indeed too racy for her to ever voice aloud, though she truly hadn't realized how explicit her gaze must have looked. But even without seeing her own expression, if she considered it from another angle, if someone had looked at her with that kind of lewd gaze, she'd certainly have felt uncomfortable too. So when Lin Huaiji snapped earlier, it must simply have been because he felt violated, right? Su Yao, I just think, sometimes you need to hold back a little. Forget it, that's not really an issue either. But don't act this way toward others, and especially don't look at people like that. Can you do that? Lin Huaiji had never spoken in such a gentle tone before. It was as if he were coaxing a kindergarten child, utterly at his wit's end. Scolding wouldn't work, hitting was out of the question, and in the end, he had no choice but to lower his standards. Chapter 56 The Awkward Position. I would never do this to anyone else. I'm such a good girl. Su Yao raised her hand to swear as she said this, her eyes wide and round, desperately afraid Lin Huaiji wouldn't believe her, totally acting like a grade schooler. Lin Huaiji was utterly charmed, reaching up to pat her head in a rewarding gesture, then leisurely adding words of praise, such a good girl, Yao Yao. Su Yao was instantly thrilled, even nuzzling into his palm like a kitten. Are you hungry? It was about time for dinner. He had thought he was fully immersed when coding, but Su Yao proved to be the real deal, completely oblivious to the world, focused solely on tapping away at her keyboard. Given her already frail health, skipping meals simply wouldn't do. Lin Huaiji didn't see any problem with his concern for Su Yao, completely forgetting that these were originally words Su Yao had used while pulling at his sleeves, telling him to take care of his stomach and eat on time. Yet now here he was, reminding her instead. A little hungry. Is there anything you'd like? I'll cook for you. Su Yao still remembered the promise she'd made when moving in. She believed cooking for someone you liked was one of life's happiest things. Since Lin Huaiji couldn't cook, she was more than happy to take on this responsibility. Lin Huaiji shook his head. You've worked so hard these past 2 days, glued to your computer for 10 hours straight. You're exhausted, why bother cooking? Either we order delivery or eat out. Your choice. Su Yao glanced down at her pajama dress, torn between not wanting to change clothes to go out and wondering if ordering takeout all the time wasn't such a good idea. Lin Huaiji saw right through Su Yao's hesitation and made the executive decision. Let's just order takeout then. We've eaten at our usual spots in person before, and they meet hygiene standards, no need to worry. Hearing Lin Huaiji say this, Su Yao once again marveled at his thoughtfulness. The food delivery arrived quickly. Summoning her courage, Su Yao suggested watching a horror movie again, swearing solemnly that after last time's trial, she had grown much braver and would definitely not repeat the sleepless night of terror like before. Lin Huaiji raised an eyebrow skeptically. After watching this time, aren't you going to drag me to your room to accompany your bath again? And once you're done, you'll come back to my room to take advantage of me? Not at all. That was just an accident last time. I'm way braver now. I've watched tons of horror movie breakdowns without getting scared. Lin Huaiji shrugged. God only knew how Su Yao was watching movie commentary. Instead of blocking the comment section, she sought out videos with jump scare warnings or heavy censorship, then scrolled them up to reveal half the screen. If she's still afraid despite everything, Lin Huaiji would have every reason to suspect her heart condition was caused by sheer timidity. Come on, let me see, senpai. Come watch with me. Su Yao took Zhang Nana's words to heart. Acting cute definitely worked on guys, especially upright gentlemen like Lin Huaiji. Sure enough, Lin Huaiji finally relented. As usual, he chose something he'd seen before at Nangori so he could cover Su Yao's eyes in advance without ruining their meal. Su Yao watched while eating, and Lin Huaiji would warn her before the scary scenes appeared. Then Su Yao would snuggle closer to him. They spent an hour like this until Su Yao had eaten her fill and naturally stayed pressed against Lin Huaiji. Su Yao, do you know the saying scaredy cat who insists on playing? Looking at Su Yao, who had once again burrowed into his arms, Lin Huaiji couldn't help but tease her. But Su Yao pouted with defiance. I'm not scared. Just wait, I won't need your jump scare warnings, and I won't react at all. To prove herself, Su Yao even shuffled slightly away from him. As the next intense scene approached, Lin Huaiji still gave her a heads up, but Su Yao insisted she wasn't afraid at all and told him to focus on the movie instead of worrying about her. Lin Huaiji nodded. Alright then, children have to grow up after all. At least he's here by my side, nothing could go wrong. Yet the moment the protagonist lay down and the female ghost from the ceiling suddenly pressed onto him, Su Yao was still startled. Su Yao cried out and straddled Lin Huaiji's legs in an instant, clinging to him tightly like a koala. She buried her head into his shoulder, not daring to even look up. Wah, I'm scared. This is so terrifying. How could they film it like this? Su Yao whimpered pitifully, her body trembling slightly. She must have been genuinely frightened. Lin Huaiji held her tighter, regardless of how awkward the position was, and patiently comforted her. Don't be afraid, Don't be afraid. It's all just filming techniques. Just don't replay it in your mind. Think about the plot of the novel you're writing instead of dwelling on the images you just saw, otherwise you'll keep feeling scared. Lin Huaiji noticed Su Yao trembling violently and tried to divert her attention. He kept talking incessantly, rambling on, until gradually Su Yao finally calmed down. I thought I was ready, but I'm still scared. Su Yao lifted her head from Lin Huaiji's shoulder, her eyes swollen and red from crying, looking utterly pitiful as if she'd been terribly wronged. Then I won't watch anymore from now on, but if I ever do, I'll cover your eyes for you, alright? Alright, but you have to stay with me then. Su Yao gradually calmed down, her body relaxing as the tension drained away like air escaping a balloon. She slumped against Lin Huaiji, who swallowed hard and closed his eyes with difficulty. She wasn't wearing pants right now. The nightgown was split on both sides of her thighs due to her straddling position. And of all places, it had to be this awkward spot. Even with Lin Huaiji's exceptional self-control, it was impossible for him to remain completely unaffected. Lin Huaiji wished he could vanish into thin air rather than face this reality. Did it really have to be spelled out? Couldn't she just innocently remark, like in those novel tropes, your belt feels a bit hard? I'm sorry. Since he had already gone this far, he wasn't doing it on purpose, it was simply beyond his control. My apologies. I'm bleeding. Lin Huaiji's jaw dropped in shock. What the hell? He'd barely touched her, through multiple layers of clothing at that. Since when did that make people bleed? Chapter 57. His hands were beautiful. I mean, my period just came. Life had been too comfortable lately, making Su Yao completely forget about this matter. She hadn't prepared any pads or anything, and only when her lower abdomen suddenly ached did she abruptly remember. Couldn't it have come at any other time? Why did it have to be now? The atmosphere was so intimate, we might have even kissed or something, and now it's all ruined. I should just move to another planet overnight. Ugh, I've lost all my dignity. Su Yao wished she could crawl into a hole, but right now the most important thing was to deal with the situation in the bathroom. With that thought, she quickly scrambled off Lin Huaiji and dashed to the bathroom. After a couple seconds of processing, Lin Huaiji turned on the light and went to Su Yao's room. Standing outside the bathroom door, he cautiously asked, Su Yao, do you need any help? Wait, that might not be the right thing to say. I meant to ask, do you have sanitary pads prepared? Should I go buy some for you? Or if you need anything else, just let me know. Lin Huaiji had never encountered this situation before, but he possessed basic common sense. He knew some women suffered severe menstrual cramps and might need painkillers, he just wasn't sure about Su Yao's specific condition. I've already ordered from Manhwa, they'll deliver soon. Could you please help me get it when it arrives? Su Yao's face burned crimson like an apple. She never expected such terrible timing. Remembering their earlier encounter, she wanted to vanish on the spot. Fortunately, the flow wasn't heavy during the first days, otherwise, the imagination of that scene is downright unbearable. What difference is there between this and getting caught relieving yourself in public by your crush? Actually, you could just tell me what brand you normally use. I could go downstairs and buy it for you, there's a convenience store right below us. That'd be much faster. If you wait for Manhwa delivery, it'll take at least half an hour anyway. Lin Huaiji took the initiative to suggest it. He didn't think there was anything embarrassing about buying sanitary pads for his future girlfriend. Besides, what era was this? There was nothing shameful about it, just daily necessities, nothing to be ashamed of. Though he did feel slightly shy at times, what he truly wanted was to take good care of Su Yao and be there to offer help whenever she needed it. Lin Huaiji's suggestion took Su Yao by surprise. She had indeed considered it earlier but quickly dismissed the thought, feeling it would inconvenience him, especially since their relationship remained undefined. Instead, she swiftly placed an order via Manhwa. No need, a driver has already accepted the order, and it's quite close, so it won't take long. Su Yao checked the Manhwa order and calculated the time, deciding not to trouble Lin Huaiji. But, could you do me a favor? My pants are dirty, so I need a clean pair to change into. Could you grab some for me? Lin Huaiji quickly understood. Where did you put them? They're in the first drawer in the middle of the wardrobe, just open it and you'll see them. Lin Huaiji walked to the wardrobe and pulled open the drawer, revealing neatly folded underwear in designs brimming with girlish charm. Carefully pinching one between his thumb and forefinger, he tapped lightly on the bathroom door. I'll turn my back while opening the door. Grab it quickly. Su Yao had always known Lin Huaiji's hands were beautiful, clean, slender, and well-defined, with strikingly prominent veins running along his arms. They exuded an undeniable sensual tension. Heaven knew she had just written some shameless fanfic about hands like those the other day. Now, watching those exquisite fingers holding her most intimate garments, Su Yao's thoughts ran wild, and her face burned even hotter. Luckily he can't see me like this, or I'd die of embarrassment. These hands are simply too beautiful for words. Ah, my stomach hurts so bad. I should have known better than to get carried away. Ant Flo punishes every stubborn woman. Lin Huaiji wasn't feeling much better himself at the moment,
but since Su Yao was uncomfortable, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He grabbed his phone to look up information about menstrual cycles and found that brown sugar water could also help alleviate period pain. Immediately, Lin Huaiji headed to the kitchen to gather the ingredients. Both brown sugar and ginger slices were available. Following the steps, he first sliced the old ginger, then added it to a pot of cold water to simmer over low heat. When the ginger water turned slightly yellowish, he added the brown sugar.
Considering Su Yao's fondness for sweets, Lin Huaiji added an extra lump of brown sugar.
Just as the medicine was almost ready, the doorbell rang. Lin Huaiji went to answer it and found a full bag of sanitary pads. He picked them up to inspect daytime use, nighttime use, and something called sleep pants. Unsure which one Su Yao needed right now, he simply handed her the whole bag. Su Yao stayed inside for nearly 10 minutes before coming out. Lin Huaiji wasn't in a hurry either. The freshly brewed ginger brown sugar water was still scalding hot anyway. Letting it cool for a while would make it just right to drink.
Are you feeling unwell?
Seeing Su Yao come out, Lin Huaiji set down his phone and went up to her, leading her to sit on the sofa. Noticing her bare feet without socks, he got up again to fetch a pair from her room. Put on your socks, don't catch a cold. You're already frail as it is, you ought to take better care of yourself. I saw you bought painkillers earlier. If you know you get cramps, why not watch your diet beforehand? Count how many iced drinks and milk teas you've had these past few days. With the way you abuse your body, no wonder you're in pain. I just looked it up. Apparently, every woman's cycle differs. How many days apart are yours? Tell me now, since you'll probably forget. I'll monitor your diet 10 days beforehand, no ice cold or spicy food. Why aren't you saying anything? Lin Huaiji went on, but Su Yao didn't say a word, just hung her head like a scolded kitten. Had his tone been too harsh again? Had he upset the poor girl? They say women are emotionally sensitive during their periods, looks like it's true. But he was easygoing. Of course he wouldn't hold a grudge against a girl who wasn't feeling well. A real man knew when to bend and when to stand firm. Su Yao, I'm not lecturing you, I just want you to take better care of yourself, okay? I know. Su Yao's voice was muffled, not sounding unhappy. She lifted her head, looking pitiful. I'm just touched. No one's ever cared about me like this before. She gave a haughty huff and tilted her head high, stubbornly refusing to let her tears fall. Lin Huaiji's heart ached even more. Su Yao had a difficult upbringing, growing up all alone. If she encountered situations like this, there'd be no one to take care of her. Lin Huaiji suppressed the bitter feeling in his heart and, like coaxing a child, gently pinched her cheek. That means you're amazing, growing up so well on your own. But from now on, you have me. I'll take good care of you. Don't feel wronged, sweetheart. Lin Huaiji swore he would never have been able to say such things before. Yet, seeing the girl's moved expression as if she might throw herself at him in gratitude, he suddenly found it wasn't such a big deal after all. If coaxing her like a child worked, then so be it. Who knows? If he ever had a daughter in the future, this would just count as early practice. Chapter 58 Making Way for the Protagonist. Lin Huaiji coaxed Su Yao into drinking the brown sugar ginger tea. The little girl disliked the taste of ginger, her face scrunching up adorably as she drank, yet she obediently finished every last drop. Did you cut the ginger into chunks? You didn't hurt your fingers, did you? Su Yao grabbed Lin Huaiji's hands to inspect them. He rarely entered the kitchen normally, so his knife skills certainly weren't practiced. She worried he might have nicked himself accidentally. The girl still had some conscience, knowing to care about him. Lin Huaiji felt pretty good inside, but remained Sundara. This is nothing. Just boiling some brown sugar water hardly counts as getting hurt or not. He wasn't a child either. Though he usually stayed out of the kitchen, it wasn't like he was completely clueless. Thank you. Su Yao gazed at Lin Huaiji with teary eyes, clearly moved beyond words. Normally, it was Su Yao who did the cooking. The tedious steps gave Lin Huaiji a headache just watching, yet Su Yao could whip up multiple dishes in no time. In his eyes, she was truly impressive. The little girl is feeling unwell, and all he did was boil some sugar water, yet she gets this touched? Looking on the bright side, she's simply tender-hearted. On the darker side, she's too trusting. He'll have to keep a closer eye on her from now on, can't let others take advantage. In this situation, Su Yao has lost interest in continuing the movie. Sitting on the sofa with nothing to do and feeling weak, Lin Huaiji notices her pale little face. Go lie down and rest in bed. If you catch a chill here, your stomach will only feel worse. Lin Huaiji made a suggestion, but Su Yao shook her head, unusually rebellious for once. But I want to talk with you, not sleep. I'm not sleepy at all. Then let's go to your room and lie down. I'll sit beside you and keep talking until you feel sleepy. Having just searched on Baidu, Lin Huaiji had already memorized everything. During menstruation, one must avoid getting cold. The body is weak at this time and needs proper rest. Diet should also be carefully considered. Avoid raw and cold foods. Instead, eat things that can replenish the body's energy. Su Yao gradually lay down. Lin Huaiji helped tuck her in, then pulled up a chair to sit beside her and keep her company with conversation. Senior,
Didn't you say that the small app project you took on earlier was already finished? Why have you been so busy these past few days?
Suyao took the initiative to strike up a conversation, while Lin Huaiji sensed that something wasn't quite right, so he revealed some details.
It's just a gaming studio that approached me to make a game. They call it a studio, but there are actually only 5 or 6 people, all freshly graduated master's students trying to start their own business. But with just this handful of people, the challenge is way too big. I've been taking orders for quite a while now, with plenty of experience and decent skills, so my reputation's not bad. They came to me through word of mouth. A few days ago, I had a phone call with one of them, and they actually invited me to join their team. At the time, I just glossed over it and played dumb. Lin Huaiji had thoughts of continuing his education. His grades were more than sufficient to meet the university's criteria for guaranteed postgraduate admission. Moreover, he was both talented and academically strong, having brought the school considerable honors over the past 2 years. Already, 2 or 3 professors from his faculty had approached him, each eager to take him under their wing. Because of this, Lin Huaiji had no particular interest in entrepreneurship. Besides, the other party consisted of just a few graduate students, and their limited budget and insufficient funding were evident. When he accepted their commission, he even quoted them the lowest possible price. All things considered, Lin Huaiji remained skeptical. However, Suyao had brought it up proactively, which meant she must have her reasons. So Lin Huaiji decided to elaborate a little more. Sure enough, Suyao's expression grew much more serious than before. Then do you know their names?
The plot mentioned that they once recruited Lin Huaiji for a project and even invited him to join, but he refused. The person in charge then settled for Zhou instead. Zhou came from a wealthy family and, though less capable than Lin Huaiji, had the power of money behind him. So he provided financial backing, and 3 years later, that game became an overnight sensation, earning them staggering profits. In terms of character design, Lin Huaiji, as the second male lead, excelled in every aspect, whether it was professional skills, personal integrity, or appearance. But whenever it came to the male and female leads, he had to step aside, leaving him no chance to shine.
In the end, he even.
Fortunately, this can indeed be changed.
It definitely can. Lin Huaiji exhaled, concealing the emotions in his eyes.
The person who contacted me is named Lu Hao.
It's him. So it's true.
Suyao repressed her excitement but still anxiously grabbed Lin Huaiji's hand. Senior, do you have any idea what kind of game they want to make? She wanted to tell Lin Huaiji directly, but knew she couldn't, so she could only hint at it obliquely. Suyao wasn't confident after all. This wasn't some trivial matter that could be changed just by a few words from her.
No, since I didn't join them, they definitely wouldn't reveal such crucial information to me. Why? Do you think they'll succeed?
Lin Huaiji already had a plan forming in his mind. As Suyao said, he'd been clever since childhood with extraordinary talent in this field. By all accounts, he deserved a far better outcome than this. Here was his golden opportunity right before his eyes. If he just stood by doing nothing now, that would be utter foolishness. Besides, opportunity often outweighs innate talent. Now with both capability and Suyao by his side, he absolutely couldn't let this chance slip away. Full speed ahead, it was time to charge forward.
Exactly. Senior, I think you should consider it. What if their ideas are really good? You're so talented, if you join them, they'd definitely succeed. That's right.
They're really going through a tough time, just graduated and already so passionate, brave, and capable. If they keep at it, they're bound to succeed.
What should I do? I can't just flat out say they'll definitely succeed. No one would believe that. How should I persuade him for it to work? Help me.
Suyao had never felt her words fail her so miserably before.
At this crucial moment, she couldn't even come up with a proper excuse. Alright, then I'll join them. Ha? Suyao stared at Lin Huaiji in disbelief. What? He just agreed? Without even asking why, he just agreed like that.
Looking at the dazed and dumbfounded Suyao, Lin Huaiji chuckled softly. If he didn't answer soon, he felt she might worry herself to death. It wasn't her who failed, nor was she the one who'd be in trouble, yet she was this frantic. How could she be so foolish? Listen, he said, I think they're indeed impressive. I'll reach out and see if it works out. I'll join.
Chapter 59, Her Helplessness.
Suyao hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. She thought she would need to put up more of a fight since, if she were in Lin Huaiji's shoes, she would have been skeptical and wouldn't have agreed to give it a try so readily.
Where had things gone wrong then?
Suyao felt something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on what it was.
This isn't right, he's always so decisive. How could he give in so easily? Could it be that he's just humoring me because I'm not feeling well right now? Or maybe he's just paying lip service without really taking it to heart?
Lin Huaiji's expression remained calm, his gaze meeting Suyao's probing look with perfect composure, displaying not a trace of guilt. But this was merely surface level, his heart was actually pounding nervously inside. He'd agreed too quickly just now, so much so that it seemed somewhat unnatural. He couldn't reveal his ability to hear Suyao's inner thoughts, so he fabricated an excuse to gloss things over. When I contacted Lu Hao,
I could sense his passion for gaming and his willingness to innovate. Just as you said, there's no harm in me giving it a try. Who knows, maybe it'll turn out to be an opportunity. I'm in my third year of university now, so I still have over a year to ponder this. Since the opportunity has presented itself, I might as well give it a shot first. Trying never hurts. Look at this, back then, when I let you move in, I was just thinking we'd try it out first. Now, I've unexpectedly gained a fairy tale helper who tidies up and cooks for me. Lin Huaiji even teased Su Yao in passing. That makes sense when you put it that way. The fact that Lin Huaiji was willing to listen to her opinion meant, in a way, that he trusted her. In his heart, she held a certain weight. Once this realization took hold, Su Yao's face immediately lit up with joy. She was beside herself with happiness, as if her affection had finally been acknowledged. No matter who they are, once someone places another person in an important position in their heart, no matter how indifferent they may appear on the surface, deep down they still hope to be treated with equal, if not greater, affection in return. Great! You're so amazing, you'll succeed at anything you do. Su Yao shook Lin Huaiji's hand, firmly believing that he would surely shine brightly, no longer playing a side character in the stories of Shin Shitang and Zhou, but becoming the protagonist of his own life. Just staying away from that Shin Shitang would be enough. Yeah, I'll succeed. With you by my side, I'm sure to make it. Lin Huaiji nodded firmly. After chatting with Su Yao for a while longer, perhaps due to her weakened condition, she soon fell asleep. Listening to her steady breathing, Lin Huaiji couldn't help but smile. Looking at Su Yao's fair, smiling face, Lin Huaiji finally did what he'd been wanting to do. He reached out and gently pinched her cheeks a couple of times. Though Su Yao was already asleep, she still whimpered softly at the discomfort, unbearably adorable. If he weren't afraid of upsetting her, Lin Huaiji would have loved to draw a certain little animal on her face, one that eats when full and sleeps when satisfied. Quite amusing, Lin Huaiji mused. He wasn't in a hurry to return to his own room, choosing instead to sit by Su Yao's bedside. It was common knowledge that women often suffered from menstrual cramps during their periods, and since Su Yao had bought pain relief capsules, it suggested she'd experienced this before. He couldn't quite rest easy. If Su Yao were to feel unwell in the middle of the night, he wouldn't know from his own room, unable to help massage her stomach or offer any comfort. The thought of her enduring the pain alone while he snored away peacefully behind a wall was simply unacceptable. That would be ungentlemanly behavior, not to mention, he was actually a sweet guy. So, Lin Huaiji decided to stay here a little longer. If Su Yao woke up and saw him keeping such attentive watch over her, she would undoubtedly be deeply touched. Time ticked by. Leaning against the chair, Lin Huaiji dozed off before long. In the middle of the night, Su Yao was jolted awake by excruciating pain in her lower abdomen. She curled up, trying to ease the agony, but nothing helped. It felt like someone was punching and kicking her stomach, and cold sweat beaded on her forehead. It hurts so bad. I've had brown sugar ginger tea and taken painkillers, so why is it hurting so much this time? I'll never eat ice-cold foods recklessly anymore. Woo woo woo. Please, dear Aunt Flo, can't you be kinder to me? I swear on my life, from now on I'll be a better person, watch my diet and exercise more. Woo woo woo. Damn it, go ahead and kill me with pain, damn you. I'm the owner of this body. Just end me already. Damn period. Cursed menstrual cycle. Lin Huaiji listened to Su Yao's inner monologue as his mind gradually cleared. From initial self-reflection and pleas for mercy to outright surrender and indiscriminate venting, it was clear she was in unbearable pain. Su Yao, is it very painful? Lin Huaiji turned on the light, sat on the bed, and slid his hand under the blankets to massage Su Yao's stomach. Though this level of intimacy might seem excessive, there was no time to dwell on such thoughts. After all, she was his wife. Senior, have you been here all along? Su Yao never expected Lin Huaiji to still be in her room. If it were anyone else, she would have immediately labeled them a perverted creep with no respect for boundaries. But since it was Lin Huaiji, she didn't feel that way at all. He'd been keeping watch by her side all night in case she felt unwell, sacrificing his own rest. He truly loves me so much. Wah, so touching. But it hurts so much too. Su Yao furrowed her brows in pain, while Lin Huaiji gently pulled her into his arms. His palm softly massaged her stomach, and unexpectedly, the pain eased slightly. Indeed, having someone you love by your side can make even the pain feel lighter. Back in the dorm, she had two roommates who were both in relationships, yet their boyfriends treated them worlds apart. Whenever they suffered from menstrual cramps, one girl's boyfriend would be heartbroken each time, traveling thousands of miles just to care for her in person. The other one, despite being in the same city, just a 2-hour subway ride away, didn't even want to meet once he heard she was on her period. Fortunately, she was lucky enough not to have encountered the latter type, Su Yao thought to herself. Feeling any better? Lin Huaiji's brows remained furrowed. It was the first time he had witnessed firsthand just how painful a woman's period could be. Back in high school, many girls in his class used it as an excuse to skip PE class, and he had dismissed it at the time. But now, seeing Su Yao like this, he realized just how unbearable it must be. From now on, Suyao wouldn't be allowed to drink anything icy every day.
With her fragile constitution, even if he were by her side to ensure her condition didn't worsen and her vitality increased, nothing could alleviate the pain she was enduring.
Much better. Although it still hurt, Suyao managed to force a smile.
Lin Huaiji propped up the pillow for Suyao to lean against.
I'll get you some hot water. Just stay put.
While brown sugar ginger tea might help, drinking too much of it isn't ideal either.
A bit of warm water to soothe the stomach would be better.
Lin Huaiji took Suyao's favorite cup, filled it halfway with boiling water, then added a bit of cold water to temper it.
Suyao loved pretty things, even her cups had to be aesthetically pleasing.
She'd solemnly declare that drinking from a beautiful cup made plain water taste better.
Thinking of this, Lin Huaiji couldn't help but shake his head with a smile.
For a pragmatist like him, a cup served only one purpose, holding water. Who cares if it looks good or not, as long as it works? As he entered the room, Lin Huaiji saw Suyao staring at her wrist in disbelief, as if witnessing something horrifying. Her long eyelashes were laden with tears, lips pressed tightly together.
The next instant, tears streamed down unrestrainedly, large drops splattering onto the pink quilt. Suyao, what's wrong?
Lin Huaiji took a long stride forward, stopping right in front of her as he placed the water on the bedside table. Suyao looked up at him with teary almond-shaped eyes, her expression both fearful and helpless, her breath so faint it seemed she might vanish the next instant.
Yao, tell me, what's wrong? What happened?
Lin Huaiji sat down and, without another thought, gathered her into his embrace, wanting to offer support, wanting to give her comfort. Suyao had been biting her lip hard, crying soundlessly, but now, hearing the urgency in Lin Huaiji's voice, she completely broke down.
Wah, I'm scared, senior. I'm really scared. I don't want to die. I want to live properly. I'm so afraid.
Suyao's voice trembled with sobs, laden with boundless sorrow. Her body shook as if she wanted to pour out all her grievances, yet found herself unable to speak.
Chapter 60, Sincerity Changes in an Instant. Lin Huaiji held Suyao even tighter.
After spending so much time together, he had never seen Suyao like this before. She must have encountered something serious to show such vulnerability. After all, even when bullied in the past, she'd never displayed any excessive emotions. Otherwise, knowing Suyao's personality, even if she had problems, she would never easily reveal them, let alone take the initiative to trouble others for help. Not even with him dared she truly open her heart, only venturing subtle probing attempts.
Yao, what happened? Can you tell me?
Lin Huaiji asked again. He needed to know the whole story to offer her the best possible help. Being kept in the dark made him feel utterly powerless, a sensation he detested deeply.
I'm afraid I can't live like this.
I thought the lifespan points would both increase and decrease at a normal rate, but that's not how it works. Just now, I only had menstrual cramps, but over 30 days worth of lifespan points vanished in that short moment.
How could so much time disappear just like that? I'm so scared.
I'm afraid I might really be sick, and if you're not by my side when it happens, I'll truly die. Suyao helplessly closed her eyes.
Is this the price?
She had a chance to start over, and in just over a month, she'd been clinging to Lin Huaiji's side, seeking validation wherever she could. Now that she'd finally gained 200 days of life value, just that brief moment of pain had cost her so much. That system had only appeared on the very first day, then vanished without a trace, completely indifferent to whether she lived or died. Now she had no way to voice her suffering, no one to confide in. The fear of death, the uncertainty of the unknown, and overwhelming self-doubt drove Suyao to the brink of collapse. She felt as if her entire world was slowly crumbling around her. Lin Huaiji remained silent, his expression grave, the usual air of nonchalance completely gone from his demeanor.
That's right. Suyao feared nothing but death.
Having finally been given a second chance at life, just when she was filled with joy at the thought of living properly, she suddenly discovered that the slightest irregularity in her body would drastically shorten her lifespan.
Anyone would crumble under such circumstances. Moreover, it was just menstrual pain this time, but what if something worse happened? A cold? Fever? A more serious illness? Without him here, wouldn't her life force drain even faster?
Lin Huaiji shuddered at the mere thought, instinctively tightening his arms around Suyao until she struggled to breathe. Suyao coughed twice and pushed against him with both hands.
Ahem, too tight.
Lin Huaiji released her, the emotions in his eyes expertly concealed.
Suyao didn't notice at all. Can I help? Were you just crying so sadly? Is there anything I can do to help?
Suyao had cried so unrestrainedly just now that most of the emotions in her heart had already been vented. When she cried as a child, adults would tell her that crying was useless. If tears could solve problems, then everyone would simply cry and shout whenever they faced difficulties, and there would be no need to put in effort to improve.
Did she just cry like that and make Lin Huaiji think she's annoying? Crying isn't about solving problems, Yao. Tears are just your way of releasing emotions and healing yourself. In front of me, you can do whatever you want, no need to worry or be afraid.
Lin Huaiji seemed to have seen right through Suyao. Before she could even voice her question, he'd already given her his answer. An answer enough to put her heart at ease. Senior, can you always stay with me a little longer?
The word always carries too much weight. Sincerity changes in an instant. Always is just a word to embellish the moment. Suyao didn't dare ask for too much. She had to learn to be content, to cherish the present, to hold on to what she could now. Who could predict what the future held? Always is nice too. Lin Huaiji suddenly laughed. How could he not be sober-minded? How could he not know how complex human hearts are? Couples who love each other yet drift apart are far from rare. No one can guarantee they'll stay together forever. Yet he insisted on trying. At the very moment he envisioned the worst-case scenario, he felt a piercing pang in his heart, sharper than ever. Suyao wanted to help him change the ending, and so did he. He would protect Suyao too, ensuring she stood whole and unharmed in his future. Does your stomach still hurt? Suyao nodded, then shook her head. Perhaps because her emotions had collapsed too quickly, the intense sympathy had already been washed away by sorrow and fear. Now she felt much better, with only a slight discomfort remaining. You should still drink some warm water. After crying like that, it'll help soothe your throat. Lin Huaiji helped Suyao drink half a cup of water, then gently massaged her stomach. Senior, can you stay with me? With Lin Huaiji by her side and his recent words providing her with a sense of security, Suyao still felt a flicker of fear upon seeing her life points suddenly depleted by so much, so she tugged lightly at Lin Huaiji's hand. Can you sleep with me tonight? Just tonight, lie beside me, okay? Lin Huaiji nodded. Given her current state, he wouldn't have felt at ease leaving her alone anyway. Now, no matter what Suyao asked, he would agree. Chapter 61, Let me have a chance to look after you. After comforting Suyao for a while, Lin Huaiji quickly took a shower in his room. Normally sleeping without clothes, tonight he neatly put on his pajamas before appearing at Suyao's doorway holding his pillow. Perhaps she had only made that request out of extreme fear earlier. Now that she's calmed down, she might regret it. Though she might joke around as a girl, she'd never actually crossed any boundaries before. But sharing a bed was an entirely different matter. Seeing Lin Huaiji frozen at the doorway, Suyao stared at him for a moment. Come here already, she urged, her voice still hoarse from crying. Alright then. Sleep it is then, it's just sleeping in the literal sense anyway. Lin Huaiji walked over, neatly arranged the pillow, lay down, and pulled up the covers all in one smooth motion. He placed his hands properly atop the blanket, staring straight at the ceiling, not daring to glance at Suyao beside him. Time passed excruciatingly slowly. The room was terrifyingly quiet now, so quiet that Lin Huaiji could hear his own heartbeat. This was, after all, his first time sharing a bed with a girl. Being nervous was only natural. Slap. The room plunged into darkness. Suyao had turned off the lights. Lin Huaiji was about to speak when he felt Suyao inch closer to him. In the next moment, she pressed against his side and wrapped her arms around him. Suyao. In the darkness, one's senses become infinitely heightened. Lin Huaiji's breathing grew erratic, his heart beat faster than before, palms slick with sweat. Fortunately, Suyao couldn't see. Let me hold you, just for tonight, okay? Suyao's voice was faint and frail, making Lin Huaiji's heart ache too much to refuse. Burrowing into the crook of Lin Huaiji's arm for safety, Suyao clung to him, genuinely afraid. With everything finally improving, she feared one misstep might reduce all she'd gained to vanishing smoke. After finally escaping her original family, starting a brand new life, making new friends, and even finding someone she likes, she hadn't yet confirmed whether Lin Huaiji would remain unaffected by the plot. She hadn't yet written works beloved by most people. She didn't want to leave just like this. Only when she could truly feel Lin Huaiji's body warmth did Suyao feel at ease. Lin Huaiji understood Suyao's thoughts all too well. His hesitation stemmed simply from feeling this behavior exceeded the boundaries of their current relationship and wouldn't be good for Suyao. Otherwise, as a grown man, what did he have to worry about? When Suyao was crying earlier, he had confirmed his own feelings. He was afraid of Suyao leaving, afraid something might happen to her. He wanted to use this as an opportunity to propose officially dating, but the setting felt wrong. He hadn't prepared anything, no flowers, no carefully planned date. Wouldn't proposing so dryly seem disrespectful? Zhao Yueman once said that if a relationship starts vaguely, it will inevitably end vaguely. He didn't know if there was any truth to it, but he simply didn't want such an outcome. While showering, Lin Huaiji pondered how to create the right opportunity to confess his feelings to Suyao and give her reassurance. Now, as he felt dampness against his arm, the girl in his embrace, though trying to hold back, couldn't stop her body from trembling. Perhaps this was the moment when Suyao needed him most. Flowers could wait, and so could dates. What mattered most was being here now. Once he'd made up his mind, Lin Huaiji turned and pulled Suyao tightly into his embrace. Whispering into her ear, he poured out his feelings. Yao, let's be together. Let me be your boyfriend and give me the chance to take care of you, alright? I'll always be by your side. If anyone bullies you, I'll back you up. If anyone messes with you, I'll fight them for you. Halfway through his speech, Lin Huaiji unexpectedly faltered. He had clearly searched through collections of sweet nothings before, but now when he needed them most, his mind went completely blank, nothing came to him. The room fell into silence once more. Lin Huaiji wanted to hear Suyao's thoughts, but unusually, Suyao wasn't thinking about anything at all. Was he being too abrupt? Did Su Yao think he wasn't taking this seriously enough? Or did his confession sound insincere, which was why Su Yao remained silent? Just as Lin Huaiji was doubting himself, Su Yao suddenly cupped his face. The next instant, their lips met. Even someone as composed as Lin Huaiji found himself frozen stiff for 3 full seconds by Su Yao's bold move. Why isn't there any response? Could it be that he hates me? The girl's courage came quickly and faded just as fast. When she didn't receive a response, she began to retreat back to her safe zone. Su Yao made as if to retreat, but Lin Huaiji's warm palm immediately cradled the back of her head, his cool lips capturing her delicate ones as he traced their contours with meticulous care. Sensing Su Yao's response, Huaiji deepened the kiss, advancing with conquering fervor. Su Yao found herself experiencing the exact scenarios described in the novel's plot. In her momentary daze and confusion, Lin Huaiji sensed her distraction. The hand that had been gripping her shoulder pinched her lightly, then grew restless as it caressed the girl's delicate skin. Su Yao's nightgown wasn't particularly long to begin with, and after her earlier squirming, it had now bunched up around her slender waist. When Lin Huaiji's hand made contact, her body shuddered violently. This sensitive? Can't even handle a little waist touching? Lin Huaiji grew even more excited. Goodness knows he had a particular fondness for this type. The shyer she was, the more intrigued he became, especially with someone like Su Yao, whose sharp tongue belied how timid she truly was. And so, the beast in Lin couldn't be content with just this. His hands ventured upward, testing the waters. Su Yao, naturally aware of his intentions, resisted briefly at first but soon yielded, letting him take what he wanted. The moment he touched her, Lin Huaiji could only think of one word. Soft. Damn, so soft. It's completely different from touching through clothes, this sensation. No one could resist this, right? Lin Huaiji kissed her more fervently, their lips and tongues entwined as they shared breaths. Su Yao tried her best to keep up with him, but the disparity between men and women soon became apparent. Before long, she was completely out of energy. Her limp little hands weakly thumped against Lin Huaiji's chest twice before he finally released her. Listening to Su Yao gasping for air, Lin Huaiji couldn't help but chuckle, stroking his fingers along the girl's lips. Tired already? Can only kiss for this little while? Su Yao's face was completely flushed, her heart pounding wildly. I am not tired at all. Oh, shall we continue then? Seeing Su Yao's stubborn denial, Lin Huaiji lowered his head, pretending to kiss her again. For their first kiss, the sensation was far better than he had imagined, so much so that it was almost addictive. If possible, he could have kissed Su Yao all night long. No, stop. Su Yao shrank back slightly, her soft refusal sending a rush of blood to Lin Huaiji's head, making him crave even more. Just kissing was no longer enough to satisfy him. How can you kiss so well? Was it really your first time? The novel mentioned that he seemed to have a crush on a classmate in high school. Could he have kissed someone back then? Otherwise, how could his first kiss be so skilled? Oof, it's my first time too. This is so unfair. Su Yao's mind was a whirlwind of complex emotions, her thoughts running wild once again. But this was understandable. Lin Huaiji didn't know how others fared, but at the very least, he'd only been clumsy at the beginning. It didn't take long before he mastered the technique and effortlessly conquered Su Yao. Now listening to Su Yao mentally condemning him, the indulgence in Lin Huaiji's eyes grew even deeper. How can you be so silly? Chapter 62, Not during that time of the month. You called me stupid. Humph. You're the one who's not behaving properly, yet you call me stupid. Even if I don't know how to kiss, it's just because I lack experience. Unlike some people who've done it so many times they've clearly got loads of practice. Su Yao huffed angrily, all her earlier fear and worry having vanished, replaced now by accusations against Lin Huaiji. Ha! Lin Huaiji chuckled. What's wrong? Not satisfied with my kissing skills, girlfriend? Before the fuming Su Yao could reply, Lin Huaiji quickly added, after all, it's my first time. Be patient with me, I'll practice more and guarantee your satisfaction. Lin Huaiji enjoyed riling Su Yao up, but today he needed to pamper her a little more. She'd already cried so much earlier, and he couldn't have her bursting into tears again. So for now, he decided against teasing her. After all, today marked the official start of their relationship. Behaving like a gentleman wouldn't hurt. You're doing this for the first time? Then how could you? Hearing the astonishment in Su Yao's voice, Lin Huaiji's grin widened. What? Is it not that you're dissatisfied with my kissing skills, but rather that you think I'm too skilled, so you doubt it's my first time? Just when he thought about not teasing Su Yao anymore, Lin Huaiji instantly reverted to his mischievous self, continuing to set traps for her. Student Su Yao, it's not good to suspect others of cheating just because they're better than you know? Fully aware of the truth, Lin Huaiji pretended to be innocent, deliberately teasing Su Yao. Despite already knowing her inside out, he still wanted to force her to admit it herself. What a wicked sense of humor. I never thought that way. I just think your kissing skills are worse than mine. Su Yao retorted in a fluster, but her tone made it clear she wasn't angry at all anymore.
She's quite easy to placate, Lin Huaiji thought to himself, his fingers continuing to caress Su Yao's lips while his other hand rested obediently by his side. Though it made no move, his heart was already itching with desire. Since I kiss so poorly, may my girlfriend teach me properly.
Isn't this blatant seduction?
Lin Huaiji immediately flipped over, pinning Su Yao beneath him. Before she could react, he captured her lips in a kiss that gradually grew more passionate, their breaths turning scorching. His hands grew restless again, pushing her nightdress upward. Only after thoroughly kissing her for 7 or 8 minutes did Lin Huaiji relent, but before Su Yao could catch her breath, he lowered his head to kiss another spot.
Su Yao's hands clutching Lin Huaiji's back suddenly tightened, leaving faint red marks on his skin.
The racy story she'd written during the day had unexpectedly become reality, making the already flustered Su Yao even more nervous, so much so that she couldn't bring herself to look directly at Lin Huaiji. She regretted making Lin Huaiji the male lead in her story. Now her mind kept conjuring indecent thoughts that refused to be dismissed.
Senior, I can't. I'm on my period.
Lin Huaiji froze.
He hadn't actually planned to do anything. But how could Su Yao be this naive and completely lacking in guard? So, if it's not that time of month, we could continue? Su Yao, when will you grow some common sense? Who taught you to act like this? You just agreed to be my girlfriend and you're already giving everything away?
Lin Huaiji stopped and pinched her cheek.
That's not what I meant at all. I just like you, and I know you wouldn't be irresponsible. I like you and want to be close to you, isn't that perfectly normal?
Even though I'd feel shy, I wouldn't reject you if that's what you wanted. Su Yao's voice grew progressively softer until her final words barely had any conviction left. Her desire to be close to Lin Huaiji wasn't about increasing some arbitrary life meter, it was simply because she liked him. With anyone else, she'd never have entertained such thoughts. But as a girl, she probably ought to maintain some modesty, shouldn't she? This sort of casual attitude really wouldn't do. Lin Huaiji scooped her into his arms, stroked her head gently as his voice softened.
I don't mean to blame you.
I just want you to think more about yourself, to learn to put yourself first.
Don't always be so naive.
Su Yao looked up, tracing circles on his chest with her finger.
Then will you think about me? I do.
Lin Huaiji answered swiftly and firmly, except during certain beastly moments, he would absolutely consider Su Yao's needs.
Then that's all I need. With you here, I don't have anything to fear.
Su Yao was idly drawing circles, looking completely unguarded. Lin Huaiji shook his head and stopped speaking.
After a while, she suddenly asked, so, are we boyfriend and girlfriend now?
If the lights were on now, Su Yao would definitely have seen Lin Huaiji roll his eyes.
He even felt like pinching her again as punishment.
Seriously, what kind of ridiculous question was that? They'd kissed, touched, and even rubbed against each other, although it was just her thigh, but if that didn't count as a relationship, the police should probably come have a talk with them. Su Yao, I advise you to choose your words carefully. Lin Huaiji suddenly became serious. Su Yao pouted and then snuggled back into his arms.
Alright, I was just asking. But from now on, you can only look at me and can't have anything to do with Shin Shitong, okay? In Su Yao's mind, Shin Shitong was her love rival.
Even though things were already pretty tense between them and Lin Huaiji had no interest in Shin Shitong, as the female protagonist, Shin Shitong must have some tricks up her sleeve. Su Yao worried that if Shin Shitong kept bothering him, Lin Huaiji might soften up. So, she had to keep a close eye on Shin Shitong and not let her stir up trouble.
Since when have I ever given Shin Shitong a second glance?
Don't worry, I have zero interest in her. Lin Huaiji earnestly promised while massaging Su Yao's stomach with his hands.
Chapter 63, Is it okay to touch?
Perhaps because Lin Huaiji stayed by Su Yao's side, she soon fell into a deep sleep without any further discomfort in her stomach. Moreover, with Lin Huaiji radiating warmth like a furnace, Su Yao felt her entire body warming up as she slept in his embrace. Listening to Su Yao's steady breathing, Lin Huaiji found himself wide awake, his mind a tangled mess. The situation had unfolded rather suddenly, yet the scenario he had once dreamed of had become reality. Deep down, he was undoubtedly delighted. But Su Yao's life points are like a ticking time bomb. He's afraid Shin Shitong might stir up trouble, so all he can do is protect Su Yao properly. At the same time, getting closer to her and increasing those life points certainly can't hurt.
Kissing and touching? Oh, he loves that way too much.
He never knew the pleasures of such things before, but after experiencing them firsthand, the girl's faint murmurs, the warmth of skin against skin, and certain places only intimacy could explore, every bit of it tempted him, making him crave even more.
Of course, beastly as he might be, he'd definitely hold the line.
After all, the girl is naive and willing to go along with anything.
As a gentleman, he absolutely must take responsibility for her. As for Lu Hao mentioned earlier by Su Yao, he wanted to give it a try. After all, opportunities like this were rare. As for the funding issue, he didn't have much money on hand right now and might need to borrow some from his parents later. He couldn't keep slacking off like this. He needed to dedicate more time to studying his field and pushing his limits. Just as Su Yao had said, as a male supporting character, his innate qualities weren't bad, at the very least. In his major, he was considered the most talented in recent years at the school. But talent alone wasn't enough, opportunity was crucial. Thanks to Su Yao, she provided him with a steady stream of help. At this thought, Lin Huaiji's heart softened, and he held Su Yao even tighter. Su Yao seemed to sense it, nuzzling her head instinctively against his chest like a kitten, unconsciously relying on him. Asterisk. The next day, Su Yao woke up before Lin Huaiji. Blinking sleepily, she realized she was curled up in his embrace, and a wave of sweetness washed over her. Checking the lifeline on her wrist, she saw that the lifespan lost the previous night had not only been restored but had also increased by over 60 days from its original value. A good night's sleep really does wonders. Wait, last night was full of intimate moments, kissing, touching, nuzzling. Under normal circumstances, the increase should have been even greater, but because her body was still weak, the effect was significantly diminished. But it didn't matter. Su Yao was no longer afraid, because she had unmistakably felt Lin Huaiji's affection for her. Nana had once told her that a guy like Lin Huaiji would only get close to someone if he truly liked them. Now that she had truly become his girlfriend, Su Yao felt absolutely exhilarated. Who would have thought that misfortune could turn into such a blessing? After last night's events, she unexpectedly gained official status. Su Yao leaned in close to stare at Lin Huaiji, her heart pounding wildly as she took in his stunning good looks at this intimate distance. As a fledgling romance novelist, Su Yao had certain knowledge that could politely be called comprehensive. For instance, right now, she didn't even need to think before recognizing exactly what that thing was. When I saw it earlier while it was being quiet, I already thought it looked impressive. But it's even more formidable than I imagined. If I really were to sleep, just thinking about it makes me nervous. No, it's normal for guys to have morning reactions. I shouldn't entertain such dangerous thoughts. Female protagonists are always delicate, innocent little white flowers, so I should play the part too. Can't let my inner purge show. But Nana says many guys who seem proper on the surface actually like flirtatious girls. Wonder if he's one of them? If that's the case, then perfect. I know way too many things, all sorts of tricks. But if it's not, then I'll just have to keep diligently playing the innocent little flower. Though I thought the descriptions in novels were exaggerated, now it feels so fitting, pronounced with the fourth tone. Should I try secretly touching him? He's sleeping so soundly, he probably wouldn't notice even if I did something, right? Su Yao's hand that was wrapped around Lin Huaiji twitched slightly, completely oblivious to his furrowed brows. Indeed, Lin Huaiji was already awake. Su Yao's inner monologue was far too vivid, and since he couldn't help but hear it, he'd been jolted awake. He kept his eyes closed out of sheer curiosity. He wanted to see just how bold she could get. And to think he'd believed last night that Su Yao was just an innocent young girl, that no matter how carefree she acted, she was ultimately shy at heart. But judging by the mental gymnastics she'd just performed, she might have outdone even him in audacity. Su Yao's hand suddenly withdrew as if on accident, hovering near her chest with restless eagerness yet still wavering with hesitation. No way, what if he wakes up? I'm on my period right now, so nothing can happen. From what I've read in novels, they usually start by rubbing against each other first. My current situation definitely wouldn't work, but there are other ways to take care of it. As for eating positions, I remember reading about it in novels. Let me think. No, this is too embarrassing. What am I thinking? At the thought of some explicit descriptions, Su Yao finally blushed. Not just her, even Lin Huaiji had, just moments ago, followed Su Yao's train of thought to imagine that scene. Though somewhat unwilling to admit it, Lin Huaiji had been looking forward to it earlier. If Su Yao helped him out, the sensation would definitely be different. At this thought, Lin Huaiji felt a sudden warmth in his nose. Damn, my nose is bleeding. Lin Huaiji had to give up pretending to sleep and immediately got up to grab some tissues from the bedside table to staunch the flow. You're awake? How come you're bleeding from your nose? Su Yao was startled. She had just been indulging in her fantasies, and now the person she'd been fantasizing about suddenly woke up. It was impossible not to panic, but upon seeing Lin Huaiji's nosebleed, concern overtook her. She quickly got up and leaned in with a worried expression. Lin Huaiji glimpsed the snowy curves peeking from Su Yao's collar and felt his nosebleed intensify. It's nothing, I'll go clean up in the bathroom. Lin Huaiji scrambled off the bed in a fluster and rushed into the bathroom. Wetting his hands, he patted his forehead and the back of his neck. Though he'd reacted quickly, traces of blood had already stained his pajamas. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, Lin Huaiji gave a wry smile. Who would have thought even he would have such a day? Now he finally understood how Zhao Yuanan could get nosebleeds from watching certain videos. He'd probably laugh his head off if he found out about this. Chapter 64, Collecting Some Interest. Are you feeling better now? Is it still bleeding? Su Yao stood at the door, peeking out with just her small head as she scrutinized him, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. We've been living together for so long, and you've never had a nosebleed before. Why is it happening today all of a sudden? Listening to Su Yao's inner thoughts, a rare flicker of panic flashed in Lin Huaiji's eyes. Could she have noticed something? Feeling a bit better now, Lin Huaiji's mind raced as he tried to come up with a plausible excuse to brush it off, but his guilty conscience made everything sound like a feeble excuse. That's good. Was it because I've been dragging you to eat all those spicy foods lately that caused this? Su Yao looked full of regret and a hint of guilt. She hadn't attended classes at the academy for the past few days, staying home without a care, so she'd been ordering takeout non-stop. With her preference for strong flavors, her diet consisted of nothing but spicy hot pot, fried chicken, barbecued skewers, and other greasy, inflammatory foods. Not only had she exhausted herself, but she'd also dragged Lin Huaiji into the mess. Su Yao felt like a guilty child waiting for his scolding, yet Lin Huaiji merely washed his hands and gently patted her head in reassurance. It's not that serious. Maybe it's just the hot weather lately. What are you thinking about? And besides, why don't you consider other possibilities? Lin Huaiji's suggestive gaze was far too blatant, not to mention the way he was staring straight at Su Yao's ample chest. She instantly grasped what he meant. What are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean. Su Yao instantly flushed crimson. Remembering how she had even wanted to touch little Huaiji earlier, she felt like she urgently needed a bottle of industrial-strength stain remover. Of course she understood what Lin Huaiji meant, but this definitely didn't match the persona she'd established. She absolutely needed to put on an act in front of Lin Huaiji. A girl's petty thoughts were completely transparent, especially since Lin Huaiji could literally hear what she was thinking. So right now, while admiring Su Yao's explosively red face, he stepped forward and asked with utterly punchable smugness, "Want to touch it? Ha?" The girl's eyes grew round with astonishment. For a moment she froze in stunned silence before lowering her gaze after several seconds. Su Yao glanced at a certain spot, then turned her face away, stammering out her reply. I don't want to at all. I'm not that kind of person. I'm actually very innocent. Lin Huaiji gazed at Su Yao with amusement, a low chuckle escaping from the depths of his throat. How could someone's acting skills be this terrible? Every thought in her mind was written all over her face. Not only did she make no effort to hide them, but she even tried to cover up with awkward explanations. Lin Huaiji couldn't stop laughing. Fortunately, his nose had stopped bleeding, or else he'd have had to deal with that while admiring Su Yao's adorable demeanor. Why are you laughing? If you want me to touch you, I can do that too. After all, it's you who'll feel good either way. Su Yao grew flustered by Lin Huaiji's laughter, feeling like she'd instantly lost the upper hand and appeared cowardly. This emboldened her instead. She even straightened her posture to show just how brave she was. See, with just a little trick, Su Yao had already lost her composure and walked right into his trap. Their gazes locked. Lin Huaiji reached out with his long arm, pulled Su Yao inside from the doorway, pinned her against the wall, and looked down at her. Didn't you want to touch? Then do it yourself. Or are you waiting for me to put your hand there for you? Lin Huaiji felt mischievous and deliberately provoked Su Yao. How did you even know I wanted to touch it? Do my eyes really look that creepy? So creepy that people can tell exactly what I'm thinking just by looking at me? I was just talking big. How could I possibly dare to actually go touch anything? I'm just a young girl. But if I don't touch him now, he'll definitely think I'm scared. Humph, so annoying. Lin Huaiji listened to Su Yao's accusations without the slightest ripple of emotion in his eyes. Instead, he signaled with his gaze for her to continue. Spurred on by his provocation, Su Yao trembled as she reached out, closing her eyes as though making a momentous decision, and let her hand move forward. Yet, the anticipated touch never came. Lin Huaiji caught her by the wrist. You've got some nerve, but if your eyes are closed, you'll miss half the experience. Immersion experience? What immersion experience could I possibly have? Aren't you the one enjoying this? Su Yao was puzzled until Lin Huaiji used his other hand to lift her pajama top, revealing his strikingly defined abs, taut yet powerfully sculpted. Unable to resist, Su Yao swallowed hard while her hands moved of their own accord. As someone who'd been single her entire life, she'd never experienced anything like this before. Now that she had a boyfriend, and one with both exceptional looks and physique, it would be truly abnormal if she could remain completely calm under these circumstances. Just like that, Su Yao touched here and there, acting completely like a female rogue. Lin Huaiji found her shameless demeanor utterly adorable, feeling not the slightest bit impatient. In a way, the fact that he could attract Su Yao made him feel rather pleased with himself. After letting her grope him for about 5 or 6 minutes, Lin Huaiji decided it was time to collect some interest. He couldn't just let her have all the fun while he stood by passively. Done touching yet? Su Yao raised her eyes in confusion, suddenly realizing just how absurd her earlier thoughts had been. Holy crap, so he meant touching his abs. Thank goodness I didn't actually touch them. I'd have to immigrate to Mars from sheer embarrassment. The belated realization made Su Yao want to die on the spot, her expression one of utter despair. What's wrong? Looking so down? Not satisfied with my figure? Though already aware of Su Yao's inner thoughts, Lin Huaiji played along with her act in perfect sync. No, not at all. I'm absolutely delighted, utterly captivated. In all my life, I've never seen a figure more flawless than yours. I simply can't tear my eyes away. Su Yao flashed her signature smile. Though her mind was in complete turmoil, as a trained professional performer, she had mastered the art of concealing her emotions while delivering a sincere wave of compliments to the other person. Then shouldn't I charge some interest? Lin Huaiji took a step forward, completely trapping Su Yao against the wall. What interest? I don't even have abs. Su Yao lowered her head shyly, not daring to meet Lin Huaiji's gaze, lightly biting her lip. Lin Huaiji thoroughly enjoyed seeing her like this, his interest growing even stronger. No problem, you can pay with something else. Even though she had already seen Lin Huaiji's true colors last night, half an hour later, Su Yao still wanted to call him out. Are you a puppy or what? Su Yao looked down at her collarbone and below, every inch had been bitten by Lin Huaiji. Though it didn't hurt, her delicate skin bore large red marks from his merciless assault, leaving quite a startling sight. Yet the instigator, Lin Huaiji, showed not an ounce of remorse. After finally getting a taste, and considering she'd touched him too, wasn't some kissing and nibbling perfectly appropriate? Chapter 65 Come back after 2 more years of study. Considering that women can be emotionally unstable during their menstrual cycle, Lin Huaiji spent the entire day by Su Yao's side, watching variety shows and playing games with her. Whenever there was a spare moment, he would shower her with kisses, hugs, and affection. Basically, the sappier, the better. At noon the next day, he arranged to meet Lu Hao to discuss the game project in detail. The meeting was set at their studio, which was quite far from where they lived. It took over an hour by subway. Once on the subway, Lin Huaiji began reviewing the documents Lu Hao had sent over. They were labeled as relevant materials, but in reality, it was all empty talk, just some basic game concepts, objectives, and plans without a single mention of frameworks, creative ideas, selling points, or any substantive content. This is actually quite normal. After all, they know nothing about each other yet. To Lu Hao, he's just a stranger. If Lu Hao were to reveal all his cards so readily, that would actually make him seriously question the authenticity of the situation. After getting off the subway, Lin Huaiji walked for over 10 minutes following the navigation before finally locating what was called a studio. The 5 large characters on the signboard were particularly eye-catching. ACE Studio. Pretty Chinibu-ish, but somehow it makes perfect sense. Though called a studio, it was essentially just a 30 square meter room. At first glance, there were only a few desks and chairs with computers on them. 6 young men were sitting inside. Spotting him at the doorway, one of them came out to shake hands, a crew-cut guy who appeared about his age, quite young and full of vitality. Are you Lin Huaiji? Lin Huaiji nodded. Big brother Hao? She's older than him, so calling him bro makes perfect sense. Let's go inside and talk. As he followed them inside, Lin Huaiji sensed a hint of hostility from the 2 boys sitting by the door. Their gazes weren't exactly welcoming. Whether it was just his imagination or not, he didn't bother to dwell on it and simply trailed along to take a seat. We just graduated with our master's degrees and don't have much savings, so we can't afford anything fancy. The place may look a bit shabby, but at least it gives us a space to work, Lu Hao explained. Lu Hao smiled as he went to fetch a cup of water from the dispenser and handed it to Lin Huaiji, letting out a self-deprecating chuckle. Lin Huaiji nodded in understanding, offering words of comfort. The beginning is always the hardest. Things will get better. Actually, Lin Huaiji quite admired them. At just graduated age, being able to choose what they truly wanted to do required immense courage, especially when everyone around them had joined companies, earning salaries to make ends meet. These guys, far from getting paid, were even pouring money into their venture. The contrast alone was enough to ramp up the psychological pressure. Add to that the lack of understanding from family, along with their own internal struggles and doubts about the outcome. Without sheer willpower, there was no way they could persist. I found you through a friend's recommendation. Though you're only a junior, your professional skills are formidable. I did some digging. You're practically the face of Jiangcheng University's computer science department. Lu Hao knew how to sweet-talk, and Lin Huaiji was just about to modestly deflect when the chubby guy by the door sauntered over. Leaning against the wall by the water cooler, he snorted. How? We're 5 years older with 5 more years of learning under our belts. A junior's coursework, how impressive can it really be? The person next to them chimed in. Yeah, you'd be better off writing a few more lines of code instead of wasting time with nonsense here. The tension was too thick. Lin Huaiji glanced at the group. Though there were only 6 people, they were clearly divided into 3 factions. Lu Hao, for one, seemed inclined to recruit him, believing in his abilities. The other 3 remained neutral, neither welcoming nor rejecting him. The 2 slightly chubby guys, however, were openly hostile to his arrival, their words lacking any respect. Cheng Xiang, Bruce Lee, that program you 2 have been dawdling over unable to complete, he wrote it. In our field, do you really think geniuses are scarce, judging by study hours? Who taught you that? Lin Huaiji remained silent with a dark expression, while Lu Hao's face turned icy too. He was the one who brought this person in as team leader.
he only had the group's best interests in mind. If Lin Huaiji genuinely lacked ability, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to recruit him.
Both of you need to rein in your tempers. Don't create trouble for me. Or perhaps your issue isn't with him, but with me?
Lin Huaiji figured the scolding had gone far enough, the two men's faces had turned from pale to green and his own anger had subsided, so he stepped in to smooth things over. Brother Hao, come on, it's not that serious.
No need to go that far.
No one likes being berated, and Lin Huaiji was no exception.
Though good-natured, that didn't mean he'd just take abuse lying down.
He had the skills, joining Lu Hao's group could create a win-win situation, but if they couldn't accept him and form a real, cohesive team, then there was no point talking about cooperation. Hey, they just have short tempers, don't take it to heart. Lu Hao could still distinguish between good and bad ideas. With the team being so small now, plus the lack of investment funds, having to pour money into it during the early stages without any income, nobody would be willing to join under such circumstances. Now he'd finally found someone capable and willing, with a solid reputation all around. If he let this one slip away, Lu Hao would be truly heartbroken. Brother Hao, I've studied a few years less than everyone else, so it's normal for them to doubt my abilities. That's just how things are in our field, only the capable can make a living this way. I understand, Lin Huaiji said leisurely, taking a sip of water, his face unreadable, as if completely unfazed.
But now that I'm here, shouldn't I at least get a chance to prove myself?
The message is clear, let your professional skills do the talking, the capable take precedence, and the weak should keep quiet. Hearing Lin Huaiji's cocky tone, Cheng Xiang immediately perked up, as if already certain Lin Huaiji couldn't deliver.
My physics simulation has a problem. I've been debugging it for over a week and still can't find the issue. If you're so confident, Junior, why don't you give it a shot?
Everyone could tell that Cheng Xiang was deliberately making things difficult for Lin Huaiji. This very topic had been Cheng's forte during grad school, if even he struggled to articulate it, tossing it to Lin was obviously an attempt at humiliation. Lu Hao saw through Cheng Xiang's intentions, but didn't speak up for Lin Huaiji either. After all, he also wanted to see Lin Huaiji's true capabilities. When his friend had introduced him earlier, they'd said Lin Huaiji was a versatile combatant with no weaknesses. Judging from the programs he'd been commissioned to write, he was indeed talented.
But Lu Hao didn't know the upper limits of his abilities.
Even if Cheng Xiang hadn't brought this up, he would have found a way to test him. Now that the timing was right, it was a perfect opportunity to try. Lin Huaiji spread his hands calmly. If he wanted to stay, he'd have to earn their approval anyway. Otherwise, with them seeing each other constantly in the future, there'd be endless confrontation between them, hardly the atmosphere for a functioning team.
Shall I give it a try then? Chapter 66, Two Faces. Lin Huaiji took Cheng Xiang's seat.
The few who had just been spectating now all stood behind him, waiting for him to start working. Cheng Xiang was also dumbfounded. His intention had been to send the guy away, to make Lin Huaiji scurry back to his own spot, not to let him show off right here on the spot. Still, seeing Lin Huaiji's fearless, newborn calf unafraid of tiger attitude, Cheng Xiang thought he might not be able to figure it out and would just leave out of embarrassment.
Then Cheng Xiang could mock him openly. With that in mind, Cheng Xiang didn't say anything more. If you can't do it, just say so.
You're still young, it's normal if your skills aren't up to par.
You can always study for a few more years. Cheng Xiang's kind reminder had no effect on Lin Huaiji whatsoever.
It was as if he hadn't heard a word, completely focused on the screen before him, scanning line by line and double-checking 3 or 4 times.
Will this actually work? It's been over an hour already.
In the quiet room, Li Xiaolong's voice seemed especially loud, drawing simultaneous glances from Lu Hao and Cheng Xiang. I've been searching for over a week, hell, I've already sunk 100 hours into this.
If I haven't found it by now, did you think this was some kid's game where you can spot the answer with just a few glances? Cheng Xiang wasn't sticking up for Lin Huaiji, he was simply stating the facts.
If it were really that simple, he wouldn't have lost so much hair over it and risked going bald by now. After another 10 minutes or so, Lin Huaiji ran through the second half of the derivation again and finally spotted the issue. His eyes lit up as he immediately got to work.
What's going on? Did they find the bug? No way, that fast?
A flicker of disbelief flashed in Cheng Xiang's eyes. Though he wanted to mock him a couple of times, seeing Lin Huaiji so calm and collected made him worry he might miss something, so he craned his neck to peek.
Holy crap, I totally skipped that part, that's a thing? Fucking brilliant. Cheng Xiang's few brief words were packed with mother insults, his agitation off the charts.
Lin Huaiji glanced at the smoothly running program before turning with a faint smirk. Don't blame the path when your skills won't last.
The sarcasm dial went straight to maximum. Compared to Cheng Xiang's vitriolic profanity, this barb clearly hit harder. Cheng Xiang's starry-eyed enthusiasm vanished instantly, his face now resembling someone who'd eaten something foul.
Lin Huaiji thoroughly enjoyed observing his shifting expressions, privately reveling in the moment. Just when he expected Cheng Xiang to save face with excuses, the man instead grabbed his hand with unsettling sincerity, greeting him like a long-lost father.
Bro, Huai Gu, you absolutely must join our studio, I welcome you with open arms and legs.
Bro, listen to me, someone with your talent joining us would have unlimited prospects.
Sure, we look a little rundown now, but with your presence, we'll instantly glow with splendor and grow strong and mighty. How good, say something quick. How can we keep Waigu waiting? Where are your manners?
The other party didn't play by the usual script and was a master of the national intangible cultural heritage, face-changing. Lin Huaiji was caught completely off guard.
Ha? No. How can someone have two faces?
Lu Hao blared at him and promptly slapped him on the shoulder.
Who was it just now provoking others and telling Huaiji to go back to school for another 2 years? Seriously, you've got an answer for everything. Chang Xiang regretted it immensely.
I just thought Brother Huai was way too handsome, like a pretty boy with no substance.
He doesn't look like he belongs in our field at all.
You know what they say in this industry, guys like me, a bit chubby and a little rough around the edges, are the real masters.
Someone as fair and clean-cut as Brother Huai?
He's gotta be one of those pretentious programmer types, all looks and no real skill. After finishing his sentence, Chang Xiang felt his words didn't sound too pleasant and quickly explained, Brother Huai, I didn't mean it like that, no hidden sarcasm or anything.
I'm just genuinely inexperienced, so don't take it to heart.
If you join our studio, I'll pour your tea and fetch your water. To be honest, Lin Huaiji was still a bit irritated just moments ago, but hearing Chang Xiang's words instantly dissipated that residual anger.
So he was being excluded simply because he was too handsome? That explanation was somewhat acceptable, at least.
Seeing Lin Huaiji remain silent, Chang Xiang grew even more frantic, but with his limited vocabulary, he kept repeating the same few phrases. Brother Huai, I was being disrespectful just now, please don't be angry with me. I, fatty, don't have any ill intentions, I just can't stand those who pretend to be capable while actually knowing nothing. I misjudged the situation earlier and ended up saying some harsh words. As Cheng Xiang continued rambling apologies, Lin Huaiji waved his hand to indicate he wasn't holding a grudge.
Even if he had been upset earlier, he wasn't anymore. Brother Hao, maybe we should have a proper talk?
To be honest, Lin Huaiji really liked this kind of atmosphere, where ability determined position, where nobody freeloaded, where capable people faced neither jealousy nor underhanded schemes. Everything was straightforward, with likes and dislikes all out in the open, infinitely better than all that convoluted scheming.
Lu Hao nodded eagerly, this was exactly what he wanted.
If Cheng Xiang hadn't misspoken earlier, giving him this chance to properly apologize, he would have already dragged Lin Huaiji aside for a lengthy discussion, leaving no room for the other guy.
I'll join too.
Cheng Xiang immediately raised his hand.
Then let's all go together.
If I miss anything, you can help fill in the gaps. The room was incredibly cramped, leaving them no choice but to gather around a small table by the wall for their discussion. Lin Huaiji studied the documents Cheng Xiang handed over while listening to Lu Hao elaborate, from the game's design philosophy and framework to client development, special effects, animations, and more. Though not yet polished, for a fledgling team, their progress was impressively solid.
Su Yao made a valid point.
Whether this game would become a hit was simply a matter of time, and today's visit was definitely the right move. Lin Huaiji hesitated no longer. Once the contract was signed, he could ask his parents for some seed money. His savings had all gone into buying that apartment, leaving him strapped for cash. Their help was his only option now. After deciding to join the venture, Lu Hao immediately started arranging a workspace for him, a task that ultimately fell to Cheng Xiang. On the way back, Lin Huaiji kept wrestling with how to break the news to his parents. They'd discussed this before. They wanted him to pursue graduate studies and land a high-paying job after graduation. Springing the entrepreneurship news on them now, he wondered how they'd react.
As he reached the door, Lin Huaiji caught the aroma of cooking.
Just as he entered the password and opened the door, Su Yao threw herself into his arms, her right hand still clutching a spatula.
I missed you so much.
When you're not around, time slows at least tenfold. Wrapping his arms around Su Yao, Lin Huaiji felt all his worries melt away.
Missed me that much? Words alone aren't enough, you'll need to prove it with action.
Just as Lin Huaiji leaned in to kiss her, Su Yao pulled back slightly.
First tell me, how did the meeting with that studio go? Are you joining them?
Yes, it's settled.
I'm joining.
That's wonderful. I've prepared a gift for you. Su Yao beamed with joy, handing the spatula to Lin Huaiji and pulling a bank card from her pocket. Here, this is a gift for you.
Chapter 67, Su Yao's Feelings.
Gazing at Su Yao's delicate, petite face, her eyes shimmered like pools of autumn water, her lips curved into a gentle smile. She waved the bank card in her hand playfully, as if presenting him with a treasured gift. Lin Huaiji had a rough guess already, but still asked, "What's this?"
This is my little nest egg.
The money I earned from writing articles, about 100,000, plus the 30,000 they compensated me, it's all in here. A couple of days ago, Shin Shitang added her on WeChat, saying he wanted to transfer the money back to her. She immediately received the payment, then swiftly blocked and deleted him, couldn't even be bothered to exchange a single extra word. After receiving the money, Su Yao had been internally debating what gift to buy for Lin Huaiji over the past few days. Several options had crossed her mind, but she couldn't settle on one. Now, the opportunity had arrived. This money perfectly solved Lin Huaiji's current predicament. There was no better gift than this. If Lin Huaiji joined Lu Hao's team, it would be no different from starting a business. The early stages would undoubtedly require capital. Though she lacked specialized knowledge in this area, she still had basic common sense. Lin Huaiji had just bought a house, so he couldn't possibly have much savings left. His only options were to ask his family or borrow from friends. From what she knew, while Zhao Yuatan and the others were loyal, their families weren't particularly well off either. Even if he asked them for help, they likely couldn't pool together much, perhaps not even as much as her own savings. Su Yao was eagerly looking at Lin Huaiji, fully prepared to receive his praise, but after quite a while, there was still no reaction. Lin Huaiji remained silent, causing Su Yao to gradually lose her smile. She tugged at his hand and gave it a little shake. I know it's not much money yet, but I'm writing articles every day now, so I'll have an income. Once the payments come in, I'll give it to you. Little strokes fell great oaks, right? If it's still not enough, I can always start writing another new book. Su Yao felt somewhat wronged. She had initially thought Lin Huaiji would be pleased, but seeing his icy demeanor and the absence of a smile on his face, her mind began to wander anxiously. She feared he might think the amount in the card was too meager and would look down on her for it. How could you be so silly? I don't resent it, I'm just touched so much so I don't know what to say. Lin Huaiji pinched her cheek lightly, feeling rather helpless. How could he possibly be so ungrateful? Su Yao had given him her heart and soul, how could he ever look down on her? Just now she stayed silent only because her heart was in turmoil, never imagining Su Yao would go this far for him. Su Yao had no relatives here, no one to rely on, which was why she'd been so desperate to earn money quickly. Yet now, simply because he needed it, she was willing to pour out everything she had for him, even saying that once she got her manuscript fees, she'd give it all to him. How could he not be moved? I'm not stupid at all. I'm working hard on my book, who knows, maybe I'll become famous overnight any day now. Then I'll invest in you and support your career. If you don't feel like working, I can even support you. Humph, I'm actually quite capable, you know. Su Yao nestled against Lin Huaiji's chest for a moment. Realizing he wasn't disgusted by her touch, her momentary gloom vanished completely, instantly reverting to her usual carefree self. Girls were so easily comforted, just a couple of words could cheer them up. Lin Huaiji patted her head tenderly. I know you're amazing, but I can't accept this money. Keep it for yourself, be good. Lin Huaiji had his principles. He already understood Su Yao's sincere intentions, but as for the money, he could always turn to his parents for help if needed. Why? Su Yao pushed Lin Huaiji away. I'm your girlfriend. Supporting your career is my heartfelt wish. Why are you rejecting me? Or is it just my wishful thinking, me imagining myself to be more important than I actually am? Does what I consider help seem like a burden to him? But shouldn't couples help each other and face problems together? Isn't that how relationships last? Su Yao's emotions were complicated. After all, this was her first relationship. She wasn't sure if she could be a good girlfriend. So when she got rejected, her mind immediately went to the worst, worrying that she'd misread the situation. Yao. Lin Huaiji lowered his gaze to look at her, the tenderness in his eyes deepening. I just think this is hard-earned money for you. You should keep it for when you really need it. You're very important to me, extraordinarily important. I want us to walk a long road together, so it pains me to see you put yourself last. I want you to think more about your own needs. At this moment, Lin Huaiji felt profoundly grateful he could hear Su Yao's inner thoughts. Otherwise, unaware of her melancholy musings, he might never have noticed her sorrow. Now that he'd expressed his thoughts and dispelled her anxieties, there would be no misunderstandings between them. Since we can be together for a long time, will we eventually get married? Su Yao's eyes sparkled. Marriage had always felt distant before, but after just 2 days of dating Lin Huaiji, she was already filled with anticipation. The thought of marriage made her heart feel as sweet as honey. If the person she married was Lin Huaiji, she wouldn't hesitate for a second. We will, and I'll give it my all to make it happen, Lin Huaiji replied firmly. Though the future was unpredictable, he had both the confidence and the ability to make it work. In other words, we're practically family already, and family shouldn't keep such careful accounts. You need money, and I happen to have some. Isn't it completely natural for you to take it? Doesn't that make perfect sense? Just as Lin Huaiji was about to correct her logic, Su Yao stood on her toes and kissed him, cutting him off mid-sentence. In the moment of his stunned silence, she pressed the card into his hand before turning and running away. My stir-fry isn't done yet. No more talking, consider this matter settled. Lin Huaiji glanced at the spatula in his hand and could only laugh helplessly once more. How could she be so foolish? After handing the spatula to Su Yao, Lin Huaiji stared blankly at the bank card in his hand. He needed to work even harder, otherwise how could he live up to Su Yao's unconditional trust in him? Chapter 68. She was an eyewitness. Over the next few days, Lin Huaiji was so busy he could barely think straight, shuttling between the university and the studio. Even on the subway, he was buried in reviewing various materials. The team was severely understaffed, and given the already expansive preliminary concept of this game, completing everything with just these few people might take 3 to 5 years, if they could manage it at all.
Not to mention they needed professionals for character design, narrative refinement, and other aspects, things that their handful of tech guys couldn't handle alone. They simply had to recruit more people. After discussing it with Lu Hao's group, they agreed the current team size couldn't cope with the massive daily workload, making timely completion impossible, so they decided to bring in additional members. It's best if we can find people we know personally, since we're in the initial startup phase with no funds for formal talent recruitment. If capable acquaintances are willing to join, that would be the ideal solution. This way we'd both get manpower and reduce expenses. Lu Hao and others plan to approach unemployed friends and juniors from their college faculty, searching for capable individuals. Meanwhile, Lin Huaiji also intended to recruit Zhao Yuan and a few others. In terms of comprehensive professional skills, they obviously couldn't compare with himself or Chang Xiang's team, academic qualifications being what they were, but each had their own strengths. They were quick thinkers who, if willing to put in effort, could definitely deliver good results. After finishing class today, Lin Huaiji discussed it briefly with the others. Surprisingly, they all readily agreed to give it a try. What's there to hesitate about? Those of us who chose this field all have some dream of making games, more or less. Now that the chance is here, of course we should take it. Zhao Yuanan felt his inner Chunibya spirit burning fiercely. Although nothing had even begun yet, he could already sense victory beckoning to him, even picturing himself standing in a conference room as a big shot, directing operations with the sweep of a hand. Lin Wen and Lu Xing shared the same attitude. Their life plans weren't really clear. At the moment, they only saw two paths ahead, either graduate and find a job or continue with postgraduate studies, then work after completing their master's degree. Now that a third option had appeared, they naturally wanted to give it a try. What kind of youth would you be at this age if you didn't push yourself? Everyone has seen Lin Huaiji's capabilities firsthand. If he says it can be done, then it can definitely be done. Even if we don't get to eat the meat by following him, at least we'll get to drink some soup. Brother Huai, since you're joining in, of course we'll follow your lead. That's right, love might betray you, but your career never will. I need to pick myself up and focus on building my future. Lu Xing also chimed in. After the last incident, he had received several phone calls, but he never softened his heart. In the end, he simply blocked all of them, refusing to answer any calls from unmarked numbers. Lin Huaiji looked at Lu Xing, who seemed to have seen through the vanity of worldly affairs, and didn't know what to say. After all, this was his first serious encounter with a girl, only to end up being deceived. Anyone in his shoes would feel terrible. If it had been Zhao Yuanan who got scammed, he would have been down for a couple of days at most before bouncing back to his usual carefree self. But everyone's personality is different. Someone like Lu Xing would easily get stuck in melancholy. There wasn't much others could do to help, he'd have to work through it at his own pace. Right now, the institute's coursework wasn't too heavy. If he could join the studio, it might help shift his focus away from it all. Love comes when it's meant to be, never by force or chase. It's settled then. I'll coordinate with Lu Hao and let you know the interview time once it's confirmed. This recruitment requires all candidates to submit resumes and go through public interviews to select a few suitable ones. Even those recommended by Lin Huaiji must undergo the unified interview process. The final decision will be made collectively with the studio team. No backdoor arrangements exist. After all, this isn't his personal venture alone. He's merely a partner who joined midway, but happens to be exceptionally capable, hence his say in matters. After wrapping up discussions, Lin Huaiji packed his belongings to head home. Having neglected to spend time with Su Yao these past few days, he decided to return early today while he had the chance. Lin Huaiji was thinking about what to bring back to make Su Yao happy when he spotted Shin Shitong walking towards him just as he reached the school gate. She looked much more haggard, but Lin Huaiji didn't care, giving her only a brief glance before looking away. Senior Huaiji. Seeing Lin Huaiji, Shin Shitong hurried over and blocked his path. She hadn't seen Lin Huaiji for many days. Zhou Ying's increasingly strict control over her lately had left her suffocating. She wanted to seek help, but there was no suitable candidate. She had considered coming to the academy to find Lin Huaiji, but Zhou Ying was also at this academy. There was no telling when they might run into each other, so she simply had no opportunity. Now, seeing Lin Huaiji, it was as if she had grasped at a lifeline. No longer acting aloof as before, she looked at him with a pleading expression. Lin Huaiji silently took a step back, putting distance between them, his voice devoid of any emotion. What do you want? Shin Shitong seemed utterly distressed, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, and in the next moment, she was weeping pitifully like pear blossoms drenched in rain. She reached forward to grasp Lin Huaiji's arm, but he impatiently dodged her touch. Why don't you like me, senior? You should like me. Lin Huaiji raised an eyebrow. I have a girlfriend. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. He knew Suya's temperament well. When jealousy took hold, he'd be the one having to coax her, especially when the subject was Shin Shitong. Just mentioning that name was enough to set her off.
Perhaps because Shin Shitang is the original heroine of the book, Su Yao always feared she might possess some protagonist aura, worried he might suddenly fall for Shin Shitang, so she remained highly guarded.
Senior, Su Yao isn't right for you. Won't you look at me instead?
Lin Huaiji stared at Shin Shitang, once so aloof and scheming. Why was she now so blatantly shifting her focus onto him?
Could Zhou Ying have done something to her? Aren't you Zhou Ying's girlfriend? Have you ever considered how Zhou Ying would feel when you tell me this?
Lin Huaiji carefully observed Shin Shitang's expression. Just as he expected, at the mention of Zhou Ying, Shin Shitang's face turned pale then ashen, her eyes filled with terror.
Now it's clear.
The relationship between Shen Shitang and Zhou Ying wasn't what Su Yao described, something must have transpired between them.
And no, I'm not. I don't like him. We have nothing to do with each other. He's been forcing me.
Shin Shitang's voice grew noticeably louder than before, but Lin Huaiji paid it no mind. Then just make yourself clear to him and tell him to stop bothering you.
What's the point of telling me? Lin Huaiji wasn't interested in their relationship drama, though admittedly, he was curious did Shin Shitang actually retain some memories, just as he'd suspected?
You're supposed to protect me, in our past life. Shin Shitang suddenly realized what she'd just said. A flicker of panic flashed through her eyes before she quickly tried to recover.
I mean, since I like you so much, you should like me too, right?
Lin Huaiji curled his lips slightly. Just as expected, Shin Shitang indeed possessed certain memories. Unlike Su Yao, she was an actual participant, in other words, she had personally lived through the plot that Su Yao had described. But it seemed the storyline had collapsed somehow, which was why she was so terrified of Zhou Ying and so convinced that he would fall for her, willingly sacrificing his life for her sake.
Shin Shitang, the only one who can save you is yourself. Your life's choices are in your own hands. Lin Huaiji had no intention of playing the hero rescuing the maiden.
This piece of advice was merely given out of pity for her. As for what exactly she would do, it had nothing to do with him, and he didn't care.
Chapter 69, Reluctant to Part with the ATM.
Lin Huaiji made as if to leave, unwilling to waste any more time with Shin Shitang, yet she obstinately blocked his path.
Senior, won't you help me?
Shin Shitang's voice choked up, her eyes brimming with tears, looking utterly pitiful. Lin Huaiji would bet that if it were Zhao Yuannan standing here instead, he'd be so smitten he'd agree to help with anything, no questions asked.
Unfortunately, he wasn't Zhao Yuannan.
No matter how hard Shin Shitang cried, it wouldn't stir an ounce of sympathy in him. In fact, he found himself thinking, if it were Su Yao crying like this in front of him, his heart would surely ache unbearably. He recalled the last time he had pinned her down for a kiss, accidentally biting too hard and making her whimper. She had glared at him with teary eyes, accusing him of cruelty, yet instead of feeling remorse, it only made him want to torment her even more.
But Shin Shitang was no Su Yao.
Let her cry until the skies darkened. Lin Huaiji felt not the slightest interest, nor any softening of his heart.
How do you want me to help you, Shin Shitang? If you're truly so afraid of Zhou Ying, shouldn't you stay far away from him?
Lin Huaiji's gaze was frosty as it swept over her, devoid of any emotion.
He's to me.
Shin Shitang hesitated, unsure how to respond. Lin Huaiji let out a cold laugh, piercing right through her thoughts. So, even though you're afraid of Zhou Ying and worried his controlling nature will mistreat you, you still can't muster the resolve to push away such a walking ATM, is that it? It was well known that Zhou Ying came from a wealthy family, and Shin Shitang's vanity was overwhelming. Despite her fear, when faced with money, she simply couldn't let go. Her deepest thoughts were laid bare before him. Panic flickered across Shin Shitang's eyes, yet she refused to admit it.
I'm not like that. Those weren't my thoughts. Being with him has nothing to do with money.
Zhou Ying was indeed generous towards her now, but that was only for the time being. Once his family went bankrupt and they were left penniless, his possessiveness towards her would feel like shackles.
No one wants to be locked in a room every day with no way out. No one wants to spend their days tied to a down-and-out young master with neither money nor ability.
She'd long since resolved never to repeat that mistake. The only reason she hadn't pushed Zhou Ying away yet was because of his family's financial situation. If Lin Huaiji were willing to help her, to love her like before, she wouldn't keep this ambiguous relationship with Zhou Ying either. Shin Shitang's hysterical demeanor seemed no different from a madwoman in Lin Huaiji's eyes, so he pressed on. So you're saying you didn't stay with him for money, but because you loved him?
If that's the case, why did you come looking for me?
Lin Huaiji didn't trust Shin Shitang one bit. Women like her were used to being fawned over and agreed with, as if attracting others' attention was her sole purpose in life. As for those who adored her, she took their feelings for granted, never understanding that sincerity should be met with sincerity. Because of you, Shin Shitang wanted to say, because in their past life, he had loved her. When she feared Zhou Ying, he would stay by her side. Whenever she was bullied, he would always appear. No matter when, as long as she needed him, he would disregard everything to come to her even if it meant losing his own life. She vividly remembered the last time she heard the news of Lin Huaiji's death. She had been genuinely heartbroken. But one must always move forward, and if better options and a better life awaited her, she naturally wouldn't linger in place. After Lin Huaiji's death, she chose Zhou, who was exceptional in every way, and joyfully embraced the future, carrying with her the affection Lin Huaiji had once held for her. This time around, she had earnestly considered Lin Huaiji, unlike the previous occasion when she treated him as a disposable backup option. She had genuinely put in effort, wanting to give him a chance, but things had veered off course from her expectations. Lin Huaiji not only didn't fall for her, but also got involved with that Su Yao. She wanted to get Su Yao away from him, but Lin Huaiji trusted Su Yao so much that he didn't give her any chance.
Su Yao, it's all her. The resentment in Shin Shitang's eyes didn't escape Lin Huaiji's notice. Remembering what Shin Shitang had done to Su Yao before, his expression turned cold as he warned, Shin Shitang, I don't care what you think you know, but you'd better stay away from Su Yao. Otherwise, next time money won't be enough to solve things. Having said his piece, Lin Huaiji couldn't be bothered to argue further with her and walked away directly. To be honest, Lin Huaiji thought Shin Shitan was quite foolish. Given a second chance at life, instead of figuring out how to live well, all she could think about was clinging to others, acting as if the whole world should revolve around her. It was downright laughable. Watching Lin Huaiji's retreating figure, Shin Shitan was overwhelmed by a mixture of emotions, unwillingness, hatred, and defiance churned within her. Why? You used to like me so much before. It's all Su Yao's fault. Because of her, I had to write a self-criticism. My classmates are isolating me now. And she even stole Lin Huaiji's affection from me. Lin Huaiji didn't hear Shin Shitang's words. Had he heard them, he would have scolded her vehemently. However, he had already confirmed that Shin Shitang was exactly as he had speculated. As someone who personally experienced these events, she knew what would happen. But when it came to his part, everything had been disrupted because of Su Yao's appearance. Su Yao was like a wildcard ever since she appeared. She altered the course of events. For instance, he would have originally stepped in when Shin Shitang encountered those troublemakers, but due to Su Yao's interference, it was Zhao Yueman who went instead. Influenced by Su Yao, not only did he lose interest in Shin Shitang, but he even grew somewhat repulsed by her. He was rather relieved. Being a backup option? No thanks, he had no interest in that. On the way back, Lin Huaiji took a detour to a nearby flower shop and carefully selected a bouquet of white roses mixed with jasmine. The moment he saw it, the vibrant colors reminded him of Su Yao, fresh and full of life. Holding the flowers carefully in his hands, Lin Huaiji moved with utmost caution, afraid of accidentally bumping into anything. If this were a year ago, he would definitely have strongly criticized such behavior. But now, his mind was completely filled with Su Yao. Just thinking about her made an unconscious smile appear on his face. He could even imagine how happy Su Yao would be when she saw this bouquet of flowers. Chapter 70, Don't Do What You Shouldn't Do. As he reached the front door, Lin Huaiji entered the passcode, silently counting down in his heart. Following their usual routine, Su Yao would hear the sound come running over, waiting by the door for him to open it before throwing herself into his arms, her hands roaming freely without restraint. Just the thought of it made him unbelievably happy. 3, 2, 1. With eager anticipation written across his face, Lin Huaiji swung the door open and presented the bouquet he'd been hiding behind his back. Knock knock. Ha? Why isn't anyone answering? Where's Su Yao? Lin Huaiji felt somewhat awkward. This was making him look incredibly foolish. Yao Yao? Lin Huaiji entered, changed his shoes, and called out, but there was no response. Puzzled, he walked further inside until he reached the living room, where he saw his mother sitting beside Su Yao, arm in arm with her, beaming with delight. Even his usually stern father was chuckling along. What in the world was going on? Since when did his parents come here? Dad, Mom, what brings you here? Lin Huaiji set down the flowers and awkwardly rubbed his nose. Since buying this apartment, his parents had never visited. Being busy lately, he hadn't mentioned dating anyone, let alone told them about living together with Su Yao. Their sudden arrival must have given Su Yao quite a fright. What were you clattering about at the door just now? Father Lin looked at his son with puzzled eyes. Lin Huaiji was so embarrassed he could dig a trench with his toes. No wonder Su Yao hadn't replied to his messages earlier. His parents had suddenly shown up at his place. Nothing, just a dry throat, so I yelled randomly. Anyway, why did you two suddenly come over? You didn't even give me a heads up. If we hadn't come, we wouldn't have known you hid so many things from us. Li Chunhua shot her son a sharp glance. Su Yao glanced at Lin Huaiji, worried he'd be scolded, and quickly took over the conversation. Auntie, it's my fault. I asked Senior not to tell you in advance. I was planning to visit you formally once things settled down. Lin Huaiji sat down and placed the flowers on the table. Mom, Yao Yao and I haven't been together for long. I just thought I'd tell you guys later, there's no rush. Li Chuanhua's lips twitched as she shot a glare at her husband beside her, silently urging him to take a good look at their son, barely dating for any time at all. And already he'd lured the young girl home. Given a bit more time, they'd probably be holding a grandchild in their arms. Su Yao couldn't comprehend the silent exchange between the two adults and could only turn to Lin Huaiji for help, gazing at him with beseeching eyes. Help! Meeting the parents this soon. I should have been more diligent today, gotten up to wash my hair and put on some makeup. Seniors always prefer well-behaved and obedient children. I wonder if seniors' parents will like me. Will they think I'm too forward? Moving in together right after dating, they're bound to have misunderstandings, aren't they? Ah, I should have lied earlier.
I could have just said I was a tenant, not his girlfriend.
That way I'd leave a better impression.
Whoa whoa. Suyao felt like crying but had no tears left, overwhelmed with regret. Although Lin Huaiji's parents had been very kind and kept making conversation with her, she had never experienced such closeness with elders before. Her previous foster parents had only known how to exploit her, never showing her what real familial warmth felt like. This left her completely at a loss about how to interact with senior family members. Lin Huaiji knew about Su Yao's past experiences and could now sense her nervousness, so he got up from his original seat and moved to sit beside her. Mom, stop holding on to my girlfriend the whole time.
If you keep holding her hand, what am I supposed to hold?
Lin Huaiji pulled Su Yao into his embrace, not minding at all showing his affection for her in front of his parents. This level of intimacy was perfectly appropriate. You brat, a girl as wonderful as Yao Yao is hard to come by, pretty as a picture with such a lovely personality. Don't you dare mistreat her. Li Chunhua had sharp eyes. As a mother, she knew her son all too well.
Yao Yao, add auntie on WeChat. If he bullies you, just let me know, and auntie will deal with him.
Li Chunhua pulled up the QR code and had Su Yao scan it, transferring 2,000 yuan over.
Seeing this, Su Yao hastily waved her hands in refusal, wanting to return the money. Auntie, no need, I can earn my own money. Thank you, but I can't accept it.
While Su Yao was still speaking, Lin Huaiji had already grabbed the phone and tapped to accept the transfer. If my mom gave it to you, then take it. It's perfectly normal for a mother-in-law to give her future daughter-in-law some pocket money. Lin Huaiji's shameless teasing, repeatedly calling her daughter-in-law, made Su Yao blush furiously. Li Chunhua chimed in agreement, leaving Su Yao utterly bewildered. In a daze, she accepted the money without refusal. After all, Lin Huaiji needed funds right now, so she could just transfer it back to him later. Perhaps sensing Su Yao's discomfort, after chatting for a while, Li Chunhua excused herself, claiming she had matters to attend to at home. Before leaving, she took Su Yao's hand and whispered a few words. Huaiji, walk us downstairs. This neighborhood is a bit confusing, and your father and I still don't know our way around well. Lin Huaiji nodded and followed the two out. No sooner had they stepped into the elevator than Li Chunhua began her interrogation.
Son, how far have things gone between you and Yao Yao?
I just noticed your bedroom door was open and there wasn't a single pillow on the bed. That girl just started university. An old cow grazing on tender grass is one thing, but you mustn't trick her into anything. Some things are acceptable, but others simply aren't. Looking at Li Chuanhua's earnest, concerned expression, Lin Huaiji felt both helpless and slightly awkward. He had been sharing a bed with Su Yao these past few days. Initially, he'd exercised some self-restraint, thinking they shouldn't rush into sleeping together.
But once you've tasted honey, bitter grass becomes unbearable.
As for what his mother was worried about, he had it under control. No matter how close they were, things wouldn't progress that quickly. Mom, don't worry, I'm old enough to take care of myself.
Besides, Yao Yao's just not great at dealing with elders.
She's really sweet and just afraid you won't like her.
Li Chunhua pondered this.
Her son had never caused any trouble growing up and had always been reliable. His words carried weight. But you still need to think about the girl's reputation.
Take your pillow back when you return. Don't go around bullying her. These next few days, talk with Yao Yao. Praise your dad and me a bit more.
Once she's less nervous, we can arrange a meal together at our place. I'll cook a proper feast for her then. Alright, I'll definitely have a good talk with her, don't worry. Lin Huaiji nodded repeatedly. Though he readily agreed, there was no way he'd move his pillow back. What kind of fool would give up holding his sweet, soft girlfriend to sleep alone? Anyway, falling in love also requires effort. You're grown up now, so put some thought into it.
If you're short on money, just let me know.
Inside the elevator, Lin Huaiji listened obediently to their lengthy lecture. He knew his parents meant well, and though their words felt a bit nagging, he didn't show the slightest impatience. Only after escorting them to the neighborhood gate did Lin Huaiji turn back. This time, just as he'd imagined, before he could even enter the password, Su Yao opened the door for him. How was it? How was it?
Did your uncle and aunt say anything about me? Did they find anything about me they didn't like?
Su Yao looked anxious, eager to know what impression she had left on Lin Huaiji's parents. Lin Huaiji thought for a moment before answering slowly, not much, really. They just told me to move my pillow back to my own room and not sleep with you.
What? Did your parents find out we slept together? Chapter 71, do you have that kind of tendency?
Seeing Su Yao so nervous, Lin Huaiji suddenly felt like teasing her and continued to embellish the story. When my mom noticed there were no pillows on my bed, she guessed right away. I didn't deny it, and she said some other things to me too.
Ah, what did she say? Does she think I'm being too forward and that I have questionable morals?
Su Yao's eyes reddened at the edges, her thoughts as tangled as a ball of yarn mauled by a kitten, unsure how to fix the situation. She should have been more enthusiastic earlier. Those were Lin Huaiji's parents. No matter how scared she was inside, she should have pushed through to leave a good impression. She wanted to do well but felt utterly powerless. In all her 20 years of life, she'd only briefly had such experiences before. As time passed, she'd long forgotten how to interact with elders, much less how to win their favor. Suyao's heart ached with bitterness, filled with both grievance and regret, yet she forced back her tears, wanting to hear Lin Huaiji explain the situation in detail. Seeing Suyao so upset, Lin Huaiji had no heart left to tease her. Pulling her onto his lap with tender care, he encircled her waist with his arms and spoke softly, his voice clear and warm, laced with affection. "My mom said she likes you, that you're pretty and well-behaved, and told me not to bully you." Suyao sniffled, skepticism coloring her tone. "Really? You're not just saying that to make me feel better, are you? I want the truth." Since childhood, she had never been favored by elders, so her first reaction to praise was always doubt. Lin Huaiji nodded. "It's true, I'm not lying. My mom even said once you're ready, she'd love to have you over for dinner. She'll prepare a whole table of specialties just for you. And my dad, he's usually quite stern, but just now when he saw you, he couldn't stop smiling. It's obvious they both like you." Suyao's personality was full of contradictions. At first glance, she came across as entirely positive and upbeat, but over time, it became clear that she was more insecure than anyone else, always quick to blame herself whenever trouble arose. Especially when it comes to matters of the heart, she lacks confidence even more. Despite being so outstanding himself, he constantly worried about not being good enough for her, afraid he wouldn't win her family's approval. As a boyfriend, he had a long way to go in changing this. But it wasn't too difficult either. Even the most stubborn person can change when showered with abundant love. Since Suyao treated him with all her heart, he naturally wanted to reciprocate in kind. "But I didn't do well just now. Before you arrived, I was chatting with your parents, but I got so nervous that I stumbled over my words." Hearing Lin Huaiji's response, Suyao felt slightly reassured, but she was still very dissatisfied with her earlier performance. Lin Huaiji cupped Suyao's face and planted a kiss on her lips. "It's alright. My parents are very kind, they only get strict with me. Even if we argue in the future, they'll always take your side. I just walked them downstairs, and they couldn't stop praising how likable you are the whole way, telling me not to bully you. Seeing how they are, does it look like they dislike you?" Lin Huaiji spoke each word with such sincerity that Suyao's earlier fear gradually dissipated under his calming presence, setting her mind at ease. "Then, shouldn't you go back to your own room to sleep, since Auntie made it clear?" Suyao tried her best not to sound too upset, reasoning that since it was an elder's request, they should comply. But if Lin Huaiji returned to his own room, she wouldn't be able to replenish her life points by nighttime intimacy. These days of daily closeness with him had already accumulated over a year's worth of life value. Such temptation was simply impossible to resist. And apart from the health points, she genuinely loved flirting. "What? Are you really hoping I'll move out?" Lin Huaiji wrapped his arms around Suyao, his hands starting to wander restlessly while the ones gripping her waist slowly crept upward. "I didn't say that, I just think, since your mother mentioned it, we should listen to her." Suyao had grown accustomed to Lin Huaiji's restlessness by now. The man who used to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor all day would turn into an entirely different person at bedtime, endless touching, kissing, and nuzzling every night. Back when they first met, Suyao had only intended to get close to him for personal gain. Little did she expect she'd actually end up giving herself away completely. "I'm asking if you want me to move in?" Suyao bit her lip hesitantly before deciding to maintain her innocent college girl persona. "I could move in. After all, we haven't been dating long, and what your mom said makes sense too." Lin Huaiji suppressed his laughter while listening to Suyao's internal protests. "Hurry up and say no to moving in. Haven't you heard the saying that when a girl says no, she actually means yes? Quickly reject me forcefully. Weren't you so domineering when you pressed against me last night? Why are you silent now?" No way, no way. Am I the only one trembling with excitement here? Am I the only one who wants to snuggle? Why aren't you answering yet? Don't tell me you're really going to move out? Then how will I get to touch and cuddle at night? Help! If I'd known this, I wouldn't have tried to keep up appearances and just said I didn't want him to move out. Woo-woo. Suyao's overthinking sounded particularly noisy to Lin Huaiji's ears. "Actually, while my mom might say all that, she has no way of knowing whether I've actually moved or not, right?" Finally hearing the words she wanted to hear, Suyao nodded repeatedly, unable to hide the joy on her face. "That's exactly what I was thinking. But just to be safe, maybe we should leave a pillow in your room. That way, if your mom visits next time, we won't get caught." For once, Suyao had put her mind to work, all for the sake of continuing to share a bed with him. Though Lin Huaiji's expression remained impassive, inwardly he couldn't have been more pleased. "Yao Yao, so you really don't want me to move in?" Lin Huaiji pinched her waist teasingly with a grin. Suyao huffed, "You clearly enjoy it too, yet you blame me." Stirred by a fit of pique, she tried to pull his hand away from her chest, but her strength was no match for his. "Why, I can't even touch you now?" Lin Huaiji added with another deliberate squeeze, making Suyao wince as she shot him a reproachful glare.
No biting this time. Last time, you left marks everywhere, and it was so hot I couldn't even wear short sleeves without covering up with a jacket.
Before this, Lin Huaiji had never held back. Every kiss was forceful, and coupled with her delicate skin, his affections always left visible traces. Yet, he seemed almost addicted, craving to imprint himself on her in every possible way.
This behavior made Su Yao suspect he had certain tendencies. Hey, don't bite yet, the curtains aren't even drawn.
Su Yao tried to get off Lin Huaiji's lap, but he held her tight with formidable strength. Despite her struggles, it was futile. Instead, it only stoked Lin Huaiji's enthusiasm further.
Yao Yao, seeing you like this makes me want you even more.
After speaking, Su Yao instantly understood what he meant and obediently quieted down, letting him kiss her without resistance, occasionally letting out a soft whimper until Lin Huaiji had his fill and finally drew back.
Only then did she voice her accusation. Do you have, like, that kind of inclination? Lin Huaiji raised an eyebrow. What kind of inclination? You know, that S&M stuff. I think you might have a bit of it.
Su Yao nervously swallowed, watching Lin Huaiji's expression closely, afraid she might miss even the slightest clue. As someone who wrote novels and currently specialized in racy fiction, she was naturally familiar with those topics. She'd even read plenty of articles exploring that style, though most were so wild that just the written descriptions alone made her grimace in disbelief. Su Yao had always been afraid of pain since she was a child. Everyone's pain tolerance was different, and hers leaned toward being highly sensitive. Even the smallest cut on her hand would make her feel unbearable pain. If Lin Huaiji had any inclination toward sadism, she was sure she'd be done for. Chapter 72, Boosting Energy. Lin Huaiji swore he wasn't that twisted. Normally, whenever Su Yao got the slightest bump or scrape, he'd feel heartbroken. How could he bear to hurt her with his own hands? Honestly, when marking her, he never used much force to begin with. Besides, he always asked for her feelings, and though Su Yao never said it aloud, her thoughts revealed she actually liked it. That's why he felt free to be uninhibited. But now she actually thinks she has that kind of inclination? That's absolutely preposterous. Yao Yao, where did you get that idea? I'm such an upright and morally sound young man, how on earth did you come to that conclusion? Though Lin Huaiji was smiling, Su Yao could sense a strange chill in the air and instantly backed down. I was just asking. Maybe I misread the situation. Please don't be angry. Whether you have secrets or not, I still like you. Although the explanation was far-fetched, it must be said that the last statement was so well put that it dissipated most of his anger. If I say I do have one, would you still be willing to cooperate? Lin Huaiji looked at Su Yao with amusement, eagerly anticipating her response. Help, so he really does? I read something in the article about being whipped. Just thinking about it is downright terrifying. I'm not in good health, don't you know that? I probably can't handle it. Su Yao batted her big eyes, trying to act cute to get past this, but Lin Huaiji wasn't buying it. So that means you're unwilling. The air fell silent for 3 seconds. Su Yao seemed to mentally prepare herself for death as she tugged his hand lightly and whispered, if you're gentle, I can endure it for a while. Just promise you won't go find someone else. Now it was Lin Huai's turn to feel guilty. He's really not human. He's truly a dog. Even a young girl could go to such lengths for him, pleading pitifully for him not to seek others. And what did he do? He actually joked about it just to tease her. If not for his lack of nerve, he'd have nervously wanted to take a stroll on the rooftop, preferably skipping the stairs on the way down. I didn't. You know me better than anyone else. Why do you believe everything I say? Lin Huaiji pulled Su Yao's clothes down and helped straighten them out, his eyes brimming with tenderness. He fetched the flowers from the table and placed them in her arms, saying, I bought these from the florist on my way back. I thought you'd like them. I love it. This is actually the first time I've ever received flowers. Su Yao was genuinely happy. Though the flowers were expensive, receiving such beautiful blooms really uplifted her mood, especially since they came from someone she liked. If you like it, I'll buy more in the future. No, the studio still needs funds. Aren't you planning to hire more staff? That's another major expense. We're in tough times right now, we can't spend recklessly. Su Yao set down the bouquet and picked up her phone, intending to transfer the money she'd just received back to him. Lin Huaiji saw through Su Yao's intention and pressed down her phone. This is what my mother gave you. If you end up spending it all on me, what kind of man would that make me? The money in our account hasn't been touched much. There's no need to worry. Su Yao's thoughtfulness often weighed on Lin Huaiji's heart, leaving him pained. The best he could do was to make this game project a success. Only with a solid financial foundation could he give her the life she deserved. Alright, then I'll hold on to it for now. Su Yao verbally agreed, but her mind was already making other plans. When the manuscript fee comes in, I'll just transfer it all over. After all, you don't know how much I'm getting paid. Wow, I'm an absolute genius. Lin Huaiji's heart was in turmoil. Though fully aware of Su Yao's scheme, he could only pretend ignorance. He even wondered if their positions were reversed. Could he have gone this far? Yao Yao, I really like you. Let's make this work between us. In the past, if Lin Huaiji had heard words like these, they would have seemed unbearably cheesy to him, even something he might mock. But now, they genuinely came from his mouth, completely naturally, just because he wanted to express how he felt. When he first invited Suyao to move in, he thought she was the key to his life, someone he needed to hold onto tightly. That sentiment remained the same even now, except his state of mind had completely changed. Back then, it was purely for personal gain. He wanted to unravel the truth behind everything. But now, it was simply because he liked her. The word love was too heavy, he didn't comprehend it so deeply yet, but he was certain that, as time passed, his feelings for Suyao would only grow stronger. When the time was right, when he was truly capable, he would tell her he loved her. I feel the same, I like you so much, I want to be with you forever. My new book is doing quite well, and when the royalties come in, I'll treat you to something delicious to help you regain your strength. Perhaps it was because of her closeness to Lin Huaiji that gave her a visceral understanding, making Suyao feel divinely inspired as she wrote. The words flowed effortlessly, and her writing became even more vivid. P.S. Yao's actions should not be attributed to the author. I've been single my whole life, thank you very much. But I firmly believe that once I get into a relationship, my romantic scenes will definitely improve. One last thing, please give me free power generation. I'm terrifyingly poor. Whoa whoa. What Lin Huaiji heard differed from what Suyao said to his ears. It sounded like, blah 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 I like you, blah 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 nourish your health. Jokes on her, a vigorous young man like him hardly needed any body nourishing. If only they hadn't been together for such a short time and the moment wasn't right yet, he'd have pestered her morning and night. Suyao, do you really think I need body nourishing? Suyao was a bit confused. When she mentioned restoring his health, she simply meant he'd been working too hard lately, not implying anything else. But clearly, someone had misinterpreted her words. I didn't mean it like that, but why would your mind go there? Could it be you actually need the boost? Realizing what was happening, Suyao brazenly teased him without fear until Lin Huaiji swept her up toward the bedroom, when panic finally seized her. Sorry, I won't say it anymore. Put me down. It's still broad daylight, how dare you act so shamelessly in broad daylight? Lin Huaiji didn't listen at all, striding forcefully toward the room. Don't you dare say your hands are sore this time. Chapter 73, Daydreaming. The day for recruiting new members at the studio soon arrived, scheduled for Saturday morning when everyone would have ample time. Cheng Xiang made a rare departure from his usual floral shorts getup, going out of his way to tidy up his appearance. He claimed it was his duty as the studio's face to maintain its image, a statement that instantly drew everyone's attention to him. There's something I'm not sure if I should say. Lin Huaiji paused what he was doing and looked at Cheng Xiang. If you're just trying to put me down, then save your breath. Cheng Xiang rejected the sarcasm with an eye roll, but his best friend Li Xiaolong insisted on chiming in. I bet brother Huai meant to say, if you don't have a mirror, at least you've got piss so you can take a good look at yourself before opening your mouth. Really, man? Was I that obvious? Lin Huaiji feigned surprise. Though that was indeed what he meant, he hadn't planned to be so blunt. After all, he prided himself on being a decent, principled guy. Sure, Cheng Xiang had given him a hard time at first, but the guy had since been fetching tea, sweeping floors, putting in the work. Lin wasn't so petty, he'd already let it go. Lu Hao also glanced at Li Xiaolong and laughed while chastising. Though the words are crude, the reasoning isn't, but your phrasing is way too crude, totally disregarding Cheng Xiang's feelings. Nation's top Ma Chao? Bro Hao, you didn't spare him either. The others burst into laughter together, completing the world where Cheng Xiang was the only one wounded. Cheng Xiang's expression shifted from touched and happy to utterly dead inside. Lin Huaiji thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle. This was far more entertaining than any TV drama. Though this group had gotten off on the wrong foot when they first met, they actually got along quite well afterward. Especially with such a vivacious character in the office, she really livens up the atmosphere when everyone's tired. Alright, it's about time. Get ready and everyone, act properly now. Lin Huaiji posted messages on the school's confession wall, the department's QQ group, and the campus marketplace, inviting anyone interested to come learn more. It should still generate some response after all. Some students chose this major out of genuine passion, and now there's a chance for hands-on practice, especially gaming-related, which is bound to be appealing. Of course, there's also a significant portion who picked this major on a whim, with no clear career plans. Some acted on sudden impulse, while others blindly followed trends without researching, simply enrolling because they saw others doing the same. The proportion of people like them, who clearly know what they love and are willing to devote significant time to it, isn't very large. The meeting was scheduled for 9:30, but as soon as the clock struck 9, several people began arriving one after another. However, they just stood at the doorway, glanced at the studio, whispered a few words, and then dashed off. Lin Huaiji surveyed the studio. It already looked much more presentable than when he first arrived. Everyone had given it a thorough cleaning, and the layout had been rearranged to free up more space. But the floor area was limited, so there was no way to completely transform the setup. Moreover, to save money back then, Lu Hao had bought all the tables and chairs from second-hand markets, each piece a different color, giving the place a far from upscale vibe. Though he now had the funds Su Yao provided, the money had to be spent wisely, not frivolously. So changing the studio's appearance will have to wait for now. Do we look like a pyramid scheme? Why did they leave after just a glance? Lu Hao nudged Lin Huaiji with his elbow, perplexed. Someone as strikingly dignified and capable as Lin Huaiji had managed to get people willing to discuss business even in that messy office. Why did these folks bail after one look? You just realized this now? When I first came, I stood at the door, took one look, and honestly, I wanted to run too. Lin Huaiji rolled his eyes, thinking this wasn't working. The interviews hadn't even started yet, and they were already over. They'd originally planned to screen candidates and pick a few competent ones, but at this rate, they didn't even get a chance to choose. A few people came in one after another, but only one stayed for the interview. The moment he entered, he kept looking around nervously. If Cheng Xiang hadn't already poured him a cup of water, Lin Huaiju suspected he might have bolted from the chair. Though he stayed, his performance during the interview was lackluster. Despite having an impressive resume and strong professional skills, it was obvious to anyone that he had no intention of staying. As the saying goes, you can't force sweetness from a twisted melon. Neither Lin Huaiju nor Lu Hao pressed further. They exchanged a few pleasantries, went through the motions, and swiftly ended the session. He was just a fresh graduate, anxious to land a job that could sustain him. A shabby office like theirs clearly wasn't the picture of stability he was looking for. Lin Huaiju shut his laptop and tapped his fingers idly on the desk. All that effort last night, researching must-ask interview questions, had been pointless. None of it had come in handy today. This is so far from what I imagined. Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered styling my hair. Cheng Xiang leaned back in his chair with utter despair on his face. He had originally thought the team might include several more people, but now realized that was just wishful thinking. Lin Huaiji studied Cheng Xiang for a moment, failing to see any difference in his hairstyle, before carefully asking, "So, how exactly did you style your hair today?" "I specifically used a blow dryer. Can't you tell? Look at these two front strands. I styled them to have a perfect curve. It's so obvious." Everyone burst into laughter, and the previously lifeless office finally gained some vitality. The gloomy atmosphere from earlier had completely dissipated. Lin Huaiji glanced at WeChat. No one had replied to the message he'd just sent in the dorm group chat. While it wasn't surprising for Zhao Vietnam to oversleep and be unreliable, Lu Xing and Lin Wen should have responded by now. Why hadn't they shown up yet? Could it be that they don't plan to join after all? That possibility couldn't be ruled out either. After all, he couldn't offer them any guarantees. It amounted to investing a significant amount of time and effort without knowing whether there'd be any payoff. Hesitation was only natural. Hey, they're here. This couple is so good-looking. Bruce Lee, who had moved a chair to sit by the door, suddenly let out a groundhog-like scream. Lin Huaiji looked up to see two familiar figures. Shen Shitang and Zhou Ying. What were they doing here? Wait, Shen Shitang should know the value of this game. It's just that this time Lin had beaten Zhou Ying to it, stepping ahead. He wondered what changes this might bring. "This is the news I saw, Eng. I think you should give it a shot and invest in it. You definitely won't lose money." Shen Shitang clung intimately to Zhou Ying's arm. When she saw the news at the school market, she instinctively felt something was wrong. She distinctly remembered it was Zhou Ying who had led this gaming team to the final victory before. How did it suddenly become Lin Huaiji now? But no matter what, this game held more value than she'd imagined. Since Lin Huaiji currently had no feelings for her, she should seize Zhou Ying while she could and create opportunities for him. What did bankruptcy matter? Since things could be changed, she absolutely didn't have to walk the same path as before. Once she obtained enough money from Zhou Ying and left before his family went bankrupt, she could live freely without his constraints, exactly the life she desired. Chapter 74, Am I just a prop in your drama? Tang, I thought you brought me out in such a hurry because you like me and wanted to go on a date. And this is where you take me? Zhou Ying stood at the entrance, coldly scanning the people inside. When his gaze landed on Lin Huaiji, his disdain grew even stronger. Last night, Shen Shitang had even acted coquettishly with him, asking him to spare some time in the morning to accompany her somewhere. He had prepared himself for a romantic date, yet here they were, some rundown shopfront with a tacky sign, filled with shabby-looking students. This? And she expected him to invest? If Lin Huaiji hadn't been there, Zhou Ying might have considered throwing some money in purely for Shen Shitang's sake, to make her happy. It wouldn't matter how much it cost. But Lin Huaiji's presence changed everything. He'd rather toss cash at a beggar than spend a single cent on him. Tang, do you want me to invest in this studio? Or do you want me to invest in Lin Huaiji? Last time you got disciplined by the academy and said you needed 60,000 in compensation, I transferred you 100,000. I never cared about that bit of money, but after asking around, I found out you spread those rumors because you couldn't stand Su Yao. Exactly why couldn't you stand Su Yao?
Zhou Ying's expression grew increasingly grim.
Right in front of so many people, he lost his temper, tightening his grip on Shin Shitong's hand until she cried out in pain, tears welling in her eyes.
Zhou Ying, calm down, it's not what you think.
Shin Shitong's voice trembled with tears as she tried to pull her hand away, but her strength was no match for Zhou Ying. After struggling for a while, she only succeeded in making him angrier. The bystanders who had been quietly watching the scene exchanged glances in disbelief. Just moments ago, this couple had been walking arm in arm, chatting and laughing intimately.
How had things suddenly taken such a dramatic turn?
They seemed utterly insane. Moreover, that guy had mentioned Lin Huaiji. Now that sounded like some juicy gossip. Lin Huaiji sensed their gossipy stares and helplessly spread his hands, indicating he had no idea how he'd gotten dragged into this. Moreover, he heard it clearly, the money Shin Shitong compensated to Su Yao was taken from Zhou Ying.
The most outrageous part? She'd actually played middleman and doubled the amount as a markup. That's some seriously calculated scheming. That girl looks like she's in quite a bit of pain. Should we go help her? What's wrong with you? If you go up there, that guy might hit you too. And honestly, I've got a strong feeling this girl is nothing but a manipulative fake. But isn't it a bit inappropriate to just stand here watching the show right at our studio entrance? Well, you're right. Though it'd be even better if we had some sunflower seeds. This is quite entertaining. Seeds. I've got 2 packs right here. Want some? Pass me some. I want in 2. The conversation was getting more and more outrageous. Lin Huaiji couldn't help but remind them. Didn't you hear that guy say he wants to invest in the studio? Why are you just gossiping instead of focusing on what matters? Lin Huaiji knew the truth of the matter. He also knew that if he weren't here, Zhou Ying would most likely join this gaming project. He had his own moral standards, and this was one of them. If Lu Hao and the others wanted to accept Zhou Ying's help, then he could walk away. After all, he knew exactly how broke everyone was. Yet, the people in front of him didn't seem to take it seriously at all. No way, Huaizi, are you nuts? Look at that guy's attitude. If we took his money, who knows when we'd end up being threatened like that too. Exactly, you can tell at a glance this guy's unstable, could snap any minute. If he joined our studio, our good days would be over. Hey Huaizi, what's your connection with those two anyway? Was that your ex or something? Lin Huaiji couldn't be bothered to respond. Seeing them like this, he didn't even feel guilty anymore. Shin Shitong's face was filled with fear. Zhou Ying had always been like this. The moment she showed the slightest connection with others, he would immediately shed that gentlemanly facade. It had been this way in her past life, and now in this life too. Aang, it's not what you think. I was just concerned about you. Didn't you say your father wanted you to start a business to prove yourself? I thought this was an opportunity for you to showcase your talents. It's not because of him. I've never liked Lin Huaiji. It's always been him pestering me. The only person I like is you. How could I possibly like someone like him? You're clearly the most outstanding one. Shin Shitong's eyes rimmed red, her words so sincere and touching that one couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. Really? You genuinely don't like Lin Huaiji? Zhou Ying even tilted his head slightly to glance at Lin Huaiji as he asked, his tone dripping with provocation. The people in the room kept shifting their gazes between Zhou Ying and Lin Huaiji, feeling the drama was simply too entertaining, unsure which side to pity more. No, why are you all looking at me like that? I have a girlfriend. I'm not harassing her, my girlfriend is way prettier than her. Lin Huaiji couldn't stand that skeptical look. Moreover, he was genuinely wronged. It had clearly been Shin Shitong who kept seeking validation from him again and again, yet now she was playing the victim and learning how to twist the truth. Do you have a girlfriend? I don't believe you. Besides, the girl outside is pretty good looking. Is your girlfriend even prettier than her? Lin Huaiji nodded. Right, just prettier than her. Not only is she beautiful, with a great figure, she's perfect in every way, but she's also a little too foolish, willing to give him everything. Could it be from the same factory? I have a girlfriend at home too, and she's quite good looking, Cheng Xiang said with a sleazy grin. Being all adults, everyone instantly understood what kind of girlfriend he meant. As a result, the looks they gave Lin Huaiji grew even more peculiar. Lin Huaiji was on the verge of tears. These people's thought processes were truly extraordinary. He completely gave up, too lazy to explain, and continued watching the ridiculous drama unfolding outside. Zhou Ying finally calmed down and embraced Shin Shitong tightly to comfort her. The key point was that Shin Shitong didn't push him away. Instead, she stayed in his arms and cried for a while, as they both expressed their love for each other. Tang Tang, I just love you too much. I never meant to hurt you. I know. I love you too, which is why I want what's best for you. I promise, as long as you behave a little, nothing like this will ever happen again. I won't do anything you dislike, and you're the only one I'll ever care about. As for Lin Huaiji, we truly have nothing between us. You must believe me, Aang. Lin Huaiji was getting goosebumps just watching them, especially when both kept mentioning his name repeatedly. He even felt the urge to step in and pry them apart so he could ask, am I just part of your little game too? Ugh, how revolting. Disgusting indeed. Should we drive them away instead? Chapter 75 An Unpleasant Parting. To be honest, Lin Huaiji had indeed entertained this thought.
After watching for so long, he found the plot overly melodramatic, and as an outsider, he simply couldn't accept having so many scenes. These two ending up together wasn't without reason. One was obsessively lovestruck while the other was cunning and a terrific actor.
Anyone else would have been overwhelmed. Aying, are you really not considering this project? Shin Shitang asked tentatively, still refusing to give up.
If Zhou invested in the game became a hit, she could get a share of the profits.
She would absolutely never marry Zhou in this lifetime.
Before that could even be considered, only if Zhou succeeded with this game could she gain a little more from it. Though she didn't understand Lin Huaiji's reasons for joining, without financial backing they certainly wouldn't last long. Only Zhou could provide that assistance. Looked at this way, Lin Huaiji ought to be thanking her.
You know, Tang Tang, I could never refuse you. I can go in and learn more about it, give them a chance. Lu Hao and the others rolled their eyes in unison.
The way he said it sounded like charity, as if they'd even agree to his investment if he wanted in. Hearing this, Shin Shitang immediately pulled Zhou inside. Before they could even step through the door, Chang Xiang, acting on Lu Hao's signal, blocked their path at the entrance.
Sorry, we're not hiring right now, and we don't need any investments either. Zhou Ying's expression, which had just softened, now turned even uglier. As the young master of a wealthy family, he was always fawned over at school. Who would dare to slap him in the face like this? These people in front of him were poor and brainless. Not only did they fail to flatter him, they even dared to speak to him like this? Aying, don't be angry. They're not from our school, so it's normal they don't recognize you. Shin Shitan, afraid the good opportunity would be ruined, quickly softened her voice to comfort Zhou. Brother, we're just here to try our luck after seeing the job posting. For you, this is actually a rare opportunity. Shen Shitan looked at Chang Xiang. Though her words sounded pleasant, they carried an unmistakable air of arrogance. Miss, we're not hiring, and we don't need any investments, so there's nothing to discuss. Please leave, and don't stand in front of our shop doing whatever strange things you're up to. As the leader, Lu Hao naturally had the final say. By speaking this way, he was essentially directly dismissing them, leaving no room for possibility. To be honest, Lin Huaiji was quite surprised. After all, Lu Hao was usually very approachable and treated others with basic respect. But today, his attitude toward Zhou and Shen Shitan was completely different from his usual self. Why don't you reconsider? You must need a lot of money right now. Without our help, you'll just be spinning your wheels, Shin Shitang said with a panicked expression, unable to believe they were being rejected so quickly. Since Lu Hao had already made his stance clear, Chang Xiang knew how to proceed and spoke even more bluntly. Miss, our shop is small and shabby, and our sign is downright cringeworthy. Why would you insist on joining us so eagerly, right? Just now Zhou Ying's mocking words were now returned to them verbatim. Zhou Ying could no longer maintain his composure, glared fiercely at Chang Xiang, then turned and left.
Shin Shitang hadn't expected things to turn out this way. She called after Zhou Ying's retreating figure, but he didn't even look back and walked straight away. Fuming, she rushed up to Lin Huaiji and shot him a resentful look before grinding out between clenched teeth. Why do you always ruin things for me? Lin Huaiji couldn't even be bothered to respond. Lounging with his legs crossed, he leisurely cracked sunflower seeds while enjoying the comical sight of Shin Shitang's meltdown. You people. Shin Shitang seemed utterly furious. Normally, she wore a faint smile and never explicitly revealed her emotions, but now she was screaming like a banshee. Seeing her like this, Lin Huaiji kindly reminded her, if you're really that angry, you can smash things, just remember you'll have to compensate for any damages. Lin Huaiji looked on expectantly, hoping Shin Shitan wouldn't disappoint him. That way, he'd have the money to replace the old items with new ones. Shin Shitan's lips trembled with anger. She had indeed wanted to smash something, but the thought of having to pay for it and worse, giving Lin Huaiji exactly what he wanted, made her hold back. In the end, she left without saying another word. No sooner had they left than Lu Hao and the others immediately crowded around for gossip. Huaiga, spill the beans about you and those two nutjobs just now. I'm all ears. Lin Huaiji shot him an annoyed look before turning to Lu Hao. That guy genuinely has the means to invest. Don't you think it's a pity to just let him walk away like that? Lu Hao had already approached several companies for partnerships, but with zero experience like theirs, most wouldn't give them the time of day. Most likely, they'd have to go it alone. I'm someone who values first impressions. That guy just now clearly has no manners. We Chinese pride ourselves on being a nation of propriety. What good could come from collaborating with someone like that? Besides, if we really did bring him on board, we'd end up spending every day gossiping about both of you. Then who'd actually get any work done on the game? Although Lin Huaiji didn't believe the latter part of those claims, Zhou Ying was indeed rude. Even though he didn't like Shin Shitang at all and had no intention of crossing paths with him, he simply found Zhou Ying irritating, extremely irritating. If Zhou Ying really joined, he would definitely choose to withdraw. What about the money? Letting someone walk away just like that, don't you feel even the slightest bit of resentment? Not at all. If you left, that's when I'd truly feel resentful. Lin Huaiji froze for 2 seconds, feeling a slight touch of emotion. His lips parted as if to say something, but no words came out.
Lu Hao organized the materials in his hands, ready to get to work. Alright, everyone, let's not just stand around waiting. It's unlikely anyone else is coming, we should start working.
Everyone had high expectations for this recruitment round, and the reality falling short left them somewhat disheartened. Luckily, the ridiculous soap opera they just watched had lifted their spirits somewhat.
Bruce Lee cast an unwilling glance at the street outside. What if we wait a little longer? Someone might still be on their way.
It's still early, just 10 o'clock.
Who knows, maybe they got delayed.
Yeah, brother Huai,
didn't you say some of your friends were coming too? Others might not be sure, but your friends should definitely come, right?
Lin Huaiji picked up his phone to check, wondering what was up with those guys. Last night in the group chat, they had insisted they would arrive right on time, yet now there wasn't a glimpse of any of them, no responses to his messages either.
I'm not sure either, maybe they ran into some trouble on the way.
No sooner had he spoken than Cheng Xiang glanced outside and caught sight of 3 strikingly beautiful figures.
Brother Huai, are those your friends? Chapter 76, Brother Huaiji.
Lin Huaiji looked up and caught just a single glance. His eyes abruptly widened in disbelief, his mind utterly blank.
Seriously, who taught them to dress like this? Zhao Yuanan and the trio somehow thought it was a good idea for everyone to change into suits. Normal suits would have been fine, but they'd specially opted for red, green, and blue ones, complete with styled hair.
From Lin Huaiji's perspective, they looked no different from the over-the-top Chame characters in movies, if anything, tackier. If that blue had been swapped with yellow, they might as well have gone straight to a crosswalk to direct traffic.
Why, your friends are quite trendy.
Cheng Xiang hesitated, racking his brain before settling on an appropriate descriptor. Lin Huaiji shook his head in refusal.
They're not my friends. I don't know them.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhao Yuatan and the other two arrived at the doorway, shouting loudly, Brother Huai, we're ready for the interview.
Alright, they're my friends.
The arrival of the 3 gathered the studio members once again.
Today was undoubtedly the liveliest day in the office, full of surprises. Why are you dressed like this?
Anyone would think you're auditioning for a stage play, someone remarked. Lin Huaiji rubbed his forehead. Without even thinking, he knew this ridiculous idea must have been Zhao Yuna's brainchild. Lin Wen adjusted his collar awkwardly and explained. Yuna said the essence of an interview is to make an impression.
Since our professional skills aren't exactly top-notch, we needed to put effort into our outfits to dazzle you. Ha ha ha, truly refreshing, you guys nailed it. Zhao Yuanan, upon hearing this, became even more convinced his approach was correct. See, I told you this would work. Now we've made an impression. Finally, Lu Hao asked a few simple questions while Lin Huaiji observed from the side. Since these were his friends, he tactfully kept his distance. The whole thing wrapped up in just over half an hour. Starting today, our studio has 3 new members. Let's give them a warm welcome, we'll all go out for dinner tonight. This outcome was expected.
If more people had come for the interview, Zhao Yuanan and the others would have felt pressured. But now, with no one else showing up, the only ones genuinely interested in joining were these 3, no doubt, they'd be recruited. As for professional skills, each of them had their own strengths.
They could learn as they went, and things would work out eventually. Lu Hao even assigned them mentors to guide them and help them ease into things gradually. It's over now, can you guys change out of those outfits? They're really distracting.
Though these 3 might usually seem careless and carefree, even in crucial moments, they still couldn't be relied on. Brother Huai, just tell us how our outfits look today.
We got up at 6 in the morning and spent ages putting everything together.
It's just a shame the place is so far from campus, we wasted so much time on the road, which is why we were late.
Yeah, we were freaking out, afraid we'd miss it. Luckily, we still made it to the interview.
Not a single complaint came from the 3 of them, each took responsibility for their own mistakes. Their attitude during the interview had been impeccable, no wonder Lu Hao was so quick to hire them. He probably felt like he'd scored free labor.
Around 6 in the evening, the group found a barbecue restaurant to gather. Lin Huaiji and Su Yao reported in, promising not to drink too much and telling her to eat well at home.
Come on, the skewers are ready, dig in quickly. My younger sister will be here later, she studied fine arts, so the character design will be handed over to her. We'll be in contact more often, so I figured I'd introduce her to everyone. Lu Hao gave them a heads up, everyone, please tone it down a bit, my sister is shy, as her brother, I have to be more understanding. Zhao Yuanan, who had eyes only for the skewers just moments ago, suddenly perked up with interest upon hearing Lu Hao had a sister.
No way, Hao Ji, you have a younger sister? And she studies art?
Lin Huaiji shook his head at his hopeless expression. Wipe your drool, he said. Lu Xing was still traumatized by last time's incident and showed no interest in Lu Hao's mention of a sister, his eyes were only for the food. The others weren't surprised either, having known each other for quite a while and met her before. Captain Hao's girlfriend is gorgeous, like a fairy, one of those delicate, artistic types that look like a breeze could knock them over.
We've met her before, Chang Xiang chimed in, getting animated too, though he harbored no ulterior motives. Wow, Haoji, do you think I can? What kind of outfits does your sister like? I can totally learn her style. Hearing the words fashion come out of Zhao Yuanan's mouth was nothing short of a disaster. Just the thought of that god-awful suit he picked out, even a dog would shake its head in disapproval. My younger sister had someone she liked, apparently her deskmate from high school. After they went to college, they barely kept in touch. So much time has passed, yet I've never seen her date anyone seriously. Lu Hao said this to discourage them, as he knew his sister's personality all too well. She had no interest in boys whatsoever. He even suspected she might be into girls. She kept dodging my questions, but after much effort, I finally pried it out. There was another man on her mind. I don't know what charm that guy had even after 2 whole years. She still can't seem to forget him. TSK, you should look forward, why keep dwelling on the past? To forget old flames, you need to meet new people, and I think I'm just the right person. Zhao Yuanan was eager to meet her, while Lin Wen remained neutral, intending to see for himself first. Lin Huaiji, upholding masculine virtue, refused to engage in any discussions involving other girls. As for Lu Xing, needless to say, he had completely lost interest in romance. Alright, my sister just texted me. I'll go pick her up. Lu Hao stood up and left. Zhao Yuanan, with his typical mischievousness, leaned in to follow but was promptly scared back into his seat by Lu Hao's glare. So, what does she actually look like? Brother Hao's got some decent looks, so his sister definitely can't be bad. Zhao Yuanan looked around for a while, watching Lu Hao and the girl beside him gradually approach, unconsciously swallowing hard. Holy shit, she's insanely beautiful. The others also turned to look. Out of curiosity, Lin Huaiji glanced back and found the figure increasingly familiar, a flash of surprise flickering in his eyes. No way, what a coincidence. This is my sister, Lu Shiyu. Lu Hao smiled and was about to introduce them to her one by one when he noticed something off about her gaze. More precisely, the way she was looking at Lin Huaiji was off. Brother Huaiji, what are you doing here? The girl's voice was pure, but it wasn't hard to detect the surprise and excitement in her tone. Lu Hao was stunned. Lin Huaiji grew nervous. Zhao Yunan was about to start cursing. Why did this scene feel so familiar? It seemed like when he first met Su Yao, the exact same thing had happened. The rest exchanged glances before nodding resolutely, another juicy piece of gossip to savor. Chapter 77. The long road ahead sparkles bright. Lin Huaiji never expected that Lu Shiyu would turn out to be Lu Hao's younger sister. Thinking back to their high school days, she had vaguely mentioned having an older brother during some class break, and she truly had remarkable talent in drawing. When all these pieces came together, it didn't seem entirely unbelievable after all. Long time no see. I'm currently working on game development with your brother. Lin Huaiji briefly explained the reason but didn't offer much more detail. Seeing an old acquaintance, especially a girl he had a crush on back in high school, Lin Huaiji felt surprisingly calm. His first thought was that he'd have to report this encounter to Su Yao when he got home, and he'd need to prepare his explanation in advance. Knowing her personality, even if she didn't say anything outright, she'd definitely secretly feel jealous. If Su Yao hadn't been rushing to meet her writing deadline today, he would have called her over directly. That would have made things much simpler. Lu Shiyu gazed at Lin Huaiji with eager eyes, while Lu Hao finally realized that the damn kid he'd been trying to track down had actually been right under his nose all along. To make matters worse, judging by his sister's gaze, it seemed those old feelings weren't completely gone yet. Look at Lin Huaiji, then look at my own sister. Their gazes are worlds apart, one filled with longing, the other utterly indifferent. This isn't right. Brother Huai, my heart is broken, and you're responsible. Zhao Yuanan wore a sullen expression, unable to comprehend why he had such terrible luck in romance while Lin Huaiji seemed to attract admirers endlessly. If you look like Brother Huai, surely a bunch of girls would be chasing after you, Lin Wen added quietly, twisting the knife deeper. The usually taciturn Lu Xing unexpectedly chimed in, actually, if you had money, girls would like you too, the power of cash, you know. Right. No looks and no money either, a double whammy. They really know how to comfort people, what great buddies. Sensing Lin Huaiji's attitude, Lu Shiyu remained somewhat reserved. Instead of sitting next to Lin Huaiji, she took the seat near Lu Hao. Lin Huaiji didn't avoid her either, his gaze candid. After all, having a crush on someone of the opposite sex during adolescence is perfectly normal, and he hadn't done anything inappropriate back then. But Lu Hao didn't see it that way. When it came to his little sister, no matter who she liked, he'd always feel uncomfortable about it. Lu Shiyu, you'd better behave yourself. Lu Hao glared at her but couldn't bring himself to be genuinely angry or scold her. After half a second of hesitation, he decided to first clarify things with Lin Huaiji. That thing you said this morning in the studio about having a girlfriend, was it true? Lu Hao was actually quite satisfied with Lin Huaiji. Though he hated to admit it, the facts were undeniable. The guy had both looks and talent. It wasn't strange that his little sister would fall for him. If Lin Huaiji felt the same way, Lu Hao might just turn a blind eye to it. But if he already had a girlfriend, no matter what Lu Shiyu thought about it, this matter was absolutely impossible. I currently live with my girlfriend, and I like her very much, Lin Huaiji continued eating his skewers, his voice cool and detached. That's true. We've all met brother Huai's girlfriend, we often eat together. She just started her freshman year at our university this year. She's our junior. Zhao Yuanan, though clearly disheartened, still had the tact to jump in and verify at the crucial moment. Lin Wen and Lu Xing chimed in briefly as well. For a moment, everyone stole sidelong glances at Lu Shiyu, gauging her reaction. The girl's eyes were red, visibly crestfallen. Feeling everyone's gaze upon her, she mustered her spirits, holding back tears as she forced a smile. That's great. If there's a chance, I'd like to meet her. The girl Huaiji likes must be truly exceptional. Lu Shiyu had imagined countless reunion scenarios, but never this one. The crush hidden deep in the young girl's heart shattered at this moment. Though she tried her hardest to conceal her emotions and give herself positive affirmations, she still couldn't manage complete indifference. If there's a chance, definitely. Lin Huaiji didn't know how to comfort her. Had this happened before Su Yao appeared, he would surely have been moved. But now, the timing was off, what was missed was missed. During the meal afterward, the two of them didn't exchange a single word. Zhao Yuannan, as the designated mood setter, kept the atmosphere lively, and everyone played along. The purpose of this gathering was achieved, the whole studio got along pleasantly and grew much closer. The only one who should be feeling sad is Lu Shiyu. When it was time to leave, everyone stood at the intersection waving goodbye and headed their separate ways. Lin Huaiji gave Lu Hao a meaningful look but didn't say anything more, leaving with Zhao Yunan and the others to catch the subway. In the end, only Lu Hao and Lu Shiyu remained standing beneath the streetlight. The girl slowly crouched down, curling herself into a tiny ball, her body trembling slightly. Listening to his sister's sobs, Lu Hao felt his heart break along with hers. This younger sister of his had always been obedient and sensible since childhood, excellent in studies and good in character, never giving the family any cause for worry. Her life had been smooth sailing without encountering any setbacks. But when it comes to matters of the heart, one often finds themselves powerless. As if even she herself hadn't expected to hold someone in her heart for so long. Good girl, your brother's here. Lu Hao, normally not one to express affection toward his sister, crouched down as well and patted her head gently, just like when she was little. Luckily, when his sister needed him, he just happened to be there. The girl wept softly, her introverted nature making her too timid to express her affections or voice her needs. Even her sobs were whispered. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Shiyu lifted her head, her teary eyes glistening as she looked at Lu Hao. Brother, I'll meet someone better, right? Lu Hao nodded with a gentle smile, wiping away her tears. You will. You'll meet many more people, Xiaoyu. Life is just like that, people come and go, and most will only walk beside you for a short while. What if I'd been braver back then? Would things have turned out differently? Lu Shiyu searched his face, hoping for an answer. She had been timid for too long. When unable to change her circumstances, she would unconsciously blame her past self, unable to resist wondering if only she had been a little braver back then, maybe there would have been a better outcome. Lu Hao shook his head. A wrong choice is just a wrong choice. There's no need to keep bullying your past self. Both of your affections were too quiet back then, just pretend you didn't hear them and keep looking forward. The road ahead is long but bright, Xiaoyu. This is just a small chapter in your life. You have to move forward, understand? Lu Shiyu lowered her head and pondered for a long time. Finally, she looked up with a slight smile. Bro, since when could you say something so poetic? Are you still my rough around the edges older brother? Lu Hao felt relieved. It seemed she had truly taken his words to heart. But with a stern face, he flicked her forehead. I'm your brother. Rough around the edges? Watch your wording. Okay, I actually didn't eat enough just now, brother. Will you take me for another meal? Speak up, what do you want to eat? Crayfish. Lu Shiyu stood up, pulled out a mirror from her bag, wiped her face clean, tidied her hair, and with curved eyebrows pulled Lu Hao forward to walk. Exactly. Mountains and seas will reunite in their season, wind and rain will meet again in due time. Unresolved conflicts will eventually reconcile, all things will ultimately go as desired. The matters we care deeply about, the people we cannot let go of, when we look back years later, they truly amount to little at all. Looking back, the light boat has already passed 10,000 mountains. Look ahead, the long road ahead is both vast and brilliant. Chapter 78, A Gentle Yet Rough Gentleman. On the way back, Zhao Yuannan and the other two pestered Lin Huaiji for information about Lu Shiyu. Lin Huaiji had nothing to hide. She was my deskmate in our senior year of high school. We always solved problems together, and over time, it was easy to develop feelings. But neither of us said anything, we just interacted normally. After graduation, we went to different schools and lost contact. Honestly, who could have imagined such a coincidence? I thought we'd never cross paths again, but then we suddenly met. I kind of remember that. Whenever I went to your class to look for you, I always saw you studying with your deskmate. I used to joke that you were such a blockhead with such a pretty girl sitting next to you, yet all you had in mind was studying. Zhao Yuna slapped his forehead as high school memories flooded back. In his recollection, Lu Shiyu had always been quiet and gentle, carrying an artistic aura. Well, if all you had in mind were pretty girls, I don't see you ever getting into a relationship either, Lin Huaiji countered with a fatal blow, leaving Zhao Yuna feeling as though his heart had shattered into 7 or 8 pieces. Lu Xing and Lin Wen couldn't help but laugh. As expected, Lin Huaiji's sharp tongue was in top form, creating a world where only Zhao Yuna was left wounded. Brother Huai, you just heard what Lu Hao said, that girl still has feelings for you, and the way she looks at you is anything but innocent. If she wants to keep seeing you, what are you gonna do? We're firmly on Junior Su Yao's side, you know. Yeah, that Junior has been so good to you. Every bit of money she has goes straight to you, and you haven't even known each other that long. You can't let her down like this. Lin Huaiji knew all this, of course, but deep down, he was certain Lu Shiyu wouldn't act that way. Lu Shiyu might seem quiet and timid, but she's principled and knows her own mind. That's what drew me to her in the first place. When I was lost about the future, she already had everything mapped out. What she needs is time to accept reality. As for how we interact going forward, it'll only ever be as friends. I know where to draw the line, and she'll keep her distance, too. After all, she was the only girl he had ever felt any attraction towards in high school. He understood her temperament and knew she wouldn't do anything against her principles. Just take earlier as an example, once she found out he had a girlfriend, she didn't say anything inappropriate after that. You're right, and Lu Hao is here too. After all, she's his younger sister, so there's no need to worry. Zhao Yuannan nodded. Lu Shiyu looked quite well behaved. She definitely wouldn't do anything thoughtless. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's discuss something serious. Since you're all here now, we definitely can't goof around like before. Lin Huaiji himself was quite disciplined. Ever since starting university, he had spent a lot of time on his studies, participating in all the school competitions. Combined with his quick mind and natural talent, he had already achieved some success. As for Zhao Yuanman and the others, while they weren't completely useless, they usually didn't put in much effort and relied solely on their intelligence to get by. But now that they had to work together, they couldn't be as careless as before. They had to start learning. I know. We'll definitely put in the effort and not hold everyone back, said Zhao Yuanman, who was usually the most laid back of the group, with rare seriousness. Now that we have this chance to learn from them, we'll give it everything we've got. Just last night, we were saying that if we got in, we wouldn't be able to game all night anymore. They were now juniors, and graduation wasn't far off. Though they normally acted carefree, deep down, they were anxious. Now that this opportunity had come their way, all of them were brimming with motivation. Seeing their attitude, Lin Huaiji felt relieved. After getting off the subway, he stopped by a nearby barbecue stand to bring Su Yao some skewers. When she was filing her report earlier, she kept sending those tearful emoji stickers, saying she was craving it so badly. If only she didn't have manuscripts to finish, she'd have loved to join the meal. Doing the math, Su Yao should be nearly done with her writing by now, perfect timing to bring the food back. When Lin Huaiji got home, Su Yao didn't come out to greet him. He moved quietly, tiptoeing behind her. Su Yao was completely absorbed in typing, utterly unaware of his presence. Blessed with sharp eyesight, Lin Huaiji watched Su Yao's slender fingers dance effortlessly across the keyboard without a single pause. Driven by curiosity, he glanced at the screen to see what she was writing. The girl's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her cheeks flushed crimson as she dared not look at him. With unexpected gentleness, he smoothed the unruly strands of her hair, only to slip his hand beneath her pleated skirt the very next instant. The following content has been deemed too explicit by Tomato Novel and cannot be published here. Let your imagination run wild. Lin Huaiji swore this was the most exquisite erotic literature he'd ever read. Unconsciously, he cast himself and Su Yao as the male and female leads. In Su Yao's writing, he became that gentlemanly yet brutal protagonist, while Su Yao, though fearful, yielded to his every demand. There's another crucial reason these words existed in Su Yao's writings. She mentioned before that the male lead in her book was modeled after herself. That means when writing this scene, Su Yao had projected herself into it. Once this realization took root in Lin Huaiji's mind, he felt an unbearable heat stirring within him, his body burning with feverish intensity. To be honest, he really wanted to act out every scenario Su Yao had written: pleated skirts, lace lingerie, all the things he loved. Lin Huaiji stood behind, continuing to observe. He noticed that Su Yao's typing speed was extraordinarily fast, as if she never encountered writer's block in this aspect, truly a remarkable talent. More than 10 minutes passed before Su Yao stretched lazily, checked for typos from top to bottom, and clicked submit. Ah, finally finished. Su Yao stood up, intending to fetch a glass of water in the living room, but when she turned around, she saw Lin Huaiji standing there. For a moment, Su Yao didn't even know how to react. Someone had suddenly appeared in the room, and she hadn't noticed at all. Not only that, but the content she'd just written was so explicit. Judging by his expression, had he already seen all of it? Why you? When did you get back? Su Yao was so nervous she stumbled over her words, even taking a step back.
Lin Huaixi found it amusing and stepped forward, closing the distance between them, advancing step by step.
Just around the time you wrote about the male lead pulling up the female lead's skirt. Yao Yao, you wrote the details so vividly. Have you envisioned such scenes in your mind? If so, was I the leading man in those imaginings of yours?